Chapter 15. Frequent flights in skis above the 2 months of detention had been a rather dull experience. For 2 hours every evening, minus weekends, Harry and Charles were left to the whims of Apollyon Pringle, who, as Harry quickly discovered, was much less pleasant than Filch could ever hope to be, despite his best efforts. Often, he would have them scrubbing toilets by hand, sometimes the stone floors around the castle. Regardless, the man was always in a foul mood and did not shy away from showing it. "I don't hear scrubbing." The boys had not been put to task and left to carry out their work. No, Mr. Pringle would watch over them, his arms crossed as he looked upon them with disdain, almost as though he wanted them to make a mistake or do something he did not approve of. He had a habit of opening and closing his fists, and Harry suspected he fantasized about punching them both, or worse. He didn't, though there was the same malice in his eyes that he had seen within Uncle Vernon's throughout his formative years. What a man like Pringle was doing in a castle full of children, Harry knew not. Worse than their childminder, as Charles and Harry had taken to calling him, was the presence of McLaggen in the tower. If he wasn't hobbling around the common room leaning dramatically on a cane and groaning, he would shoot them smug grins when no one else was paying attention to him. He only stopped doing so when he realized that he wouldn't be able to play in the upcoming Quidditch matches if he was still injured. Oddly enough, he had made a miraculous recovery overnight, as had Blackburn, who had been swanning around in a sling, using the undoubtedly healed shoulder as an excuse to do nothing. Not that they garnered any sympathy from their housemates. When the other Gryffindors had discovered what they had done, the 7th years had all but become pariahs, with very few willing to associate with them. They hadn't exactly been the most popular of people, but with their actions, they were now less so, whereas Harry and Charles had earned the respect of their peers and even the other houses, for the most part. Neither would ever be considered friends of the Slytherins, but there had been no further unpleasantness from them, not even a comment uttered out of turn. Despite their differences and the animosity between them, the 2 Gryffindors had helped one of theirs in their moment of need, and that was enough to warrant a clean slate and even civility from some. Arcturus Black appreciated what they had done, his nods of acknowledgement whenever he came across Charles and Harry attesting to this. Still, little within the castle had changed other than the dedicated time to cleaning the 2 Gryffindors spent, and even Professor Knott had accommodated this on Harry's behalf. Instead of arriving at 6 p.m. and finishing at 8, he would arrive later, and they would work together until 10 p.m. That suited Harry well enough. He managed to keep on top of his homework and continue with his early morning sessions in the room of requirement. Much to his relief, however, the detentions had come to an end some weeks ago, and he had been able to return to his former routine. Even though his hours spent scrubbing toilets, floors, and cauldrons occasionally had been dreary work, what he and Charles had done for Doria felt no less worth it. "You in there, Evans?" The voice of Tiberius broke into his thoughts. "What do you want?" Harry asked. "Are you going to eat that sausage or just stare at it?" Harry shook his head amusedly at the boy and slid it onto Tiberius's plate. "Thanks," Ogden said gratefully, having bitten off half of it. "Degenerate," Poppy muttered, looking at Tiberius in disgust. "What's Dippet doing?" The headmaster had stood and approached the podium. He held his hands up for silence, and many of the students looked at him in confusion. The only time they were addressed during dinner was during welcoming feasts, and if an important announcement needed to be made. "You have my apologies for interrupting your meal, but there are 2 things the 6th and 7th years must be informed of," he explained. "Firstly, this Monday and Tuesday, Hogwarts will be holding a career day where representatives of the departments of Ministry of Magic and many other organizations will set up stalls in this very room where students can gather more information about any prospective careers they are considering. As such, classes for both year groups are canceled for those 2 days." Excited whispers sounded throughout the hall, though Harry suspected it was more due to lessons being canceled rather than the opportunity they were being given. "Secondly," Dippet continued, calling over the din, For 6th years, your apparition lessons will begin next Saturday. To those wishing to take part, a sign-up sheet can be found on the notice board in your common rooms. The cost is 1 galleon, and the lessons will take place in here starting at 11 a.m. That is all. With his notices given, the headmaster retook his seat, and the students began talking amongst themselves once more. Apparition, Augusta said excitedly. Harry, too, was looking forward to those lessons. The convenience of such a method of transport, much more appealing than either the Flu Network or the night bus. Are you going to be apparating? Charles asked. Harry nodded enthusiastically. I will be the most useful thing I've done in a while, he replied. What about the career thing? Are you going? I am, Charles answered with a frown. I have no idea what I want to do, so hopefully I'll get some ideas there. Ogden. I'll have a look, the boy said with a shrug. I suppose my father will want me to work at the distillery, though, and attend Wisengamot meetings, he added with a grimace. Having unlimited access to whiskey and being a politician. There's a recipe for developing a drinking problem, Poppy commented. Tiberius shook his head. I watched my uncle drink himself to death. You'll never see me touch the stuff, he declared. I didn't know that, Poppy replied apologetically. Ogden shrugged. It happened years ago. My father was more pissed off that he didn't like any of our products. He killed himself drinking mead. If it wasn't so tragic, it would be funny. Bloody hell, can we change the subject? Charles questioned. What about you, Minnie? Are you going to the career stalls? The girl nodded sheepishly. I'll take a look, she replied, though did not comment any further on it. What are you thinking of pursuing when you've finished, Harry? She asked curiously, moving the attention of the group away from her. Harry had no idea. He thought that he would perhaps like to be an orar, but having witnessed how those draped in red robes had conducted themselves whilst attempting to arrest Dumbledore, he was having second thoughts. He did not want to find himself beholden to the whims of an incompetent minister of magic. No, he would need to rethink that plan. I don't know, he answered honestly. Maybe I'll find something that appeals to me on Monday. Break. Arcturus had received no word from his father since that fateful letter from the man had arrived shortly after the Christmas break. This wasn't an unusual occurrence, but with what the head of his family intended to do, the silence was not welcome. As expected, neither Perseus or Cassie had written either and hadn't since they had left Grimmauld Place almost 5 years ago. As far as Arcturus was concerned, they were no longer family. They had thrown their lot in with Grindelwald and cared only for the interests of the man and their own selfish ambitions. If they had any care left for the family, they would not have allowed their father to be dragged into the impending mess. He released a deep breath as he watched Doria scratching away with her quill on the other side of the common room. Ever since she had been set upon by the Gryffindors, she seldom left his sight and did not venture to the library any more. Arcturus would get them. He would wait until they least expected any reprisals, but he would exact his vengeance upon them. Even though Potter and Evans had done so already, the Black Heir was not content. Day in and day out, when he looked upon his nervous sister, he was reminded of what they had tried to do to her, and it made his blood boil. He never showed Doria that. She was a kind soul that would have him leave it be, but he couldn't. He would have his pound of flesh from each of the Gryffindors before they left the castle. What are you thinking about? Doria asked, catching him starring. Father, he lied. Doria's expression morphed into one of apprehension. She hadn't said as much, but she was as worried as he was, though she needn't be. He would not allow anything to happen to her, and if it cost him his life to keep her safe, then so be it. He had made that promise over the grave of his mother, and he would not break it. To him, his little sister was his world, and he would bring any to their knees that dared threaten her. Don't let it anger you, Arcturus. You're already a better man than he will ever be. The words warmed him, and he gave the girl a genuine smile. You keep telling yourself that when you find someone you want to marry, he quipped. You'll struggle to find anyone I deem worthy. Although it was said in jest, he meant it. There was none he could think of that would be worthy of Doria. She was as beautiful as she was pure, and he would not allow just anyone to have her hand, though their father may have something to say about it. Arcturus shook his head. He would not allow her to be married off to just anyone, and certainly not someone of their father's choosing. I know, Doria agreed, blushing slightly, causing Arcturus to narrow his eyes at her. He didn't point out her reaction, that conversation not one he was ready for. Evidently, someone had caught his sister's eye, and he felt the instinct to protect her stir within him, but he ignored it. Marriage for Doria was so far on the horizon that a little crush she may have was not worth dwelling on, not when so many things were already occupying his mind. Break. The great hall had been transformed. The house table had been moved to the sides and stacked on top of one another, and the house banners had been replaced by logos of the companies and ministry departments that were in attendance. Bloody hell, you'd think these places were desperate for workers, Charles muttered. They probably are, Tiberius replied with a shrug. There have been fewer Muggle-born wizards here in the last 17 years since that Muggle war ended. Lost generation or something. Charles looked at the boy incredulously. Despite his penchant for landing himself in trouble with his words, Tiberius was quite the historian. My father had to up the wages of the workers to get them to stay, Ogden added. Everyone needs workers at the moment. Charles nodded appreciatively at the knowledge. So where do we start? He asked. I'm not working for the ministry, Harry said firmly. You got something against them, Evans? Augusta asked. A group of people who are at the whim of a minister, who could be useless, doesn't appeal to me. My great-uncle Hector is a great minister, Augusta defended. But he won't be in office forever, Harry pointed out, remembering all too well the caliber of man that had the post during his own time. True, the girl conceded. Then who will you work for? Myself, hopefully, Harry answered, remembering the money he had steadily coming in from the sale of the basilisk venom. And you have a money-making scheme up your sleeve? Charles asked with a grin. Not exactly, Harry admitted, but that's why I'm here, to see if there's anything I can do. Fair enough, Charles chuckled as the group began working their way around the stalls. What about being a hippogriff farmer? Ogden asked, pointing towards a stall where a large man was stood, dressed in stained overalls. Harry shook his head. I don't want a job where someone can smell me from a mile away. Is that what that is? Charles questioned, wrinkling his nose. I thought that was Tiberius. Up yours, the boy replied indignantly. The others laughed, but Harry's attention had been caught by a wizard wearing a Muggle suit. What's a hit wizard? He asked. You don't want anything to do with that, Harry, Charles replied severely. Hit wizards are the ones who hunt for wanted criminals, the ones that the Aurors don't have time to look for or are too dangerous to risk. The gold is good, but with reason. The life of a hit wizard isn't usually a long one. Harry hummed thoughtfully, the description Charles had given failing to deter him. If anything, it sounded rather appealing. How many wizards out there could be as dangerous as Voldemort? He shook his head, wondering where that trail of thoughts had come from. Did he secretly crave something dangerous? Ever since he had ridden his first broom, he had found he enjoyed the risk it presented, but this was something else. But why did he find himself approaching the stall? Are you interested in a career as a hit wizard, young man? He asked. Maybe, Harry answered with a shrug. What would I have to do to become one? It's not easy, the man sighed. You will first need to obtain a license, and the type of license you carry will depend on where you can pursue wanted criminals. A standard license requires a written exam and 3 practicals where you demonstrate your capability to apprehend hostile targets. Harry nodded his understanding. What about the other licenses? Well, the other one is a little more difficult to obtain, but will allow you to seek work in almost any country, the man explained. This one requires a series of assessments, both theoretical and practical, and a list of other skills you can find in this leaflet. Harry accepted the rather thick wad of parchment. If you'd like to see the world and have more options for work, the second is your best bet, lad, but it isn't easy. Not many stay in the job long, and it's dangerous. Your best bet is to attach yourself to an established group and share the gold. You'll make less, but there's more of a chance you'll survive. You'll want to think long and hard about it, but if you decide it's what you want to do, you can start applying 6 months before you turn 17. Thank you, Harry replied, having glanced over what would be required of him. The process was long, but neither option was unreachable. No worries, lad. Stay safe. Harry nodded gratefully as he walked back towards the rest of the Gryffindors that had kept their distance from the stall. You're not seriously considering it? Charles asked disbelievingly. Why not? Charles released a deep breath. Harry, that's a job for people who don't have any other choice. You do. You could be an Auror or work any job you'd like in the ministry. But that's not who I am, Harry sighed. It's different for me. You all have families waiting at home for you or careers that you've been working towards for years, he added, looking towards Poppy. Let's face it, most of you come from wealth and don't ever have to work unless you choose to. That's not my life. I will have to work, and this would probably be something that I'd be good at, he finished with a chuckle. Charles offered him a sad smile. I know, he agreed, but you still have a lot of people that care for you. Mum and Dad would have a fit if they knew you were considering this. Harry returned the gesture of the boy. They're your mum and dad, Charles, not mine. He wasn't looking for pity, but for understanding. He couldn't imagine a life where he would spend his working day in a stuffy office or working for the ministry in any capacity. As a hit wizard, he would work for himself and could make a difference in the world. Anyway, that's not something I have to worry about right now. I have another year of school to think about what I want to do. Charles nodded and dropped the subject, though the rest of the group didn't seem happy to do so. Once more, only a little subdued and less enthusiastic, they began making their way around the stalls, but Harry saw nothing else that appealed, much of the hall having been taken up by representatives of the ministry. What's that? Ogden asked, pointing to a small stall tucked away near the entrance. Oh, that's an investor, Charles replied. That's about as risky as being a hit wizard. An investor? Harry asked. Someone who invests in other people's business ideas, hoping that they become rich from them, and they can receive some of the profit in return, Augusta explained. My father dabbled in it but made nothing. Like Charles said, it's very risky and rarely pays off. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He had a distinct advantage over most, knowing what business names to look out for from his own time. How does it work? Well, sometimes people will put an advert in the finance section of the Daily Prophet, Augusta informed him. They will give a brief explanation of their proposal and how much investment they need. If you want to fund the venture, you send the person an owl and arrange a meeting to discuss it further. Harry smirked internally as he grabbed the morning's edition of the newspaper. One of the ministry workers had brought with them and flipped to the indicated section before scanning the page. There were 2 companies he recognized the name of: Dr. Filibuster's No-Heat Wet Start Fireworks and Drubel's Best Blowing Gum. 2 exceedingly popular products. He felt himself filled with a sense of excitement. If he was to invest in these businesses, he could make a much more than the 20 and 45 galleons the creators were asking for respectively. You're not thinking about investing, are you? Poppy asked. Of course he is, Charles huffed. He has a death wish, but he wants to lose all his money first. I won't lose anything, Harry assured the boy, already taking up some parchment, a quill, and some ink, his mind made up. Harry, these things never work out, Augusta broke in. Trust me, my father learned the hard way. I appreciate the concern, I do, Harry replied, but this will work. With his notes written, he took his leave of the Great Hall and headed towards the owlery. Are you sure about this? Minerva had followed him, and she hurried to catch him up. Both of these companies were huge where I came from, he whispered to the girl, whose eyes widened in realization. You know these businesses. Harry nodded. The fireworks are good, and the gum even better, he replied. They will both make me a lot of money." "That's brilliant," the girl said excitedly. "I didn't even think of anything like this." "Neither did I until now," Harry admitted. "Is it wrong?" Minerva frowned before shaking her head. "No, if these companies are going to be successful, what's the harm in you sharing in it? If it's not you, it will be some already bloated, bored pureblood who will invest and just add to their wealth. Why not use it to your advantage?" Harry grinned, having expected the girl to give him a lecture on the moral implications of what he was going to do. "Then I'll do it," he declared as they entered the owlery. "Theseus." The majestic owl swooped down from where he had been resting, and Harry marveled at the uncanny resemblance between his new companion and Hedwig. Theseus was slightly bigger, and he had some darker markings around his eyes, but other than that, they were almost the same. A sense of sadness washed over Harry whenever he visited the bird, but treated Theseus the same way he had Hedwig, and he was always greeted warmly. "Could you take both of these, boy?" Theseus barked almost irritably, and Harry scratched the feathers on his chest the way the owl liked it before sending him on his way. "Now what?" Minerva asked. "Now I wait, I suppose," he replied, leaving the owlery. "What about you? You haven't mentioned once what you plan on doing." Minerva shook her head. "It's a silly idea," she sighed. "It won't happen until I'm a very old woman." "What won't?" Minerva paused and looked at him, her expression one of vulnerability. "I want to stay here, Harry," she explained. "I want to be at Hogwarts and teach Transfiguration." "And why won't that happen?" Harry asked. "Professor Dumbledore won't ever leave the post, and he's not old," she pointed out. "I won't get to take over for years." "You don't know that," Harry countered, the urge to tell her to follow her dreams almost becoming too much. "Trust me, I'm sure it will work out for you if it is what you want." Minerva eyed him suspiciously. "You know something," she accused. Harry shook his head. "Honestly, I don't know anything for certain anymore, but if you want to be a Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, then you shouldn't give up on it." Minerva hummed, her glare boring into him for a moment before it softened. "I sometimes forget about what happened to you," she sighed. "And then you say things that remind me you know what's coming in the future." "I don't," Harry assured her. "With me here, some things will be different, but it doesn't all have to be. Do what you want to do, and it might just work out for you." It did before. Break. With the end of the school year looming, Armando already found much of his time taken up with arranging the upcoming owl and newt examinations and the end-of-year assessments for the other years. Along with this, there was still the menial day-to-day work that required his attention, and as such, he had little time to gather his thoughts, let alone think of much else beyond his duties. However, there was one pressing matter that he needed to discuss with one of his students, and that was just what Harry intended to do for the summer months when the castle would be almost empty. He had spoken with the boy much recently, not since he'd had to discipline him and Charles Potter for their actions against their fellow housemates. That had not been a pleasant exchange of words, and Armando was under no illusion that either of the boys felt any remorse for what they had done. If truth be told, he found it hard to have any sympathy for their fellow Gryffindors that had accosted Doria Black. 4 seventh years attacking a quiet, but brilliant fifth-year girl. He shook his head. He could understand why Potter and Harry had reacted the way they had, but he had to be seen doing something about it. As much as McLaggen and his cohorts had deserved what happened, he could not allow the transgression of the boys go unpunished. Surely Harry understood that. McLaggen and Blackburn could have been seriously injured, and though they had claimed to have been, they were not. Both had milked the situation down to the very last drop, reaping very little from their malingering ways. Still, some good had come of it. The re-emerging rivalry between the Gryffindors and Slytherins had been nipped in the bud before it could escalate. So in that way, at least, it was better that Harry and Charles had been the ones to come to the aid of Miss Black. Armando did not want to consider the fallout if they hadn't. "Come in, Harry," he called as a knock at the door sounded. The boy entered, and the headmaster moved the stack of parchment he had been working his way through to the side. It could wait until after he had spoken to the teen. "You asked to see me, Professor." His tone was polite, and it appeared that Harry did not harbor any ill will towards him for the punishment he had received. "I do," he confirmed. "Please take a seat." He did so, and waited for Armando to speak. "I merely wish to discuss what plans you have made for the summer." Harry frowned. "I hadn't really thought of that," he sighed. "No matter," Armando replied with a smile. "I was under the impression that you would wish to remain here, unless you had made other arrangements, of course." "No, I haven't," Harry explained. "I'd like to stay here if that's not a problem." "You are more than welcome. I'm sure there is much that can occupy your time." Harry nodded. "There's always things for me to work on. Without lessons, I'll have all the time I'd like to do that." "Then it is settled," Armando declared, pleased the boy would be remaining. "Of course, I am at your disposal should you need me, though I do not believe you will require the tutoring sessions we held last year. You have proven yourself a capable student. Professor Knott is most impressed with your progress." "She has been working me hard," Harry chuckled. "That I do not doubt. Between you and me, Rosalina has high expectations of her students, and you in particular. She believes that you have considerable potential." "I still can't beat her in a duel," Harry pointed out. "And I would be most surprised if you could," Armando returned. "Rosalina Knott is an exceptional witch when it comes to the art of dueling, and there are very few that I would put galleons on to beat her. Professor Dumbledore, and perhaps myself on a good day, but not many others." Harry nodded his understanding. "What would you suggest I do to win?" he asked with a smirk. Armando shook his head amusedly. "You wouldn't be trying to seize an advantage, would you, Harry?" "I am," Harry answered unashamedly, eliciting a chuckle from the headmaster. "Well, albeit for me to involve myself in your education, I would suggest doing something that would take her by surprise, something that she would not expect from you. You must remember, Harry, that Rosalina is the one teaching you and pays attention to everything that you do. Break the mold she is putting you in, and you may just succeed." "That's not bad advice," Harry replied. "I do have my moments," Armando declared. "Now if there is nothing else." It was as though the sun set on Harry's expression, as it changed from one of benevolence to something much darker. His eyes narrowed, and his posture having stiffened. "There is one thing that I must discuss with you. Judging by your demeanor, can I assume that it is something rather troubling?" The boy nodded. "The man who murdered my parents will be coming to Hogwarts soon. I don't know if it is this year or next, but he is coming." "That is troublesome," Armando sighed. "You have no idea, headmaster," Harry said severely. "He is dangerous and will become something that you cannot even comprehend." "Considering that he created Horcruxes, Harry, I can take a guess," Armando replied. "What is his name?" "I have the list of students. We are expecting to attend their first year, starting in September." "Tom Riddle." Armando frowned as he consulted the parchment and shook his head. "No, he is not due to begin this year, and I am relieved for it. Even though he is just a boy, I cannot fathom how you would cope with him within these walls." "I wouldn't," Harry replied honestly. "One day I will kill him for what he has done to me, and there is nothing that will stop that, but I will not become him. I will not murder a child no matter how deserving it is." Armando felt the truth in Harry's words. The disdain he felt understandable, and he could find no fault in him. "Then you are already a better person than he could ever hope to be," he replied sadly. "I've been tempted and still am," Harry admitted. "I've thought about how easy it would be to find him and put an end to him before he can purchase his wand. I dream about it sometimes." "I will keep a very close eye on him," Armando assured him. Harry nodded as he stood. "Although it won't be enough to stop him becoming what he will, I have taken steps already, and will do what else I can, but I cannot stress just how dangerous this boy will be. When I say that he ruined many lives and changed Wizarding Britain for the worst, I am not doing so lightly. He is a monster in every sense of the word, and prophecy or not, he and I will meet, and I will kill him. I will watch him, the headmaster promised. Harry nodded, once more before leaving the office, and Armando could not help but think there was much more the boy wanted to tell him, but for his own reasons, he hadn't. He may not have said as much, but Harry had plans for what he would do, and why wouldn't he? This man had killed his parents some 15 years ago. It was only natural that he would have pondered what he would do with him, and Dippet felt a chill fill his veins. Harry was not an evil boy, but he was vengeful, and Armando did not wish to even consider what he would be capable of in only a few short years. He had the potential to be an excellent wizard, yet he could also be dangerous to those he deemed to be an enemy. Still, despite the duty of care he would have towards the boy that would grow into the monster that murdered Harry's parents, Armando felt the same way as he did for what had happened to McLaggen and his ilk. There was no sympathy to be found, and even if there was, he had promised Harry that he would not stand in his way when it came to the choices he made. After all, as he himself had said, there was only one person Harry would need to answer to, and that was himself. Break. It was the following Saturday morning that Harry found himself stood in a circle that had been marked in the floor of the Great Hall with his fellow sixth years that had also opted to take the apparition lessons. In all, it appeared that everyone in the year had signed up for them, and the instructor, a tall, willowy man, and the few professors that had volunteered to assist him had their hands full. Remember the 3 Ds, and you will be fine, the ministry representative reiterated for the umpteenth time. On my command, you will attempt to apparate from the hoop you are standing within to the one directly opposite. Harry braced himself, remembering the sensation of apparating under the guidance of Nicholas, the familiarity of the magic washing over him. Geo. Focusing on that familiarity, he turned purposely on the spot, picturing himself landing in the appointed circle. The crack that sounded was almost deafening, but not as much as the silence that met him when the room came back into view. The eyes of the students, the professors and instructor were on him, the latter nodding, impressed. Harry looked down to find that he had landed where he'd intended, as though he had done this 1,000 times before. A part of him had, though he shook his head of those thoughts. Well done, young man, the instructor praised. It is not often apparition is achieved on the first attempt. Now let us all try again, shall we? Of course, you did it first time, Charles snorted as Harry passed him. Harry offered him a grin, whilst he took his place in his circle once more and repeated the feat. Well, you seem to have the basics down, the instructor acknowledged as he approached, so we can safely say that it wasn't a fluke. As long as you're careful, I don't see why you can't try apparating to different points of the room. And do try to dampen the crack. It is considered rude to arrive anywhere so noisily. Yeah, Evans, your crack is too loud, Ogden commented, looking rather proud of himself for his quip. You might want to watch out, Tiberius, or I might arrange for Poppy to have a look at yours. The boy paled and Poppy grimaced at the thought. I think Ogden would need a magizoologist to look at his. I don't deal with animals, the girl commented. Tiberius simply shook his head, and Harry set back to work. For the next hour or so, he apparated around the great hall, working on quieting the noise he made. He couldn't be certain, but by the time the session was ended, he felt that the noise had lessened with how much more confident he grew. How are you feeling, Ogden? Charles asked as they left the great hall. My toe is numb, the boy huffed. He had managed to apparate, but had left one of the digits behind. Well, you did it. That's more than I can say for me. I did, Ogden acknowledged, his expression brightening. Aren't you mad that you didn't? Charles shook his head. Apparition is not the easiest thing to do. Other than you and Harry, no one else got there today. That's why it is done over several weeks. It takes time to master it. Anyway, it's nice today. Shall we spend some of it outside? A pickup game of Quidditch, Tiberius suggested. Charles nodded. I could do with a fly, Minnie. Why are you even asking her? Poppy huffed. Well, what about you? Charles returned. Poppy shrugged. I'll play, Augusta. I can ask Frank if his lot want to come, she replied. We can't play with only 6 of us. Sounds good, Charles agreed. Go and get him and we'll meet you on the pitch. Augusta nodded and left to do so. And Evans here can play seeker for us, Ogden chimed in. Since he is such an expert, he added with a smirk. Harry shrugged indifferently. It had been so long since he had flown on a broom, let alone played Quidditch, and it was a nice day for it. Are you sure about this? Minerva whispered. I'll be fine, Harry assured her. I just need a broom. Minerva looked at him uncertainly, and Charles led him towards the broom shed. The Potter heir watched him carefully as Harry inspected what was on offer, and finally settled on one that seemingly didn't even have a name, but felt good in his hands. Quidditch can be quite rough, Charles commented. Are you ready for this? Harry nodded, realizing that he hadn't spoken much about the sport with any here other than Minerva and the others during games. His fellow Gryffindors didn't even know if he could fly. Come on then, I'm sure Poppy will piece you back together if needed, he chuckled. Oh bugger. Harry frowned in confusion until he caught sight of the Hufflepuff seeker amongst Frank's group. Come on, you can't expect Harry to go up against him, Ogden protested. You've got McGonagall and Potter, Frank pointed out. We only have one team member here. It's fine, Harry interjected as he and Charles approached. I'll be fine. See, Evans doesn't care for now, Frank pointed out. So, we have 6 on 6. We can play with 1 beater each and just use a single bludger. That works, Charles said thoughtfully. Warm up first. Well, Ogden's toe is numb, so he'll probably need it. Frank snorted as he joined his teammates. All right, so me, Minnie, and Augusta will chase. Tiberius, you can play beater. And Poppy can play keeper. Nothing gets past her, Ogden finished with a winning smile. Poppy huffed, but was cut off by Charles before she could exact some retribution upon the boy. Come on, let's get up there then. For the first time in almost a year, Harry took to the sky, and though it wasn't the familiar feeling of his firebolt rocketing him towards the clouds, this was no less exhilarating. He'd missed flying, and he hadn't realized how much until he found himself in the air. Are you okay? Minerva called to him, watching him closely. He nodded and began flying around the pitch at a sedate pace, getting a feel for how the broom handled, how responsive it was, and eventually how quickly it could go. The maneuverability was better than he'd expected, and the speed rather disappointing, but anything would be compared to his former broom. Just try your best to catch the snitch, Charles encouraged. A part of Harry felt as though he was being patronized. An irrational thought with how well he had come to know Charles, but it ignited that competitive streak within him. He would never say such a thing aloud, but he had never met anyone that could outfly him on a broom. Victor Crumb perhaps, but no other. He took up his position, determined to prove himself, and waited for one of the Hufflepuffs that would be spectating to release the balls. As always, the snitch was first, followed soon by the bludgers and quaffle, the first having vanished from sight long before the chasers began their scramble for the last. Harry left them to it as he circled above the pitch, whilst the Hufflepuff seeker showed no urgency to mark him, something he would learn to be a mistake if Harry were to spot the snitch before him. The Gryffindor had the advantage of having seen his opponent play, and though he was a competent flyer, he was not particularly skilled as a seeker, and that would make all the difference when it mattered. With the established chemistry between Minerva and Charles, the Hufflepuffs struggled to mount any kind of offense, and spent most of the game assisting their keeper with defending the hoops. The seeker, however, paid no attention to the plight of his teammates as he suddenly tore after an unseen, golden ball, and Harry felt his stomach sink briefly before he realized that he was being baited. Instead of chasing the Hufflepuff as the boy expected, he raced in the opposite direction, gaining altitude as he did so. You sure you want to be this high up, Evans? The Hufflepuff called, having abandoned his attempt to lure Harry into his trap. His words were ignored as Harry glanced at the pitch far below, the adrenaline of what he was about to do pumping through his veins. He dived, Almost vertically, he plummeted towards the ground, his eyes watering from the wind rushing by him. He could feel the other chaser following, and he readied himself, aware that the broom he was mounting was not his firebolt. Nonetheless, he committed himself to his maneuver, several screams sounding in the distance as he pulled out of the dive, breathing a sigh of relief as the broom stopped in time. His opponent had pulled out sooner, but not soon enough, and the Hufflepuff thudded into the dirt, eliciting a gasp from the students that had gathered to watch the impromptu match. He would be fine. Perhaps a little bruised and tender for a few days, but Harry had seen worse. Had the boy shown the same commitment as him, he may have broken a bone or two. There had been no indication he had done so, and he pushed himself to his feet, his legs wobbling. Harry took that as his cue to search for the snitch, and by the time he had spotted it, the Hufflepuff was back on his broom and trailing him, though not as closely as he had, his lesson having been learned. It wasn't until the boy noticed that Harry was chasing the snitch that he dared come any closer, and he closed the distance between them, his broom evidently faster than the one Harry was using. Still, Harry was not Blackburn, and did not attempt to match to Hufflepuff in brute strength. Instead, he invited the aggressive approach, allowed his opponent to attempt to unseat him or knock him off course. He braced himself against the first and second blow of the shoulder as it was rammed into his own, and on the third, he rolled smoothly under his broom, kicking the bottom of his opponent's as he passed above him and turning his own tactic against the boy. With the Hufflepuff having to right himself, and Harry remaining upside down, the Gryffindor did what he could in that moment, knowing that his time to make the catch was limited. Had he taken the time to situate himself atop his broom, he would have missed the opportunity to do so, his opponent swearing in his ear as Harry's hand closed over the snitch, and he held it aloft triumphantly. By the time he had managed to shuffle himself so that he was mounting his broom, his teammates had landed and were walking towards him shaking their heads. "What the bloody hell was that, Evans?" Tiberius demanded. "You could have killed yourself." Both Charles and Minerva were in shock, and Poppy flicked him on the earlobe. "You know, I had wondered if you were insane. Now I know for sure you are. I nearly had a heart attack." Harry merely grinned at the girl, unfazed by her shock. He had done much more dangerous things on a broom. "Why didn't you tell us you could play?" Charles questioned. "No one ever asked," Harry replied with a shrug. If truth be told, he hadn't thought much about Quidditch, his mind having been occupied with everything else happening around him. He had missed the sport, had missed being on his broom, but it was no longer a priority. "Well, you've attracted quite a bit of attention," Tiberius pointed out, nodding towards the stands that were not full, but had more than enough students in them that his performance would be the talk of the school. "Come on, let's leave before people start asking for your autograph." Harry grimaced at the thought and followed his housemates as they left the pitch. "You play Quidditch," Minerva stated, seemingly having recovered from her shock. "Since first year," he confirmed. "First year. I was the youngest seeker in a century, apparently," Harry clarified. Minerva shook her head. "What kind of idiot lets an 11-year-old play on the house team?" Harry laughed heartily, and Minerva looked at him pointedly. "Only the best kind," he answered cryptically. "Unbelievable, that wouldn't happen now." "Times change," Harry returned morosely. How they changed indeed. "Are you okay?" Minerva asked worriedly. Harry nodded. "I'm just sometimes reminded of things," he explained. "I haven't played Quidditch since before everything changed as they did. There's just a lot of memories." "Good ones." "And bad," Harry snorted, his mind shifting towards the little elf that had tried to save his life and the Azkaban guards that had once invaded the pitch. "Anyway, it's not worth focusing on it too much. It's been almost a year already." "It has," Minerva acknowledged, "but that doesn't mean you can't think about things and miss them." "I know, but dwelling on it won't do me much good," Harry sighed. "I'm here now, and this is my life, just one more year of Hogwarts. At least here it's easier. The castle is still the same." "Will you be here for the summer?" Minerva asked. Harry nodded. I will be. Then it will be just the two of us again, Minerva replied with a smile. No more McLagan or the Slytherins. There is that, Harry mused aloud. I suppose it could be worse. Are you saying that my company is poor? No, Harry denied. It will be quite nice to have an empty tower to ourselves again, even if there is an excess amount of cat hair on the furniture when neither of us own a cat. Minerva blushed. I don't even know how to begin explaining, she said embarrassedly. You don't have to, Harry chuckled. I'm sure whatever you're working on with Dumbledore will happen soon enough, but if I find any hair on my stuff, you'll be in trouble, cat or not. Minerva looked at him in surprise for a moment before smiling. I can't make any promises. You'll just have to get used to it. Harry hummed as Minerva looked at him challengingly before they both laughed. He'd always dreaded the summer months since he had come to Hogwarts, but this year he had a feeling that it wouldn't be so bad. Chapter 16. A summer place for the second time in only a week, Harry found himself seated opposite a rather bemused man, this one short and rotund where the prospective purveyor of all things producing colorful explosives had been tall and wiry. Dr. Filibuster, or Brian Good as was his given name, had believed his time was being wasted when he had been approached by a teen, but in less than an hour, he and Harry had parted ways, both happy with the deal they had struck. Filibuster left with a pocket full of gold, and Harry with the knowledge that the man would turn him a solid profit, at least until Fred and George brought their own fireworks to the market, something Harry would once again invest in if the opportunity arose. You're Harry Evans, the man asked suspiciously. Harry nodded. And you are Mr. Drooble. My name is Ken Gladding, the man snorted. It's always best to use your alias when dealing with purebloods. People like me might line their pockets, but most take exception to giving gold to us Muggleborns. I'm not a pureblood, Harry pointed out. But you are the same Harry Evans that wrote of your interest in investing in my idea. I am, Harry confirmed. I think your product will prove to be popular. The portly man nodded keenly. It will be, I think it will be, but no offense, you're just a kid. And who would know better than a kid what would be popular? Harry countered. True. Gladding conceded. Do you really have the gold? I do, and I can assure you that it is mine. I wasn't suggesting. I know, Harry cut him off. So do you have a sample? He had purchased the gum himself on a few occasions and knew how well it worked, but he needed to appear to be thorough. The man nervously handed over something wrapped in plain, brown paper, and when Harry undid it, it was to find the very same thing he'd had before. Carefully, he popped the piece of gum in his mouth, the taste of strawberry strong, but not unpleasant. Blow a bubble, his associate urged excitedly. That is the best part about it. Harry humored the man, and as he did so, the bubble he blew grew to what should have been an impossible size before smaller bubbles formed off it and floated into the air around them. See, it's marvelous, Gladding declared. It is, Harry agreed, the flavor of the gum and resulting bubbles reminding him of when he and Ron had filled the dormitory with them. Neville had been displeased when he'd entered and found Trevor floating 8 feet above the floor. He'd gotten over it, though the memory brought a smile to Harry's lips. You said you needed 45 galleons. Gladding nodded. I thought it best to ask for that size of sum because you never know what expenses might come up, he explained. And how much will you sell them for? Harry asked. I could sell them singularly for 3 nuts apiece, or a pack of 5 for 10, Gladding explained. You would own 33% of the company, so would receive a third of the profits. I know it seems risky, but I'm confident this will work. He didn't seem so confident, but Harry was. 33% of Drooble's best blowing gum was not something to turn his nose up at. Then you have a deal, he replied, offering the man his hand. Just like that. Yes, Harry answered seriously. I think you are on to something and I'd like to invest. Gladding practically tore his arm off with how enthusiastically he shook the proffered limb as he spouted his gratitude and how well he believed they would do. Harry could only laugh, the man's excitement proving to be quite contagious. "I'll visit a lawyer immediately and have a contract drawn up," Gladding declared. "You won't regret this, young man. I'll send it to you before the day is out." Harry could only shake his head as his newest business partner all but skipped down the street. Where Mr. Gladding was going, he didn't know, but Harry was returning back to Hogwarts. It was a hot, July day, too hot to be in London for much longer, and though the sun was also beaming over the castle, it was much cooler inside. He paid the waiter for his juice, and left, removing and staring at his newly acquired apparition license that he had been granted this very morning. He was 17 today, a fully fledged adult in the wizarding world, though he didn't feel it. He had always envisioned spending this day with Ron and Hermione, perhaps playing a little Quidditch with the Weasleys, and maybe being allowed to visit Sirius. He snorted at the thought. Being allowed to visit. His former self probably would have sought permission from Dumbledore or even Mrs. Weasley, but not now, not since he had arrived here, and he had changed. He still questioned whether these changes were solely due to the ritual he had undergone at the hands of the Flamels, or if it was losing his godfather, how he had that inspired some of them. He knew not, but he wouldn't be seeking permission from anyone for anything. He was a man now, and his decisions would be his own. With a final glance around the alley, he vanished with a soft pop, arriving at outside the gates of Hogwarts a moment later. During his apparition test, he had been instructed to travel from Cornwall to Perth in Scotland, and having done so successfully, he knew the trip from London to the castle would be no more difficult. Still, he took a moment to allow the slight nausea to pass, something his instructor of the morning assured would stop happening the more he traveled. Once his stomach had settled, he headed inside, pleased to be out of the sun when he found himself in the entrance hall. "It's a warm one, isn't it?" She was wearing a red dress and matching hat, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders in curls, and skin as pale as ever. "You should probably get some sun," Harry quipped. Minerva smirked and nodded towards the picnic basket she was carrying. "As could you," she returned. "Come on, we can eat outside today." "It's hot," Harry complained. Undeterred, Minerva gave him a pointed look and stepped outside, followed only a moment later by a grumbling Harry. "You are a wizard, are you not?" she asked as she walked towards a large tree on the left of the grounds. "Anyway, we can always sit in the shade if it is too much for you." Harry laughed as he fell into step beside the determined girl. She was stubborn at the best of times, but when her mind was set on something, there was no talking her out of it. He had known this already, but spending as much time together as they had over the past weeks had given him time to really get to know Minerva McGonagall without any other around, or whilst he struggled to adjust to his surroundings. Stubborn she may be, but she was a sweet girl, attentive, selfless, and above all else, trustworthy. He had come to treasure her company, her brilliance, and even her candidness. "Are you not going to ask me how I got on?" "Do I need to?" Minerva replied. "If you failed your apparition exam, then I don't know what to tell you." "So, you prepared a celebratory picnic anyway." "This is for your birthday," Minerva corrected. "You may want to ignore it, but tough luck. You're going to celebrate it with me as you made me with mine." He had. Charles had written to him to tell him that her birthday was at the beginning of July, and Harry had not let it pass unnoticed. He'd had a cake made for her and made sure she'd celebrated. He even made her wear a large badge that announced what day it was to the few people they'd encountered around the castle, much to her chagrin. However, she had taken it in good humor and appreciated his efforts. Now, it was his turn to reap what he had sown. "Did Charles write to you?" "He did," Minerva confirmed with an innocent smile. "But even if he hadn't, it wouldn't have taken Gamp to figure out it is today. I know you, Harry, and you wouldn't have waited any longer than necessary to take you apparition exam." "Bloody Charles," he grumbled, putting the blame on the Potter heir. "He's a nosy sod," Minerva agreed, "but we can deal with him later. For now, it's your birthday and you're going to enjoy it." Harry paused as they came before an enormous oak tree that he had never seen on the castle grounds, And it wasn't until he saw the edge of the forest where Hagrid's hut would one day sit that he realized why it was not familiar. The Whomping Willow had been here in the place of this tree, and through the tunnel below it, the place he had first met Sirius. "Are you okay?" Minerva asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Harry replied. His godfather would never believe the life Harry was living now, and would probably find the entire situation hilarious. Thoughts of the man still brought an ache to his chest, but this time, a smile with it. He would never get over the loss, more so how Sirius had died, but he had made peace with it as best he could, and the man would be furious if he knew that Harry allowed himself to be burdened with it for the rest of his life. "Honestly, I'm fine. It's just that this was a different tree where I came from." "A different tree." "A Whomping Willow," Harry confirmed. "Why on earth would one of those be put here?" "Now that is a very long story," Harry chuckled. "You'll understand one day." Minerva hummed, but let the topic go as she reached into the bag and removed several wrapped plates of food, the last being the biggest treacle tart that Harry had ever seen. "I'll never eat all of that," he snorted, surprised that she had remembered it was his favorite. "Then it is a good job that you have me to help you," Minerva returned, jamming a spoon into the dessert and removing a sizable piece. "I didn't say I don't want any," Harry grumbled. "Then you'd better get some before it is all gone," the girl teased, taking another generous mouthful. "Oi," Harry protested, checking the basket for another spoon, only to find there wasn't one. "There's only one spoon." Minerva shrugged, a smug grin tugging at her lips as she took aim once more, only to squeal as Harry tackled her away from the dessert. "Give me the spoon," he demanded. "Get your own," Minerva replied stubbornly, holding the utensil tight to her chest. The scuffle continued until Harry emerged, holding the spoon triumphantly aloft only a moment later with Minerva scowling at him. Taking pity on the girl, he conjured another and handed it to her, the look of disapproval vanishing almost immediately. "Did you forget you could have done that in the first place?" he asked, content that he was getting his share of his birthday treat. Minerva shook her head. "No, it was just much more fun that way," she answered, her cheeks slightly reddened. "Only because you got more than me," Harry muttered, nudging her away from the tart. "Maybe," Minerva agreed, "or I just liked having to see you work for it." "But it's my birthday," Harry groaned. "Aren't you supposed to be nice to me?" Minerva shrugged, her eyes alight with amusement as her glance shifted to the final bite of the tart that remained. "Don't do it," Harry warned. Minerva released a dramatic sigh before scooping up the morsel of dessert with her spoon and offering it to him. "Don't say I've never done anything for you." Harry took the tart from her spoon and chuckled. "Best birthday present ever," he declared. Minerva shook her head, smiling, and Harry returned the gesture. As far as birthdays went, he'd had many worse ones and few better than this. He missed his friends and the others he had come to know over the years, but for the first time since arriving, he knew there'd be someone else he missed just as much if she wasn't here. Break. The Lord Black had opted to spend the summer months on the continent to reconnect with his lost children, or so the note he had left for Arcturus and Doria had explained. Arcturus knew better. His father had been summoned so that he could be manipulated further by Grindelwald. Not that the Black Heir could find it within him to care. With his father absent, he would not have to endure the mad ramblings of the man, nor sporadic outbursts of anger. That left him in charge of the family affairs, and what he discovered thus far was concerning. According to the bank statements, the family wealth was as it had always been, the coffers full and continuing to grow steadily, but Orion Black had already begun funding his newfound ally. Large sums were being withdrawn on a monthly basis, but Arcturus had expected that. Of course, Grindelwald would expect donations to fund whatever efforts he was making. No, although this was concerning, it would not cripple them financially. What concerned Arcturus was the seemingly unanswered missives that had been received over the past months. Evidently, word of his father's mental deterioration had gotten out, and there were those that would never dare make such requests doing so. Loans, investment proposals, and even marriage contracts could be found amongst the letters, for both him and Doria. Bastards, Arcturus seethed. He could only be grateful that they had been left unopened, ignored by his father, but had there been others? Clayton. With a loud crack, the elf tasked with caring for Orion appeared and offered him a bow. Master Black called for Clayton. "Has my father answered any letters recently?" Arcturus demanded, holding the stack of parchment aloft. The elf shook his head frantically. "No, Master Black. Lord Black has not written to any in more than 6 months. I have been keeping the letters from him." "So, he hasn't met with anyone?" Once more, the elf shook his head. "Not in England, Master Black. Lord Selwyn tried to visit, but I sent him away." Arcturus nodded gratefully. His father must have encountered someone on the continent, and word had made it back to Britain. "Thank you, Clayton," he said, dismissing the elf. "Fucking Selwyn." The Lord had all but commanded that Orion sign a contract for Doria to marry his son. "Over my dead body," he growled, his hand twitching towards his wand. Doria would not be marrying a Selwyn. She was much too good for any of their lot. He would be having a word with the man at his earliest convenience, and many others too, by the looks of things. Jugson had asked for a loan of 1,000 galleons, Lestrange a marriage between him and his eldest daughter, who was almost 15 years Arcturus's senior, and demanded 500 galleons for the privilege. Parkinson had attempted to swindle the family of their holdings in several businesses for a measly sum. Arcturus eagerly awaited a conversation with each of them. Or all at the same time, he muttered to himself, an idea forming. He frowned as he heard the flue activate from the adjoining room and crossed the length of his father's study, only to feel his temper flare once more. "What the hell are you doing here?" he demanded. "That's not a nice way to greet your brother," Perseus chided with a grin. "Brother," Arcturus snorted. "The day you left me here to deal with all this shit was when you stopped being my brother." Perseus's jaw tightened, but his smile was back in place only a second later. "Come on, Archie, you don't really blame me, do you? Wouldn't you have done the same in my position?" "I would never have left you and Doria here," Arcturus returned. "Now, what do you want?" "I just want to see my little brother and sister," Perseus replied. "Bollocks," Arcturus snorted. "You've had almost 5 years to come and visit us. You haven't even written, and neither has Cassie." "We've been busy, Arcturus," Perseus sighed patronizingly. "What good would a letter have done? I couldn't explain what we were doing." "You could have written to Doria at least," Arcturus snapped. "I couldn't give a fuck about you. You proved to me that you were a coward when you ran away without even a goodbye." "I did not run away," Perseus cut in angrily. "And there is the brother I remember," Arcturus chuckled. "The little boy who screamed and shouted when he didn't get his own way. Why don't you piss off back to your master? We don't want you here." Perseus took a calming breath. "You don't understand what is happening out there." "I understand well enough," Arcturus bit back. "Your master is attempting to do something that will lead so many to war all because he wants power." "Gellert doesn't want power, Arcturus. He wants peace." "We have peace, Perseus," Arcturus growled. "But we don't have freedom," Perseus countered. Arcturus snorted and shook his head. "If you believe that we don't have freedom, then you are more of a fool than I thought. What can't we do that robs us of anything?" "I didn't mean it like that." "No, you meant it exactly how you said it. Your master wants power, just like every other idiot who ever decided to fight against the system. How many people have to die to give him what he wants?" "Spoils of war, little brother," Perseus said dismissively. Arcturus shook his head. "So, you're fine with Doria being one of those spoils. You're fine with seeing everything our ancestors worked for, taken from us to line the pockets of your master." "Doria," Perseus questioned. "You really are a prat," Arcturus sighed. "What happens when your master turns his attention to Britain, and if, that's a big if, he wins? Do Do you think he will be content with just having it under his belt? No, he will want his spoils of war, as you called them, and that means obedience from any that would continue fighting against him. How do you think he will achieve that? You're not making sense, Arcturus. Gellert doesn't have any need of a little girl. Of course he does, you idiot, Arcturus replied. He would marry Doria off to one of his lot against her will to ensure the family stays in line. We're already in line. Arcturus shook his head. No, we are not, he said firmly. You and father might be happy to be a traitor to our country, but I am not. England has given us everything, it is our home, and the magical folk here have never been conquered. Even the Muggles haven't been conquered in over 900 years. So long as I breathe, I will keep our sister safe from your lot, and I will do all I can to defend my country. As will so many others across the world that Grindelwald tries to bring to heel. He is one man, Perseus, and he cannot take on the world. Gellert won't need to, Perseus chuckled. One by one, nations will see the world through his eyes and want to join him. He already has support. Through intimidation and extortion. No, little brother, because he is what is best for the future, for the greater good, Perseus declared. I've seen his power, Arcturus. There are none that can stand against him. He will win, and I would rather that you were stood by my side when he does. And I would rather you piss off and take your bullshit to someone you can manipulate. You didn't come here to see me or Doria, but to try to worm your way back in. You might have managed to take advantage of father and his weakened mind, but my mind is strong and will not be swayed. I can see through the fake smile you wear and smell the shit spewing from your tongue. I won't be turned by the words of your master. Did he send you here, Perseus? Gellert only wishes for us all to be on the same page, Perseus answered. Arcturus closed the distance between himself and his older brother. Then you can tell him from me that he can fuck himself, he spat. Any joviality that had remained in the former black air all but vanished at Arcturus's statement, and Perseus reached for his wand. No, Doria screamed, pushing herself between her brothers having burst into the room. Stop it, both of you. Doria, Perseus greeted the girl, you're all grown up. Something you would have seen if you had bothered to visit, she returned heatedly. Just go, Perseus. You chose your life and we weren't a part of it. But you can be. Doria shook her head. No, we can't, she sighed. You made your choices a long time ago and you have to live with them. You didn't think of us at all these past 5 years, so don't pretend you care now. You were always a terrible liar. Perseus narrowed his eyes before shaking his head. You'll regret this. The only thing I'll regret is letting you walk away, you bastard, Arcturus returned coldly. If I see you again, Perseus, I will fucking kill you. Perseus smirked as he backed away towards the fire and threw a handful of flue powder into the flames. You can try, Archie, he chuckled. Goodbye, Doria. With that, he was gone, and Arcturus glared at the flames until the emerald faded. Arcturus, Doria asked worriedly. He offered her a reassuring smile. He won't come back, he said simply. He would be a fool too. He would indeed. Arcturus had many things to attend to, the first making some adjustments to the wards around the home and deciding what else could be done to keep Doria safe. He had meant what he'd said to his brother. If it came to choosing between keeping Doria safe and the other members of his family, there was no doubt in his mind what action he would take. He'd better not, Doria huffed. I'll curse the shit myself if he does. She left the room, and Arcturus could only watch her. Doria had become bolder recently, still quiet, but more willing to stick up for herself. Merlin help any she that decides to upset her now, he mumbled. Break. She was at peace. When she had begun her journey a year ago, bringing herself to such a state was difficult and felt impossible most of the time, but she had dedicated herself to this step in the process. With daily practice, she got better at understanding how her mind and body worked, and finding her way here only got easier the more she did it. At first, it had taken hours, and she had now whittled it down to only minutes, but it would have to be one day be instantaneous. To be a true animagus, She had to be able to switch from her human form to her animal counterpart without thought, as instinctively as it was to draw breath when needed. Minerva was not there yet and wouldn't be for some time. There were many reasons why so few dedicated themselves to the undertaking, and this was one of them. Becoming an animagus took time, and much more than most were willing to give. For only a flicker of a second, she felt something stirring within her, something that was and wasn't her at the same time. As odd as it was to think of it that way, that was the only way she could describe it. It was unbound, feral in a way, but also shy, and she was coming to know it well. This was the animal within her, the creature that she was to become one with. For weeks she had waited, allowed it to become as familiar with her as she needed to be with it. And though it seemed that little was happening, her presence alone was enough to begin forging the bond. The creature may be shy, but it was still a part of her, and would come when the time was right. She had not expected that today would be that day. Again, the presence brushed across her conscience. Minerva was poised and allowed the feeling to wash over her, her thoughts becoming muddled, a sense of panic mingling with her own calm, and then the presence was gone, though her mind remained in its conflicted state. In her confusion, she pulled herself out of her state, only to find the world around her had changed. The vibrant red of the Gryffindor common room was a paler hue, the stone walls lighter also. Worse still, her thoughts were a muddle of her own and something rawer and less cognitive. Looking down at her hands, she gasped, or she had intended to. The sound that escaped her lips could only be described as fearful meowing. This was not good. Her skin was covered in tabby fur, but much to her relief, her hands were still her own. Trying her best to remain calm, she reached for her wand, her heart sinking when her magic was not forthcoming. Evidently, she had gone too far into the change to use her magic. Now she was panicking. Those foreign thoughts and instincts began to take over, and without thought, she began looking for a way to escape the confines of the room she found herself in. She paced the circular room, meowing, willing for someone to set her free, only to come to a stop as she heard movement on the other side of the door. Instinctively, she hid behind a chair just in time for the door to open and the familiar boy to stare at her, his eyes widening in surprise before he laughed. "Bloody hell, I don't know whether to scream or scratch your belly," he commented. "Come here and I'll help you." Minerva hissed as he approached and swiped at him, scared by the stick he carried. It was dangerous, and she did not want it near her. He took a step back, and she peered at him from behind her cover. She was trapped in the room, and she needed to be careful. He laughed once more as he shook his head and waved his stick around. When he was finished, he held a long piece of string with something tied to the end. He threw it near her, and she flinched, but quickly became fixated on the wriggling thing he had created. Cautiously, she pawed at it, and he dragged it out of reach. Against her better judgment, she pounced on it, only to feel something grip her firmly. She squirmed, squealing a protest, hissing once more as she caught sight of the stick being pointed at her. Her next protested died on her tongue as she began to feel parts of her body changing, and slowly but surely, her thoughts became clearer and more familiar. When she was released from the hold, she fell to her knees and panted, taking some needed time to gather herself. "That was unpleasant," she muttered. "Thank you, Harry." She looked up to see the boy looking purposely away, the cheek she could see red. "What's wrong?" Minerva asked. "You're naked," he replied simply. She was, and as she glanced around the room, she could see the scattered remains of the green dress and underwear she had been wearing. She felt her own blush forming, but couldn't find her wand. She must have dropped it in her moment of panic. "Harry, conjure me a blanket," she requested. He did so, and held it out to her, his gaze firmly on the wall as though it was the most interesting thing he'd ever seen. Perhaps it was a remnant of the feline side, but it irked her, and she snatched the blanket from him. "Am I that repulsive to look at?" she demanded. "It's not like you haven't seen it before." "Bloody hell, is this really the time to ask that question?" he groaned. "And not like this. You had most of your clothes on." Sorry, I don't know where that came from, Minerva sighed, wrapping the blanket around her. It's a cat thing, I think. Harry waved her off and chuckled, finally meeting her eyes. Are you okay? He asked. Minerva nodded. I lost control of it, she replied with a shrug, and ruined my dress. He grinned amusedly at her. Well, I will buy you a new one in the alley, he offered. We have to meet Charles in an hour. Thank you, she returned, wrapping her arms around him. She didn't have many dresses, nor the gold to buy more, and that one had been one of her favorites. You're naked again, Harry pointed out awkwardly. The blanket had pooled to the ground as she'd embraced him, and now her nude body was pressed up against him. She huffed frustratedly. This moment couldn't be any more embarrassing. Still feeling bold, she stepped away from him and shook her head. What's the damned point? She muttered, turning away from him and walking towards the staircase that led to the girls' dormitories. I'll be back in a minute, she called over her shoulder, laughing as he did his best not to look her way. Bloody girl, she heard him grumble as she rounded the corner to find something else to wear. Within only a few minutes, she was back in the common room where Harry had seemingly managed to compose himself. Better, she asked amusedly. He nodded, and she linked her arm through his own. You know it will probably happen again, she snorted. Next time, I'll send Dumbledore to help you, he replied. You will not. Whether you like it or not, you've volunteered to help me when I need it. Harry simply shook his head and laughed. Why me? You've seen it all now. You don't expect me to be exposed to someone else, do you? That would be very unladylike and not very noble on your part. If you remember correctly, I looked away, Harry reminded her. Then that's your loss, Minerva quipped. You know most teenage boys wouldn't complain unless you do find me repulsive. Is it because my bust isn't as big as Poppy's? She asked, pushing her chest outwards. Harry's cheeks reddened once more, and Minerva smirked triumphantly. I don't understand what the problem is, she continued. I trust you, Harry, and I'd rather not have Professor Dumbledore find me in that state. Harry grimaced at the thought. Fine, he agreed, but for my sanity, no more dropping whatever I cover you with. Minerva nodded her understanding, though a grin tugged at her lips. So, did you like what you saw? Harry quickened his pace, all but dragging her from the castle as he muttered under his breath. Is that the cat talking again? Come on, I think you need some fresh air, I know I do, he added. Minerva laughed. Perhaps it was the cat talking. However, she was a Gryffindor after all, something she had proven in the last 30 minutes if nothing else. Harry remained silent as he led them through the grounds, the thoughtful frown marring his features, something she chose not to comment on. She had teased him enough for one day. Do you need me to take you? He asked. Pondering it, Minerva decided it would probably be safer for him to do so. Her magic was feeling a little off, and she didn't want to splint herself. She nodded, and the two of them vanished with a gentle pop. He had gotten very good at apparating over the weeks they had been allowed to practice in the Great Hall. Where to first? She asked. We are meeting Charles and Poppy at Flourish and Blots, Harry explained. We can get our books first, and then whatever else we need. Sounds good. The alley was rather empty today. Most of the students would begin to arrive here next week to complete their shopping for the upcoming school year, but Minerva, Harry, Charles, and Poppy had opted to complete theirs earlier to avoid the last-minute rush. And there they are, Charles declared as they entered Flourish and Blots, an impish smile aimed at them. So, how has your summer been? Busy, Minerva answered honestly. She had been working really hard on her transfiguration and the animagus process. I don't doubt that, Charles chuckled, offering her a wink. What did he mean by that? Before she could ask, he had steered Harry towards a book display on the other side of the shop, leaving her with Poppy. How's it been at the hospital? She asked. Poppy shook her head. She had been volunteering at St. Mungo's over the summer to gain some much-needed experience. As much as I want to be a healer, working there is hard, she huffed. It's much easier dealing with the idiots at school and their ailments. Then why don't you do that? Minerva questioned. You'd still have to get the same qualifications, but that doesn't mean you have to work at St. Mungo's. That's true, Poppy conceded thoughtfully. I'll have to think about it, I suppose. Anyway, how has your summer been? The question was asked in a conspiratorial whisper. It's been fine, Minerva answered somewhat uncertainly. Wasn't it supposed to be? I meant being with Harry all the time, Poppy clarified. You know, just the two of you, alone in the tower. Minerva frowned confusedly. Whatever do you mean? Poppy shook her head disappointedly. So there hasn't been a summer romance, not even a stolen kiss. You've been reading too many of those Muggle books, Minerva returned evenly. Why would there be a stolen kiss? Am I missing something? Forget I said anything, Poppy said dismissively. No, what do you mean? Poppy released a deep sigh. You really are clueless, she grumbled. I just thought, with you two spending so much time together, I thought that you would. What? I don't know, I just thought something would happen. Charles and Augusta did too. What was supposed to happen? Minerva asked. That you two would get together or something. Minerva could only shake her head. We're friends, Poppy, the same way you and I are. Poppy looked at her incredulously. Okay, if you say so. What do you mean by that? Minerva pressed. Come off it, Minnie. You and Harry aren't friends the same way we are. He brought you a broom for Christmas. You spend just as much time with him as you do me and Augusta, and you hold his hand as much as you can. We're close friends, Minerva defended. And there's nothing else between you? Poppy asked. Minerva shook her head. No, he doesn't see me that way. Have you asked him? I don't need to, Minerva replied. I wouldn't want to ruin the friendship we have by making things awkward, even if I might already have done that, she added sheepishly. Why, what did you do? It was just a joke that got out of hand, Minerva sighed. He found me today after a bad transformation. I was stuck in my body but covered in fur and not in my right mind. Poppy snorted and covered her mouth, urging Minerva to continue. He helped me change back, and I was naked. Oh dear, Poppy commented, fighting the urge to laugh. That's how I know he doesn't see me the way you think he does, Minerva explained. He didn't even try to look, not even when I dropped the blanket he wrapped me in and let him see. You didn't, Poppy yelped. You are insane. Minerva shrugged. It seemed pointless keeping myself covered when he might have already seen. I don't know, I just didn't feel uncomfortable about it. Have you not thought that he was just being a gentleman? Poppy questioned. Does Harry seem like the kind of boy to look at someone like that when they're vulnerable? No, he wouldn't, Minerva agreed. But when I brought up that I'd like him to watch over me when I transform, he didn't exactly seem thrilled about the idea. You put a mostly shy, teenage boy on the spot about being around you whilst you could be naked, Minnie. How did you expect him to react? Minerva shrugged. I don't know, but I didn't mean it like you think I did. I trust him, Poppy. I know, the other girl comforted, and I suppose it was left at that. I might have teased him a little about it. Of course, you did, Poppy giggled, falling silent as Harry and Charles approached. Have you finished? The latter asked. I think so, Poppy answered. We just need to pay for these, she explained, holding up the books she and Minerva had accumulated over the course of their conversation. All right, then we can go and get you a new dress, Harry added to Minerva. A new dress? Charles asked. I owe it to her, Harry answered quickly. One of hers was damaged. Oh, is that right? Charles accused, his voice full of mirth. Minerva kept walking towards the till, her cheeks feeling suddenly warm as Harry sputtered out a rather poor excuse as to why he was buying her a new dress, though he did so only to keep her project a secret, and the warmth spread through her chest. Only he and Poppy knew what she was working on, and the latter because Professor Dumbledore had advised her to bring her in on it, just in case a mishap like the one she had experienced today were to happen. Still, listening to Harry make himself look an idiot for her benefit was sweet, and it only made her realize just how much she appreciated him and all he did for her all the more. Break. It was not often that Nicholas had seen young Albus so somber. The only other time he could remember was the day his sister had been killed and the boy's path had been forever altered. Now, as he watched the man nursing a hot cup of coffee, his demeanor couldn't be ignored. "What's happened?" Nicholas asked gently. Albus had arrived an hour ago, had said nothing, and merely collapsed in the seat he was in now. "I attended the summer meeting of the ICW today in Athens." Albus sighed tiredly. "Ah," Nicholas deadpanned, "and what you heard has left you feeling rather down." Albus nodded. "Bulgaria has fallen to Gellert, and the ICW will do nothing to help them. As far as they are concerned, it is a domestic issue. They are more preoccupied with the Muggle affairs across the continent. And you fear that this is only the beginning." "It is what we planned," Albus explained. "We would take a foothold in a small country and expand our influence from there. If he maintains the schedule we drew up, we have around 3 years until war breaks out." Nicholas placed a comforting hand on Albus's shoulder. "I have heard some rather concerning rumors myself. The war, Albus, is inevitable. It will happen, and the best thing we can do is prepare for it. But this is my fault, in part at least." Nicholas shook his head. "No, Albus, you may have made some foolish plans when you were just a boy, but it is not you trying to implement them." "Then why does it feel like it is my fault?" "Because, as always, you try to shoulder the burdens of the world in their entirety. What matters now is what happens next." "War," Dumbledore replied sadly. "Yes, but it will not be the end." "You don't know him the way I do, Nicholas. Gellert is determined. He has the charisma and the power to see his vision through. I do not know any that can stop him." "With you being the exception." Albus nodded morosely. "Except for me, but I cannot. Despite what he has become, he was once my friend. Gellert was the only one other than you who ever understood me. He was the love of your life," Nicholas finished, squeezing his former apprentice's shoulder. "Do not be so surprised, Albus. You do not live for 6 centuries without becoming rather adept at seeing these things. You hit it well, and most would not have noticed, but I did. The moment you walked into my study together the day you introduced him, I could see it. He made you happy, and there's nothing wrong with that. You owe the world nothing, my boy." "Others will not see it that way," Albus replied with a shrug. "They will see a threat and insist upon a confrontation between us. They will look to me to solve the problem merely because they believe I can." "And like I said, you owe them nothing, Albus," Nicholas reiterated. "You are amongst the most gifted wizards I have met, but you are no soldier. You are a professor, an academic, but not a fighter. I have met many who are, but that is not you." "But what if I need to be? I don't think I can, Nicholas." "Then I hope that he is stopped before that becomes a necessity," Nicholas answered. "As much as you believe that you cannot face him, I know you well enough to know that you will push your own feelings aside to do so if you believe it is needed. The only advice that I can give you is to stay true to yourself, Albus. Do not become something you are not for people that will quickly forget your deeds when it suits them." Albus nodded, though it was not convincing, and Nicholas suspected that the future of the man before him would be awash with difficult choices to be made. He was too eager to do what he believed was right, rather than what would be easier. Chapter 17. The victory roll using parcel magic had taken some adjustment on Harry's part. It was once all well and good having a serpent present that he could converse with, but calling upon the language at his whim had been a skill to master on its own. It had taken weeks of practice to manage it, but once he had achieved it, he had hit the ground running. He quickly learned that there were many facets to the art. The magic could be used in combat, for healing, and even in chanting and creating wards. Having been working diligently on his studies via the books Nicholas had gifted him, and the substantial collection he had gathered from the Chamber of Secrets, he had made great strides, and those that had not encountered such magic would be all but clueless to what he was doing. It would certainly prove to be quite the boon throughout his years. Even with the effort he was putting into his studies of the serpentine magic, he had not been negligent of anything else. He had the entire Flamel library at his disposal, which he had been taking advantage of also. To what end? He still could not be sure, but as he finished reading over his Hit Wizard license application to the ICW, he released a deep breath. He knew the stance of his friends towards him pursuing such a career was not a positive one. As such, he had not discussed it further with them. Ultimately, when they all left the castle at the beginning of summer next year, they all had their choices to make, and Harry was no different. He refused to work for the ministry, and though he could make a very profitable career from investing in burgeoning businesses, he had to face the reality that he would not be being true to himself. Throughout his life, he had overcome adversity, found himself in impossibly dangerous situations that he'd overcome, and even more than that, as odd as it was, he reveled in the danger. Whether it was completing absurdly risky maneuvers on a broom or standing across from Voldemort in some form or other, the danger had become a part of him as much as the mundanity of eating breakfast. He didn't live for the risk, but he had faced it on so many occasions that he had become accustomed to it, and in a way he didn't quite understand. He missed it. Harry released a deep breath. He didn't need to understand it. It had simply been ingrained into him over the years. Perhaps that was why he had been so fixated on becoming an Auror. Regardless, with his feelings on the ministry, that was not an avenue he would explore, but the role of a hit wizard. He couldn't express how much the thought of chasing that career appealed to him. Emboldened by the wave of excitement washing over him, he dipped his quill in the ink before signing the declaration with a flourish. All he needed to do now was to mail it and wait for a response. The only difficulty he had faced during the application process was finding a suitable referee that could attest to his ability and character. Although he had taken some convincing, Professor Dippet had eventually consented to fill the role. He had considered Dumbledore, but his bitter thoughts on the man had prevented him from doing so. No, Dippet had been the better option, even if he had reluctantly provided his signature, protesting that Harry could be so much more. What more could he be? Harry had pondered that very question and had come up with little. He could perhaps look into a teaching career or something else that would be deemed respectable by societal standards, but once more, that was not him. He could not imagine a life where he would stand before a classroom of students for 5 days a week, 9 months a year, teaching them things he had mastered many years prior. No, Harry had already accepted that he was more a man of action, and not one that wished to preside over reams of parchment or be stuck in a stuffy office. Was there something wrong with him? He shook his head. No, it wasn't that there was something wrong with him. His life had always been, albeit unwillingly, led by one life-threatening situation to the next. It had left Harry feeling rather jaded towards what most would consider the norm. His friends couldn't understand that, and wouldn't even if they knew all of which that had befallen him. He sighed as he placed the parchment in an envelope and exited the room of requirement. He would post it now before heading down to the Great Hall. The students would be arriving at Hogsmeade shortly, and he needed to attend the welcoming feast. Fortunately, the Owlery was only a short walk away from the hidden room, and in only a few moments, he had inundated Theseus with treats before sending him off with the forms. Having watched his large owl vanish into the distance, Harry took his leave of the Owlery and headed towards the Great Hall, enjoying the final minutes that Hogwarts would be bereft of students roaming the castle. Even before he had reached the entrance hall, the sound of students could be heard, their collective footsteps clacking against the stone floor, and their excited voices reverberating off the walls. "Harry!" Tiberius greeted him enthusiastically, clapping him smartly on the shoulder. The two had shared a few letters over the summer, but both he and Augusta had been busy the day they had visited the alley. "Ogden," Harry replied with a nod. "Learned to curb your tongue yet?" "Of course he hasn't," Poppy huffed, indicating the purple hair the boy was sporting. "And there was me thinking it was a fashion choice," Harry chuckled. "I quite like it," Tiberius declared. "It makes me look rather distinguished." Poppy shook her head before aiming her wand at the boy, changing his hair back to his natural color, before she stormed into the great hall. "I might not have learned to curb my tongue, but I've learned how to minimize my punishments," Tiberius whispered, winking for emphasis. Harry could only shake his head before turning his attention to Charles. "Bloody hell, I'm glad that train ride is over," he grumbled. "A part of me wishes that they didn't give me this. I mean, why would they? They took my prefect badge from me last year," he added, pointing to the head boy badge pinned to his robes. "They could have always given it to Malfoy," Harry pointed out. Charles grimaced. "No, it's probably best that I have it," he sighed. "At least I won't abuse it." "You're too boring for that," Harry quipped, ducking under the flailing hand Charles sent his way. "I didn't realize you wanted to serve more detentions, Evans." "Only if you're there with me," Harry snorted. Charles nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. "You never know, it might happen." "I bloody hope not," Harry muttered as he led them into the already full great hall where they took their seats. "Where have you been?" Minerva asked as Harry took one next to her. "I was just finishing a few things," he replied. Minerva looked at him questioningly, but did not have time to speak as the door opened, admitting Professor Dumbledore and the latest crop of first years. The Transfiguration Professor led the wide-eyed children to the front of the hall before unfurling a roll of parchment and clearing his throat. "When I call your name, you will step forward. The sorting hat will be placed upon your head, and you will be sorted," he explained. Several of the prospective first years breathed a sigh of relief, evidently having thought the process would not be so simple. Harry remembered his own sorting and the sense of trepidation amongst his peers. Many believed that they would have to face a trial of sorts, usually due to older siblings telling them this. Maybe this was just all part of the tradition of becoming a student. "Wrestle a troll," he mumbled amusedly. "Excuse me," Minerva asked. "Nothing," Harry dismissed, smiling to himself, his thoughts interrupted as a name he would never forget was read out. "Alistair Moody," Dumbledore called. Harry craned his neck to get a look at the fresh-faced boy that would one day become a highly decorated Auror. He couldn't see much, but Moody's face was unblemished by the grotesque scars he would accumulate. Both of his eyes were intact, and they were not darting in all directions, seeking threats lurking in the shadows. Seated upon the stool was a very normal, excited child, readying himself for the next 7 years of school. A far cry from the man he remembered. Harry shook his head as he observed the young Moody. How things had changed for the man over the 6 decades he'd lived. "HUFFLEPUFF," the hat declared. Harry nodded his approval. As brave as the Moody he'd known was, it was always his loyalty that could never be called into question. Hufflepuff suited him. "Did you know him?" Minerva whispered, noticing Harry's interest in the boy. "I did," he confirmed. "He was one of the strangest people I'd ever met." Minerva said nothing, and Harry watched the remainder of the sorting, though he did not recognize anyone else he had known. Some of the names read were familiar to him, but not on a personal level. As ever, when the sorting was concluded, the headmaster stood and offered his own greeting before the tables were laden with food. "So this is it," Charles commented, "our last year. And we have to endure it with you as head boy and Minnie as head girl," Tiberius said disappointedly. Harry had not been surprised that Minerva had been given the position. She was well respected amongst the students, even most of the Slytherins. It was an appointment that made sense. "It could be worse, Ogden," Poppy chimed in. "It could have been me." Tiberius visibly cringed at the thought. "No, I think I'd prefer these two," he replied, nodding towards Charles and Minerva. "Still, only 1 year left," the latter piped up morosely. "It will be strange when it comes to an end." It would, and even stranger for Harry, who had always envisioned graduating with Ron and Hermione. With his last year of Hogwarts upon him, he couldn't help but allow his thoughts to wander to just what would have happened to him had he remained where he was. Would Voldemort have caught up to him? Would he even have stood a chance? No. Voldemort may not have gotten to him as yet, but he would have eventually, and there was very little of Harry that believed he would have ever emerged victorious against him. Neither can live while the other survives. But here he was. Harry was still surviving, and planned to do so for many years. Things may not have gone as planned, but he knew that being here gave him the best chance to live, despite the doom and gloom that was creeping ever closer. Break. With everything he had hanging over him, the last thing Arcturus wanted to do was to return to Hogwarts for his final year of schooling. Nonetheless, he was here. Never throughout the family history had any future lord not finished their education. A few had been expelled from various institutions over the generations, but had always found a way to obtain their owls and newts. Arcturus would not be the one to break the mold, though as he listened to Parkinson spewing his intentions to the other fools in his house, he wondered why he had bothered. Had he not learned his lesson from the previous year? Evidently not, and all he would do was provoke more unpleasantness between the Gryffindors and Slytherins. In truth, Arcturus didn't care about this. It was not important in the grand scheme of things, and his attention was required elsewhere. If the idiot attempted to harm Evans, then he would merely reap what he planned on sowing. However, if Doria was caught up in it again, there would be repercussions for all involved. McLaggen and Blackburn could attest to that if they hadn't graduated in July. Arcturus could only wish he had been there to witness them open the missives he had sent courtesy of House Black. Bubituber pus was not a pleasant substance and would have given them some rather horrible burns. He smiled cruelly at the thought of the former students squealing in pain, their eyes fixating on the crest of the Black family as they realized who had sent it. There had been no words needed. The crest was enough for them to know why they had been targeted. A part of Arcturus had expected the Aurors to arrive to question him on the matter, but they hadn't. Seemingly, Blackburn and McLaggen had learned the error of their ways. "Are you listening to this?" Doria snorted, nodding towards a very animated Parkinson as he demonstrated what he would do to Evans. "Morons will always be morons," Arcturus muttered. Doria laughed loudly, garnering the attention and ire of Parkinson, who could only have forgotten himself for a moment as he glared at her. "Something funny, Black," he growled. Arcturus's nostrils flared, but Doria placed a calming hand on his forearm before she stood. "I think it is quite amusing that you are considering going after Evans after what happened last time. Did he not embarrass you in a duel?" Parkinson's jaw tightened. "I was not prepared for that duel." Doria smiled sweetly at the boy, the same way Arcturus had seen Cassiopeia smile before she was going to do something particularly unpleasant. "But I thought you were the best duelist in the school. Isn't that what you were saying to Bulstrode? Surely the best wouldn't be beaten by a half-blood, even if he wasn't ready." "You dare mock me when you needed 2 Gryffindors to rescue you," Parkinson bit back. "What do you fancy Evans? Do you want to become a blood traitor and have his half-blood bobbies?" Parkinson laughed at his own words, and Arcturus felt his blood begin to boil, but Doria did not react as expected. She merely shrugged indifferently. "Well, he would be preferable when compared to you, but then again, I'd rather be married off to a troll than you, Parkinson." Arcturus released a bark of laughter, and most of the house in the common room followed suit, though Parkinson did not find the comment humorous. Once more, his jaw clenched as he stepped forward, only to find Doria's wand pointing at his chest. "I think you have forgotten your place, Parkinson," she spat, all traces of amusement now absent. "I am a Black, and you will not approach me in such a way." "How dare?" Parkinson screamed as the curse sent him sprawling, and he writhed in agony for a few seconds before Doria relented. "Perhaps that will remind you just who I am," she seethed. "If you ever come into my personal space again, I won't remove it." Arcturus nodded his approval, shocked, but so proud of his usually quiet and reserved little sister. The girl had changed over the summer. First, she had threatened Perseus, and now she had cursed a fool who dared to believe he could intimidate her. Doria had grown bold indeed, and she would need to be for what was to come. Arcturus could not simply sit back and allow his father to drag the Black name through the dirt with his actions. To prevent this, he would need to intervene. For his own sake, and for that of the future generations of Blacks to come. Break. Albus watched over the 7th years as they completed their work, some having more success than others. Minerva was already working way beyond the task, as were Harry and Charles, but it was the former he was watching closely. She was an excellent student and possessed a rare talent in the art of transfiguration. Ever since her very first lesson with him some 6 years prior, she had proven herself a natural, much like he himself had during his own years within these walls as a student. Albus had nurtured her gift, had pushed her when needed, and gave her much more freedom than he usually would in the subject. Transfiguration was indeed a dangerous practice, but Minerva had always proven herself to be responsible, curious of course, but had never given him reason to doubt her diligence or responsibility. She would do well in pursuing a career in the subject, and though he would miss having her as a student, he was hoping that the end of the school year would not be the end of them working together. A conversation would need to be had with Armando regarding her future, and perhaps another. Albus hummed thoughtfully. He would miss having her in his lessons, though the same could not be said for some of the other 7th years. In truth, he would be relieved to see them. "That will be all for today," he called, noting that their time together had come to an end. "We will continue with this during our next lesson, but do work on it in the meantime. It would not do to spend too many lessons on this when there are so many things that need to be covered before your newts." The students put their books and wands away before taking their leave of the room, and Albus frowned as he noticed Arcturus Black place a folded-up piece of parchment into Harry's hand. That was an odd thing to observe. Although Harry had assisted Miss Black during a moment of need, no friendship had budded between the boys, and never would. Arcturus Black may appreciate what had been done, but he was very much the product of his namesake. He was a Black through and through, and would not associate with those he considered unworthy, and Harry Evans was the definition of that. He was not a pureblood, and would likely never be a peer of the Black heir away from the castle. So, why the correspondence between the two? Albus shook his head. He would never know, and it wasn't any of his business unless it affected any other within the school. Besides, he had something else on his mind that he wished to address whilst it was still fresh, something that required his attention. The next period was free, and with that in mind, he exited the classroom and locked the door behind him before heading towards the headmaster's office. He needed to discuss the pressing matter of Minerva's future, and he could only hope that Armando would be amenable to his proposition. It would be a terrible shame if the girl could not be accommodated. Break. As far as first days of term went, this one was running smoothly thus far. He hadn't been called to comfort any of the first years that were feeling homesick. There hadn't been any foolishness from the excitement of returning to school from the other students, and he didn't have any tedious paperwork that required his attention. As such, he had been able to spend the first part of his morning simply walking around the castle and quietly observing some of the ongoing lessons. He liked to do this when he had the opportunity. He didn't like being an invisible presence within the school, an authoritarian figure that was only seen when a student needed to be spoken to for poor performance or behavior. No, Armando wanted the students to know who he was, that he was available to them, and that he was approachable. He prided himself on this, his own headmaster not having been such a man. He was pulled from his thoughts by one of the many portraits on the wall clearing their throat. "Albus is approaching, headmaster." "Thank you, Everard," Armando replied. "Come in, Albus." The door opened to admit the Transfiguration professor, perhaps the most brilliant wizard the headmaster had met. When Armando chose to retire, he would do so comfortably knowing that it would be Albus succeeding him. "What can I do for you?" "I wish to discuss something with you, headmaster," Albus answered formally. "There is no problem, I hope." Dumbledore shook his head. "No, not any problem, not one that involves the school at least. This is something of a personal and professional nature. Armando nodded his understanding, gesturing for his subordinate to take a seat. "What's troubling you, old friend?" he asked. "I was hoping that I may discuss the future of a few students in particular with you, beginning with Minerva. As you well know, finding a practitioner of transfiguration with her talent, potential, and dedication is a difficult task." "Indeed," Armando acknowledged. One of the things he had dreaded when he'd accepted his post was finding a professor in the art. When Albus had walked through the door and asked for the job, Armando had all but torn his arm off with the enthusiastic shake of the hand he had given him. "Well, I was hoping that you may be open to the idea of offering her a position as my assistant after she has graduated, with the intention of her filling my role in the future." The idea had merit. Albus was not one to give the praise he had bestowed upon the girl over the years lightly. Armando had seen for himself her brilliance in the subject. "I feel that it would be a missed opportunity for her and the school if the idea was not considered," Albus continued. "It is unlikely that when the time comes for me to step aside, that there will ever be a better candidate than her." Armando held up a hand to silence the man. "You do not need to convince me to agree, Albus," he chuckled. "But do you believe this would be what she wants?" Albus nodded. "She has expressed her passion to one day teach. I feel that if we let her go, she will simply seek the opportunity elsewhere." "That would be a shame," Armando sighed. "For the future of the school, and so that she can continue to be nurtured under your guidance, you have my agreement to offer her a position under the condition that you apprentice her officially. Her salary will be paid by the school, and she will be offered lodgings here, though I do not hope you have intentions of leaving your post soon." Dumbledore shook his head firmly. "No, the castle is my home, Armando, and I would only leave reluctantly," he replied. "I will remain in my post as long as I am needed." Armando would not pretend that he wasn't relieved by the revelation. Despite that he could build a fortune doing whatever he chose, Albus had become an educator, a career that not only suited the man, but one where he could pass on his expertise to other budding witches and wizards. "I am pleased to hear it," he declared. "We will discuss your idea with Minerva after Christmas, and of course, the position will be subject to her newt results. Not that I am concerned by that. She will perform admirably." "She will," Albus agreed, his eyes twinkling merrily. "Now, what about the others you wish to discuss?" "Well, the first is Charles Potter," Albus revealed. "With his responsibilities to the Potter family, I do not believe that an apprenticeship would be appropriate for him. With that being said, I believe that a talent such as his should not be ignored either. He is as diligent and talented as Minerva." Armando hummed thoughtfully. Charles was an excellent wizard already and could offer a lot to the world, more than simply warming a seat on the Wisengamot. "What would you suggest?" "I do not know," Dumbledore admitted, "but I think we would be remiss in our duties if we did not discuss it with him and offer our assistance with anything he wished to pursue." Armando nodded. "Then we will have a conversation with him also," he decided. "Has he expressed interest in anything in particular?" "Not to me," Dumbledore explained, "but a boy with his brilliance should be encouraged to put it to use. It would be a shame if he were only to be a politician when there is so much potential there to be explored." "Indeed," Armando acknowledged. "We will meet with him also once the Christmas break is over," he added, making a note in his diary. "And the last I wish to discuss with you is Harry." Armando released a deep breath, his mind wandering back to the conversation he'd shared with the boy during the summer. "Harry is already in the process of pursuing a career." "He is?" Dumbledore questioned, surprised. "You do not seem to approve." Armando shook his head. "It is not that I do not approve. It is that the boy worries me, Albus. He has decided that he wishes to become a hit wizard." Albus frowned and offered his colleague a sad smile. "That does not surprise me." "Nor me," Armando sighed. "He made a very compelling case as to why he wished to apply, so much so that I gave him a reference to submit to the ICW. "The ICW. He wishes to ply his trade abroad." He does, Armando confirmed. I was hoping with his talent he would choose to pursue something less dangerous, but as he pointed out himself, danger is what he knows best. Do you know if he has discussed this with Nicholas? Armando shrugged. I do not think it would make much difference. I do not believe Harry would accept an apprenticeship under him. As talented as he is, I do not believe alchemy appeals to the boy, he snorted. I was hoping that he would choose to work with Rosalina and perhaps become a duelist. She has expressed her desire to see him do so. Can he not do both? Being a hit wizard does not have to be a full-time position. I suppose he could, Armando mused aloud. I will raise it with Rosalina. I need to understand what her intentions are with him. I cannot envision her having spent 2 years working with him during her personal time without a plan. No, I do not believe she would, Albus agreed. And I will not pretend that Harry pursuing a career as a hit wizard does not fill me with a sense of dread. Do you not believe he can do it? Quite the opposite, Dumbledore mumbled. I believe he would be excellent, but we have come to know him well enough, and I do not believe that he merely wishes to apprehend wanted criminals. Such work would see him spending much time on the continent, and we both know what is happening there. I very vividly remember the warning he gave us when he first arrived. Armando's eyes widened. He had not considered what other reasons would have spurred the boy in the direction he was taking. You don't think? I do, Dumbledore said gravely. He knows things, Armando, and given the person Harry is, do you think he would remain idle if he believed there was something he could do to prevent some of them? I do not, Armando huffed. What are we going to do, Albus? I think the pertinent question is whether there is anything we can do. Dumbledore's expression had morphed into one of deep concern. I do not think so, he conceded unhappily. No, but we shall speak with him nonetheless, Armando declared. What good it will do, I do not know, but we must do that at the very least. Albus could only nod, and Armando took no comfort in the morose expression of his colleague. Break. Watch out for Parkinson, Charles muttered, handing Harry back the note that Arcturus Black had slipped him. Is Parkinson clinically stupid? Well, he's not the smartest bloke, is he? Tiberius snorted. Harry shook his head. He had other things he'd rather focus on than idiots like Parkinson, even if it was amusing to see the resemblance between the boy and Pansy. They had the same squashed face, as though someone had taken a shovel to it. Truthfully, Harry would not be surprised if someone had. Parkinson was a moron, and he would only prove his stupidity if he came after Harry. I wouldn't worry about him, Charles urged. Parkinson has as much talk as Malfoy, but not even half the skill. If his housemates aren't going to talk him out of it, then they are just as stupid as him. I'm not worried, Harry assured the boy. I'll keep an eye on him, though. Charles nodded. It seems you have quite the talent for making enemies, he chuckled. You have no idea, Harry mumbled as he stood. Where are you going? Ogden asked curiously. To see Professor Knott. Tiberius grinned impishly. You know, I am beginning to wonder if you and her are having an affair. Don't be disgusting, Tiberius, Minerva chastised. Well, they spend a lot of time together, Ogden pointed out. What do you even do? She seems like the kind of woman that would rip your balls off for fun. Minerva's lips thinned as she glared at the boy. We work on defense stuff, Harry answered simply. There was nothing else to say on the matter, and certainly not anything of the sort that Tiberius was alluding to. Harry respected Professor not for her skill and ability, but she was rather frightening. Her piercing eyes gave the impression that she could look into your soul if she chose to, and perhaps rip it out. Get your mind out of the gutter, Tiberius, Poppy huffed. Tiberius held up his hands to placate the girl. I was joking, he defended. I just like to shake things up occasionally. I'll shake you up in a minute, Poppy warned. And whilst you do that, I'll be off, Harry chuckled, bidding farewell to his friends and taking his leave of the common room. When he was in the corridor, he checked that no others were around him before he removed the Marauder's map and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. It came to life. the greeting from his father, Sirius, Remus, and Wormtail filling the yellowed parchment. He ignored the latter of the group as he checked his route between the tower and the defense against the dark arts classroom. There were a few students still milling around the halls, but none that he needed to be concerned with. Parkinson and the other Slytherins were all in their own common room, so he deactivated the map and placed it back in his pocket, along with his wand up his sleeve. He needed to be more vigilant with his movements. He wasn't concerned about Parkinson and the other Slytherins, but it would not do to be blindsided by them. He paused suddenly as he reached the corridor that led to the defense classroom, the sense of foreboding that warned him of nearby danger washing over him. Carefully, he drew his wand once more before consulting the map. Surely the Slytherins could not have gotten here so quickly to spring a trap. They hadn't. Any that would make an attempt against him were still in the common room. The sense of danger, however, remained as strong as it had been. "Not," he whispered. According to the map, the woman was in one of the far corners of the defense room, seemingly lying in wait for him. Cautiously, he approached the door, alert to the magic he'd felt growing steadily stronger as he did so. He nodded to himself as he reached it, the curses and locking spells imbued into the wood unmissable, but difficult to ascertain individually. They had been woven purposely this way to catch him off guard, but he would not fall victim to it. On the surface, the magic seemed impossible to decipher, let alone eliminate in a way that wouldn't trigger a rather unpleasant reaction, but not had tried to dupe him. As complex as the set of spells appeared to be, they weren't and would take a simple solution to resolve the barrier, but doing so would alert her to his presence if he did not take another simple action first. With a flick of his wand, he silenced the door before setting to work on removing the magic. It took only a moment to do so, but he was not yet prepared to risk opening it. Instead, he cast a clever charm he had found in one of the books he had borrowed from the Flamel Library. It was a work that focused on wizard prisons around the world, all told from the perspective of former guards who explained the different measures they had in place to run their respective establishments as safely as possible. One of them, a Finnish man if Harry remembered correctly, had written of how they would check on their most volatile inmates by using a charm that had been created to make a section of a stone wall transparent to the eyes of the caster. With his future intended career in mind, Harry had learned it, deeming it to be worthy to do so, and it seemed his efforts would pay off sooner than he'd anticipated. Putting the spell into practice, he peered into the room through the small circle he'd created, frowning when nothing appeared to be amiss. Still, the sense of foreboding had not faded. The woman was trying to ambush him, that much was clear, but he couldn't be certain of her approach. Professor Knott was as shrewd as they came, and he did not wish to fall into her trap. Nodding thoughtfully, he lowered himself so that he could place the tip of his wand through the slight crack in the door and checked the map again. She had not moved. Bracing himself for her retaliation, he managed to fire off 4 spells that would subdue her before he needed to roll away from the door, and not a second too soon. Even before he had righted himself, the wood exploded outwards in a shower of splinters. "Shit," he gasped. He had escaped unscathed, but that could have been deeply unpleasant had he not moved in time, though he was not given much time to ponder it. A gust of wind from within the classroom swept up the debris of the door, and they were sent towards him. Thinking quickly, he shrouded himself in a protective cloak of fire. The not unsubstantial number of shards were reduced to ash, and Harry breathed a brief sigh of relief. Brief, because he could not afford to allow Knott to get into a rhythm with her casting. If he did, this would not end well for him. Taking aim with his wand once more, he sent a stream of water forward, angling it through the doorway before freezing it, turning the liquid into a dangerous projectile. He did not expect that it would defeat the woman, but it gave him a moment to contain her within the defense room. With her stuck within the 4 walls, he hoped that he could set the pace of the impromptu duel. "Good," Knott praised as she caught sight of him, pushing herself up from the ground from where she had evidently ducked to avoid his offering. "Now let us see how much you have improved." The woman wasted no time, nor did she give him any quarter as a plethora of spells left her wand one after the other, leaving Harry to defend himself through only his instincts. He hadn't forgotten how fast she was with her wand, nor how efficient her spell work was, but feeling so on the back foot was a feeling he had not yet become accustomed to. He knew that she did this intentionally to see how well he could thrive under pressure, and though he felt her efforts bearing down on him, Harry remained calm and looked for his opportunity to retaliate. He managed to nullify her attack, matching her speed with an impeccable defense. It needed to be. One mistake was all it would take to see him on the receiving end of her offense, and then it would be over for him. The spells she sent his way were not lethal, but they would leave him in a bad way. Still, despite his better showing than their previous bout, where she had admittedly taken it easier on him, her own work was flawless, leaving him frustrated and unable to reply. Do something that she will not expect, take her by surprise. The advice of the headmaster played over in his mind, and he nodded to himself. He knew just the thing that would achieve this, and though the thought of revealing his ability to the woman did not fill him with joy, the vision of the impending victory did. He waited patiently, defending himself as he had been, but poised to strike, much like the nature of the creature from whence his magic came. There were moments as Not continued her relentless attack that he felt that he may not be given the opportunity, but as she began casting a complex blinding curse, he acted. With a drawn-out hiss, 2 fiery serpents emerged from his wand, leaving the professor wide-eyed, staring at him in disbelief. "Do not harm her," he commanded. Not recovered from her shock quickly, though her eyes remained on him as she doused the snakes with a liberal amount of water, to no avail. Her defense only served to cause Harry's creations to double in size, and the woman to panic as it happened. Thinking quickly, she erected a shield around herself. Again, not the correct move to make, the unfamiliar magic making her resort to obvious means of defending herself when she should have been doing the opposite. Although the serpents were of fire, a stronger fire spell would be all that was needed to eradicate them, but Not had resorted to the logical approach. Harry may have instructed the creatures to not harm her, but her shield was not the woman, and as they struck against it, the construct collapsed, and the reptiles were on her before she could respond, pinning her down by her arms and barring their fangs only an inch away from her face. With a simple disarming charm, the professor's wand was in his hand, her wild eyes still on him. "That is enough," he hissed. "Release her." His snakes complied, and Harry vanished them with a wave of his wand. "You're a Slytherin," Not whispered. Harry shook his head. "Not exactly," he sighed, "but I share their talent." The professor stood, her legs shaking as she eyed him speculatively. "Who are you?" she demanded. "I'm Harry Evans," he replied simply. "A half-blood that no one knows who your pureblood family are," Not pointed out. "If not a Slytherin, a Gaunt." Harry frowned. "A Gaunt. They are the last surviving members of the Slytherin line," the woman explained. "As inbred and unpleasant as they come. No, you're not one of them. You're not repulsive enough unless your mother." "My mother was a Muggle-born," Harry said firmly. Not's frown deepened as she pondered the thoughts whirring around her mind. "No, not old Marvolo or his son. They would never, not with a Muggle," she mused aloud. "I'm not a Gaunt," Harry reiterated. "Then you truly are an enigma," Not declared, unhappy that he was not so forthcoming with his parentage. "But there must be a connection to the Slytherins somehow." "I'd rather not talk about it." Not deflated. "I think it best that you don't, not until you are away from the school at least," she sighed. "It would put a lot of attention on you." "That is why I've kept this to myself." Not nodded approvingly. "As surprising as it is, I cannot deny that you passed your test, Mr. Evans," she declared almost proudly. "You adapted and overcame the adversity you faced. Not in a way I expected mind, but you succeeded, and that is all that matters. Now, the real work begins." "The real work." "Of course," Not returned with a grin. Professor Dippet informed me of your intentions when you leave the castle. I am still hoping that you will choose to duel also. Your little talent will be quite the boon for your line of work, but I would suggest you keep it for that. To that end, we have much work ahead of us in the coming months. If you are going to beat me without your tricks, then we will need to work harder. Why are you smiling? Harry asked worriedly. Because now I get to see what you are truly made of, Evans. The rest of this year is going to be exceptionally difficult for you, but so enjoyable for me. She meant it, her eyes oddly bright at the thought of putting him through his paces over the coming weeks and months. Bloody hell, Harry grumbled, not relishing the expectant expression the woman wore. Bloody hell indeed, Nott replied with a nod. Harry could only shake his head, almost regretting that he had involved himself with her, though he could not ignore the flicker of excitement he felt along with the sense of trepidation. Chapter 18. A family Christmas as ever, the great hall had been decorated with festive adornments. A dozen of the largest trees that could be found lined the walls, each trimmed with tinsel, baubles, and housing a family of fairies. Harry suspected there were other creatures living within the branches, but he hadn't glimpsed them yet. Maybe they're Nargles, he thought to himself amusedly, memories of the eccentric, silvery-haired girl coming to the forefront of his mind. He didn't know about Nargles or crumpled horned Snorkax, but aside from the loyalty she had shown him the night the teens had ventured to the ministry, Luna had never failed to amuse him with her odd but endearing ways. What are you smiling about, Evans? Charles broke in. We've got potions first. Harry grimaced at the thought. Even the absence of Snape had not made him enjoy the subject anymore, and Charles was in the same boat, though he'd never had to endure the sallow-skinned and hooked-nosed man. Perhaps being bad at potions really was an inherited curse of sorts. But we only have a few days left of term, Harry reminded the boy. Then no potions for a couple of weeks. Charles nodded appreciatively, his demeanor brightening. What are you reading there anyway? Ogden interjected. You only ever look at the investment pages. Harry said nothing, but slid the morning edition of the Daily Prophet towards the boy. Drooble's best blowing gum. Harry nodded simply, the advert in the middle of the tabloid a stroke of genius on the part of Mr. Gladding. The man had evidently been busy and had managed to secure a deal with Honeydukes to sell the product. He'd suggested the advertisement to Harry, who had readily agreed, and even paid for the space in the newspaper. Wait, isn't that one of the products you invested in? Charles questioned. It is, Harry confirmed. Bloody hell, Tiberius said appreciatively. It says here that it's for sale in Honeydukes. You're going to be rich. Not rich, Harry disagreed. The gum would grant him a steady stream of income through sales, but it was not as though he could retire at the tender age of 17. But it's a start, Charles pointed out. Harry nodded. It was, and though it would be some time before Dr. Filibusters would reach the shelves, that investment too would provide him with a regular income. As things were, the products were under heavy scrutiny by the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, but Harry was hopeful that snag would not cause a lengthy delay. Admittedly, he hadn't considered this barrier before investing, but knowing that it would come good meant that he wasn't stressed by it, and as excited as he was to see the products do well, his investment into those were secondary to his latest delving. He couldn't believe his luck when he had come across a plea from a prospective broom maker for investment into a prototype he had named the Nimbus 100. Naturally, Harry had thrown the required gold at the bewildered man, and though his coffers were now significantly less, he knew he would reap considerable benefit from the venture in the coming years. I'm pleased for you, Charles declared proudly. It's a risky game, but it seems to be paying off for you so far. Minerva shot Harry an amused, knowing look before busying herself by buttering her toast. Only she knew of the advantage he had. So far, Harry replied. You're still coming for Boxing Day. I am, Harry confirmed. This year, he would be spending Christmas with the Flamels. Perenelle had insisted upon that, but the Potters had extended the same invitation they had the previous year. When they learned, he wouldn't be able to spend Christmas Day with them. They'd invited him along with the Flamels to the Potter home for the following day. Much to Harry's surprise, Nicholas and Perenelle were keen to attend also. Either that, or they did not wish for Harry to be put in a position where he'd have to choose between them. Regardless, it worked out well for all involved, even if Harry suspected the Potters did not know what they were getting themselves into where Nicholas was concerned. Harry was not worried about Perenelle. She was a wonderful woman, well-mannered and kind. Nicholas was not his wife, however. "I'm excited to meet the Flamels," Charles declared. "Nicholas must be a fascinating man." Harry snorted. "You don't know the half of it," he chuckled. Charles seemingly had a question on the tip of his tongue, but was cut off by Poppy as she spoke, nodding towards the door. "Who's that with Dippet?" she asked. "I don't know," Minerva replied with a frown, "but they're coming over here." Harry turned to see the headmaster approaching with a large, unsightly man wearing gold robes. His once black hair was liberally streaked with gray, as was the neatly trimmed goatee. His eyes were a deep brown, and he wore a thoughtful frown as he observed the students around him. "Ah, Mr. Evans," Dippet greeted Harry somewhat concernedly. "This is Vladimir Fedorov. He is a representative of the Department of Justice for the International Confederation of Warlocks, and he would like a word with you." "Not a word, Mr. Dippet," Fedorov corrected. "I am here to carry out Mr. Evans' first assessment. You did apply to be a hit wizard, duh." Harry nodded as he stood. "Then you will come with me," Fedorov instructed. "Mr. Dippet, if you can find us a private room that we can use." "Of course," the headmaster agreed. Harry made to follow the duo, but was stopped from doing so by Minerva, who had grabbed hold of his sleeve. "You actually applied?" she asked worriedly. "I did," Harry confirmed, trying to ignore the looks of surprise and concern sent his way. "I didn't think you'd actually do it," Minerva sighed as she let go of his sleeve. She was upset. For what reason, Harry knew not, but he didn't have time to dwell on it now. The headmaster and his assessor were waiting for him. "We can speak about it later," he assured the girl, offering her a comforting smile before taking his leave of the hall. "Your friends do not seem happy by your choice of career," Fedorov commented. "They're just worried," Harry said dismissively. "It is different for them. They have their lives planned out already. Mine isn't so simple." Fedorov looked at him speculatively before nodding. "Duh," he replied. Harry watched the man. His eyes wandered constantly, the same way that Moody's used to. Constant vigilance. The words meant more to him, now than they ever had. "Aren't you supposed to give me notice of an assessment?" Harry asked with a frown. Fedorov smirked. "A hit wizard must be ready for anything, any time," he said, as though he had repeated the sentence numerous times. "Are you ready, Mr. Evans?" "Here we are," Dippet broke in, gesturing to a seldom-used classroom on the third floor. "I'm sure this will suffice." Fedorov nodded. "I would like for you to remain also, Mr. Dippet. You did give the reference for Mr. Evans." "I did," the headmaster acknowledged. "Do you believe he is capable?" Dippet frowned. "I would not have supplied the reference if I didn't." Fedorov laughed. "It would surprise you how many times I hear that response," he explained, "but I will be the judge on whether Mr. Evans has what it takes. So many boys believe they are ready, but few are," he added, removing a small trunk from within his robes before resizing it. Harry watched as he removed several items from within, placing them on the floor and nodding satisfactorily when he was done. "Today, you will demonstrate all that I ask of you. If I am satisfied with your work, I will submit my own recommendation for you to proceed with the application process. If I am not, you will progress no further. Do you understand, Mr. Evans?" "I do." "Excellent, then we will begin. But before we do, you should be aware that whilst you are being assessed, you are under the laws set out by the ICW that apply to those that hold the position you wish to obtain. That merely means that anything I ask of you will be within your remit for the duration of the assessment, duh." Harry nodded his understanding. I would like you to begin by demonstrating 5 spells that can be used to subdue or detain a wanted criminal. These should be non-lethal, Fedorov instructed as he enlarged a training dummy. Harry began with a simple stunning spell, followed by an immobulus, a body-binding jinx, a transfiguration spell that would turn the feet so they were facing the opposite way, and finished off by conjuring and wrapping the dummy in thick iron chains. Good, Fedorov praised. Now, I would like you to demonstrate 2 ways that you can conceal yourself effectively, one that will hide you in a hostile area, and one that will allow you to blend in with a crowd. Harry began with the former by casting silencing and scent-masking charms on himself before disillusioning himself. When Fedorov nodded his approval, Harry ended the spells and performed some charms and transfigurations that would alter his features. His hair was now blonde, his eyes blue, and the shape of his cheeks, nose, and chin were different. None would recognize him like this. Very well done, Mr. Evans, Fedorov offered appreciatively. Your transfiguration and charms work is excellent. Indeed, Dippet added. Now, although you would be expected to apprehend those you are hunting, there are times where that may not be possible, Fedorov continued severely. If you are not able or willing to kill when needed, then you risk death. The people you would be pursuing are as dangerous as they come and will not hesitate to resort to whatever means necessary to evade capture. You dying would mean a lot of paperwork for me, and I would not appreciate that. With this in mind, I would like for you to demonstrate 3 lethal spells. Do remember, Mr. Evans, that I am asking you to demonstrate how you would kill someone if required. No spell is off limits. With his words given, Fedorov folded his arms expectantly, and Harry shot a glance towards the headmaster, who offered him a reluctant nod. Bracing himself, he took a deep breath before casting his first. The chest of the training dummy exploded outwards, showering the floor with splinters that, if were a human, would be a mixture of bone, blood, and tissue. Fedorov held up a hand to prevent any further casting whilst he inspected the damage. Dead, he declared before repairing the dummy. Proceed. Harry's next spell caused the skull of the dummy to compress and collapse under the pressure of the magic. What was that spell? Fedorov asked with a frown. There had been no jet of light to indicate Harry's work. It's elemental magic, Harry explained. I used the air in the room to do that. Fedorov smirked almost fairly. That is quite resourceful and well done, he replied. I do not need to look closer to tell you this person would be dead. He repaired the dummy once more and gestured for Harry to continue, his eyes alight with curiosity now. The man was looking to be impressed, and Harry did not wish to disappoint him. Taking aim with his wand, he transfigured 2 of the desks behind the dummy at the back of the classroom into spears before summoning them towards him. There was a dull thud as they penetrated the dummy, one through the back of the skull and one through the chest. Fedorov clapped his appreciation this time. Your work is efficient and exemplary. Whether you could do this to a person remains to be seen, but that is your worry, Mr. Evans. There are 3 other things that I must cover with you today, and the first will not require your wand. Harry placed it back up his sleeve. On your application, you stated that you have received training in occlumency. It is part of my job to verify any skills you claim to have, Fedorov explained. Out of respect for the mind arts, I am asking for permission to attempt to breach your defenses. If I am successful, I will withdraw immediately. This was the test that Harry was least looking forward to. For months, Snape had entered his mind at will, had left him with the worst of headaches, and had seemingly taken joy in it. Releasing a deep breath, he nodded, and Fedorov slid his wand into his hand. Legilimens. At first, it did not appear that anything was happening, but slowly, a familiar pressure began to fill Harry's head, though it was nothing compared to Snape's presence. Evidently, the potion's master had not held back in his efforts to breach Harry's non-existent defenses, the attack feeling like a battering ram against a door, whereas Fedorov's felt more like a lockpick trying to ease his way in. You must have had an excellent instructor, the man commented, having ceased his attack. Your defenses are exceedingly strong for one your age. Harry frowned. Had that been it? He had no headache, and he had barely had to resist against Fedorov's efforts. Oddly, he found himself somewhat disappointed by this. Had Snape's harsher approach benefited him? There was no other explanation for it, though Harry knew the man was an excellent practitioner of the mind arts, second only to Voldemort according to Dumbledore. He shook his head, never believing that he would be grateful for anything Severus Snape had taught him. There are only 2 other tests, Fedorov reminded him, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Your defenses are strong, but they can count for very little when facing one determined enough to take control of your mind. With your permission, I would place you under the Imperious Curse to see how well you can resist it. Is that really necessary? Dippet asked worriedly. Harry waved the headmaster off. He had no doubt that he could do this. If Voldemort couldn't control him, then he doubted that Fedorov would have any more success than the Dark Lord. Imperio. The man had given no indication that he would cast, nor allowed Harry any time to prepare. Nonetheless, the pleasant warmth that enveloped him was not enough for him to give in to the demands of his assessor. Cartwheel for me, Mr. Evans. Do it now. Harry forced the presence of the man away from him, and Fedorov blinked in surprise. Impressive, he muttered, once more eyeing Harry speculatively. And finally, you informed us that you are fluent in another language, as is a requirement for all applicants. What language will you be assessed in? Whilst he was speaking, he removed a case from within his pocket and enlarged it. Inside were dozens of colored, glass orbs. Parseltongue, Harry answered. Fedorov was taken aback and unleashed a bark of laughter. I do not have an orb that can test that, he chuckled. Perhaps you could find another way to demonstrate for me. Harry frowned before nodding and drawing his wand. With a hiss, he summoned a large cobra that was not best pleased by the intrusion. It spat angrily, its hood flaring as it reared up defensively. Stop, Harry commanded. The serpent turned to him, its tongue flicking out to taste the air. No one will harm you, just calm down. The cobra continued gazing for a moment, before nodding and lying flat on the ground. Can I pick you up? Harry asked. Only because the floor is cold, the snake replied. I do not like the cold. Harry laughed as he wrapped the snake around his shoulders, where it buried his head into his neck, sighing contentedly. I think I have seen enough, Fedorov declared, packing away his things. How did I do? Harry asked. Fedorov smirked. Better than most, he answered cryptically. I will be in touch in due course, but if I was you, I would begin thinking of an alias you would like to use. You do not want to become the hunter that is the hunted, Mr. Evans. I will, Harry assured him. Then we will meet again when the time is right, Fedorov returned. Mr. Dippet, if you could see me out. The headmaster nodded, offering Harry an encouraging smile as the two left the room. For a moment, Harry absent-mindedly stroked the scales of the conjured serpent, pondering the strange and unexpected morning he'd had. Still, it had gotten him excused from potions, and if Fedorov was as impressed as he seemed to be, one step closer towards obtaining his hit wizard license. Would you like me to send you back? He asked the cobra. He received no response. The snake had fallen asleep on his shoulders, and instead of disturbing the dozing creature, he carefully lowered himself to the floor. The snake had helped him out, and the least he could do was allow it to rest. Break. The gathered lords and ladies of the Wisengamot eyed him curiously as he entered the chambers, some whispering amongst themselves, likely wondering just what he was doing here. Arcturus ignored them, his eyes firmly on Minister Folly, his expression matching that of his peers. Mr. Black, is there something we can do for you? The minister asked. I am here to represent my family in my father's stead. His ill health means that he is incapable of doing so with the attention the position of the Lord Black requires. Folly frowned at Arcturus. We have not been informed of this by your father, he explained. That is because he is unable to do so, Arcturus returned. And we know why that is. Lord Parkinson called across the silent room, a smug grin tugging at his lips. Arcturus's nostrils flared. I'm sure you do, Parkinson, Arcturus growled. I suppose Selwyn there has been very liberal with his inability to keep his mouth shut. What he forgets is that he is dealing with the Blacks, and he will be dealt with in due course. Unless you wish to find yourself in a similar position, you will shut your trap. Parkinson snorted. You think that I am scared of you, boy? Arcturus shrugged. Perhaps not, but perhaps you should be. I am not my father, Parkinson. Do not think that I won't pull the plug on every little venture you have in place with the current Lord Black at my earliest convenience. Or I could simply expose you for the sneaky bastard you are. I have seen the letter you sent to my father after you became aware of his condition. I have seen all of them, he added to the room at large. Now, if there are no objections, I will take my seat. You do not belong here, boy, Selwyn interjected. Arcturus glared at the man before smirking. I think you're mistaking my demeanor as bluster, he sighed. I thought this would happen, so to show how serious I am, I've already taken a few steps. Since it was you that was the catalyst for the others to begin making their ridiculous requests, I have cut off all ties between the Selwyn family and the Blacks. That means that any assets that have been paid from my family to yours will be returned in full, that any shared businesses we have will be terminated, and any monthly stipend you receive from past marriages or other arrangements will discontinue from today. My lawyer and the goblins were very helpful with that. Arcturus removed a thick envelope from within his robes and banished it towards the dumbfounded lord. That will explain everything you need to know, he said with a grin. Maybe if I believe you have learned a lesson in 5 years or so, I may reconsider. In the interim, Selwyn had torn the missive open and shook his head as he read the contents. You can't do this, he snarled. You do not have the power. It is done, Arcturus replied. As the Black Heir, it is well within my power to take whatever action I see fit if it is deemed that the current lord cannot fulfill his duties to the best of his ability. You have 60 days to pay what you owe, or I will take everything. Selwyn had paled, and Arcturus gave the man a final look of disapproval before turning his attention back to Folly. You have my apologies, Minister, but it was necessary to demonstrate the ruthlessness I possess. I do hope the rest of the lords and ladies were paying attention. It was unmissable, the minister commented cautiously. If there are no objections to Mr. Black acting in his father's stead. None spoke, evidently cowed by Arcturus's show of strength, not that the Black Heir was content with only dealing with Selwyn. In the coming days, there were several others within this room that would be brought to heel for their attempted transgressions against his family. They would learn that Arcturus was indeed a Black of his word, and not the inexperienced fool they believed him to be. Since there are no objections, please take your seat, Mr. Black, Folly urged. Arcturus did so, shooting a final warning glare to those situated around him, and releasing an internal breath of relief. His efforts had not gone as smoothly as he would have liked, but it could have been worse. He would have preferred to keep the family business affairs private, but Selwyn had steered his hand with his stupidity. Still, it had been rather satisfying dealing with the fool, and the sight of the man squirming uncomfortably in his seat brought a grin of amusement to Arcturus's lips. Break. I didn't think he would actually apply, Poppy grumbled. The Gryffindor teens were waiting in the common room for Harry to return. Lessons for the day had finished some time ago, and yet there was still no sign of him. This is Harry we're talking about, Charles huffed. We should have known that he would. But what about his investments? Augusta asked. If they're going well, then he doesn't have to be a hit wizard. He doesn't have to be one anyway, Tiberius cut in. He's doing it because that's what he wants to do. Minerva nodded her agreement. She would not pretend to be thrilled by Harry's choice of career, but who was she to try to deter him from it? For her, she had the benefit of understanding some of what Harry had been through throughout his life, but to the others, he was making an uninformed decision, or simply didn't know what he was getting himself into. Minerva doubted the latter notion. Harry wouldn't subject himself to the unknown in such a reckless way. He knew exactly what he was signing up for. "The question is, what do we do to stop him?" Poppy questioned. Tiberius shook his head. "Come off it, Pops. You know as well as any of us that if Harry has made his mind up about something, you won't change it. Just look at what he did with the investment thing." "But this isn't an investment where he might only lose a bit of gold," Augusta pointed out. "This really could get him killed. Can't you talk him out of it, Minnie?" "Do you really think he would listen?" Minerva returned. "He's a stubborn sod, and Tiberius is right. He won't change his mind if it is what he wants to do." "So we do nothing?" Poppy asked. Minerva nodded morosely. "We support him," Charles decided. "If this is really what he wants to do, then who are we to try to stop him? He's our friend, and just because he's a reckless idiot that I'm going to strangle, this doesn't change that." Although the thought of Harry intentionally putting himself in danger didn't sit right with her, Minerva could find no point to argue. Just because she and the others didn't agree with his choice, that didn't give them the right to try to talk him out of it. "He's a reckless idiot," she agreed, "but he's our reckless idiot." "Ah, thanks." The voice of Harry spoke from the entrance to the common room. "The idiot part I could do without." "I could call you a prat instead," Minerva offered dryly. "You could, but then you wouldn't be getting a Christmas present." "And what did you buy her this year?" Tiberius asked. "Probably her own Quidditch team," Poppy snorted. Harry shook his head. "No, something much simpler, and something she will get much more use out of." Minerva eyed him suspiciously, the look of mischief in his eyes bringing a smile to her lips. It was not often they saw this side to him. For the most part, Harry was quite a serious boy, something that Minerva understood, but occasionally, when he was relaxed, he would offer a glimpse of the same cheek that Charles possessed, and it warmed her to see him so carefree. "How did it go?" Tiberius asked Harry. "It went well, I think," Harry answered. "I won't know until he contacts me, but I didn't fail anything." "And this is what you really want to do?" Charles pressed. "It is," Harry confirmed. "I don't expect any of you to understand, but this is something I will be good at. I will get to see the world and make a real difference," he added thoughtfully. Harry had plans. Minerva knew this, and though he hadn't divulged any details, he had to have them. Whether they amounted to merely preventing his parents being murdered or something on a bigger scale, he was thinking ahead, and she couldn't shake the belief that becoming a hit wizard played into those plans. Perhaps she would be able to discuss it with him. If anything, knowing what his true intentions were may just set her mind at ease. She just hoped he'd be willing to share. Him gallivanting across the globe and getting into all sorts of trouble whilst she was in Scotland was not appealing to her. No, she would broach the subject with him when she got the chance. "So, are we going to do presents tonight?" Poppy asked excitedly, the group no happier with Harry's choice, but content to let it lie for now. Break. Christmases had come and gone like any other day of the year for centuries. Even Perenelle had grown tired of the frivolities of the festive season long ago, so the Flamels did not really celebrate. They always exchanged gifts, but they didn't prepare a special lunch or decorate their home. This year, however, was different. Harry had joined them, and though Nicholas could not remember how it felt to be so young, both he and his wife had insisted upon a more traditional affair for the sake of the boy. He had arrived late the previous evening, had greeted them as one would when held with fondness. Nicholas liked to think that Harry had indeed grown fond of them. If he hadn't, he hid it well. At least a few times a week, they would exchange letters via the box Nicholas had gifted him just a year ago. The boy was doing well despite his difficult position, and Nicholas was immensely proud of him. He watched as Harry cut into his roast beef and couldn't help but compare him to the last boy he and Perenelle had welcomed into their home. Albus and Harry were similar in so many ways, both brilliant, both talented, and dedicated to anything they undertook. But that was where their similarities ended. Both had encountered their fair share of adversity during their youth, and both dealt with it in their own ways. Albus had become introverted, his ambitions being quelled by what he had experienced. He had turned his talents to teaching, a position where he could gain little power, something he believed he should never be granted. Harry was the opposite. Instead of allowing himself to be brought down by all that had befallen him, he had become vengeful, determined to ensure those that had harmed him would pay dearly for doing so. Were it not for the fact that he was such a caring and sweet boy, Nicholas may have been concerned about his motivations, but he wasn't. Harry was a survivor, a product of the life-threatening situations he had overcome. Yes, he was vengeful, but in a way that in light of all that had happened to him was unavoidable. Albus may have shied away from his problems and buried himself in his work, but that was not Harry. Perhaps it was an unexpected effect of the ritual, but Nicholas did not believe so. It was simply the man Harry was growing into. Albus mentioned that you had applied to become a hit wizard, Nicholas spoke, eliciting a nod from the boy. I have, Harry confirmed. I had thought about being an Auror, but I won't work for the ministry. Nicholas nodded his understanding. I think it will be a good career for you, he replied. You are talented enough and have faced more than your share of dangerous situations. Nicholas, do not encourage him, Perenelle chastised. Harry needs no encouragement from me. I don't, Harry agreed. All I wish to know is what is motivating you to do this, Nicholas asked. You are talented enough that you do not need to, and I know that you have a reason. Harry deflated. I don't know what else to do, he sighed. I know there's not much I can do to stop the war, but this is something. This way, I can be on the continent, learning what I need to, and if the chance comes along to get rid of some of the worst of them, I will take it. Nicholas nodded. This war, will it truly be so bad? Millions will die, Harry answered ruefully. Muggles and us. Millions, Perenelle gasped. You're not exaggerating. I wish I was, but no. This will be the worst war in Muggle and magical history. Merde, Nicholas sighed. I do not wish to discourage you, Harry, but what do you plan on doing? Harry shrugged. I don't know, he answered honestly, but being a hit wizard will give me the chance to be in the best place possible when I need to act. Nicholas hummed. But there is one thing that you are forgetting, he said matter-of-factly. If you are registered with the ICW, they can call upon you to fight on their behalf. You could find yourself on the front line in open battle. Harry nodded. I know, but if that's what it takes, then that's what I will do. Nicholas didn't know if he should feel proud or concerned by how willing the boy was to be in the middle of the conflict, so he decided to not comment. Harry would do what he felt was best, and there was nothing that would deter him from doing so. Perenelle knew it too, and without saying a word, the two agreed that all there was to be done was to be there for the boy when he needed them. He would eventually. Even if it was to merely come to terms with what he would see and do, he would need them, and Nicholas could only hope that the boy before him would live to see that day. He frowned as his mind wandered to the prophecy surrounding Harry and this dark lord whose destinies had been intertwined. And either must die at the hand of the other. Oddly, the words filled the aged alchemist with comfort. If the prophecy was to be believed, Harry would not die on a battlefield somewhere on the continent. His end would only come at the hand of this Voldemort, and though Nicholas did not relish the thought of the boy facing such a dangerous foe, his odds of defeating one opponent were much higher than the dangers of being in a position where an errant spell could strike him down. No, if Nicholas had his way, he would keep Harry away from the coming conflict, but that was not to be, nor would his death come from it. Harry's fate would be determined when facing the foe that had marked him as his equal. And what an equal he was becoming. Break. As it had always been, Minerva had spent much of her Christmas day in church mixing with her father's flock. Her life at home was a far cry from what it was in the magical world. Here, she did not use her wand even though she was now old enough to do so. Her parents had not forbidden it, but her mother had once gone to great lengths to hide what she was, and Minerva did not wish to make her father feel uncomfortable. He had never told her that he was disappointed that she was a witch, but he had not been thrilled by it either. He had allowed her to attend Hogwarts, using the same lie her mother had when her parents first met. According to the villagers, Minerva attended a special boarding school that meant she would be away most of the time. It wasn't a lie really, but it felt like one. She did attend a special school, though not one any of the Muggles could know of. If truth be told, she didn't fit in here. She was a witch, and a proud one at that. She couldn't envision living the life her mother had, concealing what she was, and hiding her wand from the man she had married. Robert McGonagall still struggled with the secret he carried. The teachings of his god clashing with the necessity of protecting his wife and daughter. Her father was a good man, and an honest one to boot, torn in two directions by things that meant everything to him. It was no wonder his life was not an easy one. "Minerva," her mother called as she knocked gently on her bedroom door before entering. "I just wanted to see that you're okay. You've been very quiet since you came home." Minerva nodded. "I'm fine." "You don't seem it." Minerva snorted. Her mother had always been able to see through her efforts to hide her moods. She wasn't fine, not really, but she didn't know what else to say on what was plaguing her thoughts than she already had to her friends. "Come on," her mother urged. "Let's get some hot chocolate and you can tell me about it. Your father has fallen asleep in front of the fire and won't wake up for a while yet." Despite her rather down demeanor, Minerva smiled and nodded. Her father always slept after a long service. "Where on earth did you get that?" her mother suddenly asked, pointing to the broomstick carefully leaned up against the wall. Minerva had brought her comet home so that she could clean and polish it over the holidays. "It was a Christmas gift last year from a friend," she explained. "That must be quite a friend," Isabel commented. "I know I have been out of the wizarding world for some time, but I know brooms can be rather expensive. Who is this friend?" "Harry," Minerva answered simply. The boy would undoubtedly come up in conversation shortly, so she felt no need to hide the truth from her mother. There was enough of that in the McGonagall home. "Harry, as in a boy." Minerva nodded, and she felt her cheeks warming. "It's not like that," she denied. Isabel held up a hand. "It's not my business," she said simply. "You're a woman now, Minerva. Your choices are your own. I would not interfere in such things." She wouldn't. Isabel Ross had been all but disowned by her family for her choice in husband, her parents and relatives unable to come to terms with her marrying a Muggle. If nothing else, Minerva's mother would never treat her the way she had been treated. "So, this Harry brought you a broom." Minerva nodded as her mother leaned in, her eyes twinkling excitedly. "And what did he get you this year?" she asked. Minerva grinned as she pointed to the corner of the room. "A cat bed," Isabel asked confusedly. Despite herself, Minerva giggled, the warmth in her cheeks increasing. "If you knew the story behind it, you'd understand," she explained. Instead of something lavish, Harry had indeed bought her a cat bed. "Somewhere to sleep, if you have need of it." That was the simple note he had written to her, and even though it wasn't a broom or anything of the sort, he couldn't have picked a more meaningful present for her. "Well, I'm certainly lost," Isabel declared. "Then I suppose I have some explaining to do," Minerva sighed, already feeling embarrassed by what she was going to share with her mother. "Break." When Charles had broached the subject of inviting the Flamels to spend Boxing Day with the Potters, he hadn't even considered the possibility that it would be accepted. He'd thought they'd receive a polite refusal, but no, the almost mythical man and his wife had graciously accepted. He watched amusedly as his mother flapped about the kitchen, ensuring that everything was in order. Even William Potter, who was as unshakable as they came, was visibly nervous about hosting the prominent couple. Charles wasn't in such a state. Maybe he was too young to understand the importance of the occasion, but he thought it more likely that he had read some of the letters Harry had shared with his uncle. Nicholas Flamel may well be a living legend, but he was still a man, and one with a proclivity towards upsetting his neighbors when the opportunity arose. Evidently, that was quite often. "They're here," William announced, releasing a deep breath as he left the room to greet the Flamels at the arrival point set aside for invited guests. Harry had been gifted a portkey that would bring them here by William when they had departed the Hogwarts Express for the holidays. "Please, Lord Potter, you may call me Nicholas. I do not carry a title such as the one you do." The man and woman that entered the room were aged, but not as advanced as Charles had expected. What would a 600-year-old person look like anyway? He shook his head of that thought as Harry appeared behind the conversing adults. "Then you may call me William," his father insisted. "I see no need for formalities." Nicholas Flamel chuckled. "And this must be your wife Angelica," he said warmly, taking the woman's hand in his own before brushing his lips across the back of her knuckles. "It is a pleasure." "Thank you for joining us," Angelica replied. Nicholas offered her a smile before turning his attention to Charles, who felt the gaze of the man rest on him. "This would be our son, Charles," William introduced. The teen accepted the offered hand, his grip matching that of the older man. "Of course, Harry speaks very highly of all of you," Nicholas added. "Oh, where are my manners? This is my wife, Perenelle." "It is wonderful to meet you," Charles said, offering the woman a bow. "I see you've been reading the book," Harry broke in with a grin. Charles narrowed his eyes at the other boy. "Come closer, and I'll wrap it around your head. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that was?" "Charles," Angelica chastised. "Book, what book?" Nicholas queried. Charles huffed as he removed the offending item from within his robes and handed it to the man. 101 Ways to Woo Your Woman, Flamel read aloud, laughing as he finished. "You bought this for him." Harry nodded unashamedly. "I'm sure he will get some use out of it when he decides to ask someone out," Harry said pointedly. "He has the charm of a troll." "I do not," Charles denied. "All right, you too, that's enough," William interjected, smirking at the teens. "Both of you are probably as clueless as each other when it comes to women." "That is likely," Nicholas agreed. "Ah, before I forget, Harry explained that you look after a village as part of your duties to your title. This is something for your people," he added, removing an envelope from within his robes and handing it to the Potter Lord. "That is very generous of you, Mr. Nicholas," William replied gratefully. Nicholas waved him off. "Your family has looked after Godric's Hollow since even before I was born. That is true loyalty, and a duty that you did not need to take up. If I remember correctly, it was the Peverils that once held the position of protectors." "You know your history well," William complimented. Nicholas nodded. "Even during my younger years, the Peverils were a mysterious family, a legacy that has only grown over the past centuries. I suppose there will always be those that seek the Hallows." "The Hallows?" Harry asked. "A story that most would believe to be an old wives' tale," Nicholas replied. 3 brothers, 3 items of considerable power, and the mysterious figure said to be death. "What's a Hallow?" Harry pressed. "Well, in this case, the 3 Hallows were magical artifacts that the Peveril brothers possessed, but I suppose William would be the better of us to explain. I fear it has likely changed several times since I heard it as a boy. The Hallows were said to be gifted to the 3 brothers by Death as a reward for tricking him. An unbeatable and powerful wand, a stone that could bring back the dead, and a cloak of true invisibility." "Indeed," Nicholas chimed in. "People spend their lives hunting these items to seize their power. The only one I have even heard rumors of is the wand that has changed hands over the centuries." "Do you believe the story, Nicholas?" William asked somewhat nervously. Nicholas shrugged. "I do not see why they cannot exist. I have invented a stone that will keep me alive for as long as I wish. It is not difficult for me to believe they could be out there somewhere, though I would like to think that the families that came into possession of them have kept them safe. Who knows what trouble could be had if they were to fall into the wrong hands?" William nodded his agreement. "It could be very dangerous," he agreed. Charles looked between his father and the aged alchemist curiously, his mind wandering to his own cloak the former had given him on his 11th birthday. "Look after it, Charles. This cloak has been in our family for generations and is more special than you will ever know." It couldn't possibly be, could it? He knew not, but Harry seemed to be just as puzzled, a frown creasing his brow as he seemingly pondered the veracity of the tale. Little did he know, he was possibly less than only a few dozen feet away from one of them. If the cloak Charles owned was indeed the one the story spoke of, then it was an invaluable magical item. The tale of the three brothers had been read to him as a boy, but he had not made the connection between the story and his very own cloak. Not until now, at least, and as he followed the rest of the group to the table, he couldn't help but think what had happened to the others. Where was the stone that raised the dead, and where was this unbeatable wand? The thought of facing a foe carrying such a weapon did not sit right with him, and though he had his doubts, a part of him wished that the story was not real. If it was, then somewhere out there was someone that possessed the wand, and that didn't sit right with him at all. Chapter 19. As the sun sets for a moment, Minerva thought that she was in trouble. She hadn't ever been unexpectedly called to the headmaster's office, and though she couldn't fathom what the man would want with her, she couldn't think of any transgression against the school she had been a part of. Charles, and more recently Harry, were the mischievous members of the group, but neither of them had been involved in anything that would warrant a summoning either. With the newts fast approaching, the Gryffindors had busied themselves with their preparations, leaving the girls stumped. "Come in, Minerva," the voice of the headmaster called as she knocked on his door. She entered the room to find it occupied by the man the office belonged to, and Professor Dumbledore. "Is something wrong, headmaster?" Minerva asked nervously. She had always been a model student, and both men were looking very serious indeed. "Not at all," Professor Dippet replied, offering her a smile that quelled her nerves somewhat. "Please, take a seat. We merely wish to discuss something with you." Minerva did so, and waited for one of the men to speak. It was Dippet that obliged. "Shortly before last term came to an end, Albus and I had a discussion regarding you. In short, I would like for you to explain what your intentions are when the school year comes to an end." Minerva had been pondering this very thing. She wished to find a position where she would be able to explore her love of transfiguration, but had been unsuccessful thus far. Very few opportunities existed, not unless she looked further afield and left England to apprentice under a master in the art. "I don't know," she admitted with a sigh. Dippet hummed as he nodded. "Then Albus and I would like to offer you a position in the school as his assistant." Minerva frowned, unsure of what that would entail. "Professor Dumbledore's assistant." Dippet nodded, a bright smile cresting his lips. "You would help him with teaching and preparing his classes and continue to study under him for a mastery in transfiguration," he explained. "I'm afraid the salary would not quite match that of a professor, but it would be sufficient." "So an apprenticeship?" Minerva asked excitedly. "For lack of a better term, yes, but it would be a working apprenticeship," Dumbledore explained. "But you've never had an apprentice," Minerva pointed out. "I have never had a student as dedicated as yourself," Dumbledore returned. "Armando and I agree that your hard work over these past years should be rewarded, and I believe that the students of the castle should also benefit from your talents in the years to come. You need not give an answer." "I accept," Minerva cut him off. "I'd be a fool not to." Dumbledore smiled warmly, as did the headmaster. "Then we shall discuss the details after you have completed your newts," the latter declared. "But from the bottom of my heart, I am pleased that you are keen for the opportunity." Minerva was in shock, but not so much, that she did not accept the offered hand before all but skipping towards the door. "If you are returning to the common room, could you please send Mr. Potter along? It would save one of the elves the journey," Dippet called. Minerva nodded and took her leave of the office, a sense of relief and joy filling her. She couldn't wait to tell the others. "Break." "Bollocks to this," Tiberius huffed. He was revising for his newt in charms. He was by no means terrible at the subject, but the repetitive practicing of the same spells and rereading of passages had begun testing his patience. "Take a break, Ogden," Charles urged calmly. "You will do yourself no favors by forcing it." Tiberius huffed, but nodded gratefully. It wasn't the first time he'd had such a moment, and it wouldn't be the last. Poppy, Minerva, and Augusta too had almost been broken by the stress of the upcoming exams, but they managed to pull through it after a few moments of panic. It was merely Ogden's turn. "You're right," Tiberius agreed. "I'll take a few minutes and stretch my legs around the greenhouses. Maybe something will eat me, and I won't have to worry about exams anymore." Both Harry and Charles laughed as the boy left the common room, only for Minerva to enter before the door had closed, her skin paler than usual. "Are you okay?" Charles asked. Minerva nodded. "Professor Dippet would like to see you," she informed him. "Go," Harry encouraged. "I'll make sure she's all right." Charles nodded and exited the common room, leaving Harry with the seemingly shocked girl. "Shall Woe go for a walk?" he questioned. "I could do with getting out of here for a while." Minerva nodded, and Harry took her by the hand. Following in Charles and Tiberius's footsteps, they left the tower where Harry then led her through the castle and out onto the grounds, enjoying the fresh air of late spring. Minerva had yet to say a word, so he allowed her a few moments before speaking once more. "What happened?" They were a short distance from the edge of the forest when Minerva stopped and looked up at him. She was smiling a smile that spoke volumes of the emotions she was experiencing. There was relief, happiness, and many other things that flashed across her features, but what Harry was drawn to were the tears in her eyes. "Professor Dippet offered me a job." "A job?" Minerva nodded. "I didn't know what I was going to do when this year came to an end. I've been thinking about it for months and was no closer to anything," she explained. "Ever since I had my first lesson in Transfiguration, I knew that it was what I wanted to do. I fell in love with it and have dreamed about becoming a professor since." "And now you will be." Minerva shook her head. "Not quite, but it's a start," she replied. "I'm going to be Professor Dumbledore's assistant. I'll be able to get a mastery and maybe one day teach here." "And that is what you want?" "More than anything," Minerva answered. "It's all just a little overwhelming." It was. The tears spilled down her cheeks, and Harry placed an arm around her shoulders. "You deserve it," he whispered. Minerva said nothing for a few moments, but when she wiped her tears away, she looked at him once more. "Did you know this would happen?" "No," Harry answered honestly. "But you know more than you've told me." Her words were not accusing, and there was no bitterness in them. She had spoken softly, almost pleadingly. "I do," Harry confirmed, "but there is nothing that I would tell you. I do not want to ruin your journey for you." Minerva smiled at him again. "But my journey is different from the one you know." "How?" Harry asked with a frown. "Because you're a part of it," Minerva answered simply. Her words warmed him, and the impish smile more so. She was such a far cry from the stern woman he had known, with her tight bun, thin lips, and looks of disapproval. Had something happened to make her such a way? Harry knew not. As much as Minerva believed he knew the details of the life she had lived, he didn't. She had only ever been Professor McGonagall, the respected and sometimes feared deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House. Beyond that, he knew nothing about her. Having spent almost 2 years around her now, he felt he knew her better here, well, the young, vibrant woman he spent much time with. She was and would remain his confidant, and as much as he had grown to care for Charles and the others, it was Minerva he had grown closest to. "Come on, shall we go for a fly?" Minerva raised an eyebrow at him. "You made it quite clear that the Quidditch match you played last year would be the only time," she reminded him. He had. Charles and the rest of the team had all but begged him to take up the vacant seeker position on the house team for their final year, but Harry had refused. As much as he had enjoyed the single foray back into the sport, it did not feel right to play anymore. Without Fred, George, Ron, and the chasers he had played with over the years, his heart was no longer in it. He missed them all still, and Quidditch had been what he'd shared with them most. It felt almost insulting to play without them, and somehow wrong. Flying is not Quidditch, he pointed out. Minerva hummed, but began walking towards the stadium nonetheless. So you'll get to be at Hogwarts still, he asked, changing the subject back to a more pleasant topic. Won't your parents be upset that you're not going home? Minerva's posture stiffened slightly, and her expression tensed. They won't mind so much, she muttered. It will be easier than going back to the village. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Minerva waved him off and sighed. My relationship with them has been strained since my Hogwarts letter arrived. She won't admit it, but I know my mother was hoping that I'd be a squib so that she could keep hiding what she was from my father. A squib? Minerva nodded. She never told him that she was a witch, not until my accidental magic couldn't be explained away anymore. He didn't take it well. I told you that he is a Muggle minister. He believes in a god that, according to the Bible he follows, deems us to be monsters, she snorted. He's spent years being torn by his religion and his love for me and my mother. It makes things hard for him. Harry nodded his understanding. So, being away is just easier. One less witch in the house can only be good for him. I doubt that's true, Harry returned. Maybe, Minerva agreed with a shrug, but ever since then, I feel like I'm living a lie when I'm there. Hogwarts has become my home, Harry. Can you understand that? I can, he sighed. Getting away from my Muggle relatives was the best thing that happened to me. They despised magic and me for what I am. They tried to beat the magic out of me and failed, he added with a chuckle. Minerva's nostrils flared. They did what? It doesn't matter, Harry said dismissively. They've not even been born yet, and I certainly don't plan on visiting them in the future. Minerva did not seem to want to let the subject drop, but she didn't comment on it further whilst they neared the stadium. You know, I told my mother about you, she revealed. It's the first time we have spoken about anything to do with Hogwarts other than when I asked permission to stay here for the summer holidays. Did you tell her that I'm better than you on a broom? Minerva narrowed her eyes at him challengingly. I'm not going to tell you what we spoke about now, she huffed, unlocking the broom shed with a tap of her wand and retrieving them both something to ride. Did you tell her I was better than you at Transfiguration? She laughed this time. As good as Harry had become, Minerva was better, and she knew it. Keep telling yourself that, she replied, patting his cheek before she mounted her broom and took to the sky. Harry could only shake his head as he followed her, catching up to the girl. You can't not tell me, he called. Minerva offered him a grin. You'll have to catch me if you want me to talk, she returned, streaking ahead. Not one to back down from such a challenge, Harry pursued her, and the chase was on. For a while, Minerva managed to evade him, and though she was indeed better than him at Transfiguration, Harry was the better flyer. He caught up with her on their 7th turn of the Quidditch pitch, snagging her broom's tail enough that he managed to overtake. That's cheating, Minerva growled, her Scottish brogue as prominent as ever. What are you going to do about it? Harry replied with a grin. He heard her mutter, though he couldn't make out what she said. What he did know, however, was that her stubbornness would not let her lose without putting up a fight. She was pursuing him now, and try as she might, she couldn't catch him. Eventually, she reluctantly gave up and flew to the stands where Harry joined her. You still have Transfiguration, he comforted. Minerva nodded, still scowling, but a grin tugging at her lips. True, she acknowledged, and you did catch me. So, what did you tell your mother about me? I'm not going to stroke your ego that much, Minerva mumbled, blushing slightly, but she likes what she heard. She thinks you're nice. Mind she hasn't met you yet. I'm sure her eyes would be opened then, he replied dryly. Probably, Minerva agreed, but I will not allow my mother to think me a liar. If you were to meet her, you would be on your best behavior, whatever that is. Harry laughed and nodded. I won't tell her about the first time we met, he promised, or supervising your transformations. If your father found out, he'd probably try to perform an exorcism on me. Then again, rather that than anything else he might do, he added. Minerva swatted his shoulder playfully. My father is the kindest man you would ever meet, she said longingly. The worst he would do would have you attend a confession to save your soul. How long has he got for me to confess my sins? Harry murmured amusedly. Minerva gave him an odd look. Has your life been that bad? I mean, I know the time travel thing, having to change your name, and pretending to be someone you're not can't have been easy. Harry cut her off with a snort. These have been the easiest 2 years of my life, he said sincerely. Before this, I've had people try to murder me. I've been attacked by all manner of creatures, and was entered into the Tri-Wizard tournament against my will. I watched as someone I thought of as a friend was murdered in front of me. No, as much as I still miss my friends, these have been the best 2 years I've had here, he explained, nodding towards the castle in the distance. He turned to see Minerva looking at him, wide-eyed, her expression one of horror. Is that true? Harry released a deep breath, deflating as he nodded. It is, he confirmed, and that isn't really the half of it. I don't even know what to say, Minerva replied sadly, taking him by the hand. How have you not broken? Harry offered the girl a sad smile. I am broken, he said truthfully. I lost too many people I care about to those that wanted to harm me. Is that why you want to be a hit wizard? To stop bad people like the ones you've met? Not really, Harry answered unashamedly. I want to do it because I'll be good at it, and there's a part of me, as much as I hate it, that has grown to love the danger of the situations I've found myself in. I don't know why, but I suppose it is just a part of who I am. So, you're really going to do it? Harry nodded. With some of the things I know, I can make a difference, hopefully for the better. Minerva looked upon him, with something akin to sadness now. He had so much weight bearing down on his shoulders, but Harry merely took it in his stride. Then I won't try to stop you, even if I think I could convince you, she said with a smile. Harry nodded appreciatively. You'll be here where you should be, and I'll be where I'm needed too. The thought of Harry being away from the castle didn't sit right with Minerva, but she'd promised she would not try to convince him otherwise. Where you came from, was I a professor here? She asked, not truly expecting an answer. Harry pondered her question for a moment, before shaking his head in mock frustration. Do you really want to know? I do, Minerva confirmed. It's like I said, my journey is already different with you being here. I don't suppose it will be exactly the same if you plan on sticking around. Fine, Harry sighed, but no more questions if I answer. Agreed. You were the Transfiguration professor here. And did I teach you? Was I a good professor? I said no more questions, Harry reminded her. All I will say is that I never imagined I would enjoy your company as much as I do, not that I thought I would meet you in these circumstances. Am I really that different? You're 60 years older there, Minerva, Harry pointed out. She stiffened slightly. God, I hadn't thought of it like that, she gasped. This must be really strange for you. It was at first, Harry agreed, but not so much anymore. I've gotten used to seeing you like this and being your friend instead of being terrified of being called to your office. If that happened, then you must have been a troublemaker, Minerva laughed. You could say that, Harry mused aloud. It wasn't as though he hadn't broken more than enough rules to have rightfully been expelled several times over. I'm glad you're here, Harry, Minerva spoke, breaking into his thoughts. You've made my last 2 years of school better than the others. I suppose I'd best visit, Harry quipped. We can't have you being unhappy. Or me, Charles interjected, thumping Harry playfully on the shoulder as he reached them. What? Where the hell else would I find you two lurking around? He has a point, Minerva sighed. Anyway, what did Professor Dippet want? He wanted to see if I'd be interested in working with Dumbledore next year whilst learning to run the family. I said I'd discuss it with my father, but I don't see why not. It would be nice to still be here. Then that makes 2 of us, Minerva informed him. Charles nodded. Dippet mentioned you're staying on, and I'm glad for it. I couldn't think of you being anywhere but here. Me either, Minerva concurred. Well, it could always be 3 of us, Charles declared. They want to see you next, he explained to Harry. Harry released Minerva's hand. I'll meet you back in the common room when I'm done. Good luck, Minerva called. Do you think he will accept? Minerva shook her head. No, he won't, she sighed. Harry has his plans. And they don't involve being at Hogwarts when the school year is finished. So, we just let him go. Minerva said nothing. She didn't wish for him to leave, to undertake perhaps one of the most dangerous jobs in their world, but he had his mind set on it, and there was nothing that would change that. Break. I do not believe this conversation will bear the fruit we are hoping for, Armando mumbled, as he heard footsteps ascending the staircase outside his office. Alas, I agree with you, old friend, Dumbledore replied. Come in, Harry, the headmaster called. The boy entered, though as Armando gazed upon him, he no longer stood such. In the almost 2 years he had been here, he had grown to be something unrecognizable to the timid, grieving lad that had arrived that fateful night in June. He stood proudly now, taller, broader, and healthy. Let it not be said that you aren't thriving, Armando greeted him. It seems like it was only yesterday that you came through that very door, lost and afraid. Harry chuckled. I'm still lost, he replied, not so much afraid. I don't suppose you are with your choice of career, Albus broke in. Harry sighed. Is that what this is about? Partly, Armando acknowledged. We are merely concerned, Harry, Dumbledore added. Is there nothing we can say to make you rethink your intentions? Harry shook his head. If you knew what was coming, you would understand why I'm doing what I am, he said frustratedly. You might even stop resting on your own laurels and do something about it yourself. I do not follow, Dumbledore replied, a frown of confusion creasing his brow. People are going to die, Professor, Harry returned, accentuating the man's title. More people than you can imagine. I understand that you can't fathom what is coming, but it will be like hell on earth for muggles and wizards. I cannot just sit back and allow it to happen. Albus looked at Armando concernedly. I understand why you feel that you can't help, Professor, Harry continued, the hostility in his voice having faded. I didn't at first, and I was angry with you, maybe I still am, but I do get it. It wasn't until I put myself in your position that I got it. Got what, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Grindelwald, he was your friend. Dumbledore's mouth fell agape. I suppose you knew that before you arrived. Harry shook his head. I had no idea, he said sincerely. It wasn't until I met Bathilda Bagshot that I learned of it, and everything fell into place. I see. And so do I, Harry sighed tiredly. That is why I can't do nothing. That is why I'm doing what I am. Besides, I'll be quite good at it. If anyone here can understand that, it should be the 2 of you. I do not doubt you will be, Harry, Armando offered truthfully. I merely do not wish for you to fall afoul of whatever it is that is happening on the continent. Harry laughed humorlessly. Honestly, with my luck, I think we can almost guarantee that it will happen. Trouble seems to find me, he explained. I can only imagine how much of it I'll face when I go looking for it. Then why do it? Armando questioned. Harry chuckled to himself, a look of realization dawning across his features. Because dark times lie ahead, and I have to choose between what is easy and what is right, he muttered. Someone I looked up to said that once, and I only now understand what he meant. Maybe my efforts will be for nothing, but I cannot make things worse than what they will be if I do nothing. There was little else that Armando could say, and he and Albus watched as Harry took his leave from the office, evidently having discussed the matter as much as he was willing to. Fruitless indeed, the headmaster sighed. Dumbledore nodded morosely. For a man so young, he sees the world through the eyes of one much older. The 2 men stiffened as a series of crashes and screams rent the air from somewhere nearby the office, and both sprinted towards the sound of the commotion with their wands drawn. What they came upon was quite unsightly. 3 of the 7th-year Slytherin students were unconscious amongst a scattering of debris that had been ripped from a nearby wall, and 2 others were being held at sword point, each by a suit of armor that decorated the hall. The last, Basil Parkinson, had been seized around the throat by Harry, who was nose to nose with the boy. "You fucking idiot," Harry spat. "Did you not learn anything from last year?" Before Armando or Albus could intervene, Harry had rammed his knee into the sternum of his captive, and then into his nose as he doubled over. "That is enough," the headmaster shouted as Harry turned his wand on the downed Slytherin. "They attacked me," the Gryffindor defended. "And it is them that are worse for it," Armando pointed out. "Let them go, Mr. Evans. I will deal with them." Reluctantly, Harry did so, offering his peers a final look of loathing before storming away. "And the punishment for him?" Albus asked. "For defending himself. I will not punish him for that," Armando denied. "These boys have reaped what they have sown." Albus, though he did not voice it, did not approve of Harry's actions. Nor did Armando, for that matter, but it was hard to feel any sympathy for the Slytherins that had brought it on themselves. Break. Being on the continent had never been something that Orion Black had enjoyed much. If anything, he always viewed his visits here as a necessary hindrance of being the lord of such a prominent family. Were it not for the many business interests that one of his ancestors had invested in, he wouldn't have bothered. Now, however, he was quite enjoying his time in Bulgaria. The food was not always to his taste, and the folk here were much simpler, but watching Gellert Grindelwald run his vast operation was a joy to see. Orion respected ambition, and though he'd had his doubts from time to time whether Grindelwald could even gather enough support to make his efforts come to fruition, he'd been proven wrong. Men and women came from far and wide to pledge themselves to him. Amongst them were French, Germans, and he'd even met a few fellow countrymen that had made the journey. He'd even spotted people from the Middle East. Word of Gellert's intentions were spreading, and his support growing with it. "What is this?" he asked as a bowl of what appeared to be red slop was placed in front of him, accompanied with a plate of simple bread. "That would be Eutenitsa, Lord Black," Gellert explained. "Think of it as a pepper and tomato relish. You spread it on the bread like so," he explained, demonstrating how the food should be consumed. Orion grumbled but followed suit, nodding approvingly as he took a bite. "It's not bad," he conceded. "It's not a bacon sandwich, but it will do." Gellert laughed, as he often did at Orion's demeanor. "The diet here is not as it is in England, Lord Black. Perhaps we can discuss with Selwyn about bringing you some home comforts when he arrives. He should be here shortly." Orion nodded agreeably. "I could murder a steak and ale pie," he declared, "and maybe some mashed potato." "All in good time, my friend," Gellert comforted. "Ah, here is Mr. Selwyn now." The door ricocheted off the wall as it was shoved open, and a furious Titus Selwyn stormed into the room. "Can you not even keep your own house in order, Black?" he spat. Orion's expression shifted to one of anger immediately. "You had better have a bloody good reason for swanning in here and speaking to me in such a way," he hissed. "Good reason. Have you not received my letters?" "I am not reachable here," Orion responded. "Now get on with it. What's chewing your arse?" Selwyn shook his head. "Your son has put an end to all of our business dealings." "Perseus did that." "No, the other bloody one." "Arcturus?" Orion asked, surprised. "What has he done?" "Only waltzed into the Wisengamot claiming to be running your family in your absence. Because of him, I've lost a fortune and had to hand over a substantial sum to you lot." Orion nodded appreciatively. "He always was the precocious child," he said amusedly. "If he saw fit to act in such a way, he must have had a reason." Selwyn was taken aback by the casual response of the Lord Black. "So, you will do nothing?" "That depends on why my boy took the action he did. He is no fool and wouldn't have done so lightly. So, Selwyn, why did my son target you, or were others involved?" "No, it was just me," the man admitted. "He seems to have taken offense to a business offer I sent your way." And what business offer would that be? I merely made an offer of marriage for your youngest daughter. You did what? Orion demanded. It was made with good intention. And yet you managed to offend my son with it? No, there's more to this. I will have the truth of it, or I will speak with my son myself. There was nothing more, Selwyn assured him. I do find that hard to believe, Mr. Selwyn, Gellert broke in. Either Lord Black's son is unreasonable, or you are saying that he has not taught the boy correctly. He's unreasonable, Selwyn said firmly. He gave me 60 days to pay the gold, and all our businesses have since collapsed without your funding. Then they were not profitable, Orion said dismissively. It appears that Arcturus was right. What do you think, Perseus? He asked as his son entered the room. About what? About Arcturus. He has seemingly taken the reins in my absence. Perseus nodded stiffly. Orion had been very displeased that his two sons had almost come to blows when the older of the two had visited. He had arrived back in Bulgaria, furious with his younger brother for the hostility he had shown. He hadn't said much else on the matter, but Orion knew Perseus was still harboring some anger towards Arcturus. What's he done then? Perseus inquired. He has rebuffed an attempt from Lord Selwyn, here, to have Doria married to his son. Perseus snorted. None of your offspring are worthy of our Doria, he declared. If I had my way, she would remain unmarried. But that is no longer in your future, Orion pointed out. I suppose it will be up to Arcturus who she marries, unless a suitable person is to be presented, of course, he added to Grindelwald, who nodded. I'm sure that it will happen in the future, Lord Black. So, your offer would have been rejected. But not in such a way from yourself, Selwyn muttered bitterly, eyeing Orion suspiciously as though he was trying to work the man out. No, not in such a way, Lord Black agreed, but denied nonetheless. Now, if you have finished griping, were you not asked here for a reason? I was, Selwyn sighed. So, how are your efforts progressing into bringing more to our side? Gellert interjected, leaning forward in his chair and ignoring his food in favor of conversing with the man. Not well, Titus sighed. Those whom I have approached are not amenable to your cause. The British are stubborn, Mr. Grindelwald, full of national pride, and will not bow down to foreign influence. Gellert laughed. I thought as much, he replied with a smile. That is why I admire them, but when they realize their situation is helpless, I have no doubt that they will fall into line. When they see how the people of this land are thriving, they will be willing to negotiate. You seem very certain, Selwyn mused aloud. Britain is a country of great power, Grindelwald conceded, but they have never faced a power like mine. The one man that could hope to face me and emerge victorious will not do so. What man? Orion questioned. Albus. Dumbledore. Gellert nodded. The very same. He may be a half-blood, but no mistake, gentlemen, Albus Dumbledore is perhaps the most gifted, resourceful, and dare I say, powerful wizard that I have ever met. He alone may pose a threat to me, or perhaps those days are behind us, he added cryptically, caressing the wand concealed within his sleeve. Any other that could have proven such a worthy foe have either aligned themselves with me or are in no position to do so. On the continent, Orion corrected. I do not know how long you have been away from Britain, Gellert, but there are others that should concern you. Is that so? Grindelwald asked amusedly. Orion nodded. The Knots are ones that you should be cautious of. And the Moody's, Selwyn added. They have little political influence, but they are renowned for their prowess in combat. Don't forget Potter, Orion continued. There may only be William at the moment, but his son is said to be rather gifted. William himself is not one to take lightly. There's also the Flamel Boy. Flamel Boy, Gellert asked. The alchemist's nephew, Selwyn explained. Not a problem in itself, but according to Malfoy, Flamel is very protective of the boy. The entirety of France will go to war if Flamel wishes for them to. Grindelwald grinned. The entirety of France will already be crushed beneath my heel before we turn our attention to Britain, he assured them. I am not concerned about Flamel. Orion shook his head. If we do not gain support in Britain from prominent families, it will be difficult to bring into the fold. Then we show them that they have little choice, gentlemen, Gellert responded. Conquering Britain may not even be necessary. They will come to us. Orion was not as convinced as Grindelwald, but if there was a man that could bring to life to such a vision, it was him. Thus far, Orion had been given no reason to doubt the man, and he wouldn't begin now, not when they were only getting started. Break. Before Harry knew it, the newts had come upon him and the rest of the 7th years, leaving many stressed, and some even needing medical assistance. As had happened during the Owls only 2 years prior, some students had been given calming drafts, and some sleeping drafts when the former had failed. The final exams, taken at Hogwarts, evidently had not been named with any sense of irony. They were nasty, and they were exhausting. For the best part of the week, Harry had found himself seated within the great hall for hours on end, completing the theoretical portion of his assessments. Transfiguration alone was a 5-hour paper with only a short break granted around midway through, and the rest, well, he couldn't wait for them to become a distant memory. It had been a difficult week, and though he knew he had performed at his best, it was not one he would remember with much fondness. In truth, he was glad that it was over, but now he faced the reality of leaving the castle in only a few short days. It was not a thought that filled him with excitement as he had hoped. If anything, it only made him realize that what was happening across the globe could no longer be ignored. Within the safety of the castle walls, it was easy to forget that a world existed outside of Hogwarts, and the one he would find himself in would not be favorable. It's all over then, Charles declared sadly. There'll be no more Hogwarts. Poppy will be going to St. Mungo's to become the best healer in the country, and Augusta and Frank will be getting married. I'll be with my father learning the business, Tiberius piped up, and on the Wisengamot. I'll see you there, Charles chuckled. Minnie will still be here, and Harry. None finished Ogden's sentence. They all knew what Harry would be doing, but they did not openly discuss it amongst themselves. It was as though they hoped that it would not happen if they ignored it, but that could not be done. Only this morning Harry had received word from Fedorov. We'll be in Belgium until I have completed my assessments, he announced as he removed the missive from within his robes. That will be for around 2 months. Charles all but snatched the envelope from his hand before scanning the contents, deflating when he had finished. So that's it. Harry nodded. You all knew this was a possibility, he pointed out. We'll all have our own things to do, but that doesn't mean we can't meet up and write to each other. Charles nodded, offering Harry a smile that lacked sincerity. I just wish I could understand why you're doing this, Harry, he sighed. You could do so many great things here, but you're choosing this. I just don't get it. I don't expect you to, Harry snorted. But you just rented your house, Tiberius broke in. And I plan on staying in it as often as I can, Harry replied. He was pleased with the property. To those of wealth, it would be little, but the 3-bedroom cottage he had secured for himself was more than enough for him. Initially, he had wanted to purchase the property, but the owner did not wish to part with it permanently, not yet at least. For now, Harry was content with leasing it. Where is it? Augusta asked. You never said. It's in Godric's Hollow, Harry answered, his gaze shifting towards Charles, who had turned to him sharply. Godric's Hollow, the Potter heir questioned. Harry nodded, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. I quite liked it there, and when I saw the house was available, I couldn't say no. Charles smiled approvingly. Well, that's one choice I can agree with, he chuckled. My father will be pleased to hear that you're there. Although Harry was pleased, he would see his relatives at least once a year at Christmas. That wasn't the only reason he had decided to take the house. For him, Godric's Hollow was where everything had begun, and though it would be some time still before he would deal with Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord was ever, presently with him, in mind and soul. Voldemort had come for him as a baby whilst he was in the village, had taken his parents from him. but Harry refused to allow those to be his only memories of what had been his first home. William, Angelica, and Charles had already sweetened the bitterness of his thoughts towards the place, and he was determined to claim it all back for himself. Perhaps one day he would raise his own family there. When all was said and done, Godric's Hollow was where his family had come from, and he wasn't going to let Voldemort, nor Grindelwald for that matter, take that away. Not again. However, before moving on to Godric's Hollow, and then Belgium in the coming weeks, there was one more thing he needed to do, and for that, he would need the help of the one person knew that he could trust. Minerva offered him a sad smile. She had made it clear that she was not happy with some of his choices, but she would support him, and he would be relying upon her during his absences. It was time that she learned even more of just what made Harry who he was. Break. Her visits to the owlery had been infrequent over the years. She hadn't written to her parents much, not wanting to expose her father to the odd form of communication used by witches and wizards. It would be difficult enough to explain to the watchful neighbors just why the McGonagall home was visited by owls. No, that would not do. Instead, she had opted to forgo the sending of mail and waited to visit with her family at Christmas and during the summer months for her first few years of school. Why had Harry asked to meet her here? She knew not, but he had been adamant that she was to come alone. He wanted to speak with her alone, and it was not as though the two of them hadn't done so several times over the years, but not in such a clandestine manner. When she opened the door and peered inside, it was to see him stroking the plumage of the owl she had brought him, his expression one of fondness. "He's grown on you then?" she asked. Harry nodded, his own expression one of concern. "What is it?" Minerva asked. "There's something I need you to do for me whilst I'm not around," he murmured, his eyes meeting hers. "The headmaster is aware of it, as is Professor Dumbledore, and I know that you trust him, but I have my reasons not to." "That sounds quite serious," Minerva replied. She had noticed the cold and aloof manner Harry had when he conversed with her mentor. She had not commented on it, but this was the first time he'd admitted there was a sense of difference between them. "It is," Harry confirmed, "as serious as it will ever get." "What do you need me to do?" Harry released a deep breath. "There will be a boy joining the school in September. Professor Dippet confirmed that he is on the list." "A boy?" Harry nodded. "I need you to keep an eye on him, Minerva, a very close one at that. I cannot express just how dangerous he will prove to be." Harry was worried, more so than she had ever seen him. "Who is he?" "His name is Tom Riddle," Harry said in just above a whisper, as though the boy himself would appear before them if said too loud. "He is the man who murdered my parents." Minerva gasped. "It was him." "It was, but it is much worse than that. He will bring war to Britain, and many will die. I have already taken steps to prevent it and will kill him before he can become what he once was. For now, I just need you to watch him and keep me updated on what he is up to, where he is spending time, and who with. Can you do that?" Minerva could not deny him. She wanted to help him any way she could. "Of course," she agreed. Harry offered her a grateful smile. "Then you will need this," he said, removing a worn piece of parchment from his pocket and looking at it reverently before tapping it with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Minerva could only watch as words began forming across the front of the parchment, some odd names, and then a map of the school where hundreds of little labeled dots could be seen. "Is that everyone in Hogwarts?" she asked. Harry nodded. "This map is one of only a few things I have that belong to my father, but you should have it. Clinging onto it will serve me no purpose, not when you are here." Minerva took the parchment from Harry, his grip tightening around it for a brief second before he relinquished it to her. "When you are done with it, just tap it with your wand and say, 'Mischief managed.'" Minerva did so, and the parchment was as it had been before Harry had activated it. "Please look after it," he implored. "I will," Minerva promised, taking him by the arm before he could leave. "And you had better take care of yourself, Harry Potter. I expect you to write to me at least once a week and visit when you can." He smiled and nodded, and Minerva placed a lingering kiss on his cheek. "Do not think that I won't come looking for you if I must," she warned. "I did not spend 2 years working with you on your transfiguration for you to just abandon me." Harry chuckled as he shook his head. "I'll be back," he vowed. "Always." Minerva nodded and released her hold on him. He would be. If nothing else, Harry was a man of his word, and this would not be the last she saw of him. Chapter 20. A new dawn it was with an expression of concern that Albus looked back at the orphanage he had taken his leave from, his head shaking at the thought of the boy he had made the acquaintance of. Tom Riddle was not a normal 11-year-old. Being a thief was one thing, and bearing a grudge another, but cruelty for nothing but the sake of cruelty was unfathomable to the Transfiguration professor. Young Tom harbored such tendencies, amongst other traits, that were more than a little unnerving. Albus had met spoilt children, shy children, and even the occasional bully, but Tom was none these. He was a cruel child with no empathy, intelligent indeed, but lacked any sense of wrongdoing in what he had done. In the boy's own mind, his actions were justified, and what an unpleasant place it had been to peer into. Albus shook his head. No, Tom had experienced a dreary upbringing, his whole life spent within the walls of an establishment where he had received only the most basic of care. From what Albus had seen, there was no love to be had in the home, no compassion, and a lack of nurturing. The professor considered Harry's dire warning about the boy that would join them in September. Of course, his former student would be biased towards the Tom that had grown to murder his parents, but was there a possibility that his path could be altered? Was there anything resembling humanity remaining within the boy he had met today? Albus couldn't be sure, but he would be remiss in his duties if he did not try at the very least to see to it, to nurture the boy and fill the years of neglect he had lived. Even attempting such did not feel right, but he chose to ignore his instincts on the matter. Young Tom was but a boy. Surely, he could be helped and shaped into a productive member of society. Albus hoped so. If the control of his magic the boy had spoken of was anything to go by, he would be an exceedingly gifted student. For one of his age, he had an exemplary grasp on his magic and could even use it to protect himself or hurt others if he chose to. Dumbledore frowned at the thought. Regardless of his own observations, Tom would need to be watched closely. There were too many characteristics of the boy that could not be ignored, and though Albus would not dismiss him already as a lost cause, there was something within the professor that could not help but think that Tom Riddle had simply been born a person of cruelty. Few simply were, but at the tender age of 11, Tom seemingly lacked any sign that he could be saved from himself. When the time is right, I will kill him. Or Harry, for that matter. Break. Harry had seen little of the outside world for the best part of 2 months, but the city of Ghent was like nothing he had seen before. It was as though he had stepped several centuries back in time, the buildings here from a period long past, but it was charming, and though the folk living here were cautious, they were friendly enough. There was a strong feeling of unease amongst the population, and Harry suspected that it was not something of exclusivity. He didn't understand much of the language, but in the 3 days he had been here, he'd heard the name, Hitler, murmured worriedly more than a few times, another reminder that war was not far on the horizon. He sipped his coffee and buried his head into the jacket of the homeless man he had bribed into giving it up, the offer of a few days in a warm hotel room with brand new clothes, and hot food too alluring for the suspicious street dweller to resist. It wasn't because he was cold that he did this, but he had observed the man he was impersonating do the very same in the hours he had watched him from afar. Harry needed his cover to be convincing for another few hours. Already, he had felt the presence of wizards around him over the last couple of days, yet he had managed to evade them thus far, his ruse proving to be a good one, even if he did have to tolerate the smelly garments he wore. Sleeping rough was not really an issue in itself. Having spent much of his life in a small cupboard, The cover the arches of the local butchers offered was enough to keep him out of the worst of the rain, unless the wind blew it at him. Much to his relief, that didn't happen often, and when it did, he merely accepted it for what it was. The only magic he had cast had been to alter his features, and nothing more. He had fed himself on scraps that he could find in nearby bins, and the butcher had even given him some roasted pork that had not been sold. Even the coffee he was nursing had come courtesy of a generous passerby who had deposited a franc in the tin he had placed before his feet. Such a simple gesture had made his morning all the better. He remained calm as he became aware of magical folk nearing his position. They rounded the corner quickly and entered the butcher's. For a moment, Harry thought he had been caught and could feel a pair of eyes boring into his back. The witch was speaking to the butcher, and the wizard she was with was seemingly fixated on him. Harry could not understand what was being said, but he heard the name Jules, the name of the man he was here in lieu of. Shortly after, the witch and wizard left, the latter staring at Harry intently who flinched, eliciting an apologetic smile from the woman before she placed a coin in his tin. She mumbled something incomprehensible to him before she dragged her partner away, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he internally thanked the butcher. The man in particular would be keen to apprehend him. Harry had gotten the better of him during the dueling portion of his assessments, and the Spaniard had not been pleased. Taking Harry in would somewhat redeem the man, El Diablo, if he remembered correctly, in the eyes of the examiners. Harry snorted. The moniker the man had given himself was almost laughable. If anything, he was a petulant child rather than the devil. Nonetheless, Harry had avoided capture, though it had been a closer call than he would have liked, even if it was the self-named devil hunting him. Only a few more hours, he whispered to himself. Concealment and blending in were the final things he was being assessed on. Were he to be successful, he would be granted his hit wizard license, and he would then be able to work in the field. Although Fedorov had advised him to find a team to join, Harry was reluctant to do so. He liked working alone and had grown accustomed to it over the past 2 years. The idea of answering to someone else did not sit right with him. If anything, he felt that being a member of a team of hit wizards would inhibit him more than it would be a benefit. No, Harry had plans beyond following a group of witches and wizards across the globe to pursue wanted criminals. As much as he would dedicate himself to the job, he could not ignore everything else he was working for. "Serpient," a loud voice called. The Spaniard had returned. He stalked down the length of the street with his wand in hand, followed by his partner, who was seemingly trying to calm the man down. He brushed her off irritably and continued his search. "I know that you are here, Serpient." His English was heavily accented, and the use of the language only served to draw attention to the man. Those within the surrounding shops came outside to see what the commotion was about. "I can smell you," the Spaniard continued, sniffing the air dramatically whilst his partner tried to quiet him. "Scarpinte." The man had lost his composure, and if he believed that ranting and raving would force Harry to show himself, he was wrong. In his frustration, the Spaniard kicked a nearby bin, and 2 Muggle police officers approached him. A heated exchange took place between the three, and in the ensuing melee, the Portuguese woman accompanying him shot up a stream of red sparks. In a matter of seconds, several pops announced the arrival of more magical folk, and Harry looked on as the men and women in robes took control of the situation. They began by stunning and removing the Spaniard, before moving on to obliviating the Muggle witnesses. Everything happened so frantically that Harry didn't notice the arrival of Fedorov until he was standing only a dozen or so feet away, scanning the crowd. "Come out, Serpent," he sighed. "You have passed your test." Harry didn't move. There were still 3 minutes left until his time was up, and he would see the task through to the end. "Has anyone seen him?" Fedorov questioned the group of witches and wizards at last. He received a mix of shrugs and shakes of the head before continuing his search. "Serpent." Still, Harry didn't move. Something felt wrong, and as his gaze swept across the street, he saw another woman approaching him with her wand drawn. She was going to obliviate him, and with only a little over a minute remaining until he was done, he couldn't allow that. Thinking quickly, he pointed the tip of his wand through a rip in his sleeve and took aim at a nearby muggle. Imperio. Without any defense against such magic, the man complied. He screamed, garnering the attention of the witch approaching Harry before he charged towards her. In the time it took for her to react, Harry had vanished into a nearby alley and wrapped his cloak around himself, concealing him from view. He was loath to do this, knowing that he would not always be able to rely on it when out in the field. He needed to be able to blend in without suspicion, and the cloak could be as much a boon as it could a liability. All it would take for him to be discovered was for someone to bump into him, and he would be found. For now, however, and in other desperate times, the cloak would be his best tool. Somewhere from the adjoining street, he heard a klaxon sound, officially signaling the end of his assessment. Cautiously, he removed his cloak and placed it back in the pocket of his coat as he cast a disillusionment charm over himself before entering the street once more. The same group of witches and wizards were there, each of them scanning the area for any sign of him. Even the Spaniard was there standing next to Fedorov. "The assessment really is over now, Serpent," the latter announced. Harry nodded as he removed the charm, appearing in front of the gathering of those he had worked with over the past couple of months. As he did so, they began to clap, and Fedorov even offered him a rare smile of approval. "You followed your orders perfectly," the man declared, "and did not fall into the final trap as many before you have. Well done, you have passed." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The weeks since he had arrived in Belgium had been amongst the most difficult he had endured. Every day he had been tested for his suitability for the job, had been pushed to his limits both physically and mentally, and with it now at an end, he could not be happier. "Come along," Fedorov urged, offering Harry the end of a rope. "We will return to my office where I will complete your paperwork." Accepting the portkey, Harry quickly found himself in a very familiar room, the very same he had completed the theoretical portion of his assessments, under the watchful eye of the man now standing before him. With a sigh, Fedorov took a seat behind his desk. Removing a quill and dipping it in an ink pot, he looked at Harry speculatively before scratching away for a few moments, signing the document when he was finished and tapping it with his wand. "If I am honest with you, Mr. Evans, I was hoping to find something that I could fail you on. It is nothing personal," he added, "but quite the opposite. It is not often we have one so young make it this far into the process, but you have exceeded my expectations, and if this is what you truly want, then you have earned it." Harry nodded. It seemed as though everyone wanted to talk him out of becoming a hit wizard. Nonetheless, he took the piece of parchment from the desk. "That license gives you the right to pursue, apprehend, and if necessary, terminate any person that has been deemed a particular threat to a country that holds membership in the International Confederation of Wizards. For a full list of those on that list, and more details, you should attend the Department of Justice located in Geneva, but not before you take a minimum of 1 week leave to recuperate," Fedorov explained. "To claim any funds you are owed, all apprehended persons must be surrendered to the Department of Justice, where they will be processed and prosecuted accordingly. Do you understand?" "I do." "Then all that is left is for me to offer you my sincerest congratulations. If there is anything that I can do for you, then please do seek me out. Any competent owl will find me." Harry nodded. "I will, and thank you." Fedorov chuckled and waved him off. "Here," he said, offering the same piece of rope he had that had transported the two of them here. "This will take you to the apparition point in Diagon Alley. Enjoy some much-needed rest, but do have a will written. I hope it will not be necessary, but it is best to be prepared." Harry would. With all that he had been through, and what life would bring in the coming years, he would need all the rest he could. Accepting the rope, he felt himself pulled away from the room before arriving in the alley he had come to know so well. Feeling pleased to be back in England, even if it was for only a short stay. Not needing anything here, however, and after taking a moment to allow the effects of the long journey wear off, he apparated to the home he was renting in Godric's Hollow, where he was greeted by a small pile of letters that had been received in his absence. They could wait a few more hours. For now, he needed to sleep, but he would send replies to Minerva, Charles, and any other that had tried to contact him when he woke. Break. Being seated at the staff table was an odd experience, and looking down, and upon students who had been her peers only a few months prior, was even stranger. Although she was nervous, for Minerva, this was a dream come true. She had spent her summer preparing for this, and had for once had need of her mentor beyond developing her skill in transfiguration. Of course, they couldn't neglect that, but Dumbledore, or Albus as he now insisted he called her, added in advice on how to teach classes, how to set and work mark designed to push the students, and anything else he believed would help her be a competent instructor. Minerva had taken it all in, and she now faced the prospect of putting all the work into practice. However, before that could happen, there was the newest batch of first years to be sorted, and she looked on as they filed in, led by Albus. Her gaze swept over them, searching for one boy, even if she did not know what he looked like. None jumped out at her. How could she look in the eyes of an 11-year-old and identify them as a future murderer? She couldn't, but she listened intently as Albus began reeling off the names until his was called. Tom Riddle. Even the deputy headmaster shot the boy a look of concern as he confidently strolled up to the stool and took a seat. Tentatively, the hat was placed upon his head. "Slytherin," it announced without delay, and the little boy that, according to Harry, would one day become a monster, grinned as he joined the students clad in robes trimmed with green and silver. However, instead of being warmly welcomed as he would have been in any other house, the Slytherins frowned at their newest housemate, some with suspicion, others questioningly, and the rest with utter disgust. Riddle was not a pureblood name, and Tom would have a difficult time being accepted into the House of Snakes for that reason alone. Strangely, he ignored his housemates and waited for the plates to be filled with food before helping himself, seemingly ignorant or uncaring that he was not being welcomed as he had undoubtedly seen others being so in other houses. Minerva turned her attention to her own food, her mind wandering to thoughts of years gone by when she had been sitting amongst the students. She missed them. She missed Poppy and Augusta, although she still saw them regularly. She missed Charles, and she even missed Ogden and his inappropriate comments. But most of all, she missed Harry. In only the 2 years she had known him, she had come to appreciate his company, his advice when she was flummoxed by a spell or anything else she had been working on, and more than anything else, she simply missed his presence. She looked towards the enchanted ceiling, wishing she could have had just one more year of schooling with her friends. She hadn't heard from Harry in a number of weeks. He had explained that he would be unreachable for some time, but that did not stop the young woman from worrying about him. Was he safe? Was he able to navigate the unfamiliar world without her helping him? Minerva knew not, but in the hours she was not distracted by her work, she thought of him and hoped beyond hope that nothing untoward had happened. She shook her head of the morose thoughts and tucked into her meal, distracted by Albus a few moments later as he nudged her with his elbow. She caught sight of his twinkling eyes as he nodded in the direction of the rafters, above where a familiar owl was perched. "Theseus," she whispered. The bird let off a loud barking noise before taking to the air and landing on her shoulder, his claws gripping her firmly. Minerva didn't mind, and even took a moment to pet him as she relieved him of the missive he carried. "Why don't you get some rest in the owlery?" she advised. "I'm sure he won't mind." The journey between Godric's Hollow and Hogwarts was a rather long one, and the owl would need his rest before returning. Theseus took flight once more and exited the way he'd come in. Minerva watched until he was gone, and then turned her attention to the letter she had been waiting for. Tearing it open, she felt herself filled with relief at seeing Harry's familiar scrawl. "Dear Minerva." I'm sorry that I have been out of touch for so long, but I am reachable now. How was your summer? Mine was not easy, but it is over now. As of yesterday, I am a license holder. I will not put in writing what it is for, as I need to keep a sense of anonymity moving forward. It feels strange writing, when usually I would probably be sat with you, and you would give me a look of disapproval. I miss those. I have written to Charles, Ogden, and Poppy, so they may let you know that I am around, even if it is only for a week. Anyway, I will not keep you from your work. I will visit soon. Just let me know when it is convenient to do so. H.E. P.S. I know that I do not need to say it, but he must be watched. I cannot emphasize just how dangerous he is. Be careful. Knowing that Harry was safely in Britain warmed her. She hadn't realized just how much she had needed to receive this letter, and now that she had, she felt herself relax considerably. Harry may have been missing her looks of disapproval, but she missed him, all of him. For 2 years, she had spent the best part of every day with him, and now it felt as though he was gone. Minerva remained at Hogwarts, and Harry was out there, where the world was becoming less kind, and it worried her. It wasn't just that she missed her friend, but more than anything, she feared that she might not see him again. With that in mind, she took a quill, some parchment, and ink from her bag and scratched a reply. When the feast was over, she would send it to him immediately. She wanted him to get it before he returned to the continent. Break. So that was him, Armando questioned. Albus nodded. He is as unsettling as I remember him being, he murmured. Armando hummed his agreement. It may have been that he knew what the boy would become, but as he had watched him being sorted, the headmaster was filled with a sense of unease. No, Harry may have brought Tom Riddle to his attention, but it was the boy himself that provoked such feelings. Do you think it wise we allow him to stay knowing what we do? Albus frowned questioningly. You think that we should rescind his place here? Would that not only serve to feed his already unpleasant tendencies? Armando deflated and shook his head. I do not know, Albus. For the first time since I took over as headmaster, I feel that I am out of my depth. I understand, Albus replied sincerely, but may I offer my advice? Armando gestured for him to do so. We should have him remain where we can keep an eye on him. I admit, he gives me cause for concern, but it is best to keep him close to us than alienate him prematurely. Perhaps we can even get through to him and change his path. Perhaps, Armando agreed tentatively, though he wasn't convinced. I will be watching him closely. Harry, with all he has seen and been through, is most concerned about this boy who is undoubtedly the catalyst for all that befell him. Then let us hope that we can be the difference to prevent that happening again, Albus replied. We must remember, Armando, that Tom Riddle, for now, is just like any other first year we welcome into the castle. Until he proves to be otherwise, we should treat him as such. Once more, Armando wasn't convinced, but he nodded. If Tom Riddle was as problematic as Harry professed him to be, then it mattered not what he or Albus did. Break. I must say, Mr. Evans, that it is not often I have one so young in my office submitting a final will and testament. The wizarding solicitor, Harry, had chosen to complete the task side. David Tompkins was a middle-aged man, balding and rotund, but he had not asked too many questions and had assured Harry's privacy. What more could the teen want for such a matter? I suppose I just don't want to take my chances that my wishes wouldn't be fulfilled, Harry replied. Tompkins nodded. So, you wish to leave anything of monetary value to one Minerva McGonagall, including your business investments? Yes. Your collection of books is to be left to Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel, along with your trunk. Correct, Harry confirmed. And finally, you wish for your invisibility cloak to be gifted to the Potter family, with the letter that you have just handed me. Harry nodded. The letter would explain everything to his family. It had taken Harry hours to compose it, and though he knew he would never be completely satisfied with it, it was the best he could do. It will only open for a Potter, he reminded the solicitor. If anyone else were to try, the results would be most unpleasant. He had placed a rather ingenious blood curse he had found in one of the Slytherin books on the document. Duly noted, Tompkins replied nervously, placing the envelope in the folder he had prepared. If there is nothing else, then I believe that we are done here. Would you like the beneficiaries of the will to be notified? Harry shook his head as he stood. No, I am hoping that this will only ever be a precautionary measure, but it is best to be prepared for all eventualities. It is, Tompkins agreed. In that case, this meeting will remain between only the two of us. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Please do get in touch if there is anything else I can do for you. Harry shook the offered hand and took his leave from the office. Having a will written had not been something he had ever considered, though when he pondered the things he had faced, he probably should have. He chuckled to himself. He definitely should have, though he had not known about them until recently. His thoughts shifted from such things as he walked the length of Diagon Alley. It was raining today, and heavily to boot. The alley was almost empty, but that didn't stop him enjoying being here, even if it was for only a few more moments. He was heading to the continent today, Switzerland to begin with at least, and from there, wherever he felt like heading to pursue his first wanted criminal. Checking that none were paying close attention to him, he changed his features, lengthening his hair, and shifted his cheekbones and nose so that they were more defined. The transformation was enough that he would not be easily recognized by any that knew him. With his work done, he entered the apparition area and tapped his license with his wand. After only a slight delay, he felt himself being whisked away from England and found himself in a small entrance hall where a young woman was seated behind a single desk. The walls were painted a light blue, and there was a single door situated behind her, but nothing else. Evidently, this was not a place for any visitors to spend much time in. "Are you the serpent?" the woman asked, her accent not one Harry had heard before. He nodded and presented her with his license. "This is your first time here." "It is." "Then follow me," she instructed. "I will show you all you need to know." Harry did so, and he was led into the adjoining, much larger room where each of the four walls were plastered with annotated photos. "Are all of these people wanted?" he asked. The woman nodded grimly. "There were hundreds of them. More of them are added than are captured," the woman explained. "It's been this way for some time. Anyway, I would recommend choosing from this wall," she said, gesturing to the one closest to them. "These people are still very dangerous, but considered less so than the others. It would be a good place for you to start." Row upon row of faces looked down at him, some grinning maniacally, some neutral, and others speculatively as if they were assessing just how much of a threat he would be to them. Inexplicably, Harry found himself drawn to one. "Clival man?" he inquired. The woman nodded, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke from the cigarette she had lit. "An American native. He is wanted for fraud, bank robbery, and questioning in relation to the murder of a Russian noble." "Sounds like a nice bloke," Harry snorted. "And has been impossible to capture," the woman huffed. "He is a Muggle-born and uses that to his advantage. He stays in the Muggle world and can smell witches and wizards a mile off. Before anyone can get close, he is gone." Harry hummed thoughtfully. "Last seen in Minsk." "Which only makes finding him trickier," the woman replied. "Russia is not the most welcoming of places at the moment. The political issues have extended to the magical population, and Stalin hates magic. He sees us as a threat to his regime even though we have assured him we do not interfere in Muggle affairs. He's as suspicious as he is intolerant, and you will get no assistance from the locals who are fearful of reprisals. Surely if Allman was involved in the death of a noble, they would want to capture him." The woman giggled almost patronizingly. "The Russians are prideful people, and they despise outsiders. It's not a good recipe for cooperation." "Bloody hell," Harry grumbled, wishing a different target had caught his attention. "Is there anything else I should know?" The woman nodded. Well, we have our suspicions that he did not act alone in the bank robbery. The goblins in Moscow are convinced that he had assistance from the inside. 6 of their own went missing after the robbery, and although a lot of blood was found near the vault All Man broke into, they are convinced the goblins were killed not but were in on it. Why would All Man go to the trouble of getting rid of the bodies? So, they may be with him. I suspect so, and they will not come quietly. They face a most brutal execution if they were to be returned to the goblins they wronged. Great, Harry declared sarcastically, already knowing he was too invested in the tale to simply walk away. I suppose I'm going to Russia then. There would be trouble of that, he had no doubt, yet the thought of the chase and the risk involved appealed to him too much to turn down the opportunity. Besides, 75 galleons was a considerable sum, and would allow him to make a few profitable investments back in London. Break. Roaming the halls of Hogwarts without his robes, or either his prefect or head boy badge, was a strange feeling for Charles, who had not expected to return once his final year had been completed. But here he was. Along with working closely with his father, he had accepted the offer of Dumbledore and Dippet to complete a mastery in Transfiguration part-time. He was grateful for the break it offered. As much as he loved and respected his father, running the family business was a much bigger task than he had expected. He had known that the Potters were wealthy and that they had vested interests in many ventures, but Charles had not been prepared for just how much work he would one day have to do. Still, he was up for the challenge, though he hoped such a time would not come soon. He shook his head of that thought. William Potter was still a young and healthy man, and that gave Charles time to invest in the subject he was most passionate about. The Potter parents had been thrilled when he had informed them of the offer and had all but insisted he dedicate time to it. As such, he found himself once more at Hogwarts, heading towards the library. There was a book he needed to consult for an assignment that Dumbledore had set him, and despite his efforts to secure a copy for himself, it appeared that the only place he would access it was the restricted section, a place of which he had been granted a permanent pass. That alone made undertaking his mastery worthwhile. The Hogwarts library was amongst the most revered in Britain, and having it at his disposal would be quite the boon. Handing the librarian his pass, she scrutinized it closely before returning it and offering him a begrudging nod. Charles was certain she was a mute. In all his years here, he had never heard the woman speak. She was little more than a presence who would merely frown at those she deemed to be too noisy. With a shake of his head, he entered the restricted section, excited to peruse the shelves here. "The Joys of Liver," he mumbled, having removed a book from the shelf and read the title aloud. Curiously, he opened the tome, only to close it a moment later with a grimace. It turned out to be a work discussing the best way to hunt certain animals, what spells could be used to kill them, and how to cook the extracted liver. "Well, I didn't like liver before, I won't be eating it now," he muttered. "You do know that talking to yourself is a sign of insanity," a female voice broke in. "Miss Black?" Charles questioned, taken aback by the girl's sudden appearance. Doria offered him a look of amusement. "I didn't take you for a wizarding cook," she commented, nodding towards the book he held. Charles shook his head before replacing it on the shelf. "I'm not," he denied. "My curiosity got the better of me." Doria snorted. "You should be grateful that you didn't pick up the one next to it. It goes into quite morbid detail on how to dismember and prepare Muggle meat." "Really?" Charles asked, eyeing the book with disgust. "No, but it wouldn't surprise me if that book existed somewhere," Doria replied with a smirk. "What are you doing here anyway?" Charles questioned, changing the subject to one more palatable. "I go to school here," Doria pointed out. "I could ask the same of you. Didn't you graduate in July?" "I did," Charles confirmed, "but I'm here completing a Transfiguration mastery." Doria nodded appreciatively. "Then I suppose I will see you around here still," she returned with a smile. "Take care, Potter." With that, she was gone and Charles shook his head. "Bloody hell," he groaned. All it had taken was a simple smile from the girl to evoke the feelings he'd managed to ignore within him. If Harry could see him now, he would mock him or try to convince him to speak to Doria more often, something that was out of the question. "Bloody hell," he repeated, thumping his head against the shelf. After all this time, Doria Black was still in his head, and despite his best efforts to not think of her, he had failed miserably. Break. Russia was cold. Even the coldest days he had experienced in Scotland felt like a warm summer's day in comparison to the chill that permeated the streets of Minsk, and the very same mood was reflected in the people here. For the best part of a week, Harry had spent his days milling from pub to pub, drinking coffee to keep a semblance of warmth within himself. He had visited Moscow first, where he purchased what was deemed to be suitable clothing for the climate, and yet the cold seeped through the winter furs he wore. Ever since he had been here, his own mood becoming one of perpetual misery. The Russians were as unaccommodating as he'd been warned. Looks of suspicion followed him wherever he went, and he suspected that he'd only been granted entry to some of the establishments because he would spend money within them. Still, he was not welcome here, and he doubted that many foreigners were. However, with a little luck, his time in the frozen hell would be short-lived. His quarry was nearby. For the past 2 days, Harry had felt a magical presence. At first, he had been uncertain if it was all man, but the robbery of a Muggle bank the previous day under very suspicious circumstances convinced him that the feeling of the other magical was the one he sought. The bank itself had sustained no damage, nor had the vault, and the NKVD were out in force looking for the perpetrators. Harry didn't know much about Russian law enforcement, but the locals were terrified of them and cowered as the men who resembled soldiers more than they did police officers stormed buildings. He quickly saw why the NKVD was so feared. They did not merely ask questions, but were liberal with the butts of their weapons and whips that some carried. Russia truly was a dreary place. Harry continued sipping his coffee as he felt the same magical presence he'd been feeling draw closer. The pub he was in was the kind of place a man like all man would frequent. It was filthy here, more so than the Hog's Head, but that didn't lower its popularity. It was tucked away from the main roads, and seemingly, even the NKVD did not come here. In only the few hours Harry had been seated at the bar, he had witnessed the exchange of black market items, gambling, and even women plying their own chosen trade. The door opened, admitting a man that looked nothing like the photo that Harry had seen, but he knew it was all man. The habitual darting of the eyes was the giveaway he noticed, and he could just feel that this was the man he sought. Seemingly satisfied, and shooting a final glance over his shoulder, he closed the door behind him and approached the bar. "Vodka," he muttered, placing a single coin on top of the bar, clapping his hands together firmly to stave off the chill. The barman eyed him with distaste, but the look went unnoticed by all man, who continued to gaze around the room. "Thank you, Tovarish," he muttered as the glass was placed in front of him. Harry continued to ignore him, placing his own coin on the bar. "Spasibo," he murmured before taking his leave, aware that all man was watching him as he did so. When he was outside, he took a turn down the nearest alleyway and covered himself with his invisibility cloak. All man was as paranoid as they came, and any magic cast would not be missed by him. By wearing the cloak, he was hoping he could catch the man off guard. To that end, he waited, the chill of the early evening working its way through the several layers he wore. After a little over an hour, when he thought he would have to leave from worry he would freeze to death, he caught sight of all man and began to follow him. The sky had darkened now, though the street lamps had yet to be lit, which only made the task of tailing his target that much harder. Much to Harry's relief, however, he managed to close the distance between them, though he cursed as all man stopped and turned suddenly, yelping as the two collided. Spooked and wide-eyed, all man disapparated, but Harry caught hold of his jacket before he could vanish, the last thing he saw being a group of NKVD officers sprinting towards them. "Help me!" all man shrieked as the two of them landed on a wooden floor with a dull thud. Harry was disorientated by the sudden and unexpected transportation, and his cloak had evidently slipped to reveal his torso. He cursed as something collided with his shoulder, and when his vision cleared, he looked to find a small pickaxe protruding from it. Worse still was the half-dozen goblins advancing on him with a myriad of weapons drawn. Allman had already scrambled behind his guard, and Harry quickly drew his wand as he dodged a swing from a rather crude sword courtesy of one of the little creatures. "Shit," he gasped as another attempted to stab him through the guts. He managed to avoid the blow and banished the goblin into his companions, allowing him enough time to compose himself. Undeterred, the growling group descended on him once more and knew he had to deal with them quickly. With a grimace, he transfigured a nearby sideboard into a large bear that he set upon them. Immediately, the goblins banded together to fend off the new threat, and Harry turned his attention to the cowering Allman who was nursing a stump where his right arm should have been. In his panic to escape, he had splinched himself and was reluctant to apparate again. Instead, he was relying on the goblins to protect him, and he watched as they tried to fight the bear, their weapons like toothpicks to the behemoth. Seizing the fortunate advantage he had been granted, Harry took aim, and with no wand in sight to defend himself with, Allman was quickly bound in chains, and not a moment too soon. With a guttural roar, the bear had fallen victim to the goblins, who immediately continued their efforts to relieve Harry of his innards. Not wanting to be injured further, he hissed loudly whilst brandishing his wand, and the room began to fill with large snakes. Although they tried their utmost and killed several of the serpents, the goblins were soon overwhelmed by the sheer number of them, and it took only a little more effort on Harry's part to have them subdued, unarmed, and cursing him in their own tongue. Ignoring his captives, he took a deep breath and braced himself before pulling the pickaxe that had been embedded in his arm free. Collapsing to the ground when the deed had been done, he shook his head. That would be sore for days. He was distracted by a laugh from one of the goblins, and Harry looked at the creature to be met with a leer. "You die," it said in broken English. "Venom of manticore." Harry frowned. Manticore was a fast-acting poison, and he should be feeling rather unwell by now from the effects. Disregarding the large wound in his shoulder, he felt fine. It was then that the words the Hogwarts healer had spoken to him came to the forefront of his mind. "You're likely immune to most venoms, but I would not be in a rush to test that theory." Harry laughed. He hadn't been, but it seemed that the woman's prediction had been correct. "And here I am still breathing." He hissed amusedly, standing to show the goblins that he was fine. "Who are you?" the same creature demanded, struggling against the chains binding him. Harry merely grinned, wincing slightly as his shoulder throbbed uncomfortably. "I'm the serpent," he answered simply. Chapter 21, Unexpected Horizons. "What are we even doing in a dump like this?" "We are building our alliances, Lord Black," Gellert answered, "and paving the way for much bigger things here. The Germans are looking to expand, and it is in our best interest that they meet little resistance whilst doing so." Orion eyed the passing muggles with distaste, shaking his head. "What can a country like this offer?" he asked. "These people are poor, and I doubt the wizards are any better off." "They're not," Gellert confirmed, "but we must begin laying our foundations. It may not seem like much, but it is a beneficial alliance for us. The people here have truly opened their eyes to the world around them, and it is now time that they're freed from their shackles." Orion did not comment further, and followed, as Grindelwald stepped through a wall into a large atrium. The Czechoslovakian Ministry of Magic was not a grand building. There were no golden statues, no sparkling floors, and no wealth to be seen. The room Orion found himself in was hewn from stone, and even the dozen or so fires that lined the walls offered little warmth. They had barely made it a few steps into the room before they were accosted by a large man wearing white robes. He had his wand drawn and began conversing with Gellert in a language that Orion did not understand. After a moment, the man left, and Grindelwald nodded satisfactorily. What was that about? Orion questioned. Our friend there has gone to sound the alarm. This place will be swarming with Aurors and the like in just a minute. Sound the alarm, Orion choked. Have you gone mad? Gellert nodded. Quite, he said brightly. True to his word, the atrium quickly began to fill with more men and women in the same robes as the first that had approached, each with their wands drawn and pointed at Orion and Grindelwald. Bloody hell, we're going to die, the former groaned. Gellert was unmoved by the disadvantage they found themselves at and waited patiently for something else to happen. Remain calm, Lord Black, he urged. The one-sided standoff continued for several moments until a flustered man dressed in black robes and sporting a large gold chain around his neck pushed his way through the crowd. He began shouting in the same harsh language Gellert had conversed in with the first man. In English, Minister Horak, Grindelwald sighed, my friend here does not understand what you are saying. The man purpled, his jaw clenched tightly as he growled. I want to know what you think you are doing. I'm setting you free, Minister, Gellert answered, his wand shooting upwards, and with but a turn, the minister's neck snapped. He collapsed lifeless to the ground, his death so sudden that not even a death rattle could be heard. Orion expected an uproar, for both he and Gellert to be cut down where they stood, but that didn't happen. Instead, those garbed in white robes began to cheer, happy with the actions of his companion. Grindelwald held up his hands for silence and nodded gratefully when the men and women complied. Now our work truly begins, he declared. Rid the building of those that would oppose us. Orion could only look at the man in disbelief as the Czechoslovakian Aurors left the atrium, and the sounds of screaming and spell fire followed soon after. They may not be many, but they're loyal, Lord Black, and that is what we need above all else, Gellert declared. Worry not, our next target should be to your satisfaction. Who's the target? One you need not concern yourself with, but they eagerly await their freedom. Of that, you can be certain. Break. Minerva watched the dot belonging to the boy as he roamed the third-floor corridor. Although he wasn't doing anything against the rules, Tom Riddle had no business being there. Just what was he doing? He was walking slowly, seemingly checking out every nook and cranny of the corridor, just as she had seen him do in the dungeons, on the first, and the second floors also, but what was he looking for? With a shake of her head, she left the room she had been allocated on the 5th floor and made her way down to where the boy was, transforming into a cat when she was only a short distance away. She looked on as he tapped seemingly random bricks with the tip of his wand, before moving on to another section where he did the same thing. He inspected the suits of armor also, and each statue he came to. Was he looking for something? Carefully, Minerva approached, only to find herself blinded by the beam of light that was aimed at her. When her vision cleared, the boy stood over her, smirking. Watch out, little cat, he warned. You don't want to be sneaking around down here. Bad things can happen to lost little animals. Minerva hissed as he made a sudden grab for her, the sharp claws of her stabbing into his hands and eliciting a yelp of anger from the boy. He aimed a kick at her that she avoided, but he wasn't done. He chased her down the length of the corridor, hissing furiously as he attempted to catch her once more, only to come to a halt as he almost bumped into Dumbledore. I would advise that you return to your common room, the Transfiguration professor instructed firmly, and I do hope that you were not trying to harm another student's pet. Tom shook his head, his look of innocence not in the least bit convincing. We were just playing, Professor, he replied easily. Dumbledore hummed and stepped aside. I will give you the benefit of the doubt this once, Tom, he returned. Now off you go. Riddle gave the man a winning smile, though there was no warmth to it, and after giving Minerva a final glare, he took heed of the headmaster's advice and left the corridor. I would be careful with him, Minerva, Dumbledore murmured. Minerva offered a gentle meow before she too took her leave and returned to her room. Tom Riddle was indeed an unsettling boy, one with a proclivity towards cruelty. Had he caught her then, She could not fathom what he would do to a helpless creature such as a cat, and she was grateful that she was much more than just her feline side. Still, she would continue to watch the boy, and of course inform Harry of what she had seen thus far. She deflated. Thoughts of her friend only made her morose, the worry she felt for him unable to be ignored. He had mentioned in his last letter that he had been injured, but with Harry being as aloof as he was, he did not go into specifics. Instead, he had taken the time to ask after her, and to arrange a dinner between them and the rest of the Gryffindors that had graduated this year. Minerva was looking forward to it, and more than anything, seeing for herself that Harry was okay. She missed him, and though she treasured the letters she received, it was simply not the same as having him around her. Break. I call to order this autumn gathering of the International Confederation of Warlocks, dated November 13th, 1937, the chief mugwump declared, tapping the top of his podium smartly with a gavel. I open the floor to Ivan Fedorov for an update from the Department of Justice. Albus looked on interestedly as Fedorov stood, his gaze as severe as ever when addressing the chamber. Thank you, Chief Mugwump, he began, offering the Swiss a bow. My report is mostly positive. Since July, we have apprehended 29 wanted criminals hailing from 11 countries, all of whom have been tried and convicted. The native countries have been informed, and with the capture Clive Allman and his wayward goblins, the Russian branch of Gringotts have been placated. The representatives nodded appreciatively, though the American stood, a frown marring his features. And what of Allman? He is a citizen of the United States of America, he pointed out. He should be returned to face justice for his crimes there. Fedorov released a deep breath, but was prevented from speaking by a large Russian who stood and shook his head. Enjet Allman is our prisoner, and we will not surrender him, he denied. He was captured in Russia, and he will remain there. Besides, he is in no fit state to answer for his crimes. He has become disturbed and spent his days holding what remains of his wand arm and mumbling about serpents. The American was displeased by the news, but did not protest. Relations between the two countries were already strained, and he seemingly did not wish to add to the tension. Very well, he conceded. Please proceed with your report, Fedorov. It is like I said, it is positive for the most part, but there have been casualties, and we still have several hit wizards unaccounted for, Fedorov explained. 6 have been confirmed as dead, and we have heard nothing from our Bulgarians. We suspect that they have been killed, but we do not know why. More recently, we have lost all contact with our Czechoslovakian agents. I do not have an explanation for this. That is where I may be able to help, the representative from Poland broke in. Although I cannot confirm anything, we have received some troubling rumors from across the border. It is believed that there has been a sudden change in governance, and that Grindelwald is behind it. Albus stiffened in his seat. As you can see, neither the representatives of Bulgaria nor Czechoslovakia are here. That is because they are dead, the Polish man continued. I have it on good authority that this is true. His word received a mixed response. Some people evidently did not believe what they had been told, and others did, resulting in a few heated exchanges that only ceased when the chief mugwump bashed his gavel atop the podium several times. You are certain of this? He asked the representative of Poland. A shake of the head was the response he received. I trust the person who provided the information, but I cannot say for certain that it is true. However, I think the lack of representative from each is telling enough. My government fears what will come next. The chief mugwump nodded severely. We warned you about him, the American cut in. 10 years ago, we asked for your assistance in dealing with him, and now it seems that he has turned his attention to Europe. If you do not stop whatever it is he is doing, there will be more trouble than you can comprehend. Silence met the warning, until the representative of France broke in with a chuckle. This is speculation, he snorted. There is no proof that he is behind this. Then it is our responsibility to verify it, the chief mugwump declared. Fedorov, I want this looked into, and I want it done quietly. You will send teams to Bulgaria and to Czechoslovakia to compile a full report. We will reconvene behind closed doors when this has been completed. I believe this warrants us to proceed with caution." With a final tap of his gavel, the gathering was ended, and Albus filed out of the chamber with the other members of the public that had attended, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his old friend weighing down on him. Now it appeared that he would not even be able to keep updated on what Gellert was up to via the ICW, not unless Harry would tell him. No, that wouldn't work. If Harry was instructed to not discuss anything he knew, he wouldn't do so. With the doors now closed to the public, Albus would need to find another way to gain information. And as he took his leave of the building used to host the meetings of the International Confederation of Warlocks, an idea began to form, though he suspected a certain man would be displeased to hear from him. It had been 10 years, after all, and the last time Albus had spoken with his former student, they had not parted on good terms. However, the professor had faith that the man remained as good as he had always been, and would be willing to help once more. The fate of the wizarding world could soon very well be hanging in the balance. Break. His shoulder throbbed uncomfortably as he dragged his captive through the halls of the Department of Justice in Geneva, his latest capture smoother than the first, but not having gone off without a hitch. The Austrian he had pursued had not made it easy, having caused quite the scene in the magical district of Copenhagen, where Harry had tracked him to, and as such, he'd had to make a hasty retreat when he had been set upon by a dozen or so wizards. They had taken exception to Harry arresting an associate of theirs, but he'd managed to escape, though he'd left considerable carnage in his wake, and perhaps a few injured people. He snorted as the prisoner continued to struggle. The Danish would have to take it up with the ICW if they wanted to seek recompense. Harry had done his job, and the Austrians would be very happy to receive their wanted citizen back. "You're a dead man," Felix Huber declared. "You have no idea who you're fucking with." He spat on the ground, leering at Harry, who merely shook his head. "Shut up," he muttered, pleased he would soon be rid of the man and 100 galleons richer to boot. The gold would be wisely invested too, along with the other 375 galleons he had made in the past couple of months. It would have been more, but he'd needed to take a few weeks off after his first venture, his shoulder taking its time to heal from the manticore venom, but it had done so, and Harry had once more learned that constant vigilance was a necessity in this line of work. The occasional, yet less frequent ache he still felt reminded him of that. "Felix Gruber," he declared to the Auror guard that manned the desk where the hit wizards were relieved of their prisoners. "Wanted in Austria for collusion, treason, and suspected of attempting to overthrow the government." "This little shit," the Auror chuckled. Harry nodded. "Don't let his looks fool you. He's quite the handful." The Auror grunted as he began filling in the required paperwork. "We will see how he fares when he's given back. According to this, the Austrians want him quite badly and even raised the price on him this morning. Take this slip next door, and you'll be paid what you're owed," he instructed. Gratefully, Harry handed over the man and accepted the offered parchment once it had been stamped. "Enjoy the gold, Serpent." "Maybe in the years to come," Harry replied cryptically. Already he'd invested his earnings in a sneakoscope company, having done so when he realized it was the very same one that had made his own, the one that Hermione had gifted him so many years prior. When he returned to England, he would scour the Daily Prophet once more in the hopes of finding his next big investment. "Back again, Serpent?" Ursula questioned as he entered the next room. She was the lady in charge of payments, friendly enough, even if she did have an unhealthy obsession with chewing gum. Perhaps he should introduce her to Drubals. Her custom alone would make him a fortune. He shook his head of those thoughts as he handed the curly-haired brunette his piece of parchment. She nodded her approval, sliding her round spectacles back up the bridge of her nose when they slipped down before beginning to count out Harry's coins. 125 galleons, she declared, sliding the pile towards him. Harry placed it in a bag and offered the woman a wave before leaving, checking his watch as he did so. He wouldn't be late. All week he had been looking forward to meeting his friends for dinner, so much so that he had really pushed to apprehend Huber today. He didn't want thoughts of the man to distract him while spending time with them, but first, he needed to shower. It would not do to arrive in his disheveled state. Pleased that there were no others in the room allocated to use portkeys, Harry activated his and immediately apparated away from Diagon Alley when he landed. He had done this several times now, and was no longer concerned that he would splinch himself, not how all man had at least. He'd later learned that the Aurors sent to locate his lost arm had been unable to do so, and that he would spend the remainder of his days without one. A part of Harry had felt bad for the man for a moment, but that faded when he reminded himself that all man would have allowed the goblins to kill him if they could. With that, any sympathy he'd felt had vanished. "Hello, boy," he greeted Theseus, the owl barking a reply as it took flight and landed on his shoulder. "Has it been quiet?" Theseus simply rubbed his head on Harry's neck, and seeing no other mail having arrived for him, Harry headed towards his bedroom where he prepared his clothes before showering. When he was done, he dressed and placed his newly acquired gold in his trunk, removing enough to cover the cost of the evening ahead. It was odd looking forward to seeing people he had only a short while ago spent every day with, but having gone from that to barely seeing them at all, it was understandable. He missed his friends and was eager to see them all again. Checking his reflection for a final time, he disapparated to Hogsmeade and made his way to the 3 broomsticks where Charles was waiting for him. "Good to see you still alive, Evans," he chuckled, pulling Harry into a brief but tight embrace. "You do have some explaining to do to my mother and father. They're proud of you for what you're doing, but they're not best pleased they weren't told." "I didn't really think of that," Harry sighed. "Don't worry," Charles chuckled. "I've smoothed it all over with them, well, mostly. Mum still occasionally threatens to box your ears when she does see you, so I'd watch out for that. I think she was worried that I was going to follow you." "You could, Harry replied with a grin. "We'd make quite a good team." Charles laughed and shook his head. "Oh, we'd be amazing. But what kind of hit wizards spend their life being hunted by their own mother? You're lucky she hasn't bloody well dragged you back to England and locked you in our basement." "I wouldn't be able to do much from there," Harry mused aloud, flattered by the sentiment. Angelica Potter was a wonderful woman, and on only the few occasions Harry had met her, had proven to be attentive and kind, if a little protective. Harry shook his head. She was a mother, of course she was protective, just like his own had been. "Here comes Poppy," Charles broke into his thoughts. "I'd be ready for a full examination from her if I were you." "And what are you two conspiring?" she asked suspiciously as she approached. "Nothing," Charles denied, and though they hadn't, his tone suggested he wasn't being entirely truthful. Poppy returned, her gaze shifting towards Harry. "And what about you, Evans, missing any limbs yet?" Harry snorted. "Not me, but one of my prisoners splinched himself and lost most of his arm." Poppy grimaced. "Well, you seem to be all there physically," she grumbled. "As for your mental well-being, I think you should be admitted to have your head looked at." Harry smirked at the girl. "I missed you too, Poppy." "You better had," she said pointedly. "I don't spend so much of my time worrying about you for half-arsed efforts on your part." Harry chuckled and waved as Tiberius appeared across the street, a beaming smile aimed at the trio. "And here he is," Charles declared, returning the gesture. "How's it going, Ogden?" Tiberius released a deep breath. "Honestly, you wouldn't believe how much goes into running the breweries. My father has run me ragged, but I'm learning a lot. Hi, Poppy, you look nice." The girl looked at him expectantly and frowned when he didn't make one of his infamously inappropriate comments. "Is that it?" she asked. "You're not going to make me curse you today." "I'm too tired to think of anything to say," Tiberius answered with a shrug. "Besides, it's been months since I was last cursed. It's been quite nice not having anything itch, burn, or blister." "Well, it looks as though he finally learned from all those lessons," Charles laughed. "We'll see," Poppy replied, her eyes narrowed at the boy. Anyway, where's Minnie? She'll be late, Harry predicted. She's working hard, so we should start without her. And what about Augusta? Her and Frank are already inside. How do you know that? Charles questioned. I was here before you and didn't see them. Harry shrugged. I don't know, he answered honestly. It was as though he could feel them nearby. Even if they're not, they'll meet us in there too, Charles pointed out. Come on, I'm hungry. Frank and Augusta were inside, the two of them not noticing the others enter. It makes you feel quite sick when they look at each other like that, Poppy muttered. Tiberius nodded his agreement, whilst Harry elbowed Charles sharply in the ribs. Following his gaze, he shook his head. He had caught sight of Doria Black, who was sharing a meal with her brother who, luckily for Charles, had his back to them. The girl had a slight tinge of pink on her cheeks as she matched the stare of the Potter heir, though she remained composed other than the one giveaway. Charles huffed at the intrusion. Still got a thing for her, Harry whispered as the group headed towards where Frank and Augusta were seated. Shut up, Harry, Charles said simply. Augusta, he greeted the girl loudly, putting an end to the short exchange. Hello, Charles, Augusta returned warmly, standing to wrap her arms around him briefly. She greeted Harry, and Tiberius in the same way. You look happy, Poppy offered sincerely. Augusta nodded. Very, she said, holding up her left hand where a modest ring rested. You're engaged, she gasped. We are, Frank confirmed. Our parents signed a contract for us this morning. Well, congratulations, Charles broke in, clapping the former Hufflepuff on the shoulder. Now we have to find Ogden someone that can tolerate him indefinitely, then we'll be halfway there. And you, Tiberius fired back. Harry snorted, and Charles shot him a warning look. What about you, Poppy? Harry asked curiously. The girl shook her head. I'm not in a hurry for anything like that, she explained. I have 5 years of training to get through first. I want to be a healer first and foremost. Everything else will have to wait. Harry nodded his understanding. He didn't know if she had ever been married where he came from, or if she still was. He couldn't see how. Being the Hogwarts healer was a full-time post. What about you, Evans? Harry frowned thoughtfully. If truth be told, he'd never pondered the prospect of marriage. The life he had led had never allowed him such frivolities, and even now he couldn't say that it was a priority. Maybe one day, he answered, when I get tired of chasing criminals around. It was a flimsy excuse at best, but he wasn't going to divulge that his life would consist of so much more than being a hit wizard. War was coming, perhaps twice, and thoughts of marriage were so far from his mind. If he was honest with himself, he didn't know if he could be content with a life without conflict of sorts. It had become as much of him as sitting down to eat breakfast. Good luck with that, Charles laughed. If you're not married within a few years, my mum will probably try to fix you up with someone. She's a pureblood, he added. She can't understand that some people don't get married before they're 20. We'll look forward to the announcement of your marriage then, Harry quipped. What is it, 18 months before you turn 20? Bloody hell it is, Charles groaned. Whatever you do, don't remind my mother of that. I should write to her, Harry quipped. If you dare, Charles growled. Calm down, Harry placated. I won't say a word. Charles nodded satisfactorily. Now can we eat? He asked. The group took their seats, and Augusta waved a waitress over who handed each of them a menu. Just let me know when you want to order and I'll be right back, she assured them. If I'm held up anymore, I might just order one of everything, Charles mumbled, eliciting a laugh from each of the others. After only a few moments, they were ready to place their orders, but not before they were interrupted by the arrival of Minerva, who pulled Harry from his chair and wrapped her arms around him for what most would consider to be an indecent length of time. The rest of the group looked at each other questioningly, Poppy hiding her grin. Minerva was not an affectionate person in such ways, not unless it was directed at the young man she was clinging to. I'm sorry I'm late, Minerva whispered to Harry. I was helping Albus with some marking. It's all right, Harry said dismissively, holding out the chair next to his own that he had saved for her. She smiled gratefully, her eyes widening as Augusta held up her hand. Oh, that is wonderful, Minerva gushed, leaving the chair she had only just occupied to get a closer look at the ring. When did this happen? Only this morning. Well, that will take some time, Charles grumbled, nodding to the girls who had put their heads together to discuss the engagement in detail. She's excited, Harry pointed out. She is, Frank chuckled. We both are. And we're happy for you, Charles replied sincerely. If you would have told me at the end of 5th year that Augusta would have been the first of us to get married, I wouldn't have believed it. Me either, I thought it would have been me, Tiberius broke in. My father has been hinting at it since I finished school. Any idea who he has in mind? Charles asked. Tiberius shook his head. He hasn't mentioned much, but I did hear him say to my mother that he is in regular contact with Lord Greengrass. I can only assume that a contract with him would be for his sister. He only has 2 sons. Ah, Glenda, Charles acknowledged. I remember her. She was nice and only a couple of years older than us. She is, Tiberius agreed. I could do much worse. Harry snorted as he shook his head. It's things like this that make me glad I'm not a pureblood. I couldn't imagine being married for the sake of a contract. It's just how things are for us, Charles sighed. We've had it hammered into us from birth that we wouldn't have much say in who we marry. But you'd like to, Harry returned with a smirk. Charles scowled at him, but it was Tiberius that replied. We do get some say. I don't think mine or Charles's parents would marry us to someone we despised. They wouldn't, Charles confirmed, but at the same time, ours are traditionalists for the most part. They would rather we marry a pureblood. What about you? Harry asked curiously. When you have children, would you want them to be married to a pureblood? Charles frowned thoughtfully before releasing a deep breath. The world is changing, Harry. Muggle-borns and half-bloods are integrating with society more, so when I have children, it might be more normal for them to marry whomever they wish to. For me, so long as my children are happy, the blood of their husband or wife doesn't factor into it as much as it does for my parents' generation. If they respect the history of my family, then I can't see why it would bother me. It's the same for me, Ogden interjected. Honestly, if any of my children met someone like you, Minnie, or Poppy, I'd have no problems with that. Me? Harry asked with a chuckle. For a complete nutter, Evans, you're a decent bloke, Tiberius snorted, and Charles is right. The world is changing. But it wouldn't for the best, not if Voldemort had anything to do with it. The rift between the purebloods, half-bloods, and Muggle-borns had been considerable where he came from, and Harry could only imagine the first war started by Tom was mostly responsible if Charles and Tiberius's attitude were anything to go on. Why didn't you tell me you were injured, Evans? Poppy's voice demanded irritably, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Because I already saw a healer and it's fine, Harry responded. Poppy hummed. I'll be the judge of that, show me. Harry frowned as Minerva shot him a smug look. She had promised him that she would be mentioning it to their trainee healer friend. Fine, Harry huffed, unbuttoning the top his shirt and pulling it across to show the purple and slightly green scar. What the hell is that? Charles questioned heatedly. A pickaxe wound from a goblin. Which is still infected, Poppy murmured as she inspected the puckered skin. But it is healed, she added confusedly. What type of poison was it? Manticore venom, Harry sighed, expecting a lecture from the girl. Poppy shook her head. If it was manticore venom, you'd be dead or without the arm unless you carry a vial of anti-venom with you. I have a strong resistance to poisons and venoms, Harry explained. It turned out that Madame Morgana had been right with her assumption. The basilisk venom in his blood had nullified that of the manticore. By the time the healer had tested him, it had been completely neutralized, much to the man's surprise. Impossible, Poppy declared. Manticore venom is just about as deadly as they come. If you have a resistance to it, you must have survived something worse. This was why he didn't want to tell the girl about his injury. For one that someone would consider to be an inexperienced healer, Poppy took her role seriously. She had been studying night and day for years, and evidently, toxins, poisons, and venoms was something she was well versed in. I was, and it was healed quickly, Harry replied vaguely. The healer said this is much worse than it looks but should go back to normal in a few months. Poppy gave him a speculative look before nodding. I will be checking, she warned. Harry laughed, knowing she meant what she had said, but frowned as his back pocket suddenly became quite warm. Removing his wallet, he took out his Hit Wizard license to see that some reed lettering had appeared in the blank box below his name. What is it? Minerva asked worriedly. I have to go, Harry sighed. I've been summoned for an emergency meeting. But you only just got back, Minerva protested. Harry nodded apologetically as he stood and placed a handful of coins on the table. I know, something must have happened. We don't get summoned unless it has. Minerva released a deep breath and gave him a sad look. I'll walk with you to the apparition point. Harry offered her a smile, though it did little to brighten her mood. I'll write to you all, he promised the rest of the group. You bloody well better, Charles huffed, and don't leave it so long before seeing us again. I won't, Harry assured him as he put his coat on and took his leave of the pub with Minerva in tow. Do you really have to go? She asked. Harry nodded. They wouldn't summon me if I wasn't needed, he explained, but I will be fine. I know, Minerva sighed. That doesn't mean I'll stop worrying about you. Harry didn't know what to say, but drew his wand and changed his features before wrapping his arms around the girl. I'll be in touch soon. And if you're not, I'll come looking for you, Minerva warned. That I do not doubt, Harry chuckled, pressing his lips against her cheek. With a final nod, he activated his portkey and was whisked away, much sooner than he would have liked. Break. The Hog's Head had always been a rather dank and lifeless establishment, and little had changed since Aberforth had taken over from the former owner only a few years prior, but it was still one of the best places to meet if one sought privacy. As ever, Albus had received a rather cold reception from his brother when he'd arrived, and had been promptly shown to the private parlor. He requested with little more than a grunt as a greeting. It upset the Transfiguration professor that the two of them had not been able to build bridges or establish a close sibling relationship that they once shared as boys. The death of Ariana had changed much for the Dumbledore family, but it was Albus's friendship with Gellert that had been the true catalyst. Aberforth had once looked up to them both, had hung on to their every word whenever Gellert would visit. Those days, however, had long passed. If there was anyone the younger sibling hated more than his brother, it was Grindelwald. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Albus said as his guest arrived, his expression one of caution. I was reluctant to, but your letter was troubling. Indeed, Albus acknowledged with a bow, but there are few that have experienced his wrath the way you have. Not intentionally, Newt pointed out. Does this mean that you have changed your mind? Albus swallowed deeply and shook his head. I have my reasons. That you are yet to share, Newt sighed. What would you have me do, Albus? For 10 years you have made excuse after excuse to do nothing. Letta. What happened to MS Lestrange is a sorrow I still carry, Albus broke in. Me involving myself will only result in more of that for many. So, why did you ask me here? Because he has surfaced on the continent, Newt. I would not ask this of you if it wasn't of the utmost importance. You know his methods, and you know what he is capable of. I merely wish for you to confirm what is happening. Where? Czechoslovakia. That is where he was last rumored to be. And what will you do with this information, Albus? I will aid the ICW in any way I can. Newt released a deep breath before he nodded his acceptance. This last time I will help you, but I want a promise from you that if it comes to it, you will intervene. Promise me, Albus. I do not wish for my son to grow in a world that he leads. Albus met the somewhat awkward gaze of the man before him, knowing that he would not assist him, unless he made the solemn vow. If it becomes inevitable, if it seems that he may win, then you have my word that no matter what, I will confront him. Newt nodded. Then I will help you in the hope that he will finally be brought to justice for what he did to Letta. Thank you, Newt, Albus offered sincerely. Newt said nothing, choosing to take his leave instead. The Scamanders had their own reasons for wanting to see Gellert apprehended, and Albus felt a slight twinge of guilt for taking advantage of that motivation. But it was necessary. Gellert would know if Albus himself was there. For the greater good, he muttered sadly, repeating the phrase that he and Gellert had begun using so many years before when they had foolishly planned their betterment of the world. Though now, it meant something else entirely to the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. The greater good was no longer what he had once envisioned as an idealistic teenager, but what the world already was. As he had grown and saw it through the eyes of an educator, he realized that, though not perfect, the world they lived in was already much better than what he and Gellert had strived for. Albus had grown, but his former friend with his obsessive nature had not, and Dumbledore could only hope that he would be stopped before it was too late. For many possible eventualities. Break. It was into a large chamber that Harry was shown, similar in some ways to the one he had stood trial in before the beginning of his 5th year at Hogwarts, only considerably bigger. Seated upon the benches lining, the walls were around 30 witches and wizards, and Fedorov was stood behind a podium at the front of the room. Please sit here, his escort, a short, blonde French woman, instructed, leading Harry to a spot where he would be seated away from anyone else. It appeared that the other hit wizards were sitting in the teams they had formed, with only a few other individuals dotted around the room. After the door had banged shut, Fedorov cleared his throat loudly, garnering the attention of those within the room. Now, you know it is not often that you are called to meet in such a way, not unless it is required by the ICW. This is one of those occasions, Fedorov announced grimly. Some murmuring followed his statement, but those that spoke fell silent quickly, keen for an explanation. This morning, the autumn gathering was held, and we learned that Czechoslovakia has gone through a recent and sudden change in government. We suspect that a coup was staged, and in the process of this change, many influential figures were killed, including Minister Horak. As you are aware, Bulgaria had already gone through a similar affair, and the ICW believes it is time to act. What are we to do? A heavily accented voice called from the opposite side of the room to Harry. Our instructions are firm and strict, Fedorov replied severely. We are to dispatch some chosen agents to Czechoslovakia and Bulgaria. Your job is to observe and report back any findings so that we may clarify just what is happening there. To observe. Fedorov nodded. Only to observe, he reiterated. You have all been chosen because you have proven your skill in remaining undetected. There's more to this, another voice declared. It belonged to an older man that Harry had never seen, his dark gray hair matching the stone walls of the chamber. If you let me finish, you will know all you need to, Fedorov returned irritably. But yes, there is more. It is suspected that these coups have been orchestrated by Gellert Grindelwald. The muttering broke out once more, and Harry stiffened in his seat. What we suspect he has done is not strictly illegal and falls under the old laws of right of conquest, but you are aware of his status. He is wanted by the government of the United States of America for his crimes there, Fedorov continued, speaking over the intrusion. So we are to bring him in? The older gentleman asked. Fedorov released a deep breath as he shook his head. No, that would be too dangerous an undertaking. You are to observe only, he repeated. However, there are others you should be aware of that we believe have aligned themselves with him. Those 13 faces within those files should be familiar to you all, and if they're not, I would suggest you make sure they are. These are amongst the most dangerous criminals currently in Europe. Are we to only watch these also? My instructions on this were very vague, Fedorov replied with a smirk. I would urge you to assess the risk of doing so for yourselves, should the opportunity to do so arise, of course. Harry opened the folder in front of him, nodding grimly as he took in each individual. He had seen these photos before on the wall within the room where he chose his targets. All of these were on the most wanted list, one that he had not considered choosing from as yet. Each team and individual have been designated a city that they are to operate in. For the individuals, there will be a team nearby, so do be aware of them whilst carrying out your work. Any questions? What about gold? A woman asked. How long are we expected to do this? You will be there for a minimum of 2 weeks longer if necessary, Fedorov explained, and you will be paid 5 galleons a day for doing so. Anything else? When there were no other questions, he closed his own file. I cannot stress to you the importance of this. Do not fuck this up, and do not get yourselves killed. If you find yourself in trouble, there will be no official help coming. This is to be done quietly and without detection. You are dismissed. Harry remained in his seat for a few moments, whilst the room cleared and read through the file thoroughly, taking in the features of the 13 witches and wizards until he had them memorized. When this was done, he burnt the file and took his leave. He had never been to Prague before, but according to his instructions, that was where he was to go. Chapter 22. On hostile ground, Harry would never profess to be an expert on the workings of the criminal mind, but in his limited experience of dealing with these people, it appeared that they preferred a colder climate. Each of his targets thus far had hidden themselves in such countries, and as he rammed his hands into his coat pocket, he promised himself that his next venture would be somewhere warmer. Prague was just as cold as Minsk had been, and the week spent here had borne little fruit from his efforts. Upon his arrival in the Czechoslovakian capital, he had opted to remain within the Muggle population, and though the mood amongst the people here was somber, there was no sign that Grindelwald had attempted to impose himself on the country at large. Seemingly, he was content with focusing his attention on the magical folk for the time being. Having established this, Harry too turned his attention towards the magical community, and that was where he encountered his first problem. London had Diagon Alley, accessible only from the Muggle world via the leaky cauldron, and he quickly found that making his way into the magical streets here was just as tricky. Only by a stroke of fortune did he figure out that to gain entry, he needed to do so through the sewer system. It was an ingenious, if unpleasant, means of flitting between the two worlds, and it wasn't until he spotted a group of oddly dressed people doing just this near the city, where he had been watching the changing of the guard. Having followed suit, however, a part of him wished he had never found it. If the mood of the Muggles was somber, that of the witches and wizards was one of fear. The streets themselves were empty enough, and those that had ventured out did so with their eyes on the ground, doing their utmost to ignore whom Harry deduced to be Aurors in their white robes. These were not friendly men and women. At every chance, they would harass the members of the public, goading them, and demanding they proclaim their loyalty to the new establishment. Those that had a sense of self-preservation did so without hesitation, and those that were too prideful were forced. Harry had to prevent himself intervening when he'd witnessed a trio of these so-called Aurors kick an old man to the ground until he was unmoving. Only then did they drag him away with the leader shouting obscenities and spitting on the unconscious man. Harry vowed that he would kill this one before he took his leave of the country, and had crept closely under his cloak to a better look at him. He was a large blonde, his blue eyes full of loathing and lip curled into a sneer. Harry would not forget his face, and would not forget what he had seen occur under his direction. Once more, to avoid being detected, questioned, and undoubtedly giving himself away, he had opted to remain within the confines of his cloak, and the longer he spent here, the less people he saw. Evidently, word had gotten out what had happened to the old man, and though the fury of his fellow countrymen was silent, it could be felt in the air. Still, Harry had a job to do, and though he didn't know what more he could contribute beyond watching those garbed in white robes, he was certain he would not be spending the rest of his time here doing only that. For the past couple of days, he had been tailing the blonde, and on more than one occasion had seen him slip into an unassuming building in the Muggle world. At first, he had thought that this might be his home, and had remembered the name of the street to return to it when he was ready to deliver on the promise he'd made to himself. But the building was much more than he first believed it to be. This had to the Czechoslovakian ministry, and within it, the newly installed magical government. He'd learned this through a business card that had been dropped by a woman exiting the building, and the overwhelming feeling of magical protections as he'd edged closer to retrieve it. No house would be protected in such a way and remain visible for all to see. Not even the Blacks had been so cocksure of themselves to do that. No, it had to be the ministry. That was the only explanation that made sense. Not knowing what was inside, he opted to bide his time, to watch the building, and only enter if little else could be gleaned from his observations. Even with the cloak, he was cautious of this place. It may have been that he knew the country he found himself was a hostile one, but he felt that it was more than that. For all he knew, this was the most dangerous place that any could find themselves, and though he wished to gather as much information as possible, he was not willing to possibly risk his life to do so, not unless it became necessary. Break. Arcturus had been waiting weeks for his father to return to chastise him for what he had done, not only to Selwyn in the Wisengamot, but for assuming the position of head of the family in his absence. Nothing of the like had happened. The man had not even sent a letter since he had taken to the continent over the summer, nor was there any sign that he would deign them with his presence. Seemingly, Orion Black had washed his hands of Arcturus, Doria, and even his duty to the family. That suited the former well enough. Even without the guidance of his father, Arcturus had managed to continue growing the family finances, to ensure that all necessary payments needed had continued, and that Doria was well, something he had been doing since they were children. He didn't need Orion, however. The man should have had the decency to put his youngest daughter first instead of gallivanting across Europe with Grindelwald. Arcturus would never forgive him for that above all else he had done throughout the teen's life. He shook his head of the thoughts that had been plaguing him in favor of focusing on the chief warlock as he called the meeting of the Wisengamot to order. The man, a Yaxley in his advanced years, banged his gavel atop the podium before addressing the room with his croaky voice. On this day, the 4th of November 1937, we gather to discuss what is becoming a pressing matter. As the one who called this meeting, I will speak first and implore that you hear my words. May I ask what this is about? Minister Foley asked curiously. Yes, Minister, you may, Yaxley responded. It pertains to the gathering of the ICW just last week. I attended in my capacity as our representative, where some rather grave and frankly disturbing things were revealed. Foley nodded, and Arcturus frowned as he leaned forward in his chair to listen to Yaxley. Then continue, Chief Warlock, the minister instructed. Yaxley offered his superior a respectful bow. The meeting was a short one where it was explained to us that both Bulgaria and more recently, Czechoslovakia have undergone sudden changes in government structure, resulting in both having seemed to withdraw themselves from the International Confederation of Warlocks. That isn't exactly an entirely unique occurrence, Lord Selwyn cut in. Russia comes and goes, as do other countries for that matter. They do, Yaxley conceded, but it is strongly believed that these countries have been inverted and subjugated by Gellert Grindelwald. Arcturus's jaw tightened as the rest of the Wisengamot broke out in discussion, some lords and ladies talking to their peers, and others attempting to address Yaxley. It took several attempts for the man to silence them, his gavel crashing on his podium until they complied with his wishes. And where is the proof of this? Selwyn demanded hotly. You have come here today in an attempt to instill fear within us for something happening beyond our borders. Something that could easily spill into our own, Lord Potter interjected grimly. Are you forgetting the war that was fought only a few decades ago? Are you forgetting that proof is needed? Selwyn sneered. Proof is being gathered as we speak, Yaxley interjected. The ICW has dispatched agents to confirm the events surrounding these changes. The Polish representative is certain that Grindelwald is behind this. What agents would the ICW send? Arcturus's eyes widened as he took in the sight of Charles Potter standing in the public gallery, his expression one of concern. The Potter heir was evidently here as part of his training to take over from his father when the man was ready to retire. Yaxley frowned at the young man. It was considered rude for an heir, let alone one sitting in the public gallery, to inject themselves into the affairs of the Wisengamot. Although my son speaks out of turn, I too am curious to know, William Potter declared, shooting Charles a look of disapproval for his outburst. Well, I can only imagine that they dispatched a team of hit wizards for something like that, Yaxley replied thoughtfully, scratching his chin. The head of the Department of Justice was instructed to investigate the matter, so it makes sense that they would. When did this happen? Charles demanded. William did not even chide his son. He too looked on worriedly as though he knew something the rest of them didn't. The meeting was held last Thursday, and Mr. Fedorov assured the representatives that he would begin the work immediately. Charles nodded, looking towards his father with an expression that seemed to confirm what the two of them seemingly suspected. I'm sorry for interrupting, the Potter heir offered, taking his seat once more. Arcturus could not help but wonder what that interaction was about, but he did not have time to dwell on it as Yaxley spoke once more. I will of course keep you abreast of the situation in Europe, but I do believe that we would be remiss in our duty here if we did not begin preparing for fallout across the continent. Until we know what is happening, we should be restrictive in allowing travel to the countries of Bulgaria and Czechoslovakia at the very least. With tensions rising with the Muggles also, what we face in the near future could be catastrophic. A grim mood settled over those gathered within the chambers, and though Selwyn appeared to be more irritated than worried, the rest were undeniably troubled. How catastrophic? Minister Foley asked. Yaxley released a labored breath and shook his head. The world is a frighteningly different place than it was 3 decades ago, he murmured. If such a conflict was to break out amongst ourselves and the Muggles, I suspect it will be the worst war the world will have ever seen. Foley deflated, his posture becoming hunched as though the weight of the words Yaxley spoke were placed entirely upon his shoulders. Then let us hope that the Polish representative of the ICW has been misinformed, he muttered. I have taken what you have said on board, Chief Warlock, and under your advisement, I agree that we should be cautious. Should it become necessary to do so, I will meet with the Muggle Prime Minister to discuss this in the hope that such a conflict can be avoided. Yaxley nodded, offering a final bow before he crashed his gavel against his podium once more, bringing the meeting to an end. Arcturus took his leave of the room, not wanting to exchange small talk with those that would attempt to accost him. His own father, brother, and older sister were in some way responsible for what was happening on the continent, and such thoughts did not sit right with him. If Bulgaria and Czechoslovakia had already fallen to Grindelwald, other countries would follow. If Minister Foley's approach was the same that other ministers would take, then war would only break out across magical Europe if it became a necessity, likely when it would be too late to deal with Grindelwald before he became too strong to not cause utter devastation. The truth was, many families across the globe had been torn apart by the First War, the casualties numerous. Husbands, fathers, and sons had left their homes to fight an enemy they knew not, and many never returned. All would be reluctant to find themselves embroiled in conflict again, not when the losses felt in the last war were still felt so deeply. Break. It was a nervous Minerva that found herself standing at the front of the very classroom that she had not so long ago been taught in, preparing herself for her own first teaching experience. She had been taken aback when Albus had informed her that she would be doing so, and though it was only a first-year class, it didn't make her any less apprehensive. What if she messed it up? What if she found that her dream job was something that she was not cut out for? Both were among the May questions she had asked Albus, and the man had merely chuckled in response. If I did not believe you were ready then, I would not even suggest it. They were the only words he had spoken to her on the matter, before sending her on her way to prepare for the lesson. Wooden box to a metal one, she murmured to herself. It was little more than a matchstick to a needle, just on a bigger scale. If the students had mastered that, there was no reason they should struggle with this. "Where is Professor Dumbledore?" a voice asked, and Minerva immediately recognized Tom Riddle, his expression one of curiosity. "Professor Dumbledore has a pressing matter to attend to away from the castle today, so I will be teaching you." Tom offered her a winning smile as he nodded approvingly. "I'm looking forward to it," he replied sincerely, evidently relieved that Albus was absent. Minerva, however, did not take the relaxed demeanor of the boy at face value. She had seen his true nature the night he had tried to attack her when she had been a cat. Tom Riddle was a senselessly cruel boy, and she would not fall for his charming persona, not when something quite unhinged lurked between the surface. Besides, she knew what he would become, and she tore her eyes away from him as the rest of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students filed in, if only to have no need of looking in the eyes of the one that had murdered Harry's parents. Thoughts of her friend only brought other worries to the forefront of her mind. She missed him terribly now, more so than she had before seeing him so briefly the previous week. She respected what he did, even admired him for it, but she could not help but think that she had been all but forgotten about whilst Harry pursued whatever it was he was looking for. She felt selfish for thinking this way, but she couldn't help it. "Okay, as you can see, Professor Dumbledore is not here today, and I will be teaching the class. For those of you that don't remember, I am Assistant Professor McGonagall. To make it easier for you all, you may just call me Miss McGonagall." "Is Professor Dumbledore all right?" Tom asked, his tone laced with fake concern. "He is fine, Mr. Riddle," Minerva assured him, "and will be back tomorrow." A flash of irritation crossed the features of the boy, one that most would have missed if they had not been watching him so closely. "I'm pleased to hear it," the boy returned, his smile back in place. Minerva nodded, before once more shifting her gaze from him. "Today, we will be continuing the work you have been doing with Professor Dumbledore. In front of you all is a wooden box. Your task is to simply turn it into a metal one using the same method you would to turn a matchstick into a needle. If you do need any assistance, raise your hand and I will come to you. Any questions?" When none were forthcoming, Minerva gestured for them to begin, and she watched carefully to ensure that there was no dangerous behavior taking place. Transfiguration truly was hazardous, and more so for those inexperienced in the branch. Accidents happened occasionally, but it was immature behavior that resulted in them more often than the former, and 11-year-olds certainly lacked that. Memories of Tiberius transfiguring his own foot into a hoof during their first year came to mind, and Minerva fought the urge to grin. "Miss McGonagall," a voice called. It belonged to a diminutive Hufflepuff girl, her arms stretched so high that she was almost standing from the effort to get Minerva's attention. "Yes, Miss Carruthers. Could you check that I'm doing this right, please?" Minerva nodded and made her way to the girl, who was doing an admirable job with her work. "Very good," she praised. "Take 5 points for Hufflepuff." The girl positively beamed and continued with her efforts, and Minerva returned to the front of the room where she could observe the class. Much to her relief, the rest of the lesson passed without the need for her to intervene or incident that would see one of the children needing to visit the hospital wing, and when the time came, she dismissed them. "There will be no homework today, but I suspect Professor Dumbledore will be setting some tomorrow," she called as the students all but sprinted from the room, eager to get to the Great Hall for lunch. Minerva, too, was famished and was going to follow suit, but found the doorway blocked by a pale Charles. "What is it, what's wrong?" she asked. "Harry," Charles answered simply. Minerva felt her heart sink. "Is he?" Charles shook his head. "No, I don't think so, but I know why he was called away so suddenly. He's gone to the continent to spy on what Grindelwald is doing." "He's doing what?" Minerva gasped, relieved that nothing bad had happened to him, but now fearful it would. "That's all I know," Charles sighed. "I'm worried, Minnie. I know he can handle himself, but even my father did not take the news well. He's been hearing troubling rumors from Europe for months now." So, what do we do? What can we do? Charles huffed. This is Harry we're talking about. I know, Minerva replied sadly, unable to offer the man any comfort. Although she didn't know exactly what Harry was doing or why, she took some comfort in knowing that he at the very least had an idea what he was getting himself into. Charles had no such comfort. He will be fine, she offered. As you said yourself, this is Harry we're talking about. Charles chuckled humorlessly, though he cracked a smile at the very least. Still, it didn't stop her worrying about Harry, even more so than she had been before the lesson she'd just taught. Break. The people of Czechoslovakia were a stubborn bunch that did not adapt to change well. Gellert could respect them for their pride, but their inability to accept him as their new leader was becoming irksome. Already, unpleasantness had ensued in the capital, with small pockets of resistance having to be quelled by his supporters. But much to his relief, it appeared that there was little resistance left to face. We need to win the people over, Perseus broke into his thoughts. I've spent a long time here and we may crush their spirit, but we will not earn their loyalty. You said yourself that is what we need. Gellert nodded thoughtfully. And what would you suggest? You know these people better than I, so what would you do? Show them that you are worth following, Perseus answered. We already know the Muggles will invade soon, and then it won't matter. For now, make a gesture, show them that you have their best interests at heart. It is easier than trying to break people that will sooner die than fall into line. You may be on to something, Gellert replied. But what do they need, Perseus? Stability would be a good start. Set up some rallies, but have the natives that follow you lead them. When the people realize that you are trying to set them free from the shackles they were born wearing, they will come to you. Gellert was not entirely convinced, but it was worth a try. Anything to move his plans forward, for the greater good. Then arrange it, he decided. Let them see that I am not the enemy that they should fear, but the leader they should look to when they need it. I will arrange it right away, Perseus declared, taking his leave from the room. Your son has a very keen mind, Lord Black. He does, Orion agreed. He was raised at my side to lead my family. But he will not do so. Orion shook his head. No, that responsibility has now fallen to my younger son. Perseus will be much more use being by your side. Gellert nodded his agreement, though a frown creased his brow. Your other son, Arcturus. What is he like? He is a stubborn sod with a streak of ruthlessness a mile wide. I pity any that make an enemy of him. He's as cunning as they come, but he prefers a blunt approach to dealing with his problems. If Perseus is the unseen dagger that is shoved into the back of our enemies, Arcturus is a hammer. Gellert chuckled, nodding appreciatively. When the time is right, I would like to meet him. Orion appeared to be concerned by that. Arcturus lacks subtlety in social situations, Gellert, he sighed. He may not see your vision the way you wish for him to. Then we must continue sharing victories, Grindelwald replied simply. I do not believe you would raise a fool who would rather die on his shield than preserve the legacy of your family. No, I did not. Orion did not seem certain, but Gellert did not press the issue. If young Arcturus proved to be so foolish, he could be replaced. Perhaps Cassiopeia would be better suited to running the family. She was more than capable of doing so, whilst continuing to serve him. Thoughts of the woman reminded him that he should be receiving a report from her soon. For more than a year, she had been in Germany, keeping a close eye on the Muggles there. The situation was escalating rapidly, and war would soon follow. Already, the Germans had broken the feeble agreement they'd made after the previous war, and conflict would soon become inevitable. Were it not for the need of the chaos to cement his own power, Gellert would perhaps be inclined to intervene. For now, however, he was content for things to proceed as they were. If nothing else, such a war that was on the horizon would serve to prove that he had been right all along, and that the Muggles needed to be controlled for the betterment of the world. For the greater good. He was pulled from his musings by a knock at the door. Come in, he called. He was surprised to see the unassuming Westphalian enter, a man he had made the acquaintance of shortly after he'd arrived in Germany almost a decade ago. Gellert had been careful in his movements, had even worn a disguise, and had told no one of his intentions. Yet, this odd wizard had found him within only a few days after he'd arrived in Munich. An impressive feat indeed. As such, Gellert had employed the man to be his eyes and ears on the continent, a move that had proven to be exceedingly beneficial. Weber had established an impressive network of men and women that fed him information. Whether they were willing or not was neither here nor there. He had become an invaluable asset, that being the sole reason Gellert had not killed him. Such a man could be quite the threat to his plans, and Weber was a risk. Should he choose to, he could make things very difficult for the regime. Grindelwald, the man greeted him curtly, his expression stoic. I did not realize we had a meeting scheduled, Gellert replied. We do not, but there are things you should be aware of. I thought it best that I come to you myself to share them. Then share Weber, Gellert urged. The man nodded appreciatively, not one for small talk or standing on ceremony. The ICW has dispatched teams of hit wizards here and in Bulgaria to get a grasp of what is happening. Your actions have not gone unnoticed. I expected it, Gellert replied dismissively. I am surprised it took them this long. Do you have any idea what their task is? To merely observe your operation and learn what has happened. Then ensure that the right information is made available to them. I would not want them to return to their superiors with a false understanding of what has transpired. Very well, Weber returned. And just one other thing. Newt Scamander is also on his way here. He arrived in Ostrava via Poland some days ago and will reach Prague shortly. Gellert's jaw clenched in irritation. Scamander had already proven to be a thorn in his side on more than one occasion. I want him followed and killed, he declared. He is a damned fool, but one I will not risk interfering in our affairs again. It will be done, Weber assured him. What of the hit wizards? Gellert leaned back in his chair. You should kill most of them, Orion interjected. Allow enough to return to pass on the information you want them to know, but send your own message that you will not tolerate interference. Gellert laughed heartily. He had heard of the ruthlessness of the Blacks and found that in this instance, Orion's idea was not a bad one, for a man that was suffering from a rather severe ailment. Often, Gellert would hear him muttering to himself confusedly in the moments he lost his grasp on reality. For the most part, however, Orion was lucid and an interesting man to have around. Do it, he instructed. It will stop them interfering for a while at least. Weber offered a simple nod and took his leave of the room to carry out his instructions. In the long run, this would cause problems, but it would buy Gellert enough time to take hold of more countries and consolidate his power. When that happened, it didn't matter what the ICW would do, or anyone else for that matter. It would be much too late to stop him. Break. Prague was not unfamiliar to him. When he had been expelled from Hogwarts, he had taken it upon himself to travel for a while, and his adventures had brought him to the city. He had come to visit the impressive mermaid colony that resided within the magical zoo, and the trip had taught him many things about the mysterious creatures. His grasp on Mermish had been quite poor at the time, but that hadn't mattered. The chieftain, a merman named Malachi, had welcomed him, and Newt had spent weeks living with the tribe where his ability in the tongue came on in leaps and bounds. He would have remained with them longer if he could have, but he had been discovered by the zookeeper, who had been rather angry at his intrusion. Still, it had been worthwhile, and even as he fled the guards who tried to apprehend him, he hadn't regretted his time as a water dweller. He had always intended to return to Prague, just not under the circumstances he found himself visiting for now. Grindelwald was a problem he'd thought he'd left behind over a decade ago, but it seemed the past had a way of catching up on him, in this case, in the form of Albus Dumbledore. The man knew how to get what he wanted. Newt would give him that. Just a single mention of Letta was all it had taken for his resolve to crumble, for him to find himself once more putting himself in danger and in the path of Gellert Grindelwald. The man was a danger that needed to be stopped, and Newt could not comprehend why Albus still rested on his laurels. If there was one that could put an end to Gellert, it was the Transfiguration Professor. Newt released a deep breath as the conductor announced their imminent arrival into the capital, and he picked up his suitcase that had been resting between his legs. Checking that it was firmly shut, he disembarked from the train into the chill of the November afternoon. It was cold. Even though the sun was shining, it brought little warmth with it. Giving a cursory glance around the station, he left the platform and took to the streets. Fortunately, his way into the magical district of Prague was only a short distance away, and already the place felt differently than he remembered. Although reserved for the most part, the Czechoslovakians had been much warmer during his last visit. Now, they were guarded, an unmissable tension permeating the air. The continent as a whole was on tenterhooks, and it was no different here. Unavoidable dark times were coming, and it seemed that the Czechoslovakians were anticipating their arrival at any given moment. The mood only worsened once he passed through the sewer system. The previously bustling streets were all but empty save for a few members of the public, and more than a dozen oarers lining the row of shops. Ahead in the distance, he could hear a loud but muffled voice, and he was distinctly aware of the eyes of the oarers following him as he passed them by to check it out. Too little too late did he realize that something was wrong. As he reached the gathered crowd, he found himself amongst more oarers than citizens, and the man giving a rousing speech to them met his gaze. He looked away immediately, but Newt knew he'd been recognized. He did not know this man, but evidently the man knew exactly who he was. Carefully, but as quickly as he could, he left the crowd, only to be followed by several of the oarers and even a few men dressed in regular clothing. When the first spell was sent his way, he darted into a nearby alley to apparate away, but found he couldn't. Anti-apparation wards had been erected, and Newt realized he had been trapped. Drawing his wand, he cursed his luck as he waited for the men to catch up with him. They did only a moment later, their wands trained on him. Newt could only regret that he had been caught in such a way, but as he prepared to defend himself from the impending assault, one of the men in front of him fell to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. "It's KOTOVA?" A voice shouted in what Newt believed was Spanish, and in a matter of seconds, all hell broke loose on the streets in front of him as another group of witches and wizards emerged, seemingly from nowhere, and engaged those that had pursued him. Break. Once more Harry found himself on the magical streets of Prague, having followed a large party that had left the ministry building here, including the blonde he was watching. Thus far, he hadn't seen such behavior. The oarers usually came and went in pairs, and the workers, if they were allowed to leave at all, via a different method that he had yet to discover. Upon seeing the group converge on the street and begin rounding up the few citizens they could find, he was filled with a sense of dread. At first, he believed they were going to be executed, and breathed a sigh of relief as the stage erected had a podium placed upon it, where a man began addressing them in the native tongue. Harry understood very little of what was being said, though Grindelwald's name was mentioned several times, and he did not believe they were speaking out against him. No, this was a speech endorsing the man. Although he could not understand what was being said, he looked on with interest, his attention soon caught by the arrival of a man that stood out above the rest. This wasn't Grindelwald, but he wasn't a Czechoslovakian either, and it was quickly evident that the stranger was not welcome here in the eyes of the oarers who shifted to approach him. The man fled as the first spell was sent his way, and just as Harry was debating whether or not he should intervene, the decision was made for him. "It's KOTOVA. Fucking idiot," he grumbled. The voice belonged to a member of a team of hit wizards that had been present in the chamber he'd been summoned to before being deployed here. Whatever the fool was thinking, Harry knew not, but his colleagues equated to only 8 people who were now found themselves facing off with a few dozen at least. Imam Katova he recognized immediately as being one of the 13 people in the file given to him at the briefing. He was wanted for the murder of 4 government officials in Belarus, but it appeared that he wasn't alone. Another man on the list, Salvatore Caputo, was with him. He was suspected of running an illegal potions operation out of Sicily, but vanished before he could be arrested. It was believed that many people had died because of the tainted brews he produced, and others had become highly dependent on addictive substances because of him. He had once been a decorated potioneer, but had turned to a life of crime. The first few to fall in the melee were dressed in the white robes of the Aurors, and for a moment, Harry thought that he would be able to maintain his cover. It was not to be. Soon, the hit wizards were converged upon, and all but trapped in a corner where they were forced to defend themselves. Wards, Harry sighed, looking for a place where he could seize an advantage of sorts. Passing the alley, he saw that the man that had unwittingly instigated the ensuing melee was still cornered in there. He couldn't leave, for he would be caught in the crossfire, or he would be spotted by those that seemingly wanted him dead. Already, Harry was interested in him for that reason alone. What had he done to provoke such a reaction to his arrival? It didn't matter. If Harry didn't help him, his chances of escaping were slim at best, and becoming less likely the more time that passed. The hit wizards were trained for these situations, and though their own position was bleak, they would need to hold fast. "What the hell did you do?" Harry demanded, revealing himself to the pale man whose eyes bulged in panic. I just came to see what was happening." Harry was taken aback by the reply. He was British. "Well, they turned on you quickly. Why?" "I think they've been told about me." Harry shook his head irritably. This man had risked everything he had been working towards, as had the idiot amongst the hit wizards that had announced their presence. "It doesn't matter now. Get in here and keep yourself hidden," he commanded. "Why? What are you going to do?" "I'm going to try to stop you and the rest of the idiots out there from getting killed. Between you, you've already fucked everything up. Stay where you are. I want my cloak back." The man tried to protest his innocence, but Harry ignored him in favor of turning his attention to what was happening outside the alley. In the minute or so he had been speaking to his fellow countrymen, the situation had become bleaker for the hit wizards. Already outnumbered, 2 of them were now on the ground unmoving, and though several of those in white robes had fallen also, they still held the numbers advantage. By now, around 15 remained on their feet, and more would arrive soon. He needed to act quickly before escape became impossible. Taking in the devastation around him, Harry took advantage of the debris by whipping up the brickwork that had been torn away from nearby buildings with a gust of wind and launching them towards the unsuspecting attackers. The sounds of thudding, a few cracking bones, and screaming filled the air as the stones collided with some, though it was not as accurate as Harry had hoped. As such, a few of the Aurors turned to him, immediately continuing their attack. He bobbed and weaved through the spells, returning fire with his own, transfiguring a fallen sign from a shop into a spear, and launching it at one of the men who collapsed to the ground, his scream tearing through the sounds of the surrounding battle. The projectile had pierced him through the shoulder, and Harry grimaced, remembering the pain of his own wound. Still, he did not have time for sympathy for a man that had tried to kill him. The Auror's comrades took exception to what he'd done and doubled their efforts to bring him down. Spell after spell was sent his way, but it was done so without the benefit of teamwork, any sign of that now absent as they fought with anger. It didn't take long for Harry to nullify the 2. With a wave of his wand, a fallen lamppost collided with their backs, rendering both men unconscious from the force they were hit with. "BASDRDO." The slur came from Caputo, who had witnessed what had happened, though he made no move to engage Harry. Evidently, he was not as gifted with his wand as he was with a cauldron, but he was still an enemy. The squat man tried to hide himself amongst his peers, who were occupied with the other hit wizards who had lost another of their group. Against the odds, they were fighting on, the remaining 5 back-to-back as they fought off spells coming at them from all angles. They were tiring, their own efforts coming much slower now, and Harry knew he needed to do something drastic to get them all out of there. "You," he called to the man still hiding in the alley. "Get yourself to the exit, but don't go in. There could be more Aurors waiting in there." The man revealed his head and nodded before vanishing within the confines of the cloak once more. Giving the concealed man a few seconds to put some distance between himself and the fighting, Harry turned back towards the Aurors and 2 wanted criminals. The hit wizards were down to only 4 now. Thinking back to the duel he had witnessed between Dumbledore and Voldemort, an idea struck him. It was a risky one, but the best he could come up with in the heat of the moment. First, he wanted to be closer to the burst water pipe that was slowly flooding the street, and for that, he needed to get nearer the hit wizards. With a sigh, he braced himself before propelling himself into the air, his body being surrounded by a thick, black smoke, the same way it had the Death Eaters in the Ministry. It had taken months of work for Harry to figure out how they moved around this way, but he had managed late in his 6th year, once more, the magic that Tom had used feeling familiar to him helping him achieve it. This method of travel proved to be effective in warded areas, but for little else. Apparition would always be faster. Still, it proved to be useful now, and even served to distract the Aurors below who were drawn to him, flying without the need of a broom. It seemed they had never seen anyone do anything of the sort, and were shocked by the feat, as were the hit wizards who eyed him curiously as he landed in front of them. Wasting no time, he put his plan into motion, sweeping up the large pool of water that had formed from the pipe and coalesced it around the group of wizards, trapping them in an enormous orb of water. "Don't just bloody stand there, run," he urged. The other hit wizards did not need telling twice, and whilst Harry fought to keep their foes contained, they gave a final look to their fallen comrades and took to their heels. Harry held the Aurors and 2 wanted felons for as long as he could, but it was not easy to do so. Only a moment later, the orb collapsed, sending his captives sprawling and gasping for breath. Not wanting to be where he was when they righted themselves, he too fled, taking to the air once more to catch up with the hit wizards. When he located them, they had not made it very far, exhausted from their efforts, and having had to navigate their way through the debris of battle. "Come on, move," he urged as he landed next to them, batting away a spell that had been sent from behind. One of the Aurors had caught them quickly. "TADYJSOU." Another spell headed towards them. Recognizing what it was, Harry hissed loudly, the spell ricocheting off the serpent-adorned shield as it appeared on his arm and setting fire to the building next to them. "Mirda," one of the hit wizards gasped, the emerald fire hot enough to melt the stone it had clung to. It was a dangerous spell to throw around so negligently, and would burn for hours if it was not put out. The fire was spreading quickly, but that did not deter the Aurors from continuing with their attack, even with the smoke now clouding their vision. Seizing an opportunity, Harry caught sight of Caputo amongst them and took aim before hissing once more. His aim had been true, but he was not able to witness the results of his magic. With a groan, the building collapsed between the group of hit wizards and the Aurors pursuing them, putting an end to the fighting. "Come on, keep moving," Harry commanded. The other hit wizards followed him towards the exit, and it was as he neared that he felt a tugging on his arm. "Stay in there until I say otherwise," he muttered, opening the exit and giving a cursory glance to ensure there were no others waiting for them. There wasn't, and seeing that it was safe, he pushed the others out ahead of him before crossing into the Muggle world, his temper flaring as he caught sight of the hit wizard that had engaged the Aurors. "You stupid bastard," he spat, ramming his fist into the man's nose. "What the bloody hell were you thinking?" A loud crunch filled the air, and the man collapsed to ground with a yelp. "Calm, brother," a dark-skinned hit wizard urged. "Garcia is a fool and will pay dearly for his error. He cost many lives today." "It would have been worse if you were not there," another interjected. "Thank you." Harry waved them off, releasing a calming breath. You are Serpent, yes? The dark-skinned man asked. Harry nodded. I can see why you got your name. It is a rare gift you have. I will be reporting this, Harry assured him. As will I, the man replied. That I promise. For now, I believe we should leave. Harry snorted and shook his head. You lot should. I have some unfinished business here. Unfinished business? You do not intend to fight them all? Of course not, Harry huffed. But there is something else I have to do. You go ahead and make sure you tell them everything. I will leave soon. The man nodded, gesturing for the rest of his team to follow. Until we meet again, Serpent. I bloody well hope not. The man offered him a grin before leading away what remained of his team, and Harry waited for them to go before heading behind a row of shops nearby. You can come out now. The man that had been the catalyst for the violence appeared, and Harry relieved him of his cloak. Placing it back within his robes, he took in the appearance of the instigator. Who are you, and what the hell were you doing there? He questioned. The man offered him an awkward, but relieved smile. My name is Newt Scamander, and I was asked to come here by Albus Dumbledore. Do you know him? Harry could only groan in response, his irritation only growing at the mention of the deputy headmaster. Break. Gellert looked on curiously as Caputo suddenly stiffened, his wand clattering to the ground as he reached for his throat. For a moment, it appeared as though he would vomit, but instead of the contents of his stomach spewing forth, a serpent slithered out of his mouth. When it was free, the Sicilian dropped lifeless to the ground, and the snake bit 2 others before it was killed. That was where the memory ended, and Gellert found himself in his office once more. What an interesting young man, he commented. Interesting, Katova asked incredulously. You saw what he did. Gellert nodded, a frown creasing his brow. He is curious, he mused aloud. I have only met one who would cast such a spell as he did with the water. Quite an ingenious application of magic, if I do say so myself. What is more curious is the Parseltongue. Parseltongue? Orion asked. There's only one family I know that uses that. And who would they be, Lord Black? The Gaunts, Orion answered. But if he is as young as you say, he can't be one of them. Marvolo is dead, and his son is of his rocker. Then there must be another connection, Gellert returned thoughtfully. Weber, I want him found. I want any and all information you can gather on this man. You too, Black. I want you to see if there is any possibility that he is a wayward Gaunt. I already told you he isn't, Orion grumbled, but I will make some inquiries. I will have Arcturus look into it. Good. And what would you have done with him? Weber asked. Nothing for now, Gellert replied. The man has piqued my curiosity. It has been many years since any has done that. Chapter 23. A person of interest, it was not often his job granted him an evening of respite, especially during the trying times the world was currently facing. Of course, it was the Germans once again causing problems, the Austrian leading them much of the worry of Europe at present. He was a hateful fellow, one who found himself in power through the desperation of a country that felt they had been punished harshly over the past 3 decades. Perhaps they had been. The treaty they had been forced to sign had not been kind to them, had crippled their economy, and resulted in uprising. Little by little, Hitler fought against the agreement, and sooner or later something would have to give. The Prime Minister released a labored breath. Were war to break out, he would likely need to step down. He was under no illusions that he was the right man to lead the country during such times. He could only hope that conflict could be avoided, and that the Germans could be appeased with minimal overtures granted to them. He frowned as his fireplace flared an emerald green, and his stomach sunk. The appearance of one of them in his office never boded well. Neville, the other minister greeted him. Hector, he returned cordially, though he remained guarded. Can I pop through for a chat? You're going to anyway, Neville muttered, beckoning the man to enter. It's always polite to ask, Folly chuckled as he did so, and took the seat on the opposite side of the desk. So, what is it now? Neville asked, not in the mood for pleasantries. This made it twice already during his short tenure as Prime Minister. He had been visited by his wizarding counterpart. He had been assured that it would likely never happen, but here the man was once again. Wizards indeed. When he had been first visited, he had thought he had drunk too much whiskey during the celebrations of newly acquired position and had put the event down to a drunken stupor. Yet here he found himself again. Neville prided himself on being a composed man, but the thought of a secret society of people able to use magic was as worrying as he had believed to be preposterous. "Bad news, chap," Folly huffed. "We are going to be closing the borders for the most part to visitors from the continent. Something is happening over there, and it could spell disaster." "Not the bloody Germans, is it?" Neville asked. Folly shook his head. "No, not yet at least. It's the Czechoslovakians and Bulgarians. We believe they have been taken over by a very dangerous man. I am awaiting a full report from our governing body to confirm it." "So, what do you want me to do about it?" "Nothing," Folly replied simply. "I believe you have your own problems to attend to." Neville nodded sagely. "The Krauts," he acknowledged. "That little bugger Hitler is causing more problems than I'd like. There'll be war if it carries on. I'm doing all I can to avoid it, but there's only so much I can allow to happen. We can't afford it, and the people will not like it. Us Brits have long memories, Folly, and the last war lost us too many men." "I understand," Folly sympathized. "We too went to war and lost many, and I fear that another is on the horizon, but what can we do?" "Chin up, stiff upper lip and all that," Neville snorted. "Anyway, if that is all." Folly nodded as he stood. "I do hope that we need not see each other again, Chamberlain," he said, before disappearing into the flames. "As do I," Neville grumbled. "I've got my own problems to deal with. I don't need yours too." "Break." "Well, your report coincides with what I had already been told," Fedorov confirmed, a frown creasing his brow. "What a damned mess this turned into." Harry nodded his agreement. "I don't know what the hell they were thinking, but it didn't end well." Fedorov grunted. "You'll be pleased to know that Garcia had his license revoked." "Good, the idiot nearly got us all killed." "He did, and he cost his team dearly," Fedorov sighed. "In a moment of stupidity, he saw only the chance of capturing Katova and Caputo. You know, you made quite the impression on Ghost and the rest of his team." "They made one on me too, just not a good one," Harry muttered. "I understand," Fedorov assured him. "But you have to remember, Evans, not everyone is like you. It takes a certain kind of witch or wizard to do this job alone. Many that try do not last more than a year or so, or they end up joining a team. It's safer that way." Harry shook his head. "Not with idiots like Garcia, it isn't." Fedorov released a deep sigh. "Garcia acted rashly and with emotion. I will make no excuse for his foolishness, but that was not the first time his path had crossed with Katova. 4 years ago, Katova murdered Garcia's wife. She too was a hit wizard, and he of course did not take it well." "I didn't know that," Harry huffed. "And why would you? We do not encourage sharing our personal lives, but I can only assume he wished for his revenge and was not thinking clearly. I can't imagine what he went through." "No, and that is why I operated alone also." "You were a hit wizard?" Harry asked curiously. He hadn't considered that the man had been, though in hindsight, he probably should have. "I was," Fedorov confirmed. "For 19 years I traveled the world doing what you are now. They were the most difficult but rewarding years of my life, and then I was offered this job. Do you want to know why?" Harry frowned, but gestured for the man to continue. "Because I survived," he snorted. "During my years I saw and heard of many joining the department, and most either lost their lives, realized they weren't cut out for this, or they broke under the strain the job can bring. Me, I thrived in it. I was careful, and I kept going until I knew the time was right for me to leave the field. When I did, my superior offered me his position and I started the next day. He went on to retire and now lives in Portugal." "It seems like you're looking forward to that," Harry replied with a smirk. "One day I'll get tired of this and take my own retirement, but that day isn't today," Fedorov pointed out. Now, there is the matter of reporting your findings to the ICW. Under normal circumstances, I would do that myself, but I'd like you to speak with them. Why? Because you were there, Evans, Fedorov said simply. I need to be able to explain why there were casualties on our side, and you deserve the recognition of saving the lives of your colleagues. You had every right to maintain your cover, and no one would have thought any less of you, but you didn't do that. You stepped up, and it takes guts to do what you did. You threw yourself into the fray, you saved lives, and you even killed the 6th most wanted person on our list. If that doesn't deserve recognition, I don't know what does. You're not going to take no for an answer, are you? Not this time, Fedorov returned with a grin. Evans, what you did was exceptional. Let me tell you, most in your position would not have done it, even those that have been doing this job for many more years than yourself. I just did what I could. And that was more than enough in this situation. I have made it no secret that I was reluctant to approve your license, but I can admit when I was wrong. Already, you have proven your capability in the job, and I am looking forward to seeing you grow. Now I'll be in touch soon with details about the meeting with the Confederation. For now, claim your reward for killing Caputo and enjoy a day or so to yourself. You've earned it, Fedorov declared, handing Harry a slip of parchment. 700 galleons, he asked, surprised by the amount. Fedorov nodded. The Italians would have preferred him alive, but he's not a problem for them anymore, so they're very happy with you. Harry could only shrug. In the moment he'd cast the spell that had killed Caputo, he knew there had been no way he would be able to capture him and hand him over. Instead, he'd killed him, and when he looked back on his decision, he was surprised at how easily he'd made that choice. A part of him felt deeply concerned by this, but there was another part that felt satisfied that he'd done the right thing at the right time. In truth, not having seen the man die meant that he could distance himself from the act somewhat, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Oh, and just one more thing, Evans. Fedorov broke into his thoughts as Harry made to take his leave. Did you ever find the man that provoked that reaction from the Aurors? Harry shook his head. No, I can only imagine he made his escape during the chaos. Fedorov nodded his understanding. Then he shall remain a mystery, he chuckled, eyeing Harry with a hint of amusement. If by chance you do come across him again, tell him not to be so damned stupid in the future. I'll be sure to pass on the message if I see him, Harry agreed before exiting the room. He had not been best pleased with Scamander, and the man had incurred quite the dressing down from Harry for his part in what had happened. What on earth was a magizoologist thinking of involving himself in this? That had been one of the first questions he'd asked, and the answer he'd received was not one he'd expected. Scamander had met Grindelwald some 10 years prior, and the man had killed his best friend. If that wasn't motivation enough to involve himself, then nothing else would be. Still, Harry had told him to stay away, to return home to his wife and son. There was nothing here for Newt other than the chance of getting himself killed, something that had almost happened the moment he'd arrived in Prague. Harry hoped he would listen, but only time would tell on that front. If anything, he should stick to running the zoo he kept in that spectacular suitcase of his, even if the erumpent he kept was frighteningly familiar in nature. However, if Newt was so easily influenced by Dumbledore and in need of revenge, Harry couldn't help but think that he would be seeing him again. Break. Albus had not expected to see Newt so soon after their last meeting, but here he was, and judging by his demeanor, his trip to the continent had not been a pleasant one. What happened, Newt? He asked gently. Newt released a deep breath as he shook his head. They attacked me, Albus, he explained. Within seconds of entering the magical district in Prague, the Aurors were chasing me. They knew I was coming. That is unfortunate, Albus replied, but I am pleased that you managed to escape. Escape, Newt snorted. I didn't escape, Albus, I was rescued. Rescued? Albus asked, surprised by the revelation. By whom? Newt shrugged. He was a hit wizard that goes by the name, the Serpent. If it wasn't for him, I'd be dead. Albus offered his former student a sorrowful smile. I'm not sure I understand just what happened. Would you be able to share the memory with me? Newt nodded and added the silvery strand to the vial Albus provided. I don't know what happened, but it was as though they were expecting me. Dumbledore nodded. I suspect Gellert would have had people looking out for you. It would not be the first time you had interfered in his affairs, albeit unintentionally the first time around. He did, Newt agreed. As soon as the Aurors saw me, they attacked. That is unfortunate, Dumbledore sighed. Would you like to join me? I must ask Armando if I may borrow his pensive to view this. Newt nodded and followed, and Albus felt a stab of guilt that he had almost gotten the man killed. He had expected Gellert would be too preoccupied to look out for him, a mistake on his part that could have had dire consequences. I would very much like to speak to the headmaster, he said to the gargoyle as he and Newt reached it. After a moment, the guardian stepped aside to allow them entry, and the duo ascended the staircase. Come in, Albus, Armando called. I don't suppose he will be happy to see me, Newt muttered with a tired smile. He has a long memory, Albus replied with a chuckle as pushed open the door to the office. Albus, what can I do, Scamander? What are you doing here? He is here at my invitation, Armando, Albus answered. Newt has been assisting me with a pressing matter, and I was wondering if I may borrow your pensive for a few moments. Dippet frowned but gestured for Albus to do so, and whilst he busied himself viewing the memory, he stared at the former Hufflepuff speculatively. I remember the day you were expelled, he sighed. One of only 3 students that have met that fate since I have been headmaster. I admit that nursing such a creature was a risk. No, it was reckless, dangerous, and you were very fortunate that you were caught. Had you not been and the creature broke free, it could have injured or killed many within the castle. But it didn't, Newt pointed out. No, it didn't, Armando acknowledged, a ghost of a smirk tugging at his lips. Do you still have it? I do, Newt confirmed. She is as sweet now as she was then. But around 10 times the size. Newt nodded. She's a big girl, a little too friendly with some people. Armando chuckled. Despite your unfortunate ending to your education here, I am proud of what you have achieved, Scamander. Not many can tame a creature such as an Erumpent. She was easy compared to the Nundu, and Thunderbird I have. Armando shook his head. I said it once and I'll say it again. You're a lunatic Scamander, and quite a terrifying man in your own right. I can only imagine the havoc you could wreak should you wish to. I would never. I know, Dippet assured him, and I'm grateful that you're as mild-mannered as you are. Your talent for winning creatures over is something I have never seen before. I think the world should be as grateful as I that you're the way you are. Newt did not have a chance to respond. In that moment, Albus returned from his venture into the pensive, pale and shaking his head ruefully. I think perhaps you should see it, Armando, he sighed. Armando frowned questioningly, but Albus held up a hand. You'll understand why when you do. Armando shot his deputy a final look before doing so, and Albus took a seat next to the desk. A terrible business, he declared. I am sorry that you had to endure that. Had I thought for a moment that would happen, I would not have asked for your help. Well, I know not to return, Newt replied with a shrug. It all happened so fast. Albus nodded. We are fortunate he was there. Were he not, I dread to think what would have happened to you and the others. Do you know him? Newt asked curiously. I do. He is quite the exceptional young man, Albus said with a smile. Did you speak with him much? For a while, Newt confirmed. I showed him around my suitcase and even gave him an egg for helping me. What kind of egg? Albus asked, concern evident in his voice. One that he would do a much better job of raising than me, Newt answered. Parselmouths are rare, and he will be able to help it in ways I that cannot. What egg did you give him, Newt? Dumbledore pressed. I'm not certain, Newt replied. I found the egg years ago, and the only thing I do know is that it is a serpent one. I thought it was dead, but he said he could feel something alive in there. Then it could be anything. I suppose it could, Newt acknowledged, but I do not think it is anything dangerous, not a basilisk at least. I've seen those eggs, and it is nothing like one of those. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, though it was a small allowance with what he had witnessed in the pensive. Dear me, Armando sighed as he emerged from the stone basin. He could have been killed, the bloody fool. Wait, you know him, Newt broke in. He is a recent graduate, Armando explained. An incredible young man, don't you think? He's certainly that, Dumbledore muttered worriedly. I didn't expect that he would be embroiled in Gellert's efforts so soon. Neither did I, Armando sighed. It does make me wonder if that was his intention all along. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. I do hope not. Harry cannot possibly understand just how dangerous he is. Dippet snorted derisively. I think he would surprise him, Albus, he returned, but I do not like what I saw. I suppose we can only hope that it is an isolated incident. Albus shook his head. No, Gellert will have taken a keen interest in him, of that I am certain. He is a Parselmouth and gifted wizard. Gellert will either want him on side, or he will have him killed if he proves to be a problem. Then he'd better be prepared to do it himself, Armando replied. After what I saw in there, it will be no easy task. Dumbledore released a deep breath. I hope it doesn't come to that. As do I, Armando huffed. I will write to him, Albus. It has been too long since I saw him last already. Perhaps we can convince him to not involve himself further. Perhaps, Albus agreed. I'm sorry, excuse me, but who is he? Newt asked. A student that we both grew fond of, Albus explained. I will not share his name, but you are fortunate he was there. He took great risk in saving your life. That is the better side of him. He has another. Albus nodded. He does, and one that is not so pleasant to see. That is all I will say on the matter. I understand, but when you see him, thank him for me again. Without him, I would not be returning to my wife and son. And how is Tina? Albus asked. She is doing well. I don't expect I will be able to say the same for myself when I tell her what happened. You can't keep secrets from an Auror. Dumbledore chuckled. No, especially not one who knows you so well. Congratulations on the birth of your son, and please, don't be a stranger. I won't, Newt promised, offering both men a nod before exiting the office. He didn't bring that suitcase with him, did he? Armando asked worriedly. I believe that it was in his pocket the whole time, Albus said amusedly. Then I'd best have the castle searched to ensure nothing escaped. Break. To my heir. I have been helpfully informed of how you are running the family in my absence, and though I am surprised by some of your actions, I must say that I am impressed. Selwyn, on the other hand, is not. It brings a smile to my face to see the swine so miserable. Anyway, I digress. The reason for this letter concerns a matter of great importance. An unexpected development has occurred, and it could have some rather deep ramifications if it is not handled correctly. A Parselmouth has surfaced on the continent, and as you well know, the only known speakers in Europe hail from England. If you were paying attention to your lessons, you will know that I am referring to the Gaunts. The problem lies in the issue I am having identifying this man. From my knowledge, I cannot fathom how this one can be related to them, and that is where you come in. I need for you to visit the Gaunts to investigate the matter. They reside in a small village named Little Hangelton, their house little more than a shack since they lost their wealth some generations ago. You can find the address for them in the little black book in my study. I cannot express the importance of this, Arcturus. You must speak with whatever Gaunts remain to find out who this man is. I am relying on you. I will be reachable for only the next 7 days by owl, and expect to hear from you soon. Lord Orion Black. The letter had arrived 2 days ago. Arcturus had been surprised to receive the missive from his father, and perhaps a little hopeful that he was showing some concern for him and Doria. The man had not even mentioned the girl, nor did he inquire as to how they were. Still, to keep what little peace remained between them, and to sate his own curiosity, he had ventured to Little Hangelton. But as he looked upon the small, run-down shack surrounded by the overgrown shrubbery, He thought the place had been abandoned. Only the fresh snake corpse nailed to the front door gave any indication that someone was living here. "Who are you? What do you want?" a gruff voice demanded. Squinting, Arcturus could make out the top part of a figure glaring at him from within the tall grass, his face dirty and beard unkempt. If it wasn't for the glint of the knife he carried in one hand, he would have missed him. "Are you Gaunt?" he asked. "Who wants to know?" The man's voice was hoarse, his S's drawn out in a serpent-like hiss as he spoke. "My name is Arcturus Black. I have come to speak to you about a member of your family." The man shook his head. "I have no family left. It's just me here now." "I heard about your father. You have my condolences for your loss." Gaunt shrugged indifferently. "Died in Azkaban, didn't he? Not much to say about it." "And what about your sister?" "Gone. Took the necklace when we were away. There's nothing left. Just me, the ring, and the snakes." "Gone?" Arcturus questioned. "Ran away, the stupid bitch. I thought she'd come back, but she's probably dead too." So this was the last of the Gaunts, a once great and respected house reduced to a man living like an uncouth savage. "No uncles or anything." "I said I was the last one, didn't I?" Gaunt spat. "Well, another Parselmouth has emerged on the continent," Arcturus replied, ignoring his lack of decorum. "With your family being the only known speakers, I thought he would be a relative of yours." Gaunt frowned. "No, not ours," he returned confusedly. "Father didn't have any more Sprogs, and I haven't got any." "What about your sister?" "Maybe." "How long ago did she run away?" "Couldn't be more than 12 or 13 years ago." "Not hers then," Arcturus mumbled. It made no sense. There simply had to be a connection, unless there was another divergence of the Slytherin line that no one knew about. "This speaker, is he my family?" Gaunt asked. He neither seemed pleased nor angry by the prospect, but merely matter-of-fact. "I think he must be somehow, not unless you know of any other family that are speakers." Gaunt shook his head. "Just us. It's been like that for generations." The sibilance was beginning to unnerve Arcturus, but his curiosity had been piqued. He wanted to know who this mystery Parselmouth was. "Then I don't know what to say," he sighed. "He's a hit wizard, that's all I know." Gaunt shook his. "He can't be one of mine. They're all dead," he reiterated. The man was confused. The years he'd spent in Azkaban and seemingly living in solitude as he did having evidently addled his brains. Or he had never quite been all there. He'd heard how inbred the Gaunts had become. "Then I'm sorry for wasting your time," Arcturus called. Gaunt scowled at him, but said nothing more before disappearing into the foliage surrounding the shack, and Arcturus took his first grateful steps away from the property. The last Gaunt was an odd man, but he had been truthful. He knew nothing of the Parselmouth, of which his father had written. Arcturus wondered if the man hadn't had one of his strange episodes when he had written the letter. He had his doubts. As disturbed as Orion Black had become, he had never fabricated anything that hadn't happened, and the only time he would have was if his condition had worsened. Had it? Arcturus knew not, and if truth be told, the way his father had acted left him with little sympathy for the man. He'd made his choices, and they did not involve Arcturus or Doria. Out of respect for the father that had raised him, he had looked into what he'd been asked to. Now, however, without any further leads, there was nothing else that could be done, and he would inform the man of such. Arcturus had more important things to focus on other than the anomaly that was this Parselmouth. In the absence of his father, he had a family to manage. The Lord Black, only in name, would have to carry out his own investigation into the matter from now on. Although Arcturus was curious, he did not have the leisurely time to do so. Things of greater importance required his attention. Break. It was not often that Rosalina Knott was summoned to see her brother. With her teaching duties and him running the family, they usually kept their time together limited to Christmas and the occasional birthday. So it was odd that he had asked her to join him when it was neither. The home she had grown up in was a grim one. The daycare was rather foreboding. Something she learned as a child was done intentionally to unsettle the other visiting lords when they came to discuss business. The walls were painted a slate gray, the dark wood flooring doing little to brighten the house, the only light coming from the fitted sconces and fireplaces throughout. As such, it wasn't homely in the traditional sense. "Rosie," her sister-in-law greeted her, a little too enthusiastically. "Hello, Sandra," Rosalina replied, cringing as the woman pulled her in an embrace. "Where's Joseph?" "Joe is in his study," Sandra replied, looping her arm through Rosalina's and leading the way. "Any idea what this is about?" Sandra shook her head. "I don't, but he is keen to see you. He says you may be able to help him with some inquiries he is making." Rosalina frowned. She did not involve herself in family affairs as a rule. As an educator, she needed to be as neutral as possible. The headmaster had been very clear on that when he offered her the role. The study her brother occupied was only made less grim by the roaring fire in the hearth and the single lamp on his desk. When they entered, he was poring over a stack of parchment, a pipe hanging from his lips that had seemed to have gone out. Rosalina cleared her throat to get his attention. "Rosie," he acknowledged her presence with a nod, puffing on the pipe that emitted no smoke. The Lord not tutted before relighting it using the tip of his wand. "What can I do for you?" she asked. Joseph hummed thoughtfully as he stared at his sister. "You know, it is a shame that you never married," he said. "I would have made a terrible wife." Joseph chuckled as he nodded his agreement. "That is true, and that is why I didn't try to force you on anyone, for your sake and theirs, but that isn't why I asked you here. I received a letter from Orion only yesterday, a curious one to say the least. Here, have a read." Rosalina accepted the letter, her chest tightening as she did as she was bid. "Dear Joe, I hope this finds you well. I am writing to you as a friend, and also as the lord of my family, the first more so than the second. I cannot say much of what I am doing, because I know that it will put us at odds with one another, something I do not wish to happen. However, I must be frank with you about something I recently learned. There is a Parselmouth, a young one that has appeared on the continent. I have my son looking into the matter, and if he turns out to not be a Gaunt as I suspect, then I have no explanation as to his origins. I have already established that he is a young Englishman, that much I could gather through the simple viewing of a memory. It appears that he is also a hit wizard for the ICW, but that is all I know for certain. I have no indication of where he came from, and if truth be told, he does not resemble Marvolo or any of his lot. Any information you can gather would be much appreciated. He has already made an enemy of many, so I do not suspect he is long for this world, but on a personal level, I am intrigued, as I'm sure you will be. All the best, old friend. Orion Sirius Black. Evans. The only person this could be was her protégé, whom she hadn't seen since the summer. He explained that he would be out of touch for some time, and that he would write when he could, but little else. All I need to know from you is if there has been anyone that has passed through Hogwarts recently that could be this man. Joseph broke in. Rosalina shook her head. She didn't know what Evans had gotten himself mixed up in, but this wasn't good. No, not any student comes to mind. Joseph sighed. I was afraid you would say that. I don't suppose it really matters. If he has chosen to be a hit wizard, he certainly doesn't have his sights on a political position. Orion doesn't believe he is a Gaunt, but as the only European Parselmouths, there must be a connection there somewhere, he added thoughtfully. Never mind, forget I mentioned it. I thought I'd just check with you out of interest. Rosalina felt herself filled with relief, and she was pleased her brother did not seem so curious that he would dig deeper into it. She had become protective of Harry, though the boy didn't really need it. She felt a sense of duty to keep him safe from any that wished him harm. It's like I said, I can't think of any in the last few years that it could be. There's not been any whose parentage is that much of a mystery. Joseph nodded his understanding. Well, I appreciate you coming. Will we be seeing you for Christmas? I'll be here, Rosalina confirmed. Will Agnes and the others be coming? All of them are, Joseph said with a smile. We will have a full house this year. Rosalina's expression mirrored that of her brothers. It wasn't often the entire family could get together, but it was a nice experience when they did. Still, her thoughts were far away from the upcoming festive season. She needed to get in touch with Evans to find out just what on earth he had gotten himself involved with, and if needed, she'd give the boy a piece of her mind. Break. For 4 days, Gellert had waited patiently for the awaited information to reach him. Black's younger son had been little help, only confirming what Orion had already believed. This Parselmouth was not a Gaunt, but if he wasn't a direct descendant of Slytherin himself, then who was he? What line did he hail from? The only other connection he knew of to the Slytherins was the Peveril family, an incomplete and broken line spanning the many generations past. Could he be one of them? He frowned deeply, that thought not sitting well with him. No, it can't be, he mumbled to himself, his hand wrapping around the shaft of the wand he had liberated from Gregorovitch so many years ago. Ah, Weber, what took you so long? You have my apologies, the German replied, the dark circles around his eyes indicating a lack of sleep. I have been working tirelessly to discover who this man is. And I do not know, Weber admitted. He is a hit wizard that goes by the name the Serpent. He is British, and there have been no reports outside the last surviving Gaunt of any Parselmouths being there, save for one potential yet to be confirmed boy, but he is much too young to be this Serpent. A boy, Gellert questioned. The bastard son of Gaunt's sister. She ran off with a muggle and sired the boy. I do not think he even knows of his connection to them yet. He grew up in an orphanage. How do you know this? It is my job to know things, Weber returned with a rare smirk. Either this Serpent has kept his ability and heritage a secret, or something is amiss. I have been able to discover nothing else other than the arrests he has made since becoming a hit wizard earlier this year. Anything of interest? Weber nodded. He is very good, Gellert. He took in 6 goblins and all man at the same time and has captured 7 others. Not bad for one so seemingly inexperienced. No, not bad, Gellert agreed. I'd like you to keep looking, Weber. I want to know everything you can learn about this man. I do not think that was the last we will see of him. The ICW have taken an interest in us, and they will wish to utilize their best assets. He may be one of them. Were we even aware that he was here? We were not, Weber answered, troubled by the realization. We knew of the team, but not him. I will ensure he is not overlooked again. See that you do, and that I am kept informed of his movements. Of course, Weber agreed. I will pass on the message that our investigation into him is ongoing. Good, and Weber, do get some rest. You are of little use to me deprived of rest or dead. Weber nodded and left the room. Gellert shook his head. It was irritating that his network had not been forthcoming with just who this man was, but in a way, it was exciting. For the most part, Gellert did not like unknowns. To him, they presented an unnecessary risk to his plans. The Serpent was such a risk, one that would need to be dealt with one way or another. Or perhaps not, he muttered thoughtfully. Break. The chambers of the ICW were not so different to those of the Wisengamot, and as Harry entered, he couldn't help but feel the same way he had when he'd faced trial just before his 5th year of Hogwarts. As with those of the British ministry, the individuals seated around the circular room were eyeing him, the sea of faces peering at him staring speculatively. It set Harry on edge. I call to order this meeting of the International Confederation of Warlocks, dated November 19th, 1937, the chief mugwump, a man of Oriental appearance, called. This gathering is closed to the public with the exception of a hit wizard known only as the Serpent. Is that correct? It is, Fedorov confirmed with a bow. The chief mugwump nodded appreciatively. We are here to discuss your findings, your actions, and the actions of your peers during your observations in Prague over the course of 11 days, dating from the 3rd to the 14th of November. Can you confirm that you were there between these dates? I can, Harry replied. Good, the chief mugwump declared. Firstly, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not inform you that prior to this meeting, we viewed the memories of your peers that were involved in the incident that took place on the 14th of November 1937, in which 4 hit wizards of the ICW sadly lost their lives. We have accepted these memories as being true to events and untampered. Mr. Fedorov, you can confirm these findings. I can, Chief Warlock, Fedorov returned. Having viewed them myself, they are a true and accurate account of the reports I received from each witness. Then I will open the floor to any questions or statements that any gathered members wish to put forward. The representative from Italy stood first. On behalf of my country, I would like to offer my gratitude to this young man. For 9 years, Italy was plagued by Salvatore Caputo and his dangerous potions. With him gone, there are many families that can rest easily now. You not only have my gratitude, but the gratitude of the whole of Italy, and with the permission of the chief warlock, I would like to bestow upon you the Croce di Guerra al Valor Militare. With this medal, the whole of Italy will recognize you as a hero. Harry felt decidedly uncomfortable as the beaming man left his seat and pinned the bronze cross suspended from a blue ribbon to his chest. The gathered members of the ICW gave him a round of applause, and even Fedorov gave him an approving smile. You earned that, he offered sincerely. Usually, these are only given during times of war, but in this case, we made an exception. Even Duce Mussolini approves, the Italian explained. Harry had heard the name before, but he could not remember when. Perhaps it had been during his time at Muggle school. A well-deserved accolade, the chief mugwump declared. With that being said, are there any other statements or questions? I have a question, the representative of Austria called, his expression not a welcoming one. You are named the Serpent because you are a Parselmouth. How is this so? Are you a descendant of the famous Salazar Slytherin? We do not intrude upon the personal lives or identities of our hit wizards, the French representative replied angrily, the sentiment felt by many others who voiced their agreement. I was merely curious, the Austrian defended. Parselmouths are a rare breed. Harry glared at the man, not appreciating his attempts to pry. The question will be stricken from the record, the chief mugwump announced, he too glaring at the Austrian representative. Now, the floor is closed. On behalf of the ICW, I would like to thank you for your service and for your deeds in keeping your colleagues safe at great risk to yourself. Keep up the good work, Serpent, and I have no doubt that more accolades will follow. I bring this meeting to an end with the intention that we reconvene on January 8th to discuss further updates on the actions of Gellert Grindelwald. Dismissed. Harry followed Fedorov from the room, confused by the lengthy gap between meetings. They didn't even ask for a report, he pointed out. Fedorov hummed. I believe they wished for you to attend so they could see you in person, an ulterior motive indeed. I will look into who insisted on your presence, not that it will prove anything. Harry sighed as he shook his head. So what happens now? He asked. Now we wait until we receive further instructions, Fedorov explained. I know it is frustrating, but this is a very sensitive political issue that must be treated with due care. One wrong move could escalate things, and that is the last thing any of us want. They're not going to do anything, are they? Not yet, Fedorov confirmed. They will gather as much intelligence as possible from each country affected and decide what should be done, but no, I would not expect much to happen for some time at least, not until intervention is unavoidable. Bloody politics. Fedorov chuckled. That is why I sometimes wish I was still in the field. There, politics matters little. Harry nodded his agreement. Now, will you be taking on another target, or will you take my advice and enjoy some time off? Harry frowned thoughtfully at the question. I think I will take a few days off, he answered. I have a few people I'd like to catch up with, an uncle and aunt that I must visit, and a headmaster to see too. Then enjoy your time at home, Serpent. There will always be those to pursue, Fedorov assured him. I know, Harry murmured, already pondering just who he would target next. Chapter 24, To Familiar Shores. It had been less than half a year ago that he'd left the castle, but as he looked up at the building he had first called home, it was a bitter sweetness that filled him. Here, he had met Ron, Hermione, and many other people who were a part of some of his happier memories, but there were so many unpleasant ones to go along with them. He had been only a small boy, defenseless, and clueless to how the world worked when he had first crossed the threshold into Hogwarts, and his years here had been full of suffering. Harry found it almost laughable that he'd had to travel back over 60 years in time to enjoy 2 relatively peaceful years of schooling here. Though they had not been without incident or trial through his own endeavors, they had been his easiest years at Hogwarts, and that alone saddened him. Yes, he had met other friends, had even connected with his family, but feeling so maudlin about the life he had been born into was not what he wanted. Things had been bad, but there were good times, just so few of them. Shaking his head of his musings, he entered the castle, the warmth within a welcome change from the chill of the November air. He'd arrived late enough that the students would be in their common rooms, but not so late that the hour was indecent. The headmaster was expecting him, so he headed in the direction of Dippet's office, simply enjoying not wearing a disguise as he had to whilst working. He knows that I am coming, he explained to the gargoyle who sprung aside to allow him entry. Reaching the top of the staircase, he knocked and waited to be bid entry. Come in, the familiar voice of Professor Dippet called. Harry had barely crossed half the room before the headmaster reached him, an expression of relief adorning his features. It's good to see you, Harry, Dippet declared. And you, Professor, Harry returned sincerely. He had grown to respect the man before him. Armando Dippet had proven to be one of the few genuine people Harry had met, and he had come to value his dedication to his students. It had been Dippet who had tutored him when Harry had first arrived, and the younger man would never forget all that had been done for him. Well, you don't seem to be missing any limbs, or any worse for wear, the headmaster chuckled. Not yet, at least, another familiar voice spoke. Peering over Dippet's shoulder, Harry was greeted by the sight of the woman that had mentored him, her arms folded, and a single eyebrow raised in his direction. Professor Knott, Harry said with a grin. The woman hummed as she approached, and much to his surprise, pulled him into her arms. What kind of trouble have you been getting yourself into, Harry? She sighed. What do you mean? Knott gave him a pointed look. I was summoned to see my brother, and he was asking on behalf of Lord Black about a Parselmouth that has surfaced on the continent. Apparently, this very same young man has been causing quite a stir. Bloody hell, Harry grumbled. Lord Black must be working with Grindelwald. That was the only logical reason that he would be interested or had even heard of what had happened. Bloody hell is right, Rosalina agreed. Now, why don't you tell me just what you have been doing? Harry did so, omitting only enough to preserve his cover by not revealing locations or names of any that he had apprehended. What did you tell your brother? He asked when he was finished. Nothing, Rosalina assured him. He asked if there was any student here in the past few years that could have been a Parselmouth, and I told him that I didn't believe there was. Thank you, Harry replied, releasing a breath of relief. I would not put you in danger, Rosalina vowed. I do not like lying to my brother, but my first responsibility is to my students, and although you haven't even written to me for a while, your education with me finishes when I say that it is done. And then you can drop me in it, Harry snorted. Exactly, Rosalina returned with a wink. I'm sorry, Harry huffed. I didn't mean for you to be put in an awkward position. I didn't think Lord Black or anyone here would support Grindelwald. It shouldn't surprise you what some would do for a position of privilege, Rosalina said disappointedly, waving off his apology. I suppose it does explain why Arcturus has taken the helm of running the family. Evidently, he does not agree with his father's decision. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know Arcturus well, but the few conversations he had shared with the Black Heir hadn't given him the impression that the man would dedicate himself to such a cause. None of his actions would suggest that. He had spoken of his intent and need to coexist with the other pureblood families in Britain. It simply wouldn't make sense for him to align with Grindelwald when most of the others here would not do so. I do not suppose there is any understanding why Lord Black would do so. Because Grindelwald is a dangerous man that is a viable option for him, Harry explained. His movement is gaining traction. The entire continent is tense with what is happening there, and he is facing little resistance. The ICW will not act until it becomes necessary. If they lose a few smaller countries, then so be it, he added bitterly. And you know this for certain. Harry nodded. They all but said that they will wait and see when I was there to give a report that they never even asked me to give, he said with a thoughtful frown. That's politics for you, Rosalina pointed out. Well, they can leave me out of it, Harry grumbled. Armando chuckled as he shook his head. Is the job everything you thought it would be? He asked almost hopefully. Harry suspected that the headmaster hoped that it wasn't, and that he would change his mind about his choice of career. In some ways it is, in others, not so much, he acknowledged. Most of my time is spent in unpleasant places looking out for unpleasant people, and only a very short time capturing them. Apart from this man in Prague, Dippet reminded him. Harry nodded grimly. There wasn't any chance that I would be able to take him in, so I took the opportunity presented to me. It's just a part of the job I have to get used to. I'm sure there will be others that will require a similar approach. Harry knew that there would be, and though the idea of killing people did not fill him with joy, he did not feel any guilt either. These were not good people and would kill him if it meant they could escape justice. He would not give them that chance. Dippet offered him a look of sympathy. I understand, he said sadly. Have you not at least considered being part of a team to make it safer for you? He had, but Harry's reasoning for operating alone outweighed the benefits of working with others, and what happened in Prague only solidified his stance on this further. If I joined a team, I would have to follow someone else's orders and rely on them to watch my back. I can count on one hand how many people I trust implicitly, and none of them are my colleagues, he explained. I've spent most of my life being told what to do and what I can't do. I won't put myself in that position again. Rosalina gave him a questioning look, but Harry didn't elaborate. He trusted the woman, but he was not ready to have a conversation with her where he would have to explain the misfortunes that had befallen him. I understand, Armando sighed, but that does not stop me being worried about you. Nor me, Rosalina added. Harry offered them a reassuring smile, their concern meaning more to him than either knew. Ah, Albus is here, Dippet announced, and Harry's demeanor shifted immediately. He was furious with Dumbledore for his interference in Prague. What the man was thinking sending Scamander there, he knew not. It was a foolish endeavor that had gotten people killed, a fate that Harry could have met also had he not acted as he had. The Transfiguration professor had the decency to at least look ashamed as he entered the office and met Harry's glare. I believe I owe you the deepest of apologies, Harry, he said. My actions were not well considered, and yourself and Newt could have been killed because of them. We could have, Harry agreed angrily. What the bloody hell were you thinking? Because of you, I had to blow my cover to get him out of there. I know, Dumbledore assured him. I saw the memory of what happened, and the only thing that pleased me was that you were there and took action to prevent that from happening. I shouldn't have had to, Harry snapped. Scamander should never have been there. If you don't want any part of what is coming, then bloody stay out of it, you stupid sod. Why did you even send him? I wanted to understand what was happening, Albus sighed. I needed to see just what Gellert was doing. Well, now you know, Harry bit back. So, stop interfering in matters that don't concern you. If you're not going to deal with him, then leave it to the people that are trying to. You're planning on confronting him. It wasn't a question, but a statement, and Harry narrowed his eyes as he lifted his chin defiantly. If that is what it takes to stop him. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not believe that is wise, he murmured. Gellert is as dangerous as they come, Harry. Confronting him would do you no good. But allowing him to keep doing what he is will, Harry returned. It's like I said, unless you plan on doing something about him, then you leave your old friend to be handled by someone else. Harry did not know what his chances would be if he were to face off against Grindelwald, but he would not sit idly by, as Dumbledore was content to do for the man to exert his will over the entirety of Europe. Something had to be done to stop him, and the work Harry was doing seemed to be the best way to make some dents in his armor at the very least. For the life of him, he couldn't remember when Dumbledore and Grindelwald had concluded the war with their infamous duel, but as far as he was concerned, that day couldn't come soon enough. He had seen what life was like under Gellert's regime, and he could not allow that to continue to spread. People were murdered on the streets by those that were supposed to protect them. The man brought nothing but misery to those that refused to acknowledge him as their leader. Bloody saving people thing, he groaned internally. I will, Dumbledore replied sadly, and I am sorry for endangering you. That was never my intention. Those were his parting words, and Harry released a deep breath as the man exited the office, his posture not one of the confidence as he always exuded. Albus feels terrible, Harry, Armando explained. He is not one that often makes mistakes, but when he does, they tend to be large and impactful. I am not defending what he did, but he is unlike you or I, only he has a personal connection to this situation. I know, Harry acknowledged, the tension leaving his shoulders. I don't think he is a bad person in any way, just a pain in the arse. Armando chuckled as he nodded. Oh, he certainly is that, he agreed, but one that I would not be without. When it matters, he has a way of coming through. I'm sure you will see that. I hope so, Harry sighed. He certainly couldn't fight the coming war alone, and as annoyed as he was with Dumbledore, he'd much rather have the man on his side than the two of them being at odds with one another. Break. He was here. It was unlike Minerva to feel so excited at the prospect of seeing a friend, but she was. She and Harry had grown close over the past 2 years, and not having him around much since the end of June had left her missing him dearly. It hadn't helped that he'd been called away again the last time she'd seen him only minutes after she'd arrived, but that would not happen this time. Even if she had to follow him across the continent, she would get her time with him. She paused at that thought. When had she become that kind of person? She wasn't, not really. Only when it came to Harry it seemed. How is he, Albus? She asked eagerly as Dumbledore returned from visiting with Harry. The man offered her an amused smile. He is well, though not best pleased with me. It is okay, he assured her. It is my own actions that have irked him, and rightfully so. What happened? Minerva pressed. I believe I may have interfered where it was not wanted, and to my regret, Harry and many others found themselves in a perilous situation. It is not my place to reveal the details, but I do not see why he would keep it from you. He trusts you, Minerva. The words of her mentor were rather ominous, but she would have the truth of the matter from Harry. He told her everything, didn't he? He will be here shortly, Albus broke into her thoughts. How do you know that? Minerva asked curiously. Because young Harry has quite the presence about him, one that cannot be missed, even here at Hogwarts, the Transfiguration professor replied coyly. Only a moment later, the door opened, and Minerva flung herself into Harry's arms, not missing the cold look he shot towards Dumbledore. She didn't comment on it, however. Instead, she clung to him in a display she would consider to be rather pathetic were it anyone else. In the moment, she didn't care. Harry was here and he was safe. I missed you, she whispered. When she looked up at him, he was smiling brightly, and he pulled her into a tight embrace once more. I missed you, he echoed, the sincerity in his words warming her. Have you eaten? Minerva shook her head. Then I think I owe you dinner, Harry chuckled. Minerva looked towards Albus, who nodded approvingly. Your work can wait, he said with a smile of his own. Despite whatever had happened between her mentor and Harry, the older of the two gave both teens a look of fondness as they left the room and headed towards the exit. "Were you spying on GR?" Harry held up a hand to silence her. "Not here," he muttered. "The walls tend to have ears." Minerva nodded her understanding and was simply happy to allow him to lead her through the castle, her arm looped through his own. She had missed him, she already knew this, but having him with her made her realize just how much. "Where would you like to go?" he asked, pulling Minerva from her thoughts. "The 3 broomsticks." "That works for me," Harry chuckled as he cast a warming charm over them both. Had he not, it would have been quite the miserable walk from the castle to the village. Although it thankfully wasn't raining, there was an unpleasant chill in the air this evening. Typical for Scotland in November, but it did not make it any more welcome. "I thought you'd be used to the cold. You grew up here, didn't you?" Harry asked. "I did," Minerva confirmed, "but I never made a habit of venturing outside in these conditions. The church at home is as warm as Hogwarts when the fires are lit." "Did you spend much time at the church?" Minerva nodded. "I spent most days there as a child." She explained. "It served as a school too, so I was there until I came here. Did you never go to church?" Harry shook his head. "If my uncle would have entered one, he would have probably burst into flames," he snorted. "No, my Muggle relatives were against anything like that, so I was never around it." "From what you have told me about them, you might be right." Harry had never gone into much detail about his life with his aunt, uncle, and cousin, but his expression darkened noticeably whenever they were mentioned. Minerva wouldn't pry. It was not her place to do so, nor did she wish to sour the mood, so had always let it be. "Here we are," Harry announced when they reached the pub. Opening the door for her, they entered to find that it was a quieter evening than either were used to experiencing during their school days when the pub was full of students. Not that it mattered, and as they took their seats at a table tucked away in the corner, Minerva felt herself relax for the first time in days. "Any reason you chose to sit here?" she asked amusedly. "I suppose I've gotten used to needing to see the whole room and everyone in it," Harry replied with a slight frown creasing his brow. "We are taught not to leave ourselves exposed for any length of time. Some of the people we follow know that we are there and will take any chance they can to be rid of us." Minerva nodded her understanding as she sighed. "Are you enjoying it?" "I am," Harry assured her. "I think if there's any job that was made for me, this is it." She couldn't disagree, though she wished she could. Harry was one of the most talented wizards she had ever met, his most prominent skills lying in what someone would need to be a hit wizard, or even an Auror. He had chosen the former of the two. Harry was happy, and she was trying to be supportive. "Albus said that you're quite cross with him." She paused as she noticed his jaw tighten. "I am," Harry sighed. "I know he meant well really, but he can't interfere like that." "What happened?" Minerva listened as Harry quietly explained what had transpired in Prague, her curiosity turning to fear when he spoke of the altercation with the Aurors. She suspected he wasn't telling her everything, but she learned enough to know that he'd killed a man. It was an odd feeling seeing him in such a way. The Harry she knew was a gentle man, one who did all he could for his friends to ensure they were happy. He was not a cold-hearted killer, yet she saw no regret in his eyes for what he'd done. Gently, she took his hand in her own. "Are you okay?" she asked. He nodded. "I am. The whole thing was unnecessary, and if it wasn't for Dumbledore, it may not have happened at all, but you meant about the killing thing, didn't you?" "I did." Harry chuckled humorlessly. "I forget that you don't know everything," he muttered. "You know about how I came to be here, but that's it really." "I know you didn't have the best of lives, Harry." He offered her a wan smile as he squeezed her hand. "Caputo was the first person I killed intentionally," he said, "but death isn't a stranger to me. You already knew that I saw my mother killed, and I remember that. I still dream of it now." Minerva was horrified by the revelation, but Harry spoke the truth. Although he no longer saw the world through Tom's eyes here, He often dreamed about events that he had no recollection of, including seeing the last moments of Lily Potter's life, and even experiencing the sheer joy Voldemort had felt as he put an end to her. He'd grown used to these dreams, and perhaps they were why he was so indifferent towards seeing people die now, or even being the one to carry out the act. He felt her grip tighten on him, and he offered her a reassuring smile. "The first time I killed someone, I was 11 years old," he continued. "He tried to kill me, but that didn't go to plan. I didn't know he had died and didn't think about it that way until a few years after. By then, I'd seen a friend of mine murdered in front of me for being in the wrong place at the wrong time." Watching Cedric being murdered was one that he had not gotten over easily. He had been a helpless babe when his home had been visited by Voldemort, but the guilt for not being able to save Cedric when Harry had been 14 had plagued him for a long time. It wasn't until he realized that even though he'd had a wand, he was only a little less helpless than he would have been without it. He hadn't known how to defend himself against the killing curse, let alone another. Still, it only added to the tally of death that he'd experienced. Of course, there had then been Sirius only a year later, which was worse than any he'd experienced thus far. Sirius had been the closest thing he'd had to a father figure in his life, and to see the man vanish into the veil the way he did had changed Harry. From then, and the events that followed resulting in him arriving here and the ritual he underwent courtesy of the Flamels, death had become as familiar to him as the constant danger he had found himself in. "What happened when you were 11? Minerva pressed. Her words were born of concern for the young man seated before her. She had known his life before he'd came into hers had been awash with tragedy, but she couldn't have imagined just how much had happened. Another smile, not one completely absent of warmth but still hollow, nonetheless. "Riddle," he began with a labored sigh. "He managed to possess our defense against the dark arts professor. He wanted to steal something that he believed would restore his power. 2 of my friends and I tried to stop him, and he tried to kill me again. I don't really understand the magic, but my mother left me with a protection of sorts, and when he touched me, he burned. It's all a bit of a blur, but I remember just thinking that I wanted to get him off of me. I grabbed his face, anything I could really, and he crumbled to ash. I woke up a few days later in the hospital wing." "Goodness me," Minerva whispered. It was a fantastical tale, and one she would be hard-pressed to believe were it not Harry telling it. "Riddle didn't die, did he?" she asked hopefully, already knowing the coming answer. Harry shook his head and snorted. "No, he came back at the end of my 2nd year, only this was different. Again, I don't really understand the magic behind it, but he possessed someone else and opened the Chamber of Secrets." "The Chamber of Secrets?" Minerva questioned confusedly. "Oh, it's a hidden chamber in the school that Salazar Slytherin created," Harry explained. "Anyway, I stupidly went to save the girl he'd possessed. That time, I should have died, and would have if it wasn't for a phoenix saving me," he added, rolling up his sleeve to show her the puckered flesh near the crook of his arm. "What's this?" Minerva asked, running a finger over the scar. "You wondered why the manticore venom didn't kill me. It's because I'd already been bitten by something more dangerous, and its venom is still in my blood. It will always be there." "What bit you?" Harry shot a furtive glance around the pub to ensure no one was listening in on them. "A basilisk," he whispered. Minerva's eyes widened. She was no expert on magical creatures, but she had studied them in depth enough to understand their limitations in transfiguration. Serpents, as one of the easiest animals to create, had been amongst the first she had looked into, and she had read about basilisks. They were illegal to own and hunted by specialists in most countries for a reason. They were as dangerous as magical creatures came. "The phoenix tears," she murmured in realization. Harry nodded. "The same phoenix that shares a core with my wand." It was strange to see someone who had lived the life Harry had talk of such things so casually. Had Minerva experienced even a modicum of what she had just been told, she didn't think she would cope as well as Harry had. "Hello, my dears, have you decided what you would like?" A voice broke in, pulling her from her thoughts. The serving lady had arrived, and was looking at the two of them expectantly, a quill and roll of parchment floating nearby waiting to take their order. "I'll have the chicken, please," Harry answered, "and a butterbeer." "And for the lady?" "I'll have the same, but I think I'll have a whiskey. You'd better make that a double." "It will be with you shortly," the woman replied, offering Minerva a queer look before she left them alone once more. Harry chuckled as she did so. "I know, it's a lot to take in." "It is," Minerva agreed, shaking her head. "I'm just trying to get my head around how you are the way you are." "What do you mean?" Minerva smiled at him. "Most people who have gone through what you wouldn't have survived, let alone be as kind as you are, Harry." He merely shrugged in response. "I'm not as kind or as naive as I once was," he sighed. "I mostly fumbled my way from one disaster to another, not really having time to deal with what had happened from one year to the next. I suppose that so much has happened that it all just became normality for me." "And that's why you wanted to be a hit wizard, because being in those situations is normal for you." "Mostly," Harry acknowledged. "I think there is a part of me that thrives in those situations. It probably sounds insane, but when your life follows a path like mine, it becomes a part of you that isn't easily ignored." Minerva nodded, though she did not fully understand what he meant. Perhaps it was something that could only be understood by someone that had experienced what Harry had. "That doesn't mean I won't keep worrying about you," she huffed. "I know," Harry replied. "Good," Minerva said firmly, as the waitress returned and placed their meals in front of them. "What about Tom?" Harry asked curiously. "Has he caused any problems?" Minerva scowled at the mention of the boy. "He seems to be exploring the castle," she informed him. "I followed him as a cat, and he tried to attack me." "He did what?" Harry asked, angry, his temper flaring. "He didn't manage to do anything, but he's a very unpleasant boy. Not that anyone else has really noticed. During the staff meetings, they all sing his praises about how brilliant he is for one so young. Only Albus and I have seen that other side to him." Harry hummed in displeasure. "You should be careful," he advised. "He may only be a first year, but he won't be forever. Don't follow him anymore, just track him on the map. There's not much he can do right now, but keep a lookout for him being on the second floor." "The second floor?" Harry nodded. "That is where the entrance to the Chamber of the Secrets is. The bathroom just off the main staircase." Minerva felt her blood run cold. "You said there is a basilisk in there." Harry held up a placating hand. "I already dealt with it and didn't even get bitten this time," he said with a grin. "Just keep watching him. I promised I would not kill a child, but I will take further steps to hinder him when needed." Minerva nodded her understanding. "Can we not talk about him anymore?" she asked. "I don't want him ruining my time with you." Harry smiled as he nodded. "I suppose I could always tell you about the time I was entered into the Tri-Wizard tournament against my will, but you'd probably need more whiskey for that. Maybe another time for more of my life stories." Minerva couldn't be sure if Harry was joking at first, but then the glint of sadness she saw behind the smile was all she needed to know that he wasn't. If truth be told, she didn't think she was ready to hear more of the harrowing events of his life right now, so instead, she took a sip of her drink and released a deep breath. She had more than enough to digest with what she'd already learned this evening without adding to it. "So when do you have to go back?" she asked. "I have another few days," Harry replied. "Tomorrow evening I'm going to visit Nicholas and Perenelle. Would you like to come and meet them? I'm sure they wouldn't mind." Minerva had felt a stab of disappointment at the thought of not seeing him again before he left, but his invitation warmed her just as much as the whiskey had. "I would really like that," she answered, simply pleased that she would be spending more time with him. Break. Garrick Ollivander prided himself on being an excellent wand-maker. He was not yet as experienced as his father, but he had dedicated his life to the art since he had been a boy. It was in his blood. For generations, the Ollivanders had crafted the wands for the witches and wizards of Britain. There were even those that came from abroad to purchase their wands from them, the family reputation preceding the love and care that went into each of their creations. As such, they remembered each one they sold, and to whom. To the Ollivanders, selling a wand to a person was akin to giving them a child. Garrick's thoughts were interrupted as the bell to the shop tinkled, notifying him of his first customer of the day. "Good morning," he greeted the young man enthusiastically, the same way his father had taught him. "How can I help you?" The man that had sired him had semi-retired the previous year, and now worked only weekends in the shop. Garrick had been terrified at the prospect of being responsible for the family legacy, but thus far, things had gone well. "I was speaking with a friend last night, and I was reminded of another conversation I had some time ago. Can you really tell how strong a relationship between a wizard and his wand is?" The wandmaker nodded. Very few people considered the way their wands worked in tandem with their magic, and it was a nice change to be able to discuss the topic with someone. "It is indeed possible, but not an easy thing to do. It takes a keen wandmaker to be able to feel such a connection." "Can you do it?" "If you would hand me your wand, I will be glad to." The young man removed a dark wand, and he recognized his father's work immediately. The craftsmanship was simply exquisite, and the wand itself of the quality he would expect to see. Carefully, he took it, his eyebrows disappearing into his hairline as he felt the heat emanating from it. The wand was warning him to treat it with respect. "Holly and phoenix feather," he murmured, listening to what the wand was telling him. It didn't do so with words, but in its own unique way. 11 inches, pliable but only so much. The young man nodded appreciatively. "My father created this wand, and its brother," Garrick explained. "Oddly enough, I sold the other this past August to a boy starting his first year at Hogwarts. The phoenix that provided the core is quite the spectacular creature. I remember my father visiting with Albus to request a feather. It was quite the surprise that it yielded too." "And what about the connection to me?" Garrick frowned as he felt for the relationship between the man before him and the still-hot wand he was clutching. The magic was strong and unlike anything he'd felt yet in his admittedly short career as a wandmaker. The bond between the two was simply incredible. "You have shared quite the journey together," he muttered. "The wand has saved your life and will answer to no other. It is a part of you, a part of your blood," he added, frowning at the oddness of what he was being shown. "It is," the young man confirmed. "That I will not pretend to understand, but this wand is loyal to you alone and will never let you down. It will defend you if necessary." "Defend me?" Garrick nodded. "Wands have been known to come to the aid of their masters if the bond they share is deep enough," he explained. "Treasure this wand, young man, and it will treasure you." Garrick handed the wand back. "Thank you," the man replied with a nod. "Wait," Garrick called before the door to the shop was opened. The man turned back, towards him with a questioning look. Garrick hesitated. He had always been told that using blood for any type of magic was dangerous, but what this man and his wand had been through already compelled him to speak further. "The wand wants your blood," he whispered. "There is something in there that it craves, something that will strengthen your bond beyond what it is now." The man frowned before chuckling. "I understand." Garrick didn't, but it was not his place to pry any more than he had. Something told him he had just experienced something quite unique, though he didn't know just what it was. He would need to discuss the experience with his father. He watched as the young man left, and shook his head as he returned to his workshop, pausing as he caught sight of a box he had seen many times before. "Impossible," he whispered as he removed it. Opening the lid, he found himself looking upon the very wand he had just inspected, and his gaze shifted to the street, hoping he could catch sight of the young man once more. "How very strange," he muttered, gasping as the wand in the box was engulfed by a bright red flame, the song of a phoenix echoing around the shop. When the fire burned out, only a strip of ash remained, and Garrick could only stare at it in disbelief. How very strange indeed. "Break." The young lady that Harry is bringing to meet us. Minerva, Nicholas clarified. She is Albie's apprentice. I see, Perenelle murmured. Is there a problem? No, why would there be? Perenelle replied, busying herself with the soup she was preparing. Nicholas chuckled. Is this your protective side making appearance? You're worried about Harry. I'm always worried about him, Perenelle mumbled. He gives me many reasons to worry. He does, Nicholas agreed, but Minerva is not someone that should cause you concern. She knows about his status and is keeping his secret. She was the first girl he met, the one that was. Yes, Nicholas snorted, that is her. Perenelle giggled. I would like to have seen Harry's reaction to that. From what Albie said, he was in shock. Understandable, really, given the circumstances. Ah, they are here. Perenelle removed her apron and checked her reflection as Nicholas looked on in amusement. It was not often they had company, but when they did, she insisted on making an immaculate impression. Nicholas, not so much. He had long ago stopped caring what people thought, though he had perhaps crossed the line when he had attended a dinner with some old friends in a full suit of armor. He had not removed the helm all evening, nor even opened the visor to greet them. Perenelle had been furious, but Nicholas did not wish to partake in a conversation that would have undoubtedly been boring. The armor had worked as planned, and had been his barrier against such tedious exchanges. Good times, he chuckled to himself. Harry. Nicholas, the teen greeted him enthusiastically, pulling him into a tight hug. What happened to Mr. Ames? Did you manage to finally get rid of him? I saw the for sale sign outside his house. No such luck, Nicholas snorted. His wife finally caught on to what he was up to with that blonde woman. She caught them. Nicholas Perenelle cut in, shooting him a warning look. Let's just say she found him with his pants down, Nicholas chuckled. Doesn't that mean you'll just get a new neighbor? Harry asked. Nicholas frowned. He had been so ecstatic the Mr. Ames would be gone that he hadn't considered that someone else would take his place. Merde, he groaned. Maybe I'll just buy the house, Harry offered. Would you? Nicholas almost pleaded. Harry shook his head. I know the kind of neighbor you are. I don't fancy replacing my windows every other day. Perenelle laughed as she wrapped her arms around Harry and kissed him on the cheek. And you must be Minerva, she said, welcoming the young woman in the same fashion. Hello, Mrs. Flamel, Minerva replied. The younger woman was nervous, but stood confidently despite this. Please, Minerva, you may call me Perenelle. And you may call me Nicholas, the alchemist insisted, brushing his lips across the back of her knuckles. Albie did not say how beautiful you are. Minerva blushed and Nicholas grinned. All right, you old sod, that's enough of that, Harry sighed. Bloody charming Frenchman. We are people of passion, Harry, Nicholas returned, winking at Minerva. It is in our blood. Leave the young lady alone, Nicholas, Perenelle huffed. Honestly, if you were this charming when we first met, we could have been married sooner. I was charming, Nicholas returned. Perenelle hummed, offering her husband a sweet smile. Dinner will be ready shortly, she announced. Please take a seat. Harry, Minerva, and Nicholas did so whilst Perenelle finished preparing the meal. Albie tells me that you are very gifted in transfiguration. What made you so interested in it? I just found that I was good at it at first, Minerva explained. The more I did it, the more I enjoyed it. I don't suppose that is a very interesting story, she added with a frown. Nonsense, Nicholas said dismissively. Passion can make everything more interesting. It means that you care enough about something to dedicate so much of yourself to it. Take Harry here. When we first met, he did not have much direction, and now he is traveling the world and apprehending the worst people imaginable, he finished proudly. If he was not so passionate about what he did, he would not survive long. Minerva nodded her agreement, and Nicholas noticed the girl squeezing the young man's hand under the table comfortingly. You worry about him, the Frenchman stated. I do, Minerva agreed. Nicholas nodded his understanding. As do we, but if Harry has proven anything to us, It is that there is no one else I could think of that should be doing what he does more than him. I rest easier knowing that he is out there doing his utmost to keep the rest of us safe." Harry snorted. "You find humor in my words." "Come off it, Nicholas," Harry sighed. "You of all people don't need me to protect you." "What makes you think that?" Nicholas asked curiously. "I'm sure you're perfectly capable of taking care of yourself." "Oh, I am in my own way, but if I was to be openly attacked, I have less chance than you would think. I am an alchemist, Harry. I have not dedicated my life to combat the way you have. If it came to a fight of wands between you and I, you would win." Harry shook his head in disbelief as Perenelle placed the first course in front of them. "He is right," she said matter-of-factly. "We spend most of our time hidden behind our wards for our safety. When we do leave, it is done in disguise, and we rarely venture out for long. We have lived long lives, but that means little when it comes to the things that you excel at. I enjoy my flowers, my work in runes, and even potions, but I never was very adept with combat magic." "Neither was I," Nicholas clarified. "I am a brilliant wizard, but there is not a day that doesn't pass us by where we do not fear our home being breached and us killed for the stone." "I'd never thought about that," Harry mumbled. "Well, I wouldn't let anything happen to either of you. You know that you can reach me immediately if needed to, and that I would be here straight away." Nicholas smiled brightly, and Perenelle kissed him on the cheek. "You are a good boy, Harry," she declared. "Now eat your food before it gets cold." Harry chuckled, and Nicholas took a moment to observe him. He and Perenelle had heard of what had happened in Prague, and though both had been angry with Albus for his foolishness, Harry did not appear to be any worse for wear. If anything, he was sitting just that little straighter, but that could be because of the woman he had brought along this evening. Nicholas would not pretend to know the nature of their relationship, but it was evident that the two of them adored one another, and even though Perenelle seemed to have had her reservations, she too had relaxed considerably having seen them interacting together. "What's for dessert?" Harry asked when their plates had been cleared. "I have made you a treacle tart," Perenelle informed him, grinning as his eyes lit up. "Minerva brought me a treacle tart once for my birthday, and then she ate most of it before I could get any." Nicholas laughed at the pout he sported, and even more so at the unashamed nodding of the young woman. She was good for Harry, he decided. With the job he did, it would be easy for him to fall into a pit of misery and despair, but it was clear that Minerva helped keep him out of it, despite how difficult it was for her. Nicholas had noticed the tension in her shoulders when they had discussed his work, and he did not doubt there had been conversations between them where Harry had explained his reasoning for doing it. What counted was that she was sticking by him, giving him the normality that he would need when he wasn't out in the field. Perenelle and Nicholas had known many hit wizards over the years, and most changed, some lost themselves, and many more had died before they had realized they were not right for the job. Harry was different to all of them. Nicholas did not doubt that what he did was difficult for the young man, but he was thriving, and he was happy. A far cry from the boy they had met a little over 2 years prior, and some of that thanks to the young woman who was looking upon him adoringly as he tucked into his favorite pudding. Chapter 25. I'll be home for Christmas. It was snowing in Austria, adding to the already festive feeling in the air. Christmas was only a few days away after all, but the excitement that could be felt had little to do with the impending holidays. No, one needed to only frequent a Muggle bar or coffee shop to hear the not-so-hidden whispers of the fever that had gripped the nation. According to most, and to the apparent joy of many, the Germans were coming. When that would be, Harry didn't know, but his interest was not in the movement of the little Austrian that had somehow ascended to the very heights of German politics. His attention was solely on Bregence, where he had been sent by Fedorov only a few days prior. Flashback. Pierre Laurent had been a difficult man to capture. His proclivity towards violence and surrounding himself with equally violent men having made him an unattractive target for most hit wizards. As a native Parisian, he knew the streets well enough to know where the Aurors would patrol, where he could flee if needed, which wasn't often. The French Aurors were fearful of Laurent and were certainly not inclined to even try to apprehend him. According to his file, he and his associates were responsible for the murder of 8 Aurors and 3 hit wizards already who had made an attempt at bringing him in. What was immediately clear was that these people had been foolish in their approach by openly challenging the man. They lacked the needed cunning, something that Harry had come to appreciate in recent months, and something that had become an invaluable asset. Instead of confronting Laurent in such a brash manner, he had watched the comings and goings of the Frenchman and his cronies, and learned that they had grown arrogant in their ways. They had become used to the fleeing Aurors and brash methods that other hit wizards employed, and as such, they were not prepared for the ambush Harry had sprung on them. With only some clever transfigurations and charms work in a place they pass through daily, he managed to apprehend all but one of the men who had made a rather poor showing at confronting Harry when he'd appeared to take Laurent in. With a well-placed severing curse and a little parcel magic, the man had run for all he was worth, his wand hand cleaved in 2, and a rather persistent python attempting to throttle the life out of him. Harry let him go. By this point, quite the crowd had gathered, and Harry had left Laurent's men bound in thick chains where the Aurors would easily find them, and apparated away with his target who could only spit obscenities, his own bindings holding firm under the strain of his protests. "Oh, shut up," Harry huffed, hitting the man with a silencing charm. Laurent continued to mouth his vile insults. Not that Harry could really understand French, he had merely grown tired of listening to his voice. "Pierre Laurent," he announced to the woman who verified the captured targets. She nodded appreciatively. "Wanted for extortion, promoting illegal duels, and 11 counts of murder," she recited from the file she had retrieved from a drawer in her desk. An impressive catch. Harry simply nodded and waited for the wizard to arrive who would take Laurent off his hands. When he was free of his prisoner, he collected the 300 galleon reward and returned home, where he showered and sorted through his mail. Finally, his investment into the Dr. Filibuster range of fireworks would soon begin to bear fruit. The misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office had approved the production and sale of them, and they would hit the shelves soon. His partnership with the owner of the Nimbus Company was still very much in its infancy, but he was receiving regular updates from the man explaining his progress, so Harry was not concerned. That investment alone would make him quite wealthy in the future. Other than his business ventures, he'd received letters from Tiberius, Charles, and Minerva in his absence. He would write to them in the morning. It wasn't an indecently late hour, but he was tired. Deciding to turn in for the night, he fed Theseus some owl treats before checking on the egg Newt Scamander had given him. It was growing, and Harry didn't know if he should be concerned about that. When he'd received it, the egg had already been rather large, around the same size as the golden egg he'd retrieved during the Triwizard tournament. Now it had swelled to be considerably larger, and whatever creature was within was becoming more active by the day. Confident that the egg was developing well, but still no closer to hatching, he got into bed, only to be disturbed a moment later by the vibrating of his license that was kept in his wallet and was currently on the bedside table. "What now?" he groaned. This wasn't like the first time where he had been summoned to meet with Fedorov and a gathering of fellow hit wizards. No, the man was coming to see him and would arrive imminently. With a sigh, Harry pushed the duvet off himself and slipped into a thick dressing gown to stave off the cold, ensuring that his wand was in its holster on his forearm. He had no doubt that the message had come from his superior, but he was not one to take even the slightest chance that something was amiss, not with how dangerous the world was. When he reached the landing, he peered through the window that overlooked the front of his property and saw that Fedorov was waiting for him to allow his entry, and with a gentle stream of hissing, his protections were lowered enough that he could. "What an ingenious set of wards you have," Fedorov commented as Harry opened the front door. "They're not wards, they're some very unique charms," Harry corrected, gesturing for the man to come in. There's very few people that could break them, the most likely of which will not get that chance. Anyway, what can I do for you? Fedorov released a labored breath. I've had my suspicions for some time that someone is feeding vital information to Grindelwald or one of his agents. What happened in Prague only confirmed that. Harry frowned and nodded for Fedorov to continue. As yet, I do not know if it is a hit wizard or a representative of the ICW, but I am certain the information could only have come from either of those sources. And you want me to find out who that is? One day soon, I hope, Fedorov replied. No, for now, there is a man that I wish for you to bring in. The gold will be significant, but there are some drawbacks. You can refuse, and I will understand. This is a dangerous undertaking for even the most experienced of us. Then why are you asking me, and not one of them? Because you are the only one that I know for certain who is not passing on information. Harry snorted. How can you be sure? Because you almost got yourself killed in Prague to save the others when you didn't have to. No one who has been compromised would break their cover. I could be double bluffing you, Harry pointed out. Are you? No. Then shut up, Evans, Fedorov muttered. Harry offered the man a grin. What do you need me to do? Fedorov released a relieved breath this time, evidently convinced that Harry would not refuse the request. I need you to head to Bregenz. Bregenz? It's in Austria. Get a damned Atlas Evans, Fedorov huffed. There is a man that I am certain is an agent of Grindelwald there. He was seen in Bulgaria and then Czechoslovakia before both fell to him. Now he has surfaced there. How trustworthy is the information reporting the sightings? Harry asked. I saw him with my own eyes, Evans. It is me that has been watching him. And there was me thinking you were sitting behind a desk all day. Fedorov laughed. No, the busy work drives me mad. Occasionally, I will take on a chase of my own, and this one is as important as they come. I suspect that this man is key in the fall of whatever country Grindelwald targets. As such, I would like him taken out of the equation. Why do I have a feeling that there is more to this? Because there is, Fedorov confirmed with a nod. This will be dangerous for so many reasons. You and I will be the only people that know about this. I will not be meeting with the ICW again until January, where I will request permission to dispatch teams to Salzburg and Vienna. Not Bregenz. Fedorov shook his head. No, I do not want it known that we are as close as I believe. That is why this is being kept between only you and I. That means that there will be no support for you, and I cannot promise that he will be alone. He is a dangerous man, Evans, and as slippery as they come. He could have an entire army with him for all you would know. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. He had been looking forward to spending some additional days at home before Christmas, but it appeared that would no longer be the case. Who is this man? Fedorov gave him a smile as he removed a folder from within his thick coat. His name is Karl Katz. He is a former aide to the German Minister of Magic, a former Auror, and he used to be one of us. I have been able to observe him from afar, but he knows me, Evans, and would know I was there if I dared get any closer. So, he is well connected and knows how we operate. Fedorov nodded. I know this is a lot to ask, especially of someone who hasn't as much experience as I'd like, but I wouldn't if I did not believe you were capable. Katz is in our top 5 of most wanted men. I need you to be certain that you are capable of this before you agree. Harry pondered what he had just learned about the man he would be pursuing, and what effect his capture could have. How pivotal is he to Grindelwald's plans? He asked. Very, Fedorov said assuredly. Then I'll do it. Just like that. Harry nodded. We were both at the last ICW meeting, and we know that they will not act until it is too late. The best we can do is hinder him for the time being, for all the good it will do. Politics, Fedorov grumbled. It's always damned politics. And it's the rest of us that suffer. But that is why we do what we do. Never lose sight of that, Fedorov urged as he headed towards the door. Good luck with Katz, Harry. I'll see you on the other side. he added, placing the file he had brought on the coffee table. End flashback. Harry had left the same night and arrived in Bregence only a few hours after Fedorov had left. For the past 3 days, he had been going from bar to bar and coffee shop to coffee. Katz was known to frequent these, but never the same one twice, and Harry knew that it was unlikely he would simply bump into the man, but his movements were unpredictable. What else could he do? He couldn't be seen to ask the locals about a German national, so he had resorted to wandering around the city in the hope of some inspiration. The abundance of coffee he was drinking served to keep him warm whilst he did this, though nothing was forthcoming. Perhaps he should retrace his steps from the previous days, or even select a coffee shop to stay in. He could always leave every hour or so and change his appearance. With a shrug, he headed towards the very first establishment he had visited, a small cafe near the train station. "Hello again," the barista greeted him, smiling brightly. She was a young, local woman, her English accented but quite fluent. She was petite and short, so much so that Harry wondered how she managed to reach the cups on the uppermost shelves behind the counter. "Good morning," he replied, sitting on one of the stools in the corner of the serving area. "A black coffee with 1 sugar," she recited from memory. "Can I interest you in our selection of cigarettes?" "Just the coffee, please," Harry confirmed. She smiled once more and busied herself with preparing his drink. It wasn't as though she wasn't selling the cigarettes on offer. The other half-dozen patrons were puffing away on their own, and the ashtrays on the other tables that had been occupied throughout the morning were not empty. "A busy start?" he asked politely. The woman nodded as she placed the coffee in front of him, tucking an errant strand of blonde hair behind her ear. "Yes, and it is not even lunchtime yet," she huffed. "It would be easier if my assistant had not left last week. She went back home to Denmark. She didn't feel safe here anymore." "I can see why," Harry murmured, eyeing a group of men walking past the shop holding an unmistakable flag aloft as they shouted in their native tongue. "Do you think they will come?" the woman asked excitedly. "They will, but I would not be too eager for that," he warned before taking a sip of his coffee. "Why ever not?" "Because when they do, war will soon follow." The woman's excitement vanished. "Do you really think so?" Harry nodded. "Do you think France, Britain, and the rest of the old enemies of Germany will let them continue doing what they want? No, Hitler will cross the line soon, and there will be no going back." The woman bit her lip worriedly. "What should I do?" "Honestly, if I were you, I would get out of Austria before it is too late," Harry advised. "When the Germans come, they will close the borders." "What about you? Won't they kill you for being English?" "I will be long gone when they arrive," Harry assured her. "Hopefully within the next few days when my business is concluded here." The woman nodded thoughtfully. "I will get you a refill," she murmured. Harry shook his head. The problem with the Austrian people was they believed that the Germans would take them back to the days of the Empire, and had not considered the alternative. Had they, there wouldn't be so much keenness for Hitler to march into their home. "No, this one is on me," the woman insisted when Harry made to hand her a shilling, "as are these." She placed 3 cigarettes in front him and moved on to serve another lady that had entered, but Harry did not touch them. They would help him blend in better, but he did not want to smell like an ashtray himself for the rest of the day. That's where they remained as Harry whiled away the rest of the morning and watched the coming and goings of the locals during the busy lunch period. When that had passed, and only he along with another customer remained, he was ready to deem the day to be a lost cause. That was until another 3 men entered and took a table only a short distance away. He half-heartedly listened in to their conversation, not following as much as he was listening out for familiar words. Not that he could, if he wanted to. For all of his talent in magic, his linguistic skills needed work. Harry frowned as they quietened, but continued to mutter amongst themselves whilst the server cleaned around them. Now he could hear nothing, but watching them in the reflection of the metal coffee machine, He watched as one of the men grabbed the woman by the wrist and made what appeared to be a lewd comment. She shrugged him off, her rebuttal equally unpleasant if the laughter of the man's peers was anything to go by. The perpetrator did not take the rejection well and followed the server to the bar, where he seized her by the top of the arm. "You should probably let her go," Harry sighed, picking up and lighting one of the cigarettes that was next to his now empty coffee cup. He didn't inhale the smoke, but he could feel it coating his teeth and blew out the thick cloud, fighting the urge to grimace at the taste. The man who had not been paying attention to him was doing so now, wearing an expression of questioning curiosity. He did not speak to Harry, but the woman he still held. "He says that you should mind your own business," she translated, wincing as the man squeezed her arm tighter. "That you don't know what you're getting yourself into. Please just leave it," she added. Harry released a deep breath before taking a long draw on the cigarette and standing. The man released his hold on the server and stepped towards Harry. As he did so, he screamed as the lit end of the cigarette was rammed into his eye, grunted as a knee was driven into his groin, and fell silent and unmoving after Harry smashed his head off the counter. With the attacker dealt with, Harry turned his attention to the two other men who were staring at him wide-eyed, but fled from the coffee shop instead of confronting him. "Are you okay?" The woman was open-mouthed and pale, her eyes fixed on the downed man and a trembling finger pointing at him. "Gestapo," she gasped. Attached to the shirt sleeve beneath his jacket was a gold eagle emblem, one that was familiar, but not one he had seen recently. It had been during his years at the Muggle primary school he had seen this symbol, but this wasn't what Harry was focused on. The wand protruding from the other sleeve was what caught his attention. This man was a wizard, but it wasn't Katz. "You must run," the woman urged. "They will be here any moment." "No, you should run," he returned, drawing his wand and hissing under his breath. With his hastily created work done, he concealed it back within his sleeve once more. When he turned around, the woman had gone, though only as far as the cloakroom at the rear of the shop where she had seemingly hidden herself. It was only a moment later that Harry heard the stomping of approaching feet, and several men burst their way from the streets. There was silence for a moment as they took in the scene before them. Mostly Harry stood over the still form of the unconscious man. When the newly arrived group had gotten over their shock, they drew their firearms, leveled them at Harry, and the man that had led them in spoke. "My colleagues tell me that you are English. That is correct." A German man, this one too carrying a wand. Harry couldn't see it, but he could feel the man's magic. It was cautious, but confident, and he nodded his response. "My name is Gruppenführer Katz. You will keep your hands where I can see them, and you will come with me." Harry frowned, before a grin tugged at his lips. Katz looked different than he had in the photo Harry had of him in the file. This man was a blonde instead of brunette, but he had not changed his appearance with magic. He had used Muggle hair dye. Why? Harry couldn't fathom, but Katz installing himself within the Gestapo did make sense. Grindelwald would want to have an agent that could keep him appraised of the Germans' plans, but who could also serve to pave the way for his own endeavors. It seemed to be that Katz was just a pivotal in his plans, as Fedorov believed. "The German authorities have no power here," Harry pointed out. "This is true for now, but you have attacked a member of the Gestapo. The Führer does not take kindly to that, and the Austrian government will not care for one Englishman who has caused trouble." Harry chuckled. The man seemingly had not figured out that this was a wizard he was confronting. "Hello, Katz," he hissed, tired of sitting on ceremony. "Die Schlange," Katz gasped, attempting to apparate away as the room filled with snakes. He was unable to do so, and drew his wand as the ensuing chaos unfolded around him. His Muggle companions attempted to fight the snakes off, but the stream of them was never-ending. When one was killed, two more appeared to take its place. They served as the perfect distraction, whilst Harry and Katz began to trade spells, the latter in an effort to escape. Avada Kedavra. Harry summoned a nearby table into the path of the spell, the jet of green light reducing it to splinters. Katz was a competent duelist, but he had nothing on Rosalina Knott. Just how good was his mentor? He shook his head of those thoughts as he brought his wand to bear once more, his bone-breaker and follow-up piercing hex nimbly avoided by the German. Delving into his transfiguration practices, he turned a chair that had been broken in the melee into a large dog that clamped its jaws on the arm of a man that had pointed a gun at Harry. The firearm discharged with a loud bang, engulfing half the room in darkness as the light bulb was blown out. Harry used this to advantage. With a gentle hiss, he vanished into the shadows, and a breathless Katz circled on the spot with his wand poised to attack as he searched for any sign of him. "I was hoping it would be me to find you, Die Schlange," he said. By now, the muggles had been overwhelmed, most buried under a pile of snakes, and one other whimpering in the corner as he clutched at his mauled arm. "You should be careful what you wish for," Harry whispered, his voice reverberating off the walls. Katz smirked as he took in the carnage around him. The situation was not to his advantage. He no longer had the backup he had brought, and he was being stalked by a man he had been warned about. "Well, since you are too cowardly to face me, then we should postpone our little get-together until you have found your spine." "I think it is your own spine you should be concerned with," Harry returned as he stepped from the shadows. Katz yelped in surprise as the door behind him was ripped from its hinges and slammed into his back. He was sent sprawling to the ground, where he was quickly set upon by a mass of serpents that had been slithering about the floor. He managed to fend them off for a moment, but as he raised his wand to continue with his attack, Harry stamped on his hand, eliciting a scream from the German who lost his grip. The wand clattered atop the hard wood, but instead of pleading for a reprieve, Katz began to laugh. "You are a stupid man," he declared. "You may take me now, but Gellert will come for me, and he will come for you too. Mark my words, Schlange, he will not let this lie." Harry snorted. "You are not so important to him that he would risk his plans for you," he replied. "But for now, I'm tired of your voice. Why don't you take a nap?" With a flick of his wand, Katz was stunned, and Harry turned his attention to the mess he needed to clean up. With a wave of his wand, the snakes were vanished, and one after the other, he obliviated the muggles before sending them on their way. The one that had been mauled by the dog now believed that he had been bitten by a stray, but nothing could be done for the wizard that had attempted to assault the server. He had died, and though Harry would have preferred to leave him where he was so that his family could at least be informed of his demise, the black stream of fire he conjured reduced the body to an ash that was carried off by the breeze from the exposed doorway. With the people dealt with, he repaired the broken furniture and replaced the door. The light bulb was a lost cause, but when he was done, all that remained was the seemingly sleeping Katz, and only one further thing to attend to. The serving girl pleaded in her native tongue as he opened the door to the cloakroom she had hidden herself in. "It's all right, I'm not going to hurt you," Harry sighed. The woman looked at him in surprise, her lips trembling before she burst into tears. Harry pulled her to her feet and waited for her to compose herself, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He had subdued his target, and though he wasn't expecting any further surprises, he did not wish to linger here any longer than necessary. "How," the woman sniffled. "What was that? Who are you?" "None of that matters," Harry said dismissively. "They won't come back here, and by the time anyone else does, I will be long gone, and you won't remember a thing." "No, please," she pleaded. "Obliviate." Having cast the spell, he was met with a blank expression, and Harry released a deep breath. He felt bad for wiping her memory, but it was safer for her not to remember what had transpired. When Grindelwald sent his agents, she would be of no help to them, and with only a single light bulb to replace, the outcome was as fortunate as it could have been considering all that had happened in the past hour. Placing a light bulb in her hand from a box on a shelf, he made the final modifications to her memories. She would remember nothing and believe she had come into the cupboard to retrieve what she now held. With his work now complete, he entered the serving area once more, took hold of Katz and activated his portkey. If truth be told, there was little satisfaction to be had from this job. Yes, he had caught the man he had been pursuing, and he had done so quicker than expected, but there was something rather hollow about it. Katz would no longer be able to serve Grindelwald, but with his connections, this would be but a minor setback for Gellert. Still, Harry had gotten a very dangerous man off the streets, and he allowed himself a little satisfaction that he would make it home for Christmas. "Karl Katz," he announced to the lady he had seen only a few days prior. "Well, you didn't hang around," she replied appreciatively. "Bear with me for a moment. He has asked to be notified personally when you returned." Harry nodded and brought Katz around as the woman tapped her wand on the top of her desk in an odd pattern. After only a few moments, Fedorov entered from the door behind her, and he paused at the sight of Harry, who held his prisoner by the scruff of his neck. "Unbelievable," Fedorov whispered. "You have only been gone a few days." Harry snorted. "He made it easy by coming to me," he replied. Fedorov chuckled, his expression darkening as he looked at Katz, whose eyes had narrowed. "It has been a while, Prowler," Katz greeted him. "You have certainly ascended the ranks." "And you have somehow sunk lower than I thought possible," Fedorov spat. "A traitor and a sniveling bastard." Katz laughed humorlessly. "I merely like to be on the winning side," he shrugged. "I have found it. You can lock me away, but I will be liberated soon enough. Neither you nor Die Schlange can stop him, Prowler. I have seen his power, and your pathetic hit wizards cannot compare." "We will see," Fedorov grunted before turning to Harry and handing him a sizable bag of coins. "As promised." Katz laughed once more. "You fight for money?" he asked. "If gold is your motivation, Schlange, you will die. Perhaps you will realize that before it is too late. If you wish to survive this job, gold cannot be your reason. Take it from one who learned this soon enough to get out." Harry smirked at the man, eliciting a frown from Katz. "I don't do what I do for gold," he denied. "I fight to survive so that one day I am able to live." It was an ominous statement to make, but one that rung true with the teen, the prophecy that hung over him shaping his words. Katz, much to Harry's surprise, nodded almost appreciatively. "Then you may just make it," he declared thoughtfully. "That's enough out of you," Fedorov grumbled, relieving Harry of his prisoner. "You have once again exceeded my expectations of you, serpent. Now enjoy the holidays. You have more than earned that." Harry nodded tiredly and took his leave from the room. It may have only been a few days, but he'd had no respite, not since before he'd begun tracking Laurent almost 2 weeks ago. Some time off was much need, and with Christmas Day fast approaching, it couldn't have come at a better time. "Break." Gellert nodded as he pored over the large atlas spread across his desk. Over a decade ago, he had warned the Americans as to what was coming, had felt the rising tensions amongst the countries of Europe. Instead of listening to him, he had been vilified, dubbed a criminal and an enemy of the people. The reputation had followed him to the land where war would soon descend upon the continent, but he had not been deterred. The Muggles would no longer be able to avoid conflict soon enough. They never had, so why would it be different now? He shook his head at their ways. Most would believe that he was responsible for what was coming. He wasn't. Gellert was merely taking advantage of the situation to show the witches and wizards of the world the danger the Muggles posed. It was them that would be the cause of war, not him. He stiffened suddenly, a deep frown marring his features as he hung his head in anticipation of the unpleasant news he was about to undoubtedly receive. "I can only assume that you are here without invitation, because something is amiss. Katz has been taken." Gellert turned towards his most reliable informant, Weber's expression grim and jaw-tight. "How has this happened?" "Late this afternoon, he was called to deal with what he believed to be a routine assault against a member of the Gestapo. There are still some Austrians that do not wish for their liberation," Weber explained. "He arrived on the scene with his most trusted men and found himself in a trap." "A trap?" Weber nodded. Die Schlange. Gellert's fingers twitched towards his wand. I do not suppose this was coincidental. No, it was not, Weber confirmed. I think you should perhaps view the memories I have obtained for yourself. One is from a muggle who witnessed the first assault, the second from an injured Gestapo man I traced to a nearby hospital where he was being treated for a rather gruesome bite from a dog. Gellert held out his hand, and Weber placed 2 vials in his palm. I will wait for your return and further instructions. Very well, Gellert agreed, summoning his pensive before adding the contents to the stone bowl. Entering, he could not have been prepared for what he was about to see. Having witnessed what had unfolded, he arrived back in the room, his mood considerably worsened by what he had seen. What happened to Gregor? I believe that he died from his injuries, Weber replied. As you saw, he was in the second memory, but I have found no trace of him, and he did not move during the fighting. I would assume that Die Schlange would have gotten rid of the body. Gellert nodded his understanding. See that his family is taken care of. Of course, Weber assured him. And the woman, the server. She remembers nothing. Her memory has been wiped and there is nothing to recover. I allowed her to return to her work. Good. Gellert paced slowly back and forth across the breadth of his quarters, for a few moments trying to make sense of what had happened. This serpent, he is a unique wizard. A very dangerous man from what we have seen of him so far, Weber agreed. But he is young, and he will make a mistake. When he does, we will be ready for him. So we leave him. We have tried already to find him, but no avail, Gellert reminded his spy. I would not waste so many valuable resources on one man. Were we not so fortunate that Katz had finished his work in Austria already, perhaps I would be inclined to seek the serpent out. No, we proceed as planned. See that Katz is replaced. The information he provided on what Hitler is preparing was invaluable. I am not sure we have another German capable, Gellert, Weber sighed. Our only option would be Gallaudier, but he lacks the subtlety and cunning. Then find someone suitable, Gellert snapped irritably, his temper getting the better of him. I will, Weber vowed. And ready the men, Gellert instructed. With Kat's work done, there is no need to prolong the inevitable any longer. We make our move. The little Austrian is already paving his own way into the country to arrive in the coming weeks. Weber nodded and took his leave to carry out his instructions. When he was alone once more, Gellert turned his attention back to the atlas and tapped it with his wand, turning another territory red. It is only a matter of time now, he murmured, his thoughts occupied not by the great victory he foresaw, but the young wizard that was beginning to make quite the nuisance of himself. Die Schlange, he mumbled in displeasure. Perhaps our paths will cross more intimately soon enough. Instinctively, he grasped the handle of his wand in anticipation, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Break. He hadn't visited Godric's Hollow much during his childhood. For Charles, it had been where he and his parents would spend a part of their Christmas day and little else. It wasn't until he had gotten older, and his father had explained the significance of the quaint village that he had come to appreciate what it meant to his family. Even then, he wasn't given much opportunity to visit, but since he had left school, he made it a point to be a presence here. Usually, he would come along with his father when he came to check on the place to ensure that all was well, to speak with the villagers, and provide anything that was needed. Christmas, though still a day that the Potters came to watch over those they had been charged with protecting, was different. He couldn't quite fathom what it was, but there was something almost magical in the air. It could merely be that everyone here came together, and it only felt this way, but Charles liked to think that there was more to it, that the presence of magic was just a little stronger. He kept these thoughts to himself, not that he was embarrassed by them, but because it felt almost sacred, a secret that should not be spoken of. Are you sure he will be here? William asked. Charles nodded. I haven't heard from him in a few weeks, but he promised he wouldn't miss it. A few weeks, Angelica asked worriedly. It's not unusual now, Charles sighed. He's unreachable when he's away. See, there he is. Harry was speaking to Reverend Mackay, the older man beaming as the two of them conversed. "Ah, William," Mackay greeted his father cheerily as they approached. "I was just telling young Harry here how nice it is to have him in the village. We do not see much of him, but we appreciate him choosing to live here." "It's my pleasure to be here," Harry replied. He looked tired, and Charles shot him a look of concern. Harry never slept much, but it looked as though he was sleeping less than ever. Instead of greeting him with words, Charles pulled him into a tight embrace. "How have you been?" he asked. "Busy," Harry huffed. "I was hoping to be back more than a week ago, but something came up." "But you're okay," Angelica broke in. Harry nodded. "I'm fine," he chuckled. "It's just been a tough week." "One we look forward to hearing all about," Angelica said pointedly, before turning her attention the priest. "Where would you like us to set up?" "At the front will be wonderful," Mackay replied. "As ever, your efforts here are appreciated." "It is the least we can do," William returned, gesturing for Charles, Angelica, and Harry to follow. They got to work immediately by placing plates, cutlery, and the food that the Potters had brought along with them. When they were done, they waited for the villagers to arrive. "So, where have you been?" Charles asked Harry. "France at first," Harry explained. "I was pursuing a rather unpleasant gang of people there. I was going to take a few weeks off over Christmas, but when I was done, I was sent to Austria." "Austria?" William asked curiously. "Merlin only knows what you were asked to do there. I've been hearing some rather troubling reports that the country is on the verge of aligning itself with the Germans." "They are," Harry confirmed. "I spent the few days I was there trying to slow that down. What good it will do, I don't know, but the Muggle side are mostly all for the German alliance. They're hopping to relive the days they once had as an empire." William nodded thoughtfully. "So, your efforts were wasted?" "Not entirely," Harry replied with a frown. "I managed to take an important person off the streets. With a little bit of luck, it will delay whatever Grindelwald is doing." "Grindelwald?" Harry nodded. "The man I caught was an important follower of his. I don't suppose he is so happy with me right now." "No, I doubt he would be," William sighed, shaking his head. "But you're okay," Charles pressed. "You're not hurt." "Not this time," Harry replied. "I'm just glad I made it back here for Christmas. Have you heard from Minnie? Did she get my gift?" Charles offered him a look of amusement as he nodded. "I saw her a few days ago, and she's happy with whatever it was you got her. She didn't tell me what it is, but she's happy." "Good," Harry declared, "and we're all still meeting before the end of the holidays." "It's all arranged," Charles chuckled. As stressful and as difficult as Harry's job was, he always made time to write to and see all of his friends when he could. It wasn't as often as he, nor a certain Transfiguration protege would like, but Harry was doing the best he could with what time he had. It will be nice to see the others. It had been weeks since he had done so. Not since the night Augusta and Frank had announced their engagement had they all been together again. "What's wrong?" Charles asked as Harry cursed under his breath, staring into his open wallet. "It seems that all my work this week was for nothing." "What do you mean?" Once more, Harry looked more tired than Charles had yet so see him, his expression grim as he turned the wallet for him to read. "Austria has fallen." "I don't understand," Charles muttered. "It means that Grindelwald has taken his first key territory," William explained. "With the Austrians soon due to be allies of the Germans, it means the situation on the continent has taken a very unfortunate turn." "What does that mean for us?" Angelica asked worriedly. "It means that war will be all but inevitable now, for us and for the Muggles," Harry replied in acceptance, almost as though he knew that this was coming. Chapter 26. A deathly dream in the dozen years that Ivan Fedorov had been the head of the Department of Justice for the ICW, he had never attended a gathering so tense, so animated, nor so pivotal to the future of the wizarding world. Still, as important as it was, he had his doubts that it would be fruitful. Memories here were as long as the bills that were drafted, And until Grindelwald moved towards seizing control of one of the major member countries, the collective body would do little to prevent his movements. They would blow hot air, make promises they had no intention of keeping, and ultimately leave him to operate within the restrictions already in place. To Ivan, it was not acceptable, but he was acutely aware that there was little to be done. Until firm action was needed, the ICW would do nothing. Trailing his gaze around the members in attendance, he could not miss the empty seats. Though few, this was only the beginning of what he believed to be many more absentees in the future. It was not a coincidence that the liberation of a country at the hands of Grindelwald resulted in the apparent withdrawal of that nation from these chambers. Austria was the latest to not attend, and the news on that front was unsettling, just as much as the unexpected absence of the German representative. He was pulled from his musings by the sound of the chief mugwump crashing his gavel atop his podium. "I call to order this gathering of the International Confederation of Warlocks dated March 18th, 1938, he declared, his expression grim. "Before we begin, I have received a letter from Albert Close, our German representative, that I will read aloud." Fedorov frowned as he released a labored breath. This would not be good news. "To my esteemed colleagues," the chief mugwump began, "it is with a heavy heart that I pass on these words, but I feel that it is no longer possible to delay them. My country is gripped by a contagious madness, and as such, the people, wizards, and muggles alike, have been infected with it. I, in good conscience, cannot be swept up in the furore for what is happening goes against all I stand for. The muggle leader is a monster, having those he deems in unworthy carted off to camps where they are killed in droves, or put to work for his vision of a greater Germany. I know that we do not involve ourselves in the affairs of muggles, but I fear that it will soon be too late. As is customary, the Austrian was informed of our existence when he took up office, and his attention is turning to us to solve his problems. Thus far, our government has resisted, but there is a movement that wishes for us to break the statute of secrecy, and it is slowly beginning to gain traction. I believe that sooner or later, it is inevitable that they will be successful. Already I have received threats against myself and my wife, and have taken the decision to go into hiding for our safety. I am at a loss as to what to do. I am torn between being a once proud German and being sickened by what I know is happening to my people. I am terrified of what the future holds, and implore you to take the necessary steps of intervening with haste. Yours in good faith, Albert Close. When he was finished, the chief mugwump folded up the parchment and placed it in his robes, those within the room seemingly in a state of shock. "What nonsense," the Italian representative snorted derisively. "What proof does he offer?" "Behave yourself, Silvio. We have known Albert for years. Why would he lie?" the French representative asked. The man had every right to be concerned. "We have, but is it not possible that he is being hysterical? Many of our countries have gone through quite significant changes recently, my own included," Silvio replied. "The Russians have to, and the Spanish are at war with themselves as we speak. We are in times of change, and it is merely Germany's turn. It will settle." The Frenchman shook his head in response, and Ivan did not agree with the Italian. He cleared his throat, loudly, to garner the attention of the room. "Mr. Fedorov, you have some thoughts on the matter?" the chief mugwump questioned. Fedorov nodded as he stood. "I wish I could be as positive about the situation as Silvio, but I do not believe he is correct in this instance. The Germans are showing no signs of settling. If anything, they are gearing up for war." "And what proof do you have of this?" Silvio demanded. "I think the proof can be found in what we have seen," Fedorov returned. "They have already broken the treaty they signed less than 3 decades ago. They have formed an army and have now annexed Austria. Britain and France cannot be seen to allow these breaches to continue. The world will look to them to act, and they will. It may not be today, but the fighting will begin soon." The Italian waved him off dismissively. "Again, there is no proof of this." "That is where you are wrong," Ivan replied. I have an agent in Germany who has reported some very worrying findings. He believes without doubt that the Germans want war. An agent, Silvio scoffed. You mean one of your hit wizards? Fedorov nodded. The serpent has not let us down, he pointed out. He killed Caputo, did he not? The Italian grumbled unhappily, but Ivan cut him off before he could speak. He captured Laurent and his entire gang, and recently Karl Katz. I thought he was the best man to give the job to observe the Germans. I am expecting a full report from him in the coming days. And what if his report is as damning as Albert's own accusations? The Canadian representative asked. Then nothing, Silvio snorted. We do not interfere in the affair of Muggles. We never have, and we will not now. But what if the Germans have broken the statute of secrecy? Ivan pressed. Until we have definitive proof that has happened, then there is nothing to be done, the chief mugwump said firmly. As unpleasant and undesirable the prospect of the Muggles going to war is, it is not our concern, and unless the wizarding population of Germany are proven to be taking an active part, it is not our place to act. Ivan mumbled his displeasure to himself, whilst the Italian looked to be very pleased by the declaration. I would have a copy of the expected report, and we'll decide if there is any point of discussion to be had amongst ourselves, the chief mugwump added. Of course, Ivan agreed, already suspecting the man will do all he can to avoid raising the topic unless necessary. Now, is there any other business? When nothing was forthcoming, he crashed his gavel on the podium for a final time. Then I draw this gathering to a close with the prospect of meeting in the coming weeks to discuss the findings of Fedorov and the Department of Justice. Ivan offered the chief mugwump a bow before taking his leave of the room. Hopping beyond hope that Evans came up with something they could work with. He had no reason to doubt the words of Close. Something suspicious had been going on in Germany for years, and already the ICW was more than half a decade behind. Even if they did decide to intervene, there was a chance it would be too late. Whilst Hitler had risen to prominence, and then power, Grindelwald had been on his own ascension, and Ivan could not help but think he would one day be fighting an uphill battle to put an end to whatever ambitions he had. Come on, Evans, he muttered. It was unlikely that anything short of a declaration of war would spur the ICW into action, but if there was any hope of a timely intervention to what was happening across the continent, Evans would need to come up with something very convincing. Ivan shook his head. No, regardless of what Evans produced for him and consideration from the powers that be, it wouldn't matter. Only more excuses would follow, and then heads would be buried in the sand until the world began to burn around them. Shit, Fedorov muttered simply. Break. Harry had never seen so many people gathered as he was witnessing in Berlin. Thousands upon thousands had lined the streets to greet their leader as he arrived back from his successful venture into Austria, having sealed the sought alliance, and the Germans loved him for it. The cheers were deafening, the little swastika flags they waved vigorously dwarfed by the enormous ones that hung proudly from the famous architecture, but equally carrying the enthusiasm of a nation. It was disconcerting, to say the least. Did the people not know what their leader was doing? Were they unaware of the treatment some of the citizens here were receiving? In the days that he had been here, Harry had heard little mention of any of it. The public didn't talk about the labor camps that had been set up to house the Jews and other undesirables, or the prisons being full of those that were considered political enemies. Harry had seen Dachau, and though he was under strict orders to not intervene no matter what he learned, he had been sorely tempted. The men held there were enduring the greatest of cruelties daily, and the people didn't care, or if they did, they showed no sign of it. For years they had been manipulated to turn on the Jews, to see them as the enemy within their own borders, and most were simply happy to be rid of them. They hadn't considered where they had gone or what had been done with them. The Jews were no longer here, not visibly at least, and that's all that mattered. He watched the soldiers that formed the front line of the spectators as they snapped to attention, their arms held straight and aloft to those of the convoy that began rolling through the city center. Car after car in formation passed, at the head of which stood a man in the rear of the vehicle, his small stature and infamous mustache unmistakable. This was Adolf Hitler, and Harry fought the urge to reach for his wand. With a single spell, he could derail the German plans, but that would leave him a wanted man and cause changes that he could not even begin to fathom in this moment. Instead, he watched as Hitler waved to his adoring supporters, the man safe in the knowledge that his enemies here were either dead or incarcerated at his behest. Seemingly, the man had an ego and stood for several moments to simply revel in the reception he'd received. It wasn't until he was ushered into the Reichstag building that the crowd quietened, all eagerly looking towards the windows to get another glimpse of their leader. He appeared again around 15 minutes later on the topmost level, offering a salute as a microphone was placed in front of him. The crowd fell eerily silent as he began to speak animatedly, his rather frantic gesturing and tone of voice engrossing his audience. Harry had seen enough, and his retreat went unnoticed by the enraptured men and women of Germany. When he reached an alleyway that was not overrun with citizens, he gave a final look towards the Reichstag, to the little man that would ultimately be the death of many, and reluctantly disapparated to report his findings, already with the knowledge that nothing would be done. "I'm here to see Fedorov," he said to the woman who usually received the prisoners brought in by the hit wizards. She nodded and tapped her desk in the same fashion she had when Harry had returned with Karl Katz, and a visibly troubled Fedorov arrived a few moments later. "Come with me," he instructed. Harry followed the man through the door situated behind the desk, and soon found himself in the office of his superior. Fedorov looked tired, as though he was carrying a great weight upon his shoulders. "Help yourself to some coffee, Evans," he urged. "I would offer you something stronger, but I do not drink whilst on duty, even if the occasion calls for it." Harry nodded his understanding and accepted the invitation. Warming his hands with his full mug, he waited for Fedorov to speak. "The ICW still refuses to act," he sighed. "Did you expect anything less?" Fedorov shook his head. "No, but I had hoped with what happened in Austria there would be a sense of urgency to do so. Even after the Germans' letter was read, they were mostly unmoved. The French less so than the others, but only because they are probably close to the top of the list of who the Germans will look to attack first once they have consolidated their power." "That is very likely," Harry agreed, "but not for some time yet. As powerful as the Germans are, they are not ready to invade a country like France. They will look elsewhere first." He did not remember the fine details of his Muggle school education, but he did know that France suffered greatly under the German ambitions, but not before others. "You mean the countries that Grindelwald is exerting himself in?" "It would follow the current trend, and he has only made it easier for them. I expect the Germans will move on to Czechoslovakia next, and the surrounding countries whilst establishing treaties and alliances with as many of those that could be a threat to them." Fedorov snorted. "I didn't realize you were a military genius. What makes you think that's what he'll do?" "Because despite what we think of him, he is a cunning man that does not lack intelligence." Fedorov released a deep breath and conceded the point with a nod. "You know, I like you, Evans, but you seem to only bring me unsettling news." "And wanted criminals," Harry interjected. "That too, but please tell me that it is not all doom and gloom from what you have observed." Harry deflated slightly. "I wish that I could," he murmured, "but it is worse than I could have imagined." Fedorov cursed in his native tongue and gestured for him to continue. "The Muggles have been manipulated by the current regime. Most stand behind Hitler, and those that don't have been silenced. He has set up labor camps where he keeps political dissidents and the Jews he has removed from the population." "How draconian," Fedorov huffed. "It's worse than it appears," Harry sighed. "All of the people in them are of working age, no young children and no elderly. What do you suppose he has done with them?" Fedorov's eyes widened. "Surely not." Harry nodded grimly. I observed one of these camps, and it is little more than a den of cruelty. The Muggle prisoners often drop from exhaustion, from lack of food, and being overworked. They are beaten until they get back to their feet. Many don't. Fedorov's expression was one of shock mingled with despair. Harry had not expected these places to be happy ones full of people being held in reasonable conditions, but he had been sickened by what he had seen. Death was not so much a stranger to him. He had seen enough of it with his own eyes and through the dreams he had of what Tom had once done. He had even taken lives with his own wand and hands, but nothing could have prepared him for the depravity of Dachau. I do not know for certain what has been done with the children nor elderly, but I think it is safe to assume that they have been dealt with in accordance with the will of those in charge. Bastards, Fedorov seethed. Harry nodded his agreement. Worst of all is that we are powerless to help them, well as far as the statute of secrecy declares, he explained. There is no sign of wizard involvement. Both Harry and Fedorov had hoped there was. If it could be proven that wizards were involved, they would be able to intervene. None whatsoever, Harry confirmed. Fedorov placed his head in his hands. Then there is nothing to be done until such a time there is, he mumbled unhappily. Then I will keep returning as much as I can until I can prove it, Harry assured him. We may be restricted by the statute, but there is nothing stopping us being vigilant with our suspicions. Fedorov offered him a grateful smile. I would feel much easier if you would. I too will make my own inquiries, but do be careful, Evans. These are amongst the most dangerous people on the planet, and I would not have either of us take unnecessary risks. I understand your eagerness to help them, but we must not forget that first and foremost, Grindelwald is our main concern. Without us opposing him, there is no one. If he were to seize the advantage, there's no telling how much worse things will get. I know, Harry replied, but that doesn't mean we can't stay abreast of what is happening. I think the two will eventually become interconnected, and when they do, we will no longer be restricted by our own laws. But Grindelwald will do all he can to keep it hidden, Fedorov pointed out. This could well be that advantage we fear him taking. Harry had no doubt the man was right, but what could be done about it? Do we know where he is? Fedorov shook his head. I received a report notifying me that he left Austria almost 2 months ago, but nothing since. I expect he is keeping a low profile until he is ready to act again. Harry hummed thoughtfully. I will see what I can come up with, he decided. I think keeping tabs on him is the most important thing we can do. It is, but for now, you will go and rest, Fedorov instructed. Take a week to refresh yourself, and then we will get back at it. For now, little will happen, not until this Hitler or Grindelwald make their next move, something that we can do little to prevent. For now, Harry agreed firmly. Fedorov nodded approvingly, taking Harry's hand in his own before shaking it. For now. Break. Throughout all the months he had spent here, Orion had still yet to lay eyes on his eldest daughter. Cassiopeia had been the apple of his eye, and often he found himself wishing she had been born a son. She was cunning, her wit as sharp as any, and her wand sharper still. Had she been a boy, she would have made a magnificent head of the family. Orion had once dreamed of marrying her off to any eligible, would-be lord of his choice, but it had never happened. Cassiopeia was too headstrong, too independent to allow herself to be matched. It had been a source of frustration for the Black Patriarch, but he had been equally proud of the girl. She was far too good for any that could be considered a suitor. Both of his daughters were. Lord Black, are you still with us? The voice of Gellert broke into his thoughts. Orion shook his head, frowning in confusion. He didn't remember arriving here. He had been in his rooms when the thoughts of his daughters began, but now he wasn't. I am, he answered quickly. I was just thinking of when I might see my Cassie. Gellert exchanged an odd look with Perseus. Lord Black, you asked me that very question only a few minutes ago. Don't you remember? I explained that she is on a very important errand for me in England, and that she will return in due course. When she does, you will see her. Had he asked such a question? Of course, Orion said dismissively. My apologies, Gellert. I am more tired than I thought. If I am not needed, I will return to my rooms. Gellert offered him an understanding smile and nod. Rest, my friend, he urged. It has been a very busy time for us all, and your weariness is forgiven. Thank you, Orion replied before taking his leave of the study, eyeing the maps adorning the walls curiously. What had happened over the past weeks? Orion couldn't be sure, but he knew that he was in the right place. Never in his life had he been so full of confidence at the success of a venture he had opted to be part of. No, he would be as right as rain back in Britain with enough rest, and then he could once more be an asset to Gellert. Break. Your father's condition worsens. Perseus could only nod his agreement as he watched his sire leave the room. Arcturus had mentioned the lord of their family was deteriorating, but Perseus had not believed him. Orion Black had always been slightly unhinged, mumbling to himself on occasion, but nothing like this. It was becoming common for the man to forget himself, for his memory to fail him, and for him to become lost in his own mind. Orion had never been a particularly doting father, but it saddened Perseus to see him this way. He will be cared for, Gellert said reassuringly. I do not know what is ailing him, but he will receive only the best help. Thank you, Perseus said gratefully. I still do not think that it is wise to send Cassie to England. Arcturus will not be pleased to see her. If she chooses to visit your brother whilst there, that is her choice. I have sent her to complete a task. The serpent. Gellert nodded. He is English, I have no doubt of that, but who, I do not know, he sighed. Weber has never failed me until now. This man has caused problems, and I would have him dealt with. Did you send her to kill him? No, Gellert promised. I sent her to see if she could find any who may be our man. I will kill him myself when the time is right. When the time is right, Perseus questioned. When it suits me to do so. A man like him would be prepared for an ambush at his home or anywhere even. I would like to speak with him before he is dead, to hear his final words. A worthy foe deserves a worthy end, Perseus. You admire him. I admire his skill and potential, Gellert corrected. He is young and so far inexperienced, yet already he has proven capable. I would give him his plaudits along with my teachings. Your teachings? That no matter how mighty one may become with their wand, there will always be a mightier man with a mightier wand. Gellert grasped the shaft of the death stick. Already, even his most loyal and devout followers whispered of their fear of the serpent, his reputation preceding him. The only viable option was for the man to meet his demise so that the fear was no longer present. Fear could be a powerful tool, a powerful enemy even, but it was something Gellert had done without. One could neither conquer nor rule by fear, not with any longevity. No, those that were to be subjugated must realize that they were not being so, that they were acting by their own will and have another to look to for guidance. Gellert prided himself on being the wolf to his enemies, but to the sheep he gathered, he was their shepherd, their guide towards a better future. A future where the Muggles would be at the behest of wizards, and that he and his own kind would no longer have to hide from their counterparts. Muggles were too dangerous to be left unchecked. It was in their best interest to become a part of the flock. For the greater good, he murmured to himself, his eyes glancing towards his maps and the efforts he had been making for the past several years. For the greater good, Perseus parroted. So what now? Gellert smiled at the young man's eagerness as he stood. For now, we wait for the Muggles to catch up. We have paved the way for them to expand their territories, and then we begin again. This is not a sprint, nor is it a whimsical undertaking, Perseus. It may take us many years to achieve what we wish to, but those years will be well spent. It just so happens that we have reached a pinnacle and we must exercise patience. Our time will come, that you can be assured of. Perseus was. Gellert had yet to steer him wrong. Dark years may lie ahead of us, but already there is a silver lining for us to venture towards. Do you trust me? I do. Then trust that I know that the most productive thing we can do is bide our time. For now, I would see that our recruits are trained. Until Cassie returns, I leave you in charge of this." Perseus stood and nodded enthusiastically. "I will begin immediately." "Very good," Gellert praised, pouring himself a glass of wine. The men that had pledged themselves to him would need to be readied, after all. War would be upon them soon enough, and he would not be defeated because he had failed to prepare for the fighting. The countries he had subjugated thus far had fallen with little resistance, but there would be those that would not do so easily. There would be resistance, there would be blood spilled, and Gellert would be remiss in his duties if he did not have men prepared to fight and die. The Elder Wand itself was not unbeatable as the legend foretold, but in his hands it was just as good as. But it was only he that possessed it. His men were still only men who could fall like his enemies, after all. "Break." She sat so brazenly, poised, and even having the temerity to smile at him before sipping her drink. Arcturus narrowed his eyes at his older sister, not wanting to have believed the letter he'd received explaining that she would be here, and that she expected him to join her. Brazen indeed. "Hello, Archie." Cassie greeted him, standing and kissing him delicately on the cheek, a gesture that belied her nature. "What do you want?" Arcturus asked simply, ignoring her pet name for him whilst they had been children. You have grown into a man," she replied approvingly. "I wish to visit with my brother. I was hoping you would bring Doria." "She is in school," Arcturus returned, taking the seat opposite his sister. "Let's cut out the bollocks, Cassie. You're not here to see me. You've had years to do that and not once bothered even writing." Cassie nodded unashamedly. "Perseus did say you were quite bitter," she sighed. "Only his visit was much more hostile." "Because Perseus is a fucking moron who only left to follow you," Arcturus huffed. "What you did didn't surprise me, but he's not bright enough to have come up with it himself." "I may have mentioned my intentions to him," Cassiopeia admitted, "but he took no convincing. He insisted on joining me. And left Doria and I to handle the fallout." "Oh, don't be so dramatic, Archie," Cassie snorted. "Dramatic? Surely even someone as self-centered as you can't have missed how much he has changed. Ever since Mother passed away, he has only gotten worse, and even more so after you left." Cassiopeia frowned. "I haven't seen him," she admitted. "You haven't seen him," Arcturus chuckled humorlessly. "He has been there for the best part of 2 years. How haven't you seen him?" "Because I have been indisposed." "You mean doing grunt work for your master?" Cassie's nostrils flared, and Arcturus knew he had touched a nerve. "Gellert is not my master," she whispered harshly. "I choose to follow him because he will bring about the changes we sorely need." "By enslaving the Muggles." Cassie tutted. "Gellert's plans go far beyond simply taking control of the Muggles. He does not wish them to suffer, only for them to comply with our will, for the greater good." Arcturus laughed. "A rehearsed load of drivel if I've ever heard it," he declared. "But what if other countries refuse? The British won't accept what he is doing, and nor will many others. I doubt Grindelwald is one to be deterred so easily. That would mean war, and you would play your part in the death of your own people, those that are friends and allies to our house." "This is bigger than our family, Arcturus," Cassie hissed. "This is about the world as we know it." Arcturus nodded his understanding. "Then I will tell you the same that I told Perseus. You will get no support from me, and I will do everything in my power to ensure you get none from anyone here. I know what happens in the countries under his control, and I will not allow that to happen to our people or to our little sister." Cassie released a deep breath. "Then that is a choice that you must live with, Archie. I just hope you see sense before it is too late." "I could say the same for you, but you will not. You're a stubborn fool who has made a stupid decision that will haunt you. Mark my words, Cass, it will be your choices that have displeasing consequences for your lot." Cassie nodded thoughtfully. "Then I suppose we will have to agree to disagree," she murmured. "If is to be the last time I see you, Archie, I do not wish for it to be on poor terms. Despite your decision, you are still my brother, and I would like to look back on this with fondness. Can you do that for me?" "I will do it for myself," Arcturus returned, "and mourn for the vibrant, brilliant sister I admired during my childhood, not for the mindless, brainwashed fool she has become." Cassie grinned as she raised her glass towards her brother. "Now, why don't you tell me why you are really here?" Arcturus pressed. "We may be on different sides of this conflict, but it would certainly make more interesting dinner conversation than listening about Perseus whining or father's failing health." Break. Minerva had never seen Harry in such a state. Even after what had transpired in Austria, when he had killed a man with only his hands, he had not been so affected. Here, in this moment, he was filled with despair, his eyes brimming with the guilt he felt. "Leaving all those people there, that is the worst thing I have ever done," he mumbled. At a loss at what else to do, Minerva wrapped her arms around him. "What other choice did you have?" "I could have saved them," Harry replied. "I could have killed the guards and set them free." "Only for them to be hunted again," Minerva pointed out. "Only for you to become a fugitive yourself." Harry released a labored breath as he nodded. "I know you're right, but it doesn't change how I feel about it," he sighed. "I know that I have to be careful, that this isn't something that can be solved overnight. And you being on the run for a single act when there are so many suffering will only prevent you helping them when the time comes. I won't pretend to understand what you're going through, but I know you, Harry. The reason you care so much is because you're a good person." "Even if I have to kill others?" he asked. Minerva offered him a wan smile. "Even then," she said reassuringly, "you kill to protect yourself and others from what is happening out there." Harry nodded. "Maybe one day I will tire of the need to be the way I am," he shrugged. "Maybe I will have the chance to just live." "You will," Minerva replied sincerely. Harry snorted as he stood from below the tree they had been seated against beside the lake. "Come on, I did promise you lunch," he reminded her. "The broomsticks." Minerva nodded and allowed him to pull her to her feet. "You know, if lunch is going to become a regular thing, we should probably try other places," Harry suggested. "Is that a promise?" "Of course," Harry chuckled, though it was a little hollow. "But for today, I fancy a bit of the treacle tart they serve in Hogsmeade. What? It's good," he added as an eyebrow was raised in his direction. Minerva shook her head amusedly, following Harry as he apparated away when they passed through the school gates. With spring now in its infancy, the winter chill had passed, though it was still not warm. Harry may have gotten used to the cold being in the countries he had visited, but Minerva still felt it. As a native Scot, she should perhaps be used to it now, but her years hiding from it in a warm castle, only venturing out to play Quidditch, had taken away her immunity to it. "At least it's quiet in here," Harry said, breaking into her thoughts. It was. Only 3 tables were occupied, one by a young man that was unmistakable. Arcturus Black would be recognizable in the biggest of crowds. He and Harry shared a respectful nod, a strange gesture from one as prejudiced as a Black, but Harry was seemingly held in some esteem by him. At the exchange, the woman accompanying Arcturus turned to see who had entered, and Minerva frowned. She was a beautiful woman, older than herself, and with the same aristocratic features of the boy. She too must be a Black. The expression of disapproval sent their way certainly attested to it. "Do you know these people, Archie?" she asked haughtily. "I do," Arcturus confirmed. "The lovely young lady is Minerva McGonagall, a prodigy in transfiguration, and the only person ever to be apprenticed under Albus Dumbledore." "That is quite impressive," the woman acknowledged, her eyes narrowing at the mention of Minerva's mentor. "And the young man, he looks quite impressive himself." Arcturus nodded. "He would be Harry Evans, the only person other than father I know to send the Malfoys running for the hills with their tails between their legs. He is something of an expert in defense against the dark arts." "Ha, the Malfoys have always been sniveling cowards," the woman said dismissively. "I didn't think you'd resorted as low as to cavort with mudbloods." "Evans is a half-blood." I fail to see the difference. And is the nephew of Nicholas Flamel. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? She asked interestedly, offering Harry a speculative look. Are you sure he's not one of ours? He shares a lot of similarities with the Blacks, not the eyes, though. I suppose they came from the Muggle side. Arcturus offered them an apologetic look. Evans is not one of us, a fact that has long been established. Did you think I would not have noticed the resemblance? I am not as dim as Perseus. And who is this rather unpleasant woman? Harry asked, provoking a glare from the chuckling Arcturus's companion. I always knew you were a good judge of character, Evans. This would be my older sister, Cassiopeia. Judging by the look of knowing Harry wore, he had heard of her at the very least. Forgive me if I don't apologize, he replied. Oh, he is interesting, Cassiopeia declared. You must join us for lunch. I insist, she added, seeing that both Harry and Arcturus were going to protest. Reluctantly. Harry nodded, and Minerva took a seat at the table, preparing herself for a thoroughly awkward meal. We were just discussing my time on the continent, Cassiopeia explained, ignoring the tension that had settled over them. Just recently, there has been rumors of a Parselmouth having arrived. I even heard that he killed a man with his bare hands, she added in a conspiratorial whisper. Minerva felt Harry stiffen next to her. She frowned, but the following words from Cassiopeia gave her all she needed to know. Apparently, he is a hit wizard employed by the ICW. Sorry, do you even know what a Parselmouth is? It is a rare talent. It is a person with the ability to converse with snakes, Harry answered with a shrug. Oh, you are impressive for a half-blood, Cassiopeia gushed, but this man is proving it is more than that. It is also a branch of magic unique to speakers, and there was me thinking the Gaunts were nothing more than boring and inbred. Arcturus snorted. From what I saw of Morphin, he is certainly the latter, none too bright and a complete lunatic, he grumbled. Morphin Gaunt, Harry asked. He knew that name, but didn't remember where he had heard it. Had he ever heard it at all? The Gaunts are an old pureblood family and the only descendants of the Slytherins that remain, or so I thought, Arcturus explained. Morphin is what is left of them. He lives in a shack in Little Hangelton. Harry stiffened once more, and though Minerva was reeling from the shock of what she had already learned, she didn't miss it. From what he said, he used to live with his father and sister, but the father died shortly after his last stint in Azkaban, and she ran away more than 10 years ago. He hasn't seen her since and expects that she's dead. His sister, Harry asked, a very grim and unpleasant story forming in his mind. That would be Merope, Cassiopeia interjected. No one ever saw her. According to the rumors, she fell in love with a local Muggle boy and old Marvolo and Morphin didn't like that. They attacked him and ended up in Azkaban for it. Marvolo, Harry whispered to himself, horrified yet eager to hear more. Marvolo Gaunt, he was the father, Cassiopeia informed him. They attacked the Muggle boy, Minerva asked. Cassiopeia nodded. A stupid thing to do, really, not only because the ministry took them in immediately, but that family was rich enough to drag them out of the hole they were in. They should have allowed the little wretch to marry him before killing them off at least. Harry shook his head, beginning to understand where the Black's reputation came from. He thought Walburga had been mad, but Cassiopeia was something else entirely. Why the interest in the Parselmouth? If the Gaunts are the last of the Slytherin line, he must be related to them some way, he pointed out. You would think so, but there is no connection. Even if Merope had a child, it couldn't be any older than 11 or 12 now, Arcturus explained. I couldn't imagine any woman laying with Morphin, and he said himself that another wayward child from Marvolo was impossible. So, he is a mystery. He is, Cassiopeia agreed, an enigma if you will. Never mind, it has just been the subject of discussion across Europe in certain circles. Harry knew what circles they were, and it all fell into place. Cassiopeia Black was working with Grindelwald and was looking for him. Were the other Blacks working with him too? He wouldn't profess to know Arcturus well, but he didn't seem the kind to do such a thing. Less than a year ago, he'd had his heart set on keeping the peace in Hogwarts so that he could cooperate with the other pureblood families here. Joining Grindelwald certainly did not lend itself to that end. If anything, it went against everything Arcturus seemingly stood for. Anyway, it was merely a conversation we were having, Cassiopeia spoke once more. Now, I know that you are apprenticing in transfiguration, but what about you, Evans? What are your ambitions in life? I'm an investor, Harry replied, his demeanor one of calm and assuredness, so much so that none would detect that his thoughts were a mess of all that had been revealed to him during the course of the past several moments. Cassiopeia nodded appreciatively, and Minerva watched the two converse, her own mind awash with so many questions, so many thoughts about the young man seated next to her. Eventually, after what felt to be hours, the lunch came to an end when Cassiopeia made her excuses to leave, followed shortly by her unhappy brother who paid the accumulated bill. Harry and Minerva, too, allowed them a few minutes to make their way out of the village before they exited the pub. She was talking about you, wasn't she? Minerva asked. Harry did not even try to deny it. She was. So, Harry held up a hand to prevent her asking the question, but nodded the unneeded confirmation. Yes, but it isn't what you think, he assured her. I'm not related to them, but I now know who Tom Riddle's parents are. But how are you? It was an inherited ability. I will explain to you one day, but for now, I need to get a message to my superior. If Grindelwald has sent her here, he must be determined to find me. Minerva felt her heart sink. Oh, Harry, she whispered. He offered her an easy smile. This isn't new to me, he sighed. I've spent my whole life with someone or other out to get me. Grindelwald will just be another person in that queue. I will write soon, he promised. With a kiss on the cheek and another smile, this one not reaching his eyes, he disapparated. Minerva could only look to where he had been standing, her heart still somewhere in her stomach. What had begun as Harry choosing a rather dangerous career had quickly evolved into him being rather high up on Grindelwald's hit list. Already, she worried for him, and now she was truly fearful at what might come to pass. Break. He's dead, it's just me now. Morphin laughed, and Harry felt his fury rise. How could this be? How could he be related to this man? And Merope? Morphin shrugged uncaringly. The little whore ran away, probably with the muggle filth, but he came back. It was clear Morphin did not care for his sister and held no affection for the girl. Took the locket, too. All I have is the ring. That's all that's left of him. Morphin was mumbling to himself now, looking upon the ring that adorned his finger with reverence. Left of who? Of Slytherin himself, you stupid sod, Morphin hissed, waving the gaudy piece of jewelry under Harry's nose. The muggle, he asked. The bloody Riddles in the big house at the top of the road. Although Harry was watching the events unfold from his own eyes, he had no control of what he saw. He could only look on as he stunned and took his uncle's wand and look on as he killed the 3 muggles in the entrance hall of their home, his father being one of them. He then returned to the rundown shack, where he modified his uncle's memories before returning his wand to him. It was only when he was leaving that he caught a glance of the family ring and decided that he wanted it for himself. His uncle did not even struggle as he slipped it off his finger and placed it on his own. With a final laugh, he admired the family relic before disapparating away. Harry woke in a cold sweat, his breathing heavy as he played the events of his dream over in his mind. It wasn't the killing that bothered him so much, nor that he had been inside Voldemort's mind again. It was the ring he was focused on. The feeling of its magic was so familiar, but just to be sure, he retrieved his cloak from under his pillow where he kept it whilst he was at home. It was the same magic he'd felt wash over him when he'd put the ring on, unlike anything else he'd experienced before. The cloak, the wand, the stone, bloody hell. Surely it could not be that simple. Many had spent their lives seeking out the Hallows, the stories surrounding them growing only more obscure over the centuries. Could it be that the stone had been with the Gaunts the entire time? Did they know what it was they held? He shook his head. No, someone like Morfinn Gaunt would have lorded it over all he had come across. He was proud of the ring, and rightly so, but not for the reason he should be. His reverence stemmed from the fact that it had once belonged to Salazar Slytherin, but Harry and many others who knew of the Hallows would have been much more impressed that it was one of them. If such a thing was known, it certainly wouldn't be in the possession of Morfinn Gaunt. Suddenly, he felt himself filled with dread. He had no doubt that what he witnessed was one of Voldemort's memories, and something that would come to pass if he did nothing. The Dark Lord had told him himself that he had murdered his Muggle family when he had been young. But when did this happen? Harry knew not, but he did know that there was something else he could deprive his foe of. The ring itself would be quite the acquisition, though having it along with his cloak would pale in comparison to the feeling of knowing he had achieved another victory over Tom. Now, he just needed to come up with a plan to obtain what he sought. Chapter 27. The foe's ally Perseus looked on proudly as the men, women, and even creatures that had allied themselves with Gellert stood in a pleasing formation, the work he had done with them over the past few months on display for their leader to inspect for himself. It had been no easy task. Although there were some very talented individuals amongst them, there were others that were not cut out for combat. Those had been given other roles under the direction of suitable professions, and not only did they now have a strong and ever-growing fighting force, but they also had other necessary groups that even Gellert may not have even considered. If he hadn't shared his thoughts with Perseus, and the former Black Heir used the authority gifted to him to cover as many eventualities as he could. "I must say that I am impressed," Gellert commented as he stood next to Perseus. "When I asked you to prepare them, I did not expect you to do so with such passion. If we are going to succeed, we will need an army. I hope as well as you do that it is not necessary, but there will be resistance from those that fail to see your vision." Gellert nodded his agreement. He had spoken often of his desire to persevere without creating a war amongst the magical population, but the more time that passed, the more unrealistic that was becoming. "I am seeing many groups here, Perseus. Perhaps you can explain to me what they represent." "Of course," Perseus agreed eagerly, gesturing for Gellert to follow him across the breadth of the large field they had liberated. It had taken much work to ward it satisfactorily, a task he had given to the first group they paused in front of. "These are your curse breakers. They will be invaluable in dealing with warded areas and unexpected curses we may come across if you are not available to personally see to it." Gellert nodded appreciatively. "And what about these oddly dressed people?" he asked, nodding towards a group of around 50 who were covered from head to toe in red robes, a plain black mask concealing their features. "A unit I had not even thought about until I put them together," Perseus declared proudly. "I will not ask them to demonstrate what they can do, but these are your pyromancers, each of them an expert with fire spells." "Experts?" Gellert asked curiously. Perseus nodded. "I can assure you that our enemies will grow to fear them, Gellert. They are a force to be reckoned with." "I will take your word for it," Gellert replied. "But why the robes?" "Ah, well, that brings us on to our next section," Perseus explained, leading Gellert to a gathering of witches and wizards only a short distance away. They are all very well versed in charms, and some are even particularly gifted with enchantments. They are currently working on uniforms that will offer the best protection to our fighters. "My, you have put a lot of thought into this," Gellert mused aloud. "I have," Perseus replied solemnly. "And we will be all the better for your efforts," Gellert offered. "Continue, Perseus. Show me the rest of the fruits of your labor." Perseus obliged, coming to a stop in a sizable gap in the ranks. "Although they are on duty as you would wish for them to be, our healers will stand here, ready to administer treatment to those that need it." "Naturally," Gellert acknowledged, "and this gentleman." Perseus's nose wrinkled at the smell that filled it. The man before him stooped over and caked in filth. All but a single tooth remained in his mouth that was opened in a twisted smile, his yellowing eyes matching his claw-like fingernails in color. "This is Osbert. He is a beast master. Tell Gellert what you can do for him." The hunched man offered a feeble bow, his grin unwavering. "I can provide an army of creatures for you, my lord," he said in a wheezy voice. "Giants, acromantula, and perhaps even dragons and nundus if you require them. Whatever you need, I can provide." "Then provide all you can," Gellert urged. "Creatures can be replaced much easier than men." "I will, my lord," Osbert assured him, offering another bow as Gellert and Perseus walked towards the largest group of gathered witches and wizards. "This is the bulk of our force," Perseus explained. "I am working on a specialist unit also, but they are not ready yet. They will be when they are needed, however. They require more work." "A special force?" "To combat the hit wizards and any other unpleasant surprises that may be sprung upon us." Gellert nodded thoughtfully. "I am deeply impressed, Perseus. How did you know of all this?" "Mostly from books," Perseus said with a shrug, "and some from the men here. Many of them fought in the First War and are a wealth of knowledge." Gellert beamed at him. "That is why you will be an effective leader. You know when to defer to those of vaster experience." "Leader," Perseus asked, "you didn't think that I would have you do this, for you not to lead my forces into battle?" "I would be honored to," Perseus replied keenly. "I thought you might. Come, let us have lunch and celebrate your wondrous achievement. I'm sure your father will be just as proud of you as I am." "And what about Cassie? Have you still not heard from her?" Gellert shook his head. "No, but it is not unusual for her to be silent whilst she is completing a task, though it troubles me that she has seemingly discovered nothing as yet. It matters not. I'm certain she will have an explanation when she returns to us. I know that your father is keen to see her." "When he remembers that she isn't here," Perseus grumbled. He was becoming more and more concerned with his father's health. Orion was not a well man, something that could no longer be ignored. "He will be fine, Perseus," Gellert said reassuringly. "I'm sure one of the many healers you have recruited will be able to assist him." Perseus nodded. "I will arrange for him to be checked over. He will not like it, but it is for his own good." "I believe that would be for the best," Gellert replied. "Now, tell me, have you heard from Hans in the last few days?" Perseus grimaced at the thought of the enormous German. If truth be told, he was intimidated by Galletier, who was, by all accounts, a monster in every sense of the word. He sent a message that he had arrived in Geneva, but there has been no sign of him. "Give it time, Perseus. The serpent will be unable to resist such prey." "But what if Hans is captured?" Gellert frowned. "Then it proves that he was too eager for his own good, that the serpent is beyond the beast of Berlin." Break. Acquiring the ring had proven to be no difficult feat. Morfin Gaunt was barely sane, living in his own filth, and had not even raised his wand to defend himself. It had been as simple as wandering onto the property, stunning the odd man, and taking what he wanted. Not that Morfin would miss it. Harry had transfigured a perfect replica that he had replaced the original with and modified the man's memories. Still, he felt somewhat guilty for doing so, and had not left the last of the Gaunts helpless. Should Tom visit him in the future, he would be greeted by quite an unpleasant surprise, as he would if attempted to attack the Riddles. Both would be safe from a young Voldemort. Perhaps not forever, but for the years to come at the very least, he would not be able to cause them harm. Returning to Little Hangelton had been a sobering experience in itself. Having stepped into the graveyard in which Voldemort had been reborn, Harry felt like the very same 14-year-old that had watched a friend be murdered and barely escape with his own life. For all of a fleeting second, he felt that same sense of helplessness, only for it to fade as he reminded himself that he was not that little boy anymore, that he was not so helpless, and that when the time came for Harry and Voldemort to cross wands once more, he would be ready. Even so, he did not like the feeling of vulnerability that had washed over him. nor the memories coming to the forefront of his mind of the pale man bearing down on him in such a way that he could do nothing. It was a feeling he had left behind long ago now. He had grown into manhood, had dedicated himself to being prepared for the one moment that would determine who would live or die when fate decreed they should meet again. No, Harry was no longer a scared boy. Here he was in Geneva, spying on one of Grindelwald's most devout and dangerous followers, though he could not shake the niggling feeling that something was wrong. Gellert was not as simple as he appeared. He was an intelligent man, and not one to risk being out in the open as he was without good reason, not when he was wanted in 7 different countries. Something was amiss, and although Harry was watching him closely, he too felt that he was being watched, or there were others lurking, waiting for someone to make an attempt on the German. He snorted to himself. A trap. Gellert was attempting to spring a trap on him, or any other hit wizard that favored the odds they'd face in a fight with him. Not today, Harry murmured to himself. He would likely never get such an opportunity gifted to him again, but there were too many unknowns, too many variables that he did not have time to mitigate or prepare for. For now, Gellert would remain free, not because Harry feared him, but because he had other things to attend to that he would not miss. Augusta would be marrying in only a few days, and he had preparations to make. The bride would never forgive him if he missed it, and Minerva would likely come looking for him herself. He chuckled at the thought before activating his portkey. He'd promised that he would only be here for a few days when Fedorov had informed him of Gellert's presence, and his time was up. He would not risk upsetting either Minerva or Augusta by being as rash and reckless as he had several other times throughout his life. No, Gellert and any other of the wanted criminals would wait for him. Little on the continent would change in the coming days, not with how quiet things had become. The silence did concern Harry, but not so much that he felt that anything was to happen imminently. Grindelwald was somewhere on this land making his preparations, but he was not yet ready to make his next move. It would come, and there would be little that could be done to stop him, something that was a source of frustration for Harry. For him and Fedorov, they were merely playing a waiting game, one that did not sit well with them, but one that was born from necessity. Still, the ICW refused to act, and until Grindelwald had made enough moves against them to provoke an overdue reaction, the game would continue. In the interim, Harry would fulfill his duties, carry on the seemingly never-ending task of rounding up the world's most unpleasant men and women, but not today. Today, he was going home to attend the wedding of a dear friend. Break. With Arcturus having already visited here at their father's behest, Cassiopeia had found no reason to follow in his footsteps. He had done as had been asked, had reported his findings, and as far as she had been concerned, had been truthful with them. She knew her brother, knew when he was being misleading or outright lying. He had been neither when she had discussed the gaunts with him. Nevertheless, she had arrived in Little Hangelton, all her other inquiries into who this serpent may be having been for naught. Not even a whisper of the man was spoken in Britain, not in the popular eateries and pubs in Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley. Not even in the least savory of slum bars in Knockturn Alley. Cassiopeia, however, was not one to admit defeat. She didn't know what she could hope to achieve by being here, but eventually she had given in to the impulse to visit. Perhaps she felt that there was more to the Gaunts than the tales of inbreeding and ill-tempered heads of families her father had told her, and her siblings about during the times he would take them aside to teach them their duties to etiquette. Or maybe that she was simply curious to see the man for herself. The Gaunts had once been a family held in such esteem as the blacks amongst their pureblood peers, but no longer. To Cassiopeia, they stood now as an example that no matter how mighty your lineage or legacy, any could fall from grace. The Gaunts had. Hailing from a line as revered as any, they had fallen and amounted now to nothing more than a point of humor or disgust when spoken of, the once great Slytherin family reduced to a simple man living in a hovel. She shook her head at the thought as she passed through the muggled dwellings of the village. Some of the houses small and neglected, and others enormous and pristine. To her, it mattered not how the beasts lived. They were not fit to breathe the same air. Even peering through the gap, in an unkept hedge at what remained of the gaunt home, did not change her mind. How the mighty had fallen indeed. There was no sign of life, not that she could see much more than the broken roof and crooked chimney over the shrubbery that had grown so tall from neglect. She even suspected in the months that Arcturus had visited, that last of the gaunts may well have perished here. Tentatively, she sniffed the air for any sign of decay. Nothing. All she could smell was the grass, damp from recent rainfall. Cassiopeia released a deep sigh. It was no good. She would learn nothing from her vantage point and would have to venture onto the property, something she was reluctant to do. Drawing and waving her wand, the gap she had used to spy through was widened, and she stepped through, only to come to a sudden stop. Something had disturbed the grass ahead of her, something big. Holding her breath but keeping her wand ready, she waited for any further sign of it. For several moments, she remained there and began to wonder if it had been nothing more than the wind that had blown in suddenly. She shook her head. No, the wind did not disturb plant life in such a pattern. Tentatively, she took another step forward, yelping as she only just managed to avoid the lunging serpent that had struck at her. This was no ordinary serpent of scales, fangs, and emotionless eyes. This snake had come from below the ground and was made of dirt, stones, and the grass standing so tall before her. An impressive piece of magic, and one that made Cassiopeia wary. She had seen animated golems and the like before, but nothing like this. The charms and transfiguration to create such a thing was excellent, and those were merely the basic required for this type of magic. With the family she was dealing with here, she could only guess the protections they had at their disposal. The magic was as old as it came, older than that of her own line. It struck again. Missing her with its earthen fangs once more, Cassiopeia breathed a sigh of relief, only to find herself on her back, her robes torn and mudded as it swept her legs from beneath her with its tail. "What are you?" she screeched. The reply she received was a deep hissing, one that filled her with unease. Parcel magic. The serpent had used it against Gellert's forces, a branch her mentor knew nothing about. He had acquired several books on it since the emergence of the thrice-blasted hit wizard, but his efforts to decipher the language were to no avail. One had to be gifted with the ability to wield it or converse with serpents. Gellert had learned, much to his fury, that it could not be learned. Springing nimbly to her feet, she unleashed a stream of black fire from the tip of her wand that slowly but surely reduced the grass to a blanket of ash. Now, her attacker would not be able to use it to ambush her. "Oi, what are you doing here, you mad cow?" a voice demanded. Cassiopeia turned to see that a man in threadbare robes had appeared from the dilapidated shack, his wand in one hand and a long, rusty knife in the other. "I came to speak with you, and your dirty great snake attacked me," Cassiopeia replied indignantly. "Little snaky wouldn't," the man denied, shaking his head vigorously as he held up a small garden snake. "Little snaky would never." He began hissing inaudibly, his eyes filled with the same madness she had seen within members of her own family. And as he brought his wand to bear, the ash around him came to life. It coalesced until it formed another enormous serpent, this one coiled protectively around its master. Cassiopeia groaned as the man smirked, his eyes wide in awe at the magic surrounding him. In what she could only deem to be a whisper of disbelief, he hissed again, the snake rearing up as he did so, poising itself to strike her down. Panicked, Cassiopeia did the only thing she could think of doing in that moment and apparated away. She found herself on the other side of the hedge, in the lane she had walked down to reach the gaunt property. Oddly, the thicket she had removed with her wand to enter was back where it had been, leaving only the small gap she had peered through. Stranger yet, her robes were bereft of the small tears and grass stains that had marred them after her tumble, and all that remained was a dull, pulsating headache. It was as though she had not truly experienced what had happened so vividly. Unable to ignore her curiosity, she approached the bushes and looked through the gap once more, the surprise overwhelming to see the grass having returned to its former glory, and no sign of the maniacal Morphin gaunt. "What happened?" she murmured to herself, prodding the bushes cautiously with her wand. A deep, displeased hissing filled the air, and Cassiopeia stepped back. Whatever was here, she would not risk provoking it again. She prided herself at being quite gifted with wards and other protective magics, but this was nothing like Cassiopeia had ever come across. This was magic she simply did not understand. It mattered not. She had merely visited to sate her own curiosity, and with neither that being done or having obtained any relevant information that could lead Gellert to the serpent, her journey here proved to have been a wasted one. "Break." Charles clapped and cheered along with the other guests, as Augusta and Frank sealed their vows with a searing kiss, causing the more conservative amongst them to blush embarrassedly. Augusta paid them no mind, and Charles grinned to himself. She would never change. During their school years, it had been her and Poppy who could become quite flirty, and Minerva also when the mood struck her, though the Scot reserved that honor for a certain green-eyed boy who had joined them in their last 2 years at Hogwarts. "She looks happy," Harry commented, pulling him from his thoughts. Charles snorted. "I never would have imagined," he replied. "You didn't know her before 6th year. If you had, you'd understand why we are all so surprised that she ended up with Frank. Before him, her type was more like McLaggen. I'm sure you haven't forgotten him." Harry grimaced at his few memories of the older boy. He really had been a prat. "Anyway, let's not dwell on that moron." "Why isn't he here?" Harry asked. "Every other pureblood family seems to have someone here." "His aunt is over there," Charles explained. "The one with the—" He held both of his hands up to his chest to indicate what he meant instead of speaking his observations aloud. "Bloody hell, she's got them out like eggs on a plate," Tiberius said gleefully. "Absolutely no subtlety, that one," William sighed as Poppy chastised Ogden, though the man was smirking amusedly. "Anyway, you don't want to get caught commenting on certain, attributes of Ms. McLaggen. She might well try to marry you. I'd rather not try to navigate that mess." Charles's nose wrinkled in displeasure at the thought. "You wouldn't." William smiled deviously. "I could if I wanted to," he mused aloud. "But no. So far, I have managed to avoid discussing the topic of your marriage with your mother. I won't be able to do so forever," he added pointedly, taking his wife by the arm and following the departing crowd from the room. "Looks like your time may be up sooner than you thought," Harry commented. "You know, I think I saw Doria here." "Shut up," Charles grumbled, checking to see that no one was attempting to listen in on their conversation. "Arcturus is here too." "Well, maybe someone could distract him for a few moments whilst you share a dance with her. Unless you're a chicken." Charles scowled at Harry, not rising to the bait. "Bloody Evans," he muttered. "And what has he done now?" Minerva sighed, arriving from where she had been standing at the front of the room with the wedding party during the ceremony. "Nothing," Charles huffed, "just Harry being Harry." Minerva raised a delicate eyebrow at the other man and was met with an innocent smile. She hummed in disbelief as she looped her arm through his. "I do hope you're behaving." "Yeah, right," Charles snorted. "I am," Harry assured her. "I was just giving the chicken here some advice." Minerva shot a questioning look at Charles, who was evidently considering the merit of cursing Harry. Instead, he chuckled before placing a hand on his shoulder. "Better a chicken than a clueless idiot," he returned before following the rest of the guests into the adjoining dining room. "What did he mean by that?" Harry asked confusedly. "I have no idea," Minerva shrugged, following in the Potter heir's wake. "Well, they've certainly put on a spread," Charles commented as they joined him, Tiberius, Lord and Lady Ogden, Poppy, and the other Potters at their allocated table. To Charles, it was a typical pureblood affair, a demonstration of the wealth of both families. The result was a rather resplendently planned meal, which got underway as soon as all the guests had found their seats. Erg, it's cold, Tiberius said unhappily, pointing his spoon at his soup. It's supposed to be cold, you uncultured swine, Poppy giggled. It's called gazpacho, it's a cold soup. Tiberius shook his head disapprovingly as his father laughed. You did say she had a sharp tongue. Poppy flushed, evidently having forgotten that Lord Ogden was here. Sorry, she offered. The man waved her off amusedly. Merlin knows we have tried to get him to sample other foods of the world that are not in the form of a sausage, he explained. Perhaps I should consider Mr. Dupont's offer. A French wife would certainly broaden your palate. Tiberius merely nodded. You're looking further afield for a bride for him, William asked. Lord Ogden frowned thoughtfully. It's not something I was considering initially, not until we visited Dupont's vineyards earlier this year. Tiberius and his daughter Maria got on well, and they are a well-respected family in France, he pointed out. Besides, there is little choice in young ladies here, Will. We did have an offer from Selwyn for one of his nieces, but her and Tiberius would not be a suitable match. If truth be told, I would not like my family tied to theirs any closer than it already is. William nodded his understanding. I had the same offer, he sighed, causing Charles's eyes to widen. I declined, William assured him. There's just something about Selwyn I do not trust. You felt that too, Lord Ogden asked. I did. He seems to be desperate to align himself with as many prominent families as he can. Did you know he tried to strike a deal with Longbottom under Folly's nose? After the contract was signed. William nodded. The nerve of that man, Ogden mumbled. I'm surprised Longbottom didn't throttle him. William chuckled. The Lord Longbottom was a large, burly man, and not one to cross lightly. Selwyn must be desperate to make such a bold move. He would have considered it at least. Selwyn should be grateful that the Lady Longbottom has a much cooler head than her husband. Anyway, let us not discuss Selwyn whilst we are eating. The thought of the man turns my stomach, and I'm quite enjoying this. Agreed, Ogden replied. What about young Charles here? Are there any ladies that have taken his fancy? Angelica huffed frustratedly. Whenever we even mention the prospect of marriage, Charles conveniently has to leave the room. William laughed, though his wife did not see the humor in the situation. Come on, love, he is only 19. There's no rush for him to be married. He seems to have inherited your attitude towards marriage, Will, Lord Ogden chuckled. If I remember correctly, you and my cousin here didn't marry until you were 25. True, William acknowledged, but not for lack of trying from both our fathers. They would have had us married when we were 20. And you're very lucky that I waited for you, William Potter, Angelica replied, taking a sip of her wine. You weren't the only man that wished to marry me. But none of them were me, William returned with a smirk. I knew you'd wait. Besides, we are married. We were talking about Charles. Well, you don't seem to have any urgency in seeing him wed, Angelica muttered. Can we not talk about this? Charles groaned, and you can stop grinning, Evans. I wasn't, Harry denied, unable to hide his amusement. I'm just glad I don't have the same problems as you. I'm sure I could find you a suitable bride, Angelica offered, her eyes alight with excitement at the thought. Harry shook his head vigorously. What would the rest of this lot think if you found me a bride before your own son? They'd assume something was wrong with him. No, we can't have that. Someone has to be lumbered with the git first. William laughed as Charles aimed a kick at his friend. Angelica, however, seemed concerned by that very thought. What if they do, Will? She asked worriedly. William released a deep sigh as he took his wife's hand. They do not, he assured her. Harry is only trying to deflect wedding talk away from him. Angelica nodded, narrowing her eyes at the smiling Harry. Your time will come, she warned. I hope whoever ends up marrying you has patience. She will need it. I can't even deny that, Harry agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, please be stood whilst the bride and groom share their first dance. A voice from the front of the room, where the dance-floor was situated, requested. Any further conversation was put to an end as Augusta and Frank took to the floor, the latter pulling the beaming woman into his arms as the orchestra struck up a suitable song. Charles couldn't be happier for the interruption. His mother was becoming more insistent by the week that he marries. And as he glanced across the room at the one girl that occupied his thoughts, he began to wonder just how much longer he could avoid it. Doria seemed to sense that she was being watched, and their eyes met briefly, a smile gracing her lips when she realized it was him. "What is she doing here?" Minerva's voice broke into his thoughts. She was looking towards the door where another had entered, a woman he didn't know, but her appearance was unmistakable. She was a black, and there was only possibility at who this could be. "How do you know Cassiopeia?" Charles asked curiously. Minerva wasn't pleased by the woman's presence, her nostrils flaring slightly as she answered. "She was having lunch with her brother when Harry and I were in the Three Broomsticks," she explained. "We spent more than an hour in her company after she invited us to join them." Charles snorted. "I can imagine that was an experience." "One I will not remember fondly," Minerva grumbled. "She is an unpleasant woman." "Well, from what I've heard, you're lucky she didn't try to curse you. Did you know she was put on trial for attacking muggles? She was caught doing it by the Aurors, but she wasn't convicted. I reckon old Orion made some threats and handed over some gold to make sure of that, and why is she coming over here?" Charles could only watch as Cassiopeia Black walked boldly towards them, to Harry specifically, and offered her his hand. "I would like you to dance with me, Evans." She hadn't asked, nor had she demanded as such, but she had been assertive. Not knowing what to do in the situation, Harry simply nodded and followed the older woman onto the dance-floor, where she wrapped her arms around his neck, the same way one would to another they were intimately familiar with. "What in Merlin's name is that about?" William asked. He was concerned by the unexpected occurrence, less so than Arcturus, who looked to be seething as he glared at his older sister. "I don't know," Charles sighed, his gaze shifting to Minerva, and though the situation was quite volatile, he could not help but feel amused at the poorly hidden look of envy she wore. "Break. Now, don't get any ideas, Evans," Cassiopeia warned. "Keep your hands where they are, and I won't have to remove them. Don't look like that, I'm doing you a favor." "A favor?" Cassiopeia nodded. "I heard Viola Selwyn say that she was going to ask you to dance. I think I make for a much better choice of partner, don't you?" Harry looked over the woman's shoulder to see a rodent-like girl, eyeing them both quite angrily. "I don't know, she's not so bad," he replied. Cassiopeia tutted and twirled gracefully, so that Harry could no longer see the Selwyn girl. "If I had any modicum of interest in you, I might be offended," she returned evenly. "But no, I suppose I'm doing us both a favor here." "How so?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, me dancing with you ensures that no one else will try to dance with me and get the wrong idea that I am available to them," she explained. "I don't see how that is doing me any favors." "For the same reason," Cassiopeia huffed impatiently. "You do not wish to find yourself in a position where you cannot decline a dance with someone from a higher social standing than you, do you?" "I already did." Cassiopeia grinned in response. "I meant with someone who may actually be interested in you," she clarified. "From what I have heard, there are some that would be willing to put their family scruples aside to have you wed one of their daughters." "Who's been saying that?" "Just things I've heard whilst out and about," Cassiopeia replied cryptically. "Even though you're a half-blood, your connection to the Flamels is quite desirable. Speaking of which, do you not think it is risky for you to be in public without a guard? I myself know of a few people that would pay a considerable sum of gold to have you at their mercy. Then we would see just how much your uncle cares for you." Harry chuckled. "What makes you think I have no guard? Better yet, what makes you think I am so helpless?" Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at him before nodding appreciatively. "Arcturus told me that you are capable with your wand, but I would have to see for myself before I make that kind of judgment. Not that I am threatening you, mind, but there are those that would." Harry snorted. "Even if someone did manage to take me for ransom, it wouldn't work. My uncle is under strict instructions to not comply with anyone's demands. My life is certainly not worth the stone." Cassiopeia nodded appreciatively. I can respect such a level of ruthlessness, she replied. That still wouldn't stop people from trying. A colleague of mine is not particularly fond of Flamel's work. Killing you would take little effort on his part. Is this one of your friends on the continent? It is, Cassiopeia confirmed. As brilliant and as dangerous as they come. Even though she was speaking casually, she could not hide the admiration in her eyes. Well, you could always tell your friend about me. I'm not so difficult to find. We've met twice already, and that was by chance. Cassiopeia giggled. Perhaps I will, but I wouldn't expect much of a response. His ambition is much bigger than that of someone like you, Evans. Well, that certainly hurt my feelings, Harry chuckled. And there was you saying only a moment ago that I was quite desirable. You are, but there are much bigger things than you happening in the world, Evans, Cassiopeia replied pointedly. Britain is such a small place. You should venture out of it and see for yourself. Perhaps I will one day. You should, Cassiopeia urged. I could even introduce you to some rather interesting people. I'm sure I could convince them to not attempt to harm you, she added with a grin. Now, be a good boy and return me to my brother. If we spend any longer dancing, he will lose his temper. Harry did so, the suspicions he had about the woman being all but confirmed. If Grindelwald saw Nicholas as a potential enemy, he could be in danger. Harry would need to visit the Flamels soon to speak with them. He had intended to do so already to discuss the Hallows with the man. He didn't know what Nicholas's knowledge on them would be, but there was certainly no other with as much experience in obscure magic than the alchemist. Black, he greeted Arcturus as they reached him and his younger sister, handing Cassiopeia back to him. Evans, Arcturus said stiffly, his stern gaze on his sibling. I was hoping to perhaps have a word with you in private. Of course, Harry agreed, gesturing for the man to lead the way away from the other guests. As he left, he caught Charles's eye and nodded towards Doria, who would now be without the presence of her brother. What the hell was that about? Arcturus demanded. I don't know, Harry answered thoughtfully. I think your sister just tried to recruit me. Arcturus stiffened at his words and deflated after a moment. Shit, he muttered unhappily. I won't pretend to understand what is happening in your family, Black, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out who she was trying to recruit me for. You do not agree with what she is doing. It wasn't a question. Harry had already deduced her prerogative. I do not, Arcturus sighed. I am aware that certain members of my family have made some poor choices and have turned their backs on our country. I have washed my hands of them. I would appreciate your discretion on the matter. I would not be telling you had she not all but forced my hand. I will not have anyone thinking that I approve of their actions. No one will hear it from me, Harry assured him, his respect for the other man growing considerably. No, I couldn't care less what they do or what happens to them. Doria is my only concern. She is not like the rest of us, well, not outwardly at least. She is a sweet girl who will do a damned sight more than just live off the family wealth. She wishes to be a healer, he explained. Harry smiled at the revelation. Doesn't that put you in a difficult position? Won't there be expectations for her to marry as soon as she finishes school? The rest of the bastards in there can forget their expectations, Arcturus declared. I will not sell her off like a prized pig just because it is expected of me. No, I would see that she is happy, and being a healer is what she wants. I can respect that, Harry mused aloud. I might not have much family of my own, but I get it. You'll be about the only one, Evans, Arcturus grumbled as he led them back inside. And no offense, your opinion means little to me. None taken, Harry chuckled. I don't really understand this pureblood stuff. Just out of interest, what would have happened if I had refused a dance with your sister? There would be a lot of offended people in there, Arcturus explained. You may be well thought of by many, but the purebloods do not forget a slight. You made the right choice in there, Evans, even if you should be concerned. My older sister used to be a sweet girl but lost her way when our mother died. It changed her, Evans, and I say this as a favor to you. Watch yourself around her. She is like a snake that likes to toy with her food. When she tires of you, she will devour you in a most gruesome fashion. I'll remember that, You should, she. Why is Potter dancing with my sister? Harry smirked to himself before placing a hand on Arcturus's shoulder. She is a very attractive girl, he commented. She was bound to be asked by someone. Rather him than some of the others here. At least you know he is respectful. Arcturus frowned as he nodded, seemingly lost in thought, and Harry took the opportunity to return to his own group, giving Charles a nod of approval as he passed him and Doria on the dance floor. Break. Poor Harry, William mumbled. What was discussed at this lunch? Nothing that would lead to her wanting to dance with him, Minerva replied unhappily. She had been hoping that Harry would wish to dance with her, but with Cassiopeia Black intervening as she had, that was now very unlikely. Not that he had any choice, Charles pointed out. He couldn't exactly say no to her, could he? William shook his head. It would be considered very rude to do so. He made the only choice he had available to him. The words of the Potter patriarch offered little comfort to Minerva, who was filled with disgust at seeing the woman's arms wrapped around Harry's neck. You might want to stop glaring, Minnie, Charles advised. I wasn't, Minerva denied. Tell that to your own face. Minerva frowned at the man whose eyes had widened. She turned to see Harry had led Cassiopeia back to her brother, whom he was now leaving the room with. Will he be in trouble? She asked. No, Arcturus will understand the position he was in. Excuse me for a moment. Minerva looked on in surprise as Charles nervously approached the younger of the Black sisters. A brief exchange of words took place between the two before he led the blushing girl onto the dance floor, the older of the sisters watching them speculatively. Damn it, Charles, William sighed. Is there something going on between the two of them? Minerva shrugged. She had never seen them even speak. She knew that Harry and Charles had assisted her when McLaggen and his ilk had attacked the poor girl, but she knew of no other interaction between them. Well, I hope not, William mumbled. A Black and a Potter have never been wed, and for good reasons. Our beliefs and morals are too different for a possible match. It's just a dance, Will, Angelica comforted. Charles is only being a gentleman, the way you taught him to be. How many others in here would ask the poor girl to dance with how protective that brother of hers is? William hummed, though he was not pleased by what he was seeing, and neither was Arcturus as far as Minerva could tell. He had returned with Harry, a look of displeasure marring his features as he looked upon his sister and Charles. Oddly, he relaxed when Harry offered a few words before he headed back towards them. She felt herself become suddenly nervous, though there was still a rather petty part of her that was unhappy with him dancing with Cassiopeia, even if he didn't have a choice. Did you enjoy yourself? She asked a little harsher than intended. Harry was taken aback by her demeanor, but smiled nonetheless. Well, if you consider being threatened an enjoyable experience, then I had a wonderful time. Why would she threaten you? William broke in. Harry shrugged. It was a veiled threat against my aunt and uncle, but it still concerns me. Anyway, that's something for me to discuss with them. Would you like to dance? Me, Minerva asked. No, I meant Lord Potter here, but I suppose we'd have to do that when there isn't much of an audience. I don't suppose people would approve. William laughed heartily at the dry humor, but Minerva was not amused. Raising an eyebrow, she offered Harry her hand, which he accepted with a smile. She was still unimpressed with what had transpired, but him asking warmed her, and she certainly would not say no to him. If she were honest with herself, this was what she had been looking forward to most about today, and she was not going to allow Cassiopeia Black to ruin it for her. Chapter 28, The Plights of Older Men. He was there, I could feel it. Gellert was fuming, angry that he had spent so much time in the open in the hopes that he could trap the serpent. He had been positive that the man would not be able to ignore such an opportunity to bring him in. Seemingly, however, he had. Either he wasn't there, or he is much brighter than you gave him credit for, Hans, Gellert replied. He was there, Gellert reiterated. I could feel his snake-like eyes on me. We were ready for him, Gellert, 20 of our best lying in wait for him to try. Yet he did no such thing. Because he's a sniveling coward. Hans thumped his fist atop Gellert's desk in frustration. The German despised when things did not go to plan. No, he is no coward, Gellert mumbled to himself. He is cunning, Hans, and will not fall for such an elementary ruse. We must do better. What do you suggest? Gellert nodded thoughtfully. I will need to ponder the matter further, Hans. The serpent is as slippery as his namesake, but he will not elude us. Leave it with me and join Perseus. I'm sure your expertise will be a welcome addition to his own efforts. Gallaudet was not pleased to be kept waiting. He was not the most patient of men, but he spoke no further and took his leave of the room. What is it now? Gellert sighed as another knock at the door disturbed him from his own work. Well, someone is not in a good mood. Gellert frowned at the woman that entered his drawing room. And where have you been, Cassie? He asked shortly. He had been expecting her to return weeks ago, to provide him with a report on her findings, on who the serpent might be, but had heard nothing. It wasn't unusual for Cassie to simply vanish for months at a time, but not when the task she was sent on was as pressing as this. Slowly but surely, the serpent was having an effect on his endeavors. His followers were wary of the hit wizard, even those that were capable of handling themselves in such situations. He was proving to be an enigma, the rumors being spread about him across the continent growing more and more absurd by the day. Not that Gellert believed them, but others did, and that was enough to create small pockets of resistance that he would need to deal with. The serpent was becoming a beacon for others to look to, and he needed to be snuffed out. I have been home, Cassiopeia answered simply. Something I was aware of, Gellert returned irritably, but you have been gone for the best part of 3 months. What have you discovered? Nothing. Nothing. Cassiopeia shrugged. It's as though not a single person in Britain has even heard of him, Gellert, she huffed irritably. For weeks I have been in every place imaginable listening for the merest of whispers about him, but not a word has been uttered other than by me. Now that is rather curious, Gellert murmured. Could we perhaps be mistaken? Could he not be an Englishman after all? Cassiopeia shook her head. No, he's from there. I'm certain of it. I think that everyone here on the continent being aware of him, and Britain so ignorant of his existence, speaks volumes. But you were unable to find him, nor anything about him. No, but I do not believe my trip was wasted entirely, Cassiopeia replied, a frown marring her features. I paid a visit to Gaunt. And did you learn something from Mr. Gaunt that your brother failed to? No, because I didn't get the chance to speak with him, Cassiopeia revealed. Something happened when I arrived at the property that I can't explain. When she didn't elaborate, Gellert released a labored sigh. Feel free to share your experience in your own time, Cass. The woman smiled, almost demurely at him. Well, when I entered the property, I was set upon by an enormous snake, not a regular one, mind. This one was formed from the earth, and when I burned it, it reformed from the ashes. A curious piece of magic, Gellert acknowledged. What else happened? This is the most curious thing, Cassiopeia continued. It knocked me to the ground and tore my robes. Gaunt then arrived waving a knife around like a madman, and I apparated away. I arrived back outside the property line, and my robes were fixed. When I looked back towards the property, the grass was back and there was no sign of Gaunt. As though nothing had occurred at all. Cassiopeia nodded. It seems to me that you encountered quite a clever scheme of wards. I imagine that when you crossed into Gaunt property, they were activated, and you were simply propelled backwards. Your mind, however, was subject to a rather complex illusion. It felt so real. Gellert hummed. Did your brother not experience this? No, according to Arcturus, he didn't enter the property but spoke to Gaunt from a distance. That is very interesting. We cannot tell if these are simply wards that have existed for many generations of Gaunts, or if they are a recent addition. I doubt that, Cassiopeia snorted. Gaunt can barely hold his wand, let alone cast such magic. As far as we are aware, Gellert pointed out, I would have a memory of the event, Perhaps then I will be able to understand it better. Cassiopeia nodded her agreement. Is that all? Yes, it is like I said. There are not even whispers of the serpent in Britain. He has hidden his ability well enough that he is not easily found, but I did make the acquaintance of quite an interesting young man that could be quite useful to us. Do go on, Gellert urged. He is the nephew of Nicholas Flamel. Gellert narrowed his eyes at the woman. And you did not think to take him? Cassiopeia giggled. He all but dared me to, she explained. He was very firm that Flamel would not part with anything for his life. I thought that a future opportunity to work with Evans would prove to be more beneficial. How so? Gellert asked interestedly. Well, I looked into him. He attained outstanding scores on his newts, so he is not without talent, but it is his chosen career that could be useful. He seemingly has quite the acute brain for business. For business? He is an investor, Gellert. Over the past year, he has made 14 of them, all of which, bar one, are turning him a very tidy profit. Either he is lucky, a seer, or simply brilliant. What kind of businesses? Dull things mostly. Confectionery, magical commodities, and the like. The point is, he is making considerable sums of gold, and when we are successful in achieving our goals, we will need someone who knows how to make a profit. Gellert shook his head. He would not work with us. He is Flamel's nephew. Perhaps, Cassiopeia agreed. It was just a thought. I would rather you just killed him. France will already be difficult enough to take with how much influence Flamel holds there. They will resist until the bitter end, and they have many allies. The English will cross the channel to assist them, and it won't be long after that the Americans will join, if only to paint themselves in glory. Do you think so? Gellert nodded. There is considerable tension between them and the Japanese. The conflict will spill across the globe, Cassie, and most of the fighting will happen around France, so long as nothing else happens to draw it elsewhere. Such as? I don't know, Gellert sighed, but there are too many factors to account for with certainty. The French could take the offensive and attack the Germans, or the Germans could do something I could not have predicted. This Austrian leading them is concerning. There is no telling what he may do. Without Katz keeping me informed, I am blind. You still haven't replaced him. Gellert shook his head. I have yet to find a suitable candidate, but I will make it a priority. For now, I wish for you to assist your brother with the training of his forces. He has done well, Cassie, but it is you I trust implicitly. Cassiopeia blushed under his praise. What of Evans? Would you like me to kill him? No, leave the boy be. Should he get in our way, his time will come. If he is as bright as you believe, he will not involve himself in our affairs when we make a move on France. If he does, he will meet the same fate as the rest that oppose us. Cassiopeia nodded her understanding. And do visit your father, Gellert sighed. His health is beginning to fail him, and he is asking after you daily. The woman merely nodded before taking her leave of the room, and Gellert turned his focus back to his own work. Though his mind still wandered to that of the serpent, the man that was becoming quite the irksome commodity across the land. Break. Nicholas scowled at the basket his wife had left in the entrance hall of their home, the mere presence of it irking him so. He didn't like gift baskets, and he didn't like assuming neighbors bringing them. Perenelle had been her ever-polite self, but he had maintained his demeanor of suspicion. Nicholas hated having neighbors. Removing his wand from within his sleeve, he was disturbed by the sound of the front door opening. I don't know what that basket did to you, but Perenelle will be furious if you do what I think you're about to, Harry chuckled. Nicholas hummed his agreement. I had hoped that you would reconsider and buy Ames' house. Like I said, Nicholas, I know the kind of neighbor you are. The alchemist shot him a look of disbelief. I wouldn't hit golf balls at you. Well, as long as you didn't annoy me. Harry merely raised an eyebrow at him as he grinned. Come on, Nick. Why don't you give these ones a chance? Nicholas shook his head stubbornly. No, I'm very much set in my ways, Harry. So, you're just being a stubborn sod. Nicholas offered him a sad smile. One as young as you would believe that, but when you have lived as many years as I have, you see the world very differently. It is different, he added with a frown. I have watched the world change and felt little when it did. I saw the revolution, watched as the Bastille was stormed and Louis had his head lopped off. I saw the Eiffel Tower grow from little more than an idea to the structure we see now. I remember things that have been misconstrued in the intervening years, and others that should have been remembered, but haven't. Harry was listening with rapt attention. None of it means anything, Harry, Nicholas continued. The world will always change. I'm certain that when you arrived here it was to something unrecognizable. It was, Harry confirmed. Nicholas released a deep sigh. I've always seen change, and I've gotten used to it. The two of them fell silent for a few moments before Harry spoke again. I don't see what this has to do with your new neighbors. It's not the new neighbors as such, Harry. It's what they represent. The young man frowned questioningly. Usually, new neighbors mean the old ones have died. You're uneasy towards that very thing. Nicholas snorted. Once upon a time, perhaps, he conceded. I dedicated over a century creating my stone just to avoid it, but when you have lived as long as I have, there's little else to experience. I'm not uneasy about death as much as I wanted to cheat it, to prove that I could. Your ego, then. If you like, Nicholas replied with a grin. Sorry, Nick, but I'm still not following. Nicholas released a labored breath. I used to have friends. For most of my life, I have made some very good ones, so good that they are not forgotten. Even now, I remember them fondly, much more so than before any of the changes I've seen happen. The problem with living so long and being the only one capable is that the friends you make eventually die. I'm tired of watching people I care about dying, Harry. If I keep my distance from them all, I need not see it anymore. In a twisted way, that makes sense, Harry returned with a frown. Maybe it will become clearer the longer you live, Nicholas replied. Death grows tiresome, as does heartache, not that you are a stranger to either. No, Harry acknowledged. That is partly why I need to speak with you. About death. Harry nodded. The Boxing Day we spent with my family, you mentioned something about the Peverills and their story. The Hallows, Nicholas said conspiratorially. What have you discovered about them? We will get to that, Harry said dismissively. I want you to tell me what you know. Nicholas shrugged and gestured for the younger man to follow. You have to understand, Harry, that the Peverills were a mysterious family even when they lived. The last of them died centuries before I was born, and their legend has only grown and become more obscure. What I learned of them when I was a boy is very different to what is said now. What did you learn? The usual for the most part, Nicholas answered as he led Harry into his study. The tale of the three brothers as it is known now, but there were other stories about them that are no longer told. Go on, Harry urged. It used to be said that they were in league with death, that they were chosen by him to carry out the work that he could not. If a soul was out of his reach, he would call upon the Peverills to claim it. According to the Tales, they worshipped him as a god, and in return, he gifted them the Hallows. Of course, things took a turn for the worse. What happened? From what I heard, the Peverills grew weary and fearful of their master. His demands became too much for their consciences to bear. Apparently, death is a bloodthirsty being, Harry. You must remember that this was when everything in life was dictated by churches, clergymen, and their ilk. Even the wizarding world did not escape it. They feared God. No, I believe they feared for their souls, Nicholas replied thoughtfully. Heaven, hell. A burdened soul will reach the latter, whereas one absolved of sin will ascend to paradise. I believe the Peverills tried to unburden theirs by becoming the protectors of Godric's Hollow, by looking after the people there. What they did with the Hallows, one can only guess. But as I said to you before, if my stone exists, and my presence certainly attests to that, there is every chance the Hallows are real. They are, Harry whispered, removing a ring he wore around his neck on a chain and a silvery cloak from within his jacket. He placed them on the desk and nodded for Nicholas to inspect them. The cloak has been in my family for generations, And the ring is something I obtained recently from another who is also related to the Peverils," he explained. "Unbelievable," Nicholas murmured. "Many men have perished in the pursuit of these. It's cold," he added, holding the cloak up to the light. "Cold. To the touch, and the magic that is imbued into it. It doesn't feel cold to me. Because you're a Peveril, it is family magic. It belongs to you," Nicholas explained. "It seems that 2 of them have found their way home, but I must urge caution, Harry. There is a reason why each of the brothers kept only one of the hallows each. These are powerful objects, and absolute power can easily lead to absolute corruption. Now, a man like you, I do not doubt, but were these to fall into the wrong hands, Merlin only knows how dangerous they can be." Harry swallowed deeply as he nodded his understanding. "Do you think I should pursue the wand, if the cloak and stone are real?" Nicholas held up a hand to silence him. "Do they work as intended?" "The cloak does as far as I can tell, but I have not had the stone long enough to work it out. I don't suppose there is anyone I can call upon anyway. Everyone I knew is either here or not been born yet." "That's sound reasoning," Nicholas acknowledged, "but let us not pretend that you do not wish to experience the disappointment. Without trying, you still have that hope to cling to." Harry simply shrugged, but he need not have said anything. For all growing he had done, there was still a part of the young man that held onto his former life, and there always would be. Not that Nicholas could blame him. For one who was only truly starting his journey in the world, he was bound to cling to what little good he'd had. Something that only served to remind him of another he had come to know well. "Harry, about the Hallows. I shouldn't tell anyone about them." "Exactly," Nicholas agreed, "but especially not Albus. I do not believe he harbors the same desire for them he once had, but best not to present him the temptation." "I won't be telling anyone," Harry said firmly. "From what I can gather, there are people that would do whatever it takes to possess them." "A wise step," Nicholas replied approvingly. "My only question is, what about the wand?" "The wand? Will you seek it out?" Harry chuckled. "I don't think that would come into my possession as easily as these did." "No, but if anyone can find it, I believe that would be you." Harry shook his head. "I wouldn't even know where to begin. Hasn't it changed hands several times throughout history?" "That is true, but if I may offer a suggestion, I would begin with someone whose expertise lies in the very thing you are looking for." "A wandmaker." Nicholas nodded. "It is as good a place to start as any, but I would look to one who has an excellent reputation for their work, but not so much for their business ethic." "Well, I only know of one wandmaker, and their reputation for both is good." "Then think further afield." Harry frowned thoughtfully for a moment. "The only other one I have heard of is Gregorovitch." Nicholas nodded encouragingly. "If there is any wandmaker out there who may have encountered such an artifact, it would be him. Gregorovitch is perhaps the best wandmaker in the world. If someone wished to verify what they had, he would be the one to see. He understands discretion for a price." "Maybe I will pay him a visit," Harry mused aloud. "I don't have much interest in the wand personally. I quite like mine." "And have you given further thought to what Ollivander told you?" Harry nodded. "I will do it, but not yet. I've been looking into it, and from what I can tell, it could make me quite sick for a few days whilst the new bond settles. I don't have a few days to spare at the moment, not with everything that is happening." "I understand," Nicholas assured him, "but there is something else bothering you, Harry." "Not about the wand," Harry sighed. "About you." "Me?" Harry released a deep breath. "I met a woman recently who explained that you could prove to be a problem for a man she was working for, get in the way of his ambitions." "Grindelwald." "Exactly," Harry huffed. Nicholas held up his hands. "I have no intention of standing in his way, Harry, not unless he becomes a threat to me and my wife. It's like I said, I have seen the world change, and such things mean little to me. Gellert is nothing but another one of those changes. Not even when he invades." Nicholas chuckled. "I will do my duty as a proud Frenchman to do all I can to prevent it, But I have not survived so long by throwing myself into every conflict that has plagued this nation. Worry not, Harry. He cannot get to us here. Are you sure? Well, perhaps he could if he was so determined, but I do not think he would waste so much time doing so, not with his ambitions. And what if he discovers who I am? He would certainly target you. He would, Nicholas agreed, but I know that you would not allow him to succeed. Harry laughed heartily, as the man smiled fondly at him. That's a lot of faith to put in me. It is, Nicholas acknowledged, but I am doing so nonetheless. I have met very few men that I would put such trust in Harry, but you have made that very small list. I will not worry about Grindelwald until he is crossing the threshold of this house. Then let us hope it doesn't come to that, Harry returned darkly. Oh, Harry, I do wish you would lighten up. What about the young lady you're brought to see us? Surely she doesn't allow you to be so dour. Minerva. I don't believe you have brought any other, Nicholas snorted. How is she? As busy as ever, I imagine. Dumbledore is quite the taskmaster. When it comes to his expertise, Albie is very thorough. I have never met any as dedicated to nor as gifted in transfiguration as him. Despite your feelings towards him, Harry, he is an exceptional wizard. I'm not denying he is, and I understand he has not had the easiest time, but he could put an end to all this before it begins. He chooses not to. Instead, it is me doing all I can to prevent Grindelwald's rise. Nicholas offered him a look of sympathy. What you're doing only reiterates the type of man I know you to be, Harry. I promise Albus will do the right thing. First, he must overcome his own demons. Tell that to the people suffering, Harry grumbled. I've seen what is happening, Nick, and the Dumbledore I thought I knew would never let it happen. But he is not the man you once knew, Nicholas pointed out. He is younger, inexperienced, and his wounds still raw from all that has befallen him. I make no excuses for him, I'm just speaking of what I know to be true. I know and appreciate it, Harry sighed. Nicholas smiled at the young man. The weight of the world was on his shoulders, and yet his knees did not buckle under it. Tell me, did you know Minerva before you arrived here? What's that got to do with anything? Nothing in particular, I was just curious. Harry looked at him, disbelievingly, before nodding. She used to be my professor, deputy headmistress, and head of house. I suppose meeting her in her younger years was quite the shock. Nicholas snorted amusedly. Harry nodded. It was. She's not really how I would have expected her to be. When I knew her, she was a really strict woman that we were all terrified of getting on the wrong side of. And now? Now what? Harry asked with a frown. What do you think of her now? I've not given it much thought, Harry admitted. She's become my best friend, is the only person my own age that knows who I am and where I'm from. She is a confidant. She is, Harry acknowledged. I don't know what I would do without her. Why are you asking this? No reason, Nicholas replied. Like I said, I was merely curious. More than anything, I'm pleased that you have someone you can rely on. She is very fond of you, you know. Harry deflated slightly. I do. I'm inexperienced, but I'm not stupid, Nick, he sighed. I care for her, but my life is complicated enough without adding to it. It's not that I see her as the woman I knew before I came here. She's too different for that. It's just that I don't know what to do about it. Then it is up to you to decide, but my advice would be honesty, Harry. Do not lead the girl on. It will only result in you both being miserable. I will. Good. Now, why don't we fetch some dinner? Perenelle will not be satisfied until she is able to see that you're well for herself. Harry simply laughed, and Nicholas led them from the study towards the dining room, pleased that he no longer remembered what it was to face such things. Break. Although she was not strictly a teaching member of staff for the most part, Minerva still made a point to attend the meetings that were held over the course of the school year. To her, it showed that she was keen to understand the running of the castle, how the professors interacted with one another, and what things were discussed during them. Most of it was quite tedious. The headmaster would ask for reports from each of the professors of any students who were a cause for concern, or in some cases, excelling. Minerva enjoyed hearing of the latter, though the same name seemed to be on the lips of just about every professor. "I don't care what you say, Horace. There's something not right with the boy," Rosalina declared. "Nonsense," Slughorn rumbled, his jowls quivering as he shook his head. "Tom is a good lad, inquisitive and dedicated. He will go far." "He will end up in Azkaban," Rosalina said hotly. "I grew up with people of questionable morals and can see them a mile off. I have never felt so uneasy about anyone as I do about Riddle. There is cruelty in his eyes." Slughorn laughed humorlessly. "You are merely parroting what Albus said about him from his first meeting," he huffed. "Not a day doesn't go by when Tom doesn't come to my office asking questions about magic, about how the castles work, or for suggestions on things he should read. He will be a success when he has finished here. I have never met any first year as dedicated to learning as him." "You're blind to him, Horace," Rosalina returned. "I'm not denying he has potential, but I am questioning his character. Mark my words, before he has finished his education here, someone will get hurt. I will not be held responsible when I have warned you all several times now." With her words ringing in their ears, she took her leave, and the table fell quiet for several moments before Albus broke the silence. "Rosalina is not wrong," he declared. "As much as it pains me to say this about a child, young Tom harbors some troubling traits. I saw them when I first met him. Admittedly, he is learning to hide them well, but it is merely a front. Beneath his charm and compliments lies something quite ugly." "I cannot believe I am hearing this," Horace whispered harshly. "It is our job to educate the students within these walls, not pass judgment on what is a poor boy who has grown up in less than ideal circumstances. This should be a fresh start for Tom away from the life he has had no choice in." "Were it not for his continued transgressions, I would agree, Horace," Albus sighed. "You're referring to Miss Kerr. She fell down the stairs to the dungeons, Albus. Nothing more. Tom promised that he had nothing to do with it." "Yet she happened to fall shortly after mocking him," Albus pointed out. "He was openly laughing at her whilst she screamed." Minerva was listening intently. She had not heard of this incident. "I admit that it was in poor taste, but as you rightly pointed out, Miss Kerr mocked him first. For something very trivial, not because he was in severe pain. Her leg was broken in 3 places, and he stood over her, laughing and taking joy in her suffering." "You're over-exaggerating," Slughorn said dismissively. "Enough," Dippet interjected. "I will continue to watch Mr. Riddle and will make a decision on his future when it becomes necessary to do so. Horace, I understand that as his head of house you are looking out for him, but I have it on very good authority and from more than one source that the boy is a concern. I will hear no more on the matter. For now, we will bring this meeting to an end and simply get through the rest of the school year. With a little luck, Mr. Riddle will begin to change his ways over the summer. If he does not, his future will not be so bright." Horace offered his employer a look of betrayal as he left, followed by the rest of the staff, who had not voiced an opinion during the debate. "Do you think he broke her leg, Albus?" Dumbledore released a deep breath. "As much as I wish I could say that I believe he didn't, I cannot. Tom is a vengeful and petty boy. Although it can't be proven, I have no doubt that he acted against Miss Kerr." "They are my thoughts also," Dippet murmured. "He did not show an ounce of empathy for what had happened, and even said that she deserved it. He is cruel, Albus, and I would have him watched. The moment anything can be proven, he will face severe consequences." "I will be watching him closely," Albus replied with a bow. "If there is nothing else." "No, nothing pressing for now," Dippet assured him. I shall take my leave. I have several lessons to prepare for our 7th years." Minerva followed as Albus exited the headmaster's office, but when he headed towards the Transfiguration classroom, she turned towards the owlery. This was the kind of thing that Harry would want to know. She too felt deeply uneasy about the Slytherin first year, and it was a relief that she was not the only one. Break. It had been many years that she had even laid eyes on her father. Cassiopeia had known for months that he had been here, and she had avoided seeing him. Perhaps it was that she did not wish to sully the memories she had of the man as she had been growing up by seeing the shell he had become. Cassie had been 15 when her mother had died, much older than Arcturus, Doria, and even Perseus. She hadn't shown it, but it had hit her the hardest of the 4 children. She had vivid memories of the woman that had birthed her, had loved her dearly, and her doting ways. And then she was gone. Orion had not coped well, nor had her siblings, but Cassiopeia had all but gone to pieces in the wake of her mother's passing. She'd needed to escape, and when she heard whispers of the changes being made on the continent, she'd left. There had been no plan in place other than to get away from the dark cloud that had formed over the Black House, and before she knew it, the years had quickly passed her by. Gellert had welcomed her with open arms, had looked after her, and helped her cope with the pain she carried. What she hadn't expected was to fall in love with the man. Cassie was well aware of Gellert's own inclinations. He didn't speak them aloud, but he didn't hide them either. She was not foolish to believe that she could change him in that way and had grown content to merely serve him as she could. If truth be told, doing so had put thoughts of her father and the rest of the Blacks far from her mind. Even though Perseus had joined her on her venture, she saw little of him. Now it seemed the past had caught up to her, and as she entered the quarters her father had been placed in to see him being attended to by a healer, she wished she'd never came. Orion Black had aged, not so much so that he was a decrepit, hunched man who was no longer capable of looking after himself. However, his hair was certainly grayer than she remembered, and the wrinkles of his face much deeper. "He won't be much longer," the healer whispered. Cassie nodded as she observed her father. His eyes were closed, and he was in a deep state of concentration. "Occlumency?" she asked. "I'm a mind healer," the woman clarified. "Even though his diet is quite poor, he doesn't sleep much, and he drinks too much alcohol, your father's body remains in quite good order. It is his mind that is causing his illness, but we are working on it. In the 2 months I have been with him, he's shown considerable improvement. So he will get better." The healer shook her head. "No, there is no cure for what he has, I'm afraid. The treatment I do with him prevents him from deteriorating further. The improvements have plateaued, unfortunately, but I am able to keep him as he is now for the time being." For the time being. The healer offered her a look of sympathy. "The measures in place will help maintain his mind, only temporarily. It may take only months, or he could have years, but they will stop working eventually, and he will succumb to the sickness. And there is nothing else that can be done." The healer shook her head. "I'm sure you are aware that the mind is a very complex thing, and exceedingly difficult to rid of afflictions. There isn't a potion that can be taken, or a spell that can fix them. It is not like a broken bone that can be mended, or a cut that can be sealed. It is a part of us that we cannot see to put back together when it comes apart. What happens when it catches up to him?" The healer deflated. "It is difficult to say. It affects everyone differently," she explained. "I have seen people simply die, and some forget much of the lives they have lived. Some do not even know their own name, let alone remember their spouse. It is an awful thing to witness, but I do what I can for my patients." "What about my father? In your experience of treating others like him, how long until something like that happens?" "Miss Black, your father is a stubborn man, and one that is diligent with his treatment. I would say it may well take a number of years for his mind to fail him entirely, but I can say for certain it will happen. You should be prepared for that eventuality." Cassiopeia could only nod. "I'm sorry that I am the bearer of bad news, but it is best that I am honest. I would not wish to give you false hope that he will recover." "I appreciate your candidness." The healer offered her a final look of sympathy before checking her watch. "It's time to bring him out now. If you just give me a moment, he will be with us shortly." Cassiopeia watched as the woman placed her wand to her father's temple and whispered in his ear. Only a moment later, Orion came back to himself, his eyes darting around the room as he took in his surroundings. "I was on the beach," he declared, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It was our honeymoon and my wife was there." "I'm pleased to hear it, Orion," the healer replied warmly, But your daughter is here now. She's come to visit. Cassiopeia was greeted by the excited gaze of her father, his eyes wide as he drank in her appearance. That is never my Cass. She's a woman now. And a fine one, too, the healer declared, beckoning Cassiopeia forward. Do try not to overstimulate him, she whispered before taking her leave. When she was gone, Cassiopeia looked towards her father, swallowing down all the pain she felt from the loss of her mother in favor of simply being here with him. She'd missed the man that would bounce her on his knee when she had been young or told her, and her siblings' stories about the infamous family members throughout history. If she looked hard enough, there was still a glimmer of him there. Hello, father, she said simply, taking the seat opposite him. It's been a while. Break. The letter he'd received from Minerva had not surprised him. He'd been waiting to hear of Tom's escapades at Hogwarts, but not so soon. What sort of 12-year-old would find the suffering of a girl the same age so joyful? Voldemort. Harry shook his head of thoughts of the boy, in favor of focusing on Fedorov, who had summoned him to his office. It is only a temporary measure, the man assured him. If he is trying to trap you, it is best to avoid those we know that are working with him. Gellert is a dangerous man who surrounds himself with equally dangerous people. I am concerned by how much effort is being put into capturing you, Evans, that is all. Harry nodded his understanding. Besides, there is another job I have for you, one that will be very lucrative. What job? One that is being paid for by several banks who are keen to see an end to the robberies that are plaguing them. Bank robberies? Fedorov nodded. We don't know who is doing them and have only a partial description of what he looks like. They say that he is in and out before anyone is even aware of his presence, a phantom, if you will. I bet Phantom wouldn't like hearing you say that, Harry chuckled, referring to another hit wizard he had briefly met the acquaintance of during his training. No, but this man is the very definition of the word. The horror that happened upon him as he left one of the banks in question gave chase, and the suspect simply vanished. Portkey or apparition? Fedorov shook his head. The bank's security had been activated by this point, and he was very much within the wards. Neither a portkey nor apparition would have been possible, not with the Moscow branch. Goblin magic is quite complicated to navigate. Harry frowned thoughtfully as he pondered other possibilities. An invisibility cloak, then. Fedorov shrugged. That is for you to figure out, but again, this is to be kept between us. Fedorov grinned. The goblins are not keen for this to become public knowledge. It would cost them a fortune in business were it to leak. Understood, Harry sighed, shrinking the file down and placing it inside his jacket before heading towards the door. Gellert would wait, and perhaps it was best to keep his distance from Grindelwald's operation, for a little while at least. His conversation with Cassiopeia Black was not something he could easily ignore, and he did not wish to see Nicholas and Perenelle put in harm's way, even if the man did have so much faith in Harry. No, everything was quiet on the Grindelwald front, and though Harry knew such silence would not last, he would gladly take the reprieve. Chapter 29, A Tale of Diplomacy. Having spent the summer months in pursuit of an elusive bank robber with nothing to show for his efforts, Harry was left feeling frustrated. 2 further robberies had been committed during the time, and still, he had no idea how such a thing had been done. The goblins were as flummoxed as him, though they were much more furious with what they believed was a wizard that would dare carry out these acts against them. They had been none too accommodating to Harry either when he had arrived on the scene to carry out his investigation. Not that there was anything to see other than a sizable space where their stacks of galleons had been stored in the master vault. Not even the locks had been tampered with in any way. How the vault had been accessed was the biggest mystery of all. There was no magical trace to follow, nor any sign of anyone having even been there. Whoever was behind this spate of robberies was good, worryingly good. So there's nothing at all? Charles asked. Harry shook his head. With his own ideas running dry, Harry had explained the problem to his friends, who were as baffled as him. "That's not possible," Minerva broke in. "There has to be some sort of trace left behind." "If Harry hasn't found it, then there is nothing to be found," Tiberius replied. "You know what he's like. He'd find it if it was there." "True," Charles sighed. "But if there's no trace, then how is it being done?" "I was hoping you lot might have some ideas," Harry mumbled. "Anyway, how are things up at the castle?" "As busy as ever," Minerva said tiredly. "The first years are excitable, and the 7th years are a bag of nerves. Nothing new." Some things indeed never changed. "This is a nice house," Poppy commented. "Not where I'd have expected you to live, but nice." "There's nothing wrong with Godric's Hollow," Charles defended. "Where did you expect him to live in a castle?" Poppy shrugged. "With how much money he must be making from just his chewing gum investment, he could probably afford it. That stuff is selling out everywhere." "Really?" Harry asked, surprised. Poppy nodded. "She's right, Harry. The professors have been complaining about the bubbles being blown in their classrooms," Minerva explained. Harry hummed as he summoned his latest, unopened statement he'd received from Gringotts in his absence. With a frown, he read the missive, his eyes widening as he took in the balance. Not only was his gum investment returning much more than expected, but his other ventures were also following suit. "Bloody hell," he chuckled. "Good news?" Charles asked. Harry merely nodded, before placing the statement back in the envelope. "I don't suppose this means you will quit your job and live off your earnings here," the Potter heir pressed. "Ha," Poppy cut in. "He wouldn't be able to fulfill his death wish if he did that." "I don't have a death wish," Harry denied. Poppy raised an eyebrow in his direction, whilst the others laughed. "Come off it, Harry. We all know you don't need the money," Tiberius snorted. "Unless you share your reasons for doing what you are, we will just assume you have little regard for your own life." Harry could only shake his head in response. The only one of his friends who could even begin to understand why he did what he did was Minerva, and she found it difficult enough. He didn't expect the others to understand, and knew that they only worried for him. Still, he couldn't give in now, not when he was making a difference, for the most part. If only there was a breakthrough to be had with this bank business. He stiffened suddenly, something that did not go unnoticed. "Ah, that means our evening has come to an end," Tiberius declared. "What is it now, Evans?" "I've just had a thought, that's all." "A thought that won't wait?" Charles questioned amusedly. "Sorry," Harry offered sincerely. Charles clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, you lot. You know what he's like. He won't bloody rest until he does what he needs to." "So no dessert then?" Tiberius asked. "I'll buy you an ice cream," Charles promised as he, Poppy, and the placated Tiberius filed out, leaving Harry alone with Minerva. "You're not going to do something stupid, are you?" "No," Harry promised. Minerva gave him a speculative look before nodding. "Make sure you don't," she said firmly, kissing him on the cheek before following the others. When they were gone, Harry readied himself to return to the continent, pondering the budding idea that had formed. It would not be easy to convince the goblins to cooperate, but it may well be their only chance to bring these robberies to an end. Break. As ever, the Wisengamot meeting was dragging by. The discussion today surrounding the use of eagle feather quills for writing official documentation in the records department. Arcturus certainly had better things to occupy his time with. "I will now pass over to Landon Doge and Ernest Bones for an important report that we shall hear before bringing this gathering to an end," Minister Folly announced. Arcturus could not help but think the man looked exhausted, the pressure of his post in these difficult times evidently not allowing him to get much sleep. Doge nor Bones looked much better, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, the latter releasing a labored sigh before he addressed the room. "As the ambassador for relations between ours and the Muggle government, I was asked to attend a meeting with the Foreign Secretary early this morning," Bones announced. "It seems that despite their current efforts, the leader of the German people continues to flout the agreement signed after the Great War. Only a few days passed, he announced that he has annexed Czechoslovakia. Murmuring amongst the lords and ladies of the Wiesengamot followed the statement. "How is that our problem?" Lord Selwyn demanded to know. "Aren't they allies of the French?" "As if the French will help them," Lord Yaxley mocked. "Bloody cowardly bastards, that lot." Cheers of agreement rang out, and even Arcturus found himself nodding approvingly. "At worst, it is a Muggle problem," Lord Ogden added. The minister held up a hand for silence. "Ordinarily, you would be correct, but Mr. Doge here has been summoned to attend a meeting of the ICW this afternoon. According to the Foreign Secretary, this Hitler has agreed to meet with our Muggle Prime Minister, the French Prime Minister, and the Duchy of Italy to ensure relations between our countries remain diplomatic." "And I ask again, what does that have to do with us?" Lord Selwyn demanded. "For now, very little, but we would be remiss in our duties to allow the Muggle leader to enter what could be hostile negotiations without our protection," Folly replied. "With what the ICW has been told, we can all but be assured the German leader will have a wizard protection detail also," Doge explained. "Although it has not been confirmed, we highly suspect he is at the very least in talks with magical folk." "This just gets better and better," Selwyn chuckled humorlessly. "So we are to spare some Aurors for this?" "No," Doge answered. "I will be putting a request into the ICW Department of Justice to arrange the security for the Prime Minister." "Out of the question," Bones denied. "We cannot trust a foreigner with this." "Oh, he won't be a foreigner, Bones," Doge replied. "He will be one of our own, I can assure you of that. A man better equipped than any to protect and extract the Prime Minister if need be." "What man?" Selwyn asked. "He is a decorated hit wizard that goes by the name the Serpent. It also gives us the opportunity to rub it in the faces of the Italians who gave him their highest award for valor." Arcturus frowned as Selwyn almost paled at the mention of this serpent. The Black Heir hadn't heard of him, but judging by Selwyn's reaction, he had, and the other lord was deeply unsettled, something that Arcturus took no small amount of joy in. "Break." Harry returned the glare of the goblin seated opposite him, the beady eyes of the creature boring into his own. He refused to flinch or be intimidated by the unpleasant bank manager, who had been the most uncooperative he had encountered yet. "Let's not forget that it was your colleagues that asked us for help when they realized that they couldn't catch this man alone," he reminded the gnarled creature. "But the request did not come from my branch," the goblin said hotly. "Then I am wasting my time, Mr. Blackrod," Harry replied as he stood. "I wish you luck in succeeding where the other banks have failed. I'm sure your nation will take comfort in the fact that you remained a stubborn and ignorant pig when your vault is as empty as the others." With a final shake of his head, Harry headed towards the exit. "Wait," Blackrod sighed. Harry did so, and the goblin seemed torn for a moment before he deflated in his chair. "How many other banks did you say had been stolen from?" "9 so far," Harry confirmed. The goblin nodded, his eyes narrowing once more. "I don't trust wizards." "The feeling is mutual, Blackrod," Harry cut in. "All of the goblins I have dealt with have been less than helpful, and I'm getting tired of it. You either want me to catch this man, or you can all bugger off as far as I care. I'm not wasting any more time than I already have when the victims act like crooks." The little goblin bared his teeth in displeasure, but held off with any rebuttal. "So, what is it you intend to do?" "I'm going to mark the coins." The goblin shook his head. "No, any magic used will be traced by anyone who isn't a fool." "Not the magic I will use," Harry assured the creature. "It is unique in its nature and will not be picked up by anyone until I intend it to." "How will that work?" the goblin asked curiously. "I will split the coins into groups and mark them, but the magic will be linked to a master coin that I will have in my possession. When the next robbery takes place, I will be able to activate the charms on them, and as soon as one is spent, it will alert me to the location of that coin." "Will that work?" Harry nodded. "It will, but the drawback is having to wait until the coins are spent. That is why I am visiting so many branches to get them on board with the idea, he explained. If I was to activate the coins too soon, they will trigger any wards they are hidden within, and the person responsible will get away and just rob other banks. It's not a simple plan, and one that may fail, but everything else we have tried have yielded no results. The goblin tapped the top of his desk with his long nails as he pondered the idea. It could take months, years even. It could, Harry agreed, but catching this person won't be easy. I'd rather invest in a long-term plan than not catch them at all. The goblin released a deep breath. Fine, he conceded. I will allow you to carry out your work, but I will still have armed guards in the vault at all times. Do not attempt to steal from us. You will be watched whilst you are in there. With what your lot will pay me for catching the robber, I don't need to. Harry paused, and a deep frown formed as he felt his license vibrate in his pocket. Removing it, he immediately knew that something somewhere was amiss. Fedorov knew that he was putting his entire focus into this case, and for him to be summoned now, he must be needed. I will return as soon as I can, he informed the goblin. What about your work? It will have to wait. For now, guard your gold as planned. The goblin grumbled in its mother tongue, but Harry ignored it in favor of taking his leave from the bank and finding somewhere nearby that he could activate his portkey, an unnerving feeling settling in the pit of his stomach. Adjusting his appearance with a wave of his wand, he gave a final glance around him before vanishing from the streets of Madrid. Break. I must say, gentlemen, that this is highly irregular, and I do not appreciate your tact in this matter, Fedorov huffed irritably. My hit wizards are not damned bodyguards. But he is a British citizen still, Doge pointed out. He is employed by the ICW, Fedorov growled. How my staff spend their time is down to my discretion. He is currently working on an assignment of great importance. Do not expect him to be very cooperative when he arrives. He will do as the minister wishes of him, Bones said dismissively. He may work for you, but he is British. Fedorov snorted derisively. If they thought they could strong-arm Harry into doing what they wanted, they would be unpleasantly surprised. Ivan himself had encouraged the young man to take a break from pursuing this robber, to no avail. Evans was stubborn, and if he did not wish to partake, he wouldn't, and no number of threats or promises would make him. Ah, that will be him now, Ivan declared, leaning back in his chair expectantly. Come in, serpent. The man that entered was unrecognizable from the boy that he had met a little over a year ago. His charms and transfiguration were, however, as exemplary as ever. Where his hair had been black and eyes green, they had been changed to blonde and blue respectively. Ivan doubted even his closest friends would recognize him. I don't suppose this is a social request of my company, Harry said as he opened the door, his eyes narrowing at the two guests. I'm afraid not, Ivan sighed, but I will leave it up to them to explain why you are here, he added, gesturing for either Bones or Doge to speak. The latter cleared his throat. Hello, Serpent, he asked uncertainly. Mr. Serpent will do, Harry replied, and Ivan fought the urge to smirk at the belligerence. Okay, Mr. Serpent, Doge corrected, sharing an uneasy look with his colleague. We have a task for you. I'm already working on one. Not of this nature, Bones interjected. This is a task of the utmost importance. Are you insinuating that my work is unimportant? Certainly not, Bones denied, aghast at the accusation. Merely that what we require of you is a unique opportunity, and one we would have the very best available to complete. Ivan shook his head. Flattery would get them nowhere. And what is this task? Harry asked. I think you should perhaps explain all that has happened over the past week, Ivan urged. He may well not know. Know what? Harry questioned curiously. Go ahead, Bones, Doge instructed. This is your area of expertise after all. Bones nodded, before turning his attention to Harry. How well informed are you of the current state of Muggle affairs? He asked. Well enough, Harry answered. It's hard to miss what's happening when you spend most of your time here, but it has been quiet for months. The last I heard, the Germans and Austrians had formed an alliance. You would be correct, Bones confirmed. Things have changed in the last few days. How? The Germans, Bones sighed tiredly. Although they have not invaded, they have declared Czechoslovakia to be a part of their territory. I'm not sure what you know of the previous war, but an agreement was signed, and the Germans are failing to honor it. Now, the British Prime Minister feels the need to intervene. In a diplomatic way, of course. Harry nodded his understanding. What does that have to do with me? He questioned. Bones released a labored breath. In light of this, and because of the rumors surrounding the German Muggle involvement with their magical population, we would like for you to attend a meeting with the Prime Minister, the leader of the French as our ally, and the leaders of Germany and Italy respectively. A meeting. Held in the hopes that peace can be kept between our nations, Bones explained. As a rule, we tend to not involve ourselves in the affairs of Muggles, as you know, but we feel that it would be foolish for the Prime Minister to attend without adequate protection. Don't you have an office full of Aurors that could do that? We do, Doge acknowledged, but we want you to do it nonetheless. You are no common Auror, Mr. Serpent, and we would rest easy knowing that you were there. Where is the meeting to be held? In Munich, 2 days from now. You would pose as a translator during the proceedings and act as the Prime Minister's personal guard. Harry shook his head. It won't work. I don't speak French, German, or Italian. Not to worry, Bones broke in. We have a device that you can wear that will translate any language spoken to you into English. You need only relay what is said to the Prime Minister. We are asking you because we feel that you would be the best man to keep him safe, Doge added. We cannot trust the Germans or Italians. Or the bloody French for that matter, Bones sighed. We know that this is most unusual, but Britain as whole needs stability, and if anything were to happen to the Prime Minister during these talks, the Muggles would not be paying attention to what they should be. From what I have seen, I can only conclude that war will eventually be inevitable, and for us to thrive and prosper as we do, the Germans cannot be allowed to win it. Especially if they have broken the statute of secrecy, Doge said gravely. I cannot emphasize the importance of this being prevented. You will, of course, be paid handsomely on successful completion of the job. Harry eyed both men speculatively for a moment. How much? The minister has set aside 500 galleons for you, and even strongly hinted that a commendation would come your way. Privately, due to the nature of your job. Ivan already knew that Harry would agree the moment the explanation of what his task was had been given. Still, it filled him with a sense of pride that he showed patience and consideration to the matter. All right, I'll do it, Harry declared, much to the relief of the two men, but I have my conditions. Name them, Doge replied cautiously. I will not be punished if I need to break the statute of secrecy to get the Prime Minister out of there. Agreed, Bones said immediately. That is why we have obliviators. I will answer to no one else. If there is a security team in place, they will follow my lead. That shouldn't be difficult to arrange. Anything else? Harry shook his head. Then we will inform the minister of your decision, Bones announced. We would like you to arrive at the ministry tomorrow at 5 p.m. Do not be late, Mr. Serpent. With that, the two men left the office, and Harry released a deep breath. I hate the ministry, he grumbled. For what it is worth, I think you have made the right choice, Ivan offered. At worst, you end up with a good paycheck for your efforts. Even better would be finding proof that the Germans have broken the statute of secrecy. At worst, I could be killed, Harry corrected, or the Prime Minister could. Ivan nodded. Then let us hope that these talks remain civil, and that no unpleasantness arises. Break. I do not see why you feel that this is necessary. Our relationship with the Germans is strained, I admit, but this is an endeavor between our nations to mend the rift between us, Chamberlain explained. Besides, I do not require additional security. My own men will suffice. Hector shook his head, taken aback by the man's stubbornness. I understand that you are not pleased by my presence, but you must also understand the danger you could face. I mean no offense to your own security detail, but they would be incapable of protecting you against one of our kind. If we are correct in our belief that this Hitler has indeed made the acquaintance of magical folk, you will need our assistance should your talks crumble." Chamberlain frowned. "I was under the impression that we were to remain separate, that our relationship would go no further than sharing relevant information between only ourselves." "You are correct, but these are unprecedented times we are facing, Prime Minister. The unrest that would result were anything to happen to you could be catastrophic. Tell me, how do you think the nation would react if you were to be killed during this diplomatic trip?" "I don't suppose they would be happy," Chamberlain conceded. "And with the current mood across the continent, what do you think would happen?" Chamberlain scratched his chin. "Well, my deputy would fill in for me, the opposition would demand an election, and the king, I cannot fathom what he would do. He may well declare war on the Germans." "Is that not what you wish to avoid?" Folly questioned. "It is," Chamberlain sighed. "It would be a poor legacy to leave behind that my death was the catalyst for another war. And that is why we feel it necessary to toe the line of limitations of the statute of secrecy by having you escorted by one of our own. I can assure you, he is an expert, highly trained, and will not allow any harm to come to you." Chamberlain sighed. "I suppose, given the circumstances, I am left with little choice but to allow it." For the first time since he had arrived almost an hour earlier, Hector allowed a smile to grace his lips. "I am pleased you have come around to the idea." "What choice do I have?" Chamberlain sighed. "If his presence helps retain peace, then I am willing to endure it. Who is this man anyway?" "He is a hit wizard, a man that travels the world apprehending the most prolific and dangerous of criminals in the wizarding world," Hector explained. "I will allow him to make his own introduction to you when he arrives." Chamberlain hummed unhappily. "This man can be trusted." "I am risking my career by putting my faith in him," Hector replied. "I would not do so without the assurance that he is as trustworthy as they come. He will act as your translator during the proceedings, and as your personal guard from the moment you leave this house until your return to Britain." Chamberlain nodded. "Very well. When can I expect him to arrive?" Before the Prime Minister had finished speaking, the fireplace flared into life, and two men stepped out. Bones, he knew well, but the younger one that accompanied him, Hector had never seen. He was unassuming in appearance, tall with a wiry build, his blue eyes scanning the large office, alert, and looking for any sign of a threat. "Ah, Bones, just in time," Hector declared, standing and shaking the hand of his colleague. "You already know the Prime Minister, of course." "I do," Bones replied, nodding to the wary man that remained seated behind his desk. "This is him," Hector pressed, gesturing towards the young man. "It is," Bones confirmed. "He has been briefed and understands the importance of his role. The Prime Minister will be in safe hands." "Excuse me," Chamberlain interjected, "but isn't this man rather young for this task?" Bones chuckled as he shook his head. "I can assure you, Prime Minister, that there is none better equipped to protect you than our friend here. Do not let his age fool you. Already he is a decorated hit wizard and is solely responsible for the arrest of many dangerous criminals." Chamberlain looked skeptical until the serpent spoke for himself. "There are 9 armed men in this building, 2 just outside the door, and even you have a pistol in the top right-hand drawer of your desk. The lock on the furthest window from you is broken, and the police officer standing guard outside of the front door is carrying a gun." Chamberlain nodded appreciatively. "Very good, Mr. Smith," the man replied. "Gordon Smith." "Well, Mr. Smith, you are certainly quite astute with your observations. I would be pleased to have you on board." The young man shook the offered hand, and Hector breathed a sigh of relief. "I will have a room prepared for you, Mr. Smith," Chamberlain continued. "Tomorrow, we fly to Munich in the hopes of achieving a brighter future than the bleak one we currently face." Break. Harry had never been on a plane before and found that he did not care for it. The takeoff had been uncomfortable, the flight itself plagued by turbulence, and the company as dull as a lecture from Professor Binns. The Prime Minister busied himself by reading some correspondence and smoking countless cigarettes, as did the others that were accompanying them. Before they had even crossed the channel, the plane was full of smoke. It didn't bother Harry as such. Having spent so much time in the Muggle world in various establishments, he was used to it. "What is to happen when we land?" one of the other members of the security detail asked. "Mr. Smith," Chamberlain prompted. "I will exit first," Harry explained. "According to the itinerary, there will be cars waiting to take us to the Führerbau where the meeting is to take place. We are to be met by the foreign minister when we land." Chamberlain nodded. "Then we should prepare. We will be landing soon." Harry did so, pleased when the plane touched down in Munich, where a convoy of cars and military vehicles were waiting a short distance from the runway. The presence of the army was unnerving to say the least, but he had expected it. Hitler would want a show of strength on display for those he had invited. As planned, Harry departed the plane first and gave a cursory glance around to ensure that no traps had been laid. And when he was satisfied they hadn't, he gestured for the rest of the party to follow where they were approached by a large contingency of armed men. "I don't like this," one of the other guards murmured, his hand reaching for the concealed pistol within his jacket. "My friend, that will not be necessary," one of the Germans assured him, a strained and forced smile gracing his lips. "We are all friends, no." Harry gave a subtle shake of his head to the other guard, who relented, the smile of the German man widening as he took in the image of the considerably taller Prime Minister. "My name is Joachim von Ribbentrop. I am the foreign minister here on behalf of the Führer. Please, make your way to the vehicles and we will escort you to him presently." The man's English was good, so there was no need to translate, and Harry joined Chamberlain in the rear of the middle car. The rest of the party made their way into the others, and slowly but surely, the convoy began to roll out of the airport. "I knew your presence would not be necessary," the Prime Minister chuckled as he waved at the thousands of Germans lining the streets of Munich who were cheering uproariously as they passed. Harry merely frowned at the myriad of German, French, British, and Italian flags that were being held aloft by the onlookers. Such excitement was not meant to last. Eventually, the nations on display, among many others, would find themselves embroiled in war. "The Führerbau is only a few minutes away," von Ribbentrop announced from the front passenger seat. True to his word, the convoy passed through the guarded gates of an old building only a moment later. The guards here stood to attention, their expressions grim. It was as though upon entry, the mood of Munich suddenly shifted from one of warmth and welcoming to one of severity and purpose. The smiles and waving were all but forgotten, and the Prime Minister shifted nervously in his seat. "What do you think, Smith?" "I think that it is a good thing that I am here." "Why?" "Because there are others like me inside." "There are," Chamberlain whispered, the rumbling of the engine drowning out their conversation. Harry nodded. "There are 6 of them, and more than 100 armed men nearby." "6? Can you manage that many?" "I have faced worse odds." Chamberlain shook his head. "Well, excuse me if I take little comfort in that, Mr. Smith." Any further conversation between the two was cut off as the car came to a stop outside the front of the palace, and they were ushered from it. "Arrangements have been made for your men, Prime Minister," von Ribbentrop explained. "During the meeting, you will be allowed 1 guard and 1 translator." "Mr. Smith will serve as my translator," Chamberlain declared, "and Mr. Walpole my guard." Von Ribbentrop nodded. "Then the rest will be escorted to private rooms where lunch will be served to them," he explained. "Upon the conclusion of the meeting, you will be reunited with them. Then let us not dally. Lead the way, Mr. von Ribbentrop." With another strained smile, the man obliged, and for the first time since they'd arrived in Germany, Harry felt distinctly uncomfortable. For a building with so many people within, it was oddly quiet on the lower levels. The first audible signs that any other was present didn't reach them until they came to the third floor, where hushed conversations could be heard from ahead. 2 other guards had been stationed outside a set of double doors, and both men stood sharply to attention at the appearance of von Ribbentrop. Hitler, they chorused, snapping their heels together smartly as they held their right arms aloft at an angle. Heil Hitler, von Ribbentrop replied, before addressing the 2 soldiers in German. When he was done, they gave a final salute before marching down the corridor in the opposite direction. "Come, gentlemen," von Ribbentrop urged. "The Führer awaits." Entering the room, Harry caught his first up-close glimpse of Adolf Hitler. The man was garbed in a military-style uniform with the symbol of his party standing prominently on his left arm. As he would later come to be known by it, his toothbrush mustache sat atop his lip, and his dark hair was styled to one side. As the man stood, he was taller than Harry had expected, but still dwarfed by the much lankier Prime Minister who shook the German leader's hand, neither smiling. It wasn't until another approached from the far side of the room that Harry took notice of the others. Already in attendance was the Italian leader and his representative, along with the French Prime Minister and his own attendant. The man who would seemingly be translating for Hitler, however, was unmissable, the feeling of his magic quite overwhelming in stark contrast of the muggles surrounding him. "Good afternoon, Prime Minister Chamberlain," the individual said warmly. "My name is Gellert, and I will be translating on behalf of the Führer today." Harry felt his stomach sink as the pale-skinned wizard caught his eye and gave him a knowing smile. "And you are," he prompted. "Gordon Smith," Harry answered, tentatively accepting the proffered limb. "I will be translating for the Prime Minister." Gellert nodded. "And between us, I am sure we will do an admirable job. This is quite the important meeting." Harry nodded his agreement, his mouth having dried from the unexpected presence of perhaps the most wanted man in the wizarding world. "Shall we begin?" Gellert questioned, speaking the question 3 further times in French and German respectively. The leaders of the gathered nations took their seats, and Harry couldn't help but feel that he was wasting his time. The outcome here may well seem to be one to be celebrated, but the impending war was still inevitable. If anything, this meeting was little more than an aversion of that end, and only the French and the British were ignorant of this. "Break." Gellert watched Smith closely. Despite the man knowing who he was, the Brit remained calm throughout the proceedings, the slight widening of his eyes being the only indication given that he knew who stood before him. The handshake had been given reluctantly, but his grip had been sure. This Gordon Smith was wary of him, but there was no sign of fear from the younger man. Gellert had sensed his approach with the arriving British party before they had entered the room, the Ministry of Magic evidently taking no chances with the safety of their Muggle Prime Minister. It was a bold but calculated move that Gellert could respect, not that his presence would change the outcome of the meeting. As much as he would need the Muggles to be at war with one another in the future, now was not the time for such things, not when he had yet to finish his own preparations. Until he had a stronger foothold in more countries, war would need to be avoided, so this gathering would need to end under the pretense of an accord having been reached. "I will cede nothing in the Sudetenland," Hitler said hotly, "and tell him that he cannot smoke in this building." Smith relayed the message to the British Prime Minister, who was unhappy, but complied with the wishes of his host. "Then why are we meeting if you are not willing to compromise?" Chamberlain questioned tiredly. Gellert translated the question to the Führer, who nodded his understanding, before deferring to Mussolini. Thus began the tedious talks. For hours, the leaders had gone back and forth with their demands, with no progress being made. "The Führer is willing to negotiate terms, but your demands are unfair as they were when the Treaty of 1919 was signed. The Führer does not accept this document, but is willing to offer assurances that once the Sudetenland is given to him, he will not seek to expand his borders further," Ciano, the Italian's companion, explained. Upon the reply being translated, the French and British prime ministers talked amongst themselves with the aid of their companions. The French would cave first, and then Britain would follow suit. Although Czechoslovakia was an ally to the former, neither would be willing to risk the lives of their soldiers to keep it from German control. To them, the land was worthless. "Would you be willing to put that in writing?" the Frenchman asked. "A new agreement signed by us all to ensure you keep to your word." When asked, Hitler nodded and shared a brief conversation with his Italian ally. "The Führer is in agreement, but might I suggest that we break for dinner whilst the document is being drawn up?" The other leaders readily agreed, and though an accord had indeed been reached, they did not seem to be keen to converse with one another beyond the need to discuss terms of peace. The food was sent for, and Gellert watched as Smith hovered his hand above the meal presented to the Prime Minister before allowing him to eat. A curious move, one that spoke volumes of the man's magical ability. To detect poisons in such a way was no simple feat. Curiously, Gellert approached the man and engaged the rather unwilling Brit in conversation. "It seems that the meeting will end with all being content," he said. Smith snorted. "Let us not pretend that this is the end of this," he replied dismissively. "The Austrian will not stick to his word. I suppose he will break it when it is most convenient for you." Gellert smiled. Smith was sharp, but not entirely correct in his assumption. "So you are aware of who I am," he offered appreciatively. "You overestimate my involvement. I can assure you, Mr. Smith, none of this has been orchestrated by me. War amongst the Muggles currently offers no benefit to my own ambitions. In the future, perhaps, but not yet." "Then why are you here?" "The very same reason you are," Gellert assured him. "To ensure that peace is brokered between these 4 countries, for the time being at least." "He acted unexpectedly," Smith deduced, nodding towards Hitler. "I would have thought you would have someone keeping him firmly in hand." "Not unexpectedly, but sooner than I anticipated," Gellert conceded. "I did have a man to do just that, but he was unexpectedly taken from his position. It is most difficult to find competent assistants. As such, he has not been replaced." Smith's gaze bored into his own, and Gellert felt a prod of passive legilimency reach him. He couldn't be certain if it was intentional or not, but Smith nodded his satisfaction, nonetheless. "You may be a scumbag, but at least you're honest," he sighed. "Dishonesty is quite irksome." "I couldn't agree more with you," Gellert returned with a slight bow. "It was nice to make your acquaintance, Mr. Smith. Perhaps next time we meet, the circumstances will be different, and you will be amenable to hearing what my ambitions are instead of listening to the lies told by my enemies." Smith accepted the offered hand once more. "Or perhaps it will be when you are brought to justice," he replied. "The world will not allow you to win." Gellert chuckled. "I do not expect to be allowed anything, Mr. Smith, but I will continue to take it. From my understanding, there are very few who wish to put an end to me." Smith nodded. "True," he acknowledged, "but there is always someone willing to fight for those that cannot." Gellert did not miss the undertone of threat in the man's voice, but he smiled diplomatically despite the anger he was feeling. "Then I look forward to meeting this person. I do not believe that it would end favorably for them," he returned evenly. "Ah, it appears the document is ready. Our conversation has been enlightening, but I fear that our time together is coming to an end. Do take care, Mr. Smith. I anticipate that we may one day meet again." Smith said nothing, and as Gellert returned to Hitler's side, he gave the man a final look of speculation. No, Smith did not fear him, but neither did he understand what was happening on the continent. For more than a year, there had been no visiting British magicals as decreed by the Ministry of Magic. In that year, much had changed, and people like Gordon Smith could not fathom just how much more they would do so. "Ignorant fool," Gellert muttered in German. Chapter 30. Revelations of an ominous nature. Only days after Harry had returned from Germany, he found himself having been summoned to the chambers of the ICW, much to his own annoyance and the frustration of Fedorov. Both had expected that it would happen, but with the track record of how slowly they reacted to just about anything, Harry hadn't thought it would be so soon. So, you say that an agreement has been reached between the British, French, Germans, and Italians? The Supreme Mugwump asked for clarification. Harry had already given his report and was beginning to tire of repeating himself. Yes, he sighed. Then that means there will be peace amongst the Muggles, the Japanese man replied satisfactorily. Grindelwald has failed. Harry snorted as he shook his head. Grindelwald was there. The members of the ICW began murmuring amongst themselves. He was there, the Supreme Mugwump pressed. He was acting as the German leader's translator. His explanation to me was that the breakout of war did not currently tie in with his own ambitions, which means that he is not ready to capitalize on it yet. Nonsense, the Supreme Mugwump denied. Whether he was present or not means nothing on the grand scheme of things. What I am curious of, however, is why you did not apprehend him. Is that not your job, to bring in dangerous criminals? I was only to break the statute of secrecy should the Prime Minister's life be put in danger, Harry explained, his irritation rising. A fight between him and I would have broken it and taken away any advantage we may have in the future. It would only have played into his hands for me to do so. The serpent is correct, the American representative called, receiving nods of agreement from many of his peers. Reluctantly, the Supreme Mugwump dropped the subject. And what happened when the agreement was signed? He asked. Harry released a deep breath, the next revelation not supporting what he knew to be true. The Prime Minister sought a private audience with Hitler, where they signed a non-aggression pact lasting for no less than 10 years. The Supreme Mugwump nodded thoughtfully. At the very least, any conflict will ensure that Britain and Germany are not fighting one another. But I do not expect the Germans to keep to either of the agreements, Harry responded severely. What do you mean by that? The Belgian representative questioned before any other could. The entire meeting was held only to delay the fighting. Germany will continue as they are, and eventually the British will have to intervene, as will many other countries, Harry explained. Hitler said clearly that he does not recognize the original treaty signed in 1919, but if he continues to break it, war is inevitable. But the agreement he signed states that he will not look to expand the German territories, the French representative pointed out. It does, Harry agreed, but he has no intention of sticking to it. If he does, Grindelwald will ensure he doesn't. What he wants is war to break out, but only when he is ready to take advantage of it. That is merely speculation on your part, the Supreme Mugwump accused. Unless you are a seer, Mr. Serpent, he added mockingly. I'm no seer, Harry replied evenly, but I was there, and I know what I saw. Grindelwald is biding his time, and you have already decided that you will recommend that no further action is taken. Action against what? The Supreme Mugwump demanded. Grindelwald may have been in attendance, but you have not reported that any magic was performed in front of the Muggles. There is no proof that he used magic to interfere in the proceedings you witnessed, and there is no proof that he intends to do so. We have only your word for your claims, and we need much more than that before we would consider taking action in any form. Then there is nothing left to say, Harry sighed. Grindelwald will be allowed to carry on as he is. What will it take before you do act? People are already being murdered, countries invaded and taken over. Will it have to be your own that he visits before you do something? This isn't the time for selfishness. This is the time where you show just why the ICW was formed in the first place. You are supposed to protect the interests of one another, but even with several empty seats, you do nothing. Careful, Serpent, the Supreme Mugwump warned. Harry simply snorted as he stepped off the podium and took his leave from the room. You did not really expect the outcome to be different, did you? Fedorov asked. Harry shook his head. From what I have seen so far, not really. Fedorov offered him a look of sympathy. What will you do now? He asked. I will do my job, Harry answered simply. I do still have a certain robber to catch. If the ICW won't act, there's nothing more that I can do until they get off their arses. I think that would be for the best, Fedorov agreed. It would not do to find yourself in their bad graces. Not when they're already in mine, Harry mumbled. You can't take this personally, Evans, Fedorov whispered. I'm not, but there's more to it than them refusing to help. What do you mean? Harry shot a cursory glance around the corridor to ensure they were alone. Because one of them in there was at that meeting. The one between the Muggles. Harry nodded severely. I don't know who, but there is someone in that room whose magic I felt when I arrived, he revealed. It wasn't ambient magic either. They were somewhere in that building. Fedorov's jaw tightened as he took Harry by the forearm. Are you sure about this? Completely, Harry answered. One of them was there, Fedorov. At the very least, Grindelwald has a man on the inside of the ICW. Fedorov shook his head. Then leave it to me. I will do all I can to work out who it is, but in the meantime, I will take extra security measures, he assured the young man. Firstly, I need to empty the archive of files pertaining to the hit wizards. None other than me should be able to access them, but I would not risk leaving them here. It would put you all in considerable peril. What do you need me to do? I need you to get back to work, Evans, Fedorov instructed. I will handle this matter. Do not mention this to anyone. With that, the man hurried off, and Harry took his leave of the ICW headquarters. He had a bank to revisit in Madrid, and from there, he would see if he could pick up the trail of this robber elsewhere. He had yet to investigate all the previously targeted banks, and though he did not expect to find anything useful, it would be foolish not to on the off chance he just might. Break. It was with a grim expression that Gellert looked upon the Black siblings that he had summoned to his quarters. The two of them had been working well to train the troops that Perseus had gathered since Cassiopeia had returned, and still, their numbers grew each day with more arrivals. It was not their current undertaking he wished to discuss with them, however, but the meeting he had attended in Munich. For the most part, he was pleased with what had transpired. The Muggles had come to agreeable terms, and the need for conflict between them had been temporarily avoided as planned. He had left Germany content, and with the knowledge that he yet had more time to put his own plans into motion. That was until he was informed of the further meeting between the German and British leader. A non-aggression pact lasting for no less than 10 years was not something he had anticipated. A smart move on the part of Chamberlain, but one that simply would not do. At most, Gellert needed a year to finish his own preparations, and Britain throwing itself into the coming conflict was key to his success. He would need to move to nullify the latest agreement if the Germans did not do it themselves in the interim. Although this could prove to be a setback of sorts if not manipulated correctly, it was not the Muggles that were occupying his thoughts. No, that honor fell to a single man he had made the acquaintance of during the proceedings. I asked you both here for your knowledge on the Smith family in England, he explained to the Blacks. Perseus frowned thoughtfully, whilst Cassiopeia giggled. The Smiths, they are little more than boasters whose only claim to anything worthwhile is that they are descendants of Helga Hufflepuff, the latter explained. They are of no consequence to anyone. Why do you ask? Because I met one of them. A younger man than yourselves, I believe, who acted as the British Prime Minister's translator during the meeting. Strikingly blonde-haired and blue-eyed. His name was Gordon. Is it possible that he is a relative of theirs? It is, Perseus answered hesitantly, but Smith is perhaps the most common name in England. There is a dozen or so mudbloods that carry that name. It's more likely that he is one of them. I wouldn't pretend to be all too familiar with the wizarding family, but I'm certain they're not blondes. Only the Malfoys and some of the Greengrasses are strikingly blonde as you described. Gellert hummed to himself. Why are you so interested in him? Cassiopeia asked curiously. Because there was something quite unsettling about him, Gellert admitted. He knew who I was, and yet there was no fear emanating from him. He even had the gall to use legilimency on me. I can't be sure if that was intentional, but I definitely felt it. Well, then he should be easy to find, Cassiopeia declared. Legilimency is a regulated art in Britain, and anyone who is taught has to register as a practitioner. There are ways around that, but only to purebloods. If he is related to the wizarding family, he'd be easy enough to trace. You'd only need to visit Hepzibah the heifer. She will brag about anything to make her family look good. If he is one of them, she would just tell you. And if he is not a pureblood, he would be on the register, Gellert murmured. My apologies, but who is Hepzibah the heifer? Both the Black siblings laughed at the question. She is a smith, and a very wealthy one too, Perseus explained. She's well known because she's too overweight to get off her own sofa without the help of her elf. I remember she would write to the ladies of the bigger families to have them over for tea so she could brag to them. She invited Mother over a few times a year. Interesting, Gellert mused aloud. Do you think she would be amenable to sharing tea with the daughter of an old friend? She would, Perseus replied before Cassiopeia could. Then it seems that you will be returning to Britain sooner than expected, Gellert explained to the woman, who did not appear to be pleased by the revelation. I want this smith found if the man I met indeed gave his true name. You will begin by visiting this heifer. If he gave his true name, Cassiopeia questioned. Gellert nodded. Although I cannot be certain, I believe the man is the same one that Gauladier spent days trying to lure into a trap. The serpent, Perseus gasped. Indeed. Then why would he have given his real name to attend the meeting? Cassiopeia pressed. Because, my dear, he did not expect me to be there. Do you think your Minister of Magic would allow someone with a false name to be involved with something so important? Not likely, Perseus declared, though Cassiopeia did not seem to agree. At the very least, it means that the minister does know who he is, and likely the ambassador to Muggle relations. That is my line of thinking, Perseus, Gellert replied. If this smith is not the serpent, then we have lost nothing from this venture. And if he is, Cassiopeia asked. Then you may kill him for all I care, Gellert said dismissively. The offer brought a bright smile to the woman's face. I will leave immediately then, she said excitedly, hurrying from the room. Gellert grinned fondly at her retreating form. Do you not think that is risky? Perseus asked. The serpent has already proven that he is dangerous. Should she not take people with her just in case? Your sister will ask for help if she needs it, Gellert assured the young man. I think that you are underestimating her ability, Perseus. She is as talented as any other I have met, and she has spent much time under my own tutelage. I have faith that she will fare well. Perseus nodded his understanding. Then I will return to my own task, he announced. I oversaw Father's treatment this morning, and he seems to be doing well. He even came to see our forces, and that cheered him up. I am pleased to hear it, Gellert replied sincerely. It was sad to see a man of the caliber of Orion Black deteriorating the way he was, and the effect it was having on his children. Although Cassiopeia would not admit it, she thought highly of her father, and seeing him in such a state was unpleasant for the woman. Were it not for the pressing issue of finding this Gordon Smith, he would not send her away from the man who seemed to have perked up considerably since she'd returned. Still, Gellert's ambitions needed to be put first, and already the serpent had interfered more in them more than could be allowed, and Cassiopeia was the one person he trusted to be an end to the nuisance the man was becoming. Break. Harry had not remained in Madrid long. With his work carried out in the bank, he had taken his leave of Spain soon after, the fighting amongst the civilians having increased in ferocity in the days since he had left with no signs of slowing. The last thing he wanted was to be caught between the two sides whilst bullets were flying. Not that his next destination was any safer, though he did not have to worry about warring Muggles. Bulgaria had fallen to Grindelwald months prior, but it was business as usual for the goblins here, and they had not escaped the plundering of the prolific robber. I am here on behalf of the ICW to investigate the theft, he explained quietly to the goblins seated at the front of the marble hall of the Gringotts branch. The creature's lips curled around his teeth in distaste at the mention of what had befallen them. Then you will need to discuss the matter with Grimhack. He is in charge of locating our gold, the goblin explained. I will send for him. Harry merely nodded as he was left to wait for the arrival of the other goblin, this one turning out to be much larger than the other, his features marred with thick scars. "You're from the ICW," the creature growled. "I am." The goblin grunted and gestured for Harry to follow him. "We have been waiting weeks for one of your lot to come, not that we expect anything less from wizards." "Well, you could have had someone here sooner if you weren't so insistent the robbery was kept quiet," Harry returned. "8 other branches have also experienced what you have." Once more, the goblin grunted as he led Harry through a series of small corridors hewn from rough stone, until they came to a large vault with the Gringotts crest embossed into the thick steel. "This is it," the goblin declared, gesturing for the 2 heavily armed guards to step aside. "And what security measures were in place when the robbery took place?" Harry questioned as he removed his wand. The goblin eyed him suspiciously. "Measures that will not be revealed to you." "Then I will bid you a good day and leave you to your investigation," Harry sighed. "If you are not willing to help me, then I will not waste my time helping you." He turned to leave only for the long, gnarled fingers of the goblin to close around his wrist. "You cannot expect us to tell you our security measures." "You cannot expect me to be able to help you if I don't know them," Harry pointed out. "With what you and the other goblins will pay me to find this man, I have no reason to rob you myself. Consider the reward you are offering and times it by 9. Why would I risk my life by trying to take more?" The goblin conceded the point with a nod before loosening his grip. "I do not like this, but we cannot allow the transgression to go unpunished. Despite my best efforts, I have found nothing that pertains to how this man accessed this vault." "Then allow me to have a look," Harry urged. "You are welcome to remain whilst I carry out my work." The goblin pondered the predicament for a moment before deflating. "Very well," he muttered unhappily. "Our measures are standard and should not be able to be breached by anyone. Any that even touch the door will find themselves trapped within the vault, something we are notified of. There have been no such alarms. Along with this, there are spells that can be quite lethal if any magical means are used to attempt to break in. These remain in place and, again, have not been activated. From what our own investigation has uncovered, everything is as it should be with only the gold no longer within." "Were any alarms triggered the night of the robbery?" "Only one, but nothing was found," the goblin explained. "Our detection ward alerted us to a presence, but when we arrived, all of the doors were locked, even the vault. It takes me and the 2 guards on duty to nullify the protections, and we have all been interrogated. I can assure you that no one within this bank was involved." "Just like the others," Harry mumbled, realizing already that he would find nothing here. "I will do what I can." The goblin nodded before addressing his companions in gobbledygook, and the 3 of them began the process of opening the enormous door. It took a few minutes to do so, and during that time, Harry tried to fathom how someone would have managed to get in without doing the same. He had already established that an invisibility cloak wouldn't work, nor any other charm he could think of. The protections within the bank would detect all of them, and as such, he was as stumped as the goblins. "You may enter," Grimhack announced, pulling him from his reverie. With a nod, and being watched closely as he did so, Harry made his way into the large space where piles of silver and bronze coins filled much of the cavern. As with the others, there was a large expanse of space where the galleons once stood, but no longer. With his wand already in hand, he cast all the detection charms he could manage, his eyes widening as a single boot print became visible, highlighted in a bright blue light. Carefully, so not to disturb the impression, he crouched down to inspect it. "What have you found?" Grimhack questioned. "Has any other wizard been in here to your knowledge?" he returned. "No," the goblin answered firmly. Harry hummed as he traced the outline of the print with his wand, nodding satisfactorily. It wasn't much to go on, but it was something. "Well, one other has," he revealed, pointing to the print. "A wizard with a size 10 shoe, but there is only a single print. I am guessing that he missed this one whilst cleaning up or didn't realize he had left it at all." "What makes you think that?" the goblin asked. Because humans tend to have 2 feet, much like yourself, Harry replied. The goblin did not appreciate the touch of humor, but Harry ignored him in favor of looking for any other sign of the man. After several minutes of further investigation, he found nothing. All that remained in the vault was a thin layer of dust, some cobwebs, and the coins that had not been disturbed. It appeared as though the galleons had simply vanished. With a deep sigh, Harry shook his head. I will need to ponder this, he murmured. Being in the cold, dark vault was not helping him with his musings, and in truth, he knew there was nothing here to find. Do you not have any idea how this was done? Grimhack inquired. Not as yet, Harry admitted, but it will come to me. Could you possibly provide me with a memory of when you first entered the vault after the robbery? It could be important. I can, the goblin confirmed. I was the first to enter and make the discovery. Harry nodded gratefully. Then I will take it and be on my way, he assured the creature. I need to visit one other bank, but then I will look into the memories you have all provided in the hope that there is a common factor to be found. Then I look forward to hearing your findings, Grimhack replied, handing over a vial with the extracted memory glowing within. With nothing else to be done here, Harry took his leave of the bank, his mind wandering aimlessly from one far-fetched conclusion to the next, until his attention was caught by a small shop he was passing in the magical district of Bulgaria. Gregorovitch, he whispered in realization, his conversation with Nicholas coming to the forefront of his mind. Nodding thoughtfully to himself, he headed towards the wandmaker's shop and entered, his nose being filled by a smell similar to that of the apothecary in Diagon Alley. There was no one behind the counter, but shortly after the bell announced Harry's arrival, the shuffling of feet could be heard. The man that entered was old, not so old that he was decrepit, but certainly past the best years of his life. At first, he rambled in a language Harry did not understand, the pin gifted to him for his trip to Munich having been left at home. When the man realized his words were not being comprehended, he huffed irritably. Do you speak English? Harry asked. The man grinned, his teeth discolored from an apparent tobacco habit. I do, he replied in a thick accent. It is not often I have one from so far come to see me. Do you not have a wand from Ollivander? I do, Harry confirmed, but it is not my wand I have come to speak to you about. Gregorovitch narrowed his eyes. Ah, you are one of those, he snorted. I will tell you the same as I tell the others. I cannot help you. Good day. You know what I am looking for, Harry returned, halting the man who had begun turning away from him. Why would people believe you know something about it if you don't? Gregorovitch grinned once more. Because I am the best wand-maker in the world, he replied with a shrug. People foolishly assume things. But not this time, Harry countered. You do know something about it. Gregorovitch eyed him speculatively, before a harsh laugh escaped him. You are tenacious, he said almost respectfully, but so are the others. What makes you think I will tell you anything different? You don't have to, Harry conceded, but the wand is a family heirloom. For a split second, Gregorovitch's eyes widened before he schooled his features. You are a Peveril, he said simply. I am a descendant. The wandmaker shook his head. Just because the wand once belonged to your ancestor, that does not give you a claim over it. I admit, I imagine it would work at its best in the hands of the blood that held it first, but it is loyal only to power. To possess the wand, you must prove your worth to it. If you cannot, it will be no better than any other wand you own. You know this because you had it, Harry whispered. You would not say these things if you did not know them from experience. Gregorovitch laughed humorlessly. You have a keen mind and you intrigue me, he mused aloud. I will make an offer to you because in truth, it does not matter what I say. The wand is out of reach to all that wish to live their life beyond pursuing it. What do you say? Harry frowned. What is the offer? I would like to inspect your wand, Gregorovitch requested. I would like to know your story, and if I feel that you are worthy, I will tell you what you wish to know. After only a moment of considering the terms, Harry removed his wand from his holster and handed it to the wandmaker. He was curious what the man would have to say, the only mention of him coming during the weighing of the wand's ceremony, when it was revealed that Victor's wand had been crafted by him. Carefully, Gregorovitch took it and nodded appreciatively as he inspected the holly. "Holly and phoenix feather," he mumbled. "A fine wand indeed. I dare say that Ollivander is perhaps the only other that can produce creations as fine as my own." Harry said nothing and allowed the man to continue with his inspection. As Ollivander had done, he placed it next to his ear as though the wand was speaking to him. After several minutes of nodding, humming, and even questioning the seemingly conversing length of wood, he nodded a final time before placing it on the counter. "Your wand has already lived a most interesting life," Gregorovitch declared, "as have you. Quite the life indeed for one so young." Harry could not deny it, and though he did not know what the man had learned, he nodded his agreement. "Your bond with it is a rare one," Gregorovitch continued. "You are connected in ways that I have seldom seen. It has saved your life, as has the creature to whom the feather belongs to, but it craves more." "Blood?" Harry asked. Gregorovitch smiled appreciatively. "Indeed, there is something in your blood that would strengthen the bond further, perhaps to a strength I have never seen. The serpent calls to the serpent, after all. Worry not, he placated. "I have no cause to speak of you to any that would wish to harm you. If anything, we share a common enemy for what he has done to my people, and for taking what he had no right to." "The wand," Harry said in realization. Gregorovitch nodded. "He took it for himself," he confirmed. "Stole it from me some years past." "Bloody hell," Harry groaned, the enormity of what he faced becoming known. Gregorovitch chuckled humorlessly. "It is like I said. Perhaps the wand would work best in the hands of one it was intended for. The problem is the hands that it is in now." "A problem indeed, but not insurmountable," Gregorovitch denied. "The legends may speak of a wand that cannot be beaten, but if that is so, why has it changed hands so many times? If it was unbeatable, how did he take it from me?" "He won it from you." "He did, and with skill," the wandmaker admitted. "I too believed in the legend until that day. Much of what I believed in regarding the wand was shattered, but make no mistake, I know wands, and I know that the bond you share with yours is exceptional. If truth be told, I cannot fathom a wand, even the death stick, being a better match than the one you carry. So, I shouldn't try to get it." "Oh, you absolutely should, but not because you wish to possess it the same way others do, but to prevent it falling into the hands of anyone else. It may be that you are meant to possess it, to guard it, or even use it. That is something we cannot hope to know until you have it." "But the bond with my wand is strong," Gregorovitch reiterated. "Feed it, young man, and fulfill the potential that you possess, but do so on the summer solstice. For reasons that were not revealed to me, the date is important to you and your wand. It is when it saved you from certain death." The summer solstice. That was the very same date that Voldemort had returned, the night of the third task. "So, I just give it some blood?" Gregorovitch tutted. "No, you allow it to feed from your veins," he explained. "Use a silver knife, cut across your palm, and take hold of your wand. It will feed until its thirst is quenched." "A ritual, then?" "One that very few are able to complete. To even forge a connection so deep, one must endure, overcome, and thrive. You have done these things," Gregorovitch explained. "Think of it as a gift from you to your wand, and one from your wand to you." Harry nodded his understanding. "You have given me much to think about." "And you have given me an experience that I will never forget," the man replied with a slight bow. "I wish you luck, Serpent, in the hope that you find what you are looking for, and that you can free my people from him." "Thank you," Harry returned sincerely, offering the aged man his hand. Gregorovitch accepted the gesture and gave him a final smile. After bidding him a final farewell, Harry exited the shop, feeling worse than before he had entered, and a part of him wishing he hadn't. Grindelwald had the Elder Wand, and he could not think of anyone worse being in possession of it. The thought caused him to halt, his mouth falling agape as another realization set in. "You sneaky bastard," he whispered. If Grindelwald had the wand now, that meant he had it when Dumbledore had defeated him where Harry had come from. Dumbledore had possessed the wand, and Harry had no doubt the man knew exactly what it was he had, but to what end? Nicholas had been adamant Albus not be allowed to have it, but he had also had Harry's cloak. Had he managed to unite the three Hallows? Harry couldn't be sure, but what he did know was that he would not be doing so now. Harry had the ring and the cloak already, and though the wand was currently out of his reach, he knew where it was. The glaring problem he faced, however, was how he would acquire it. Did he want to? If what Gregorovitch had said was true, then it would not serve him any better than his own. Still, he could not help but think he had little choice in the matter. If he was meant to possess the wand, it would somehow make its way to him, but how it would do so, it was left him feeling concerned. To own it, he would need to win it from Grindelwald, and that was not a confrontation he was relishing the thought of. Break. It had taken only a simple letter, and a short wait for Cassiopeia to receive an invitation to tea from Hepzibah Smith, and in the meantime, she had paid a visit to the Ministry of Magic to consult the register of practitioners of the mind arts. As expected, there was no Gordon Smith listed, but it was certainly interesting to see the name of Minerva McGonagall having been recently added to the list of registered animagi. That was quite a feat for one so young, and though Cassiopeia had not doubted the woman's ability in transfiguration, this spoke volumes of just how good she must be. Dumbledore may be a dithering fool, but his own gift in the branch was undeniable, and so did it seem with spotting talent. Cassiopeia, however, had not come here to appreciate such things. Gellert had set her a task, and she had every intention of seeing it through with the unwitting assistance of her late mother's friend. She had considered extracting the information from the ambassador to the Muggles, but having learned the one that held the post belonged to the Bones family, she thought better of it. The Bones were not to be crossed lightly, and Gellert would not appreciate her alienating one of the more prominent bloodlines in Britain against him, were she to fail. No, such a venture was too risky, and that was why she was relying on the meeting with Hepzibah Smith for the information she sought. The house she appeared before was a grand building, much more so than Grimmauld Place or any other property that belonged to the Blacks. The Smiths were a very wealthy family after all, and to them, pomp was a commodity that had always been prevalent. The large front door opened before she even reached it, and stood in the doorway waiting for her was a house elf. Its white apron with the Smith family crest as pristine as the curtsy the little creature offered Cassiopeia. "Miss Black," the elf greeted her warmly. "Miss Hepzibah welcomes you to her home. Please follow Hokey." Cassiopeia did so, offering the elf a polite smile before it led her through a long hallway, adorned with what any would expect to find in pureblood home with a rich history. Portraits of the Smiths gone by neatly lined the white walls, the furniture all made of the same solid oak as the floor. Atop the sideboards and tables sat an array of trinkets and expensive vases, a gaudy display, but one that demonstrated the accumulated wealth of the family. Around halfway down the length of the hall, the elf came to a stop outside an oak door and knocked politely. The voice that bade them to enter was muffled, but the tone eager, and Cassiopeia followed the elf in. The room was very much the same as the hallway, though sat above the fireplace was a portrait that would impress any visitor who came. It was not often, if ever, that one would be looked upon by Helga Hufflepuff herself. "It is a magnificent painting," a voice broke into her thoughts. "Your mother would admire it too when she came to visit. I was deeply saddened by her passing. She was a fine woman." Cassiopeia almost balked at the sheer size of Hepzibah Smith when she met her gaze. She had heard the woman was quite overweight, but she could not help but think that the name the other purebloods used to describe her did a disservice to cows up and down the country. Hepzibah was much larger than a heifer. She was so obese that it appeared as though she was made of wax that someone had melted with fire. "My mother always spoke very highly of you," Cassiopeia replied politely. "She said that you were a wonderful host with the most fascinating tales to tell." Hepzibah giggled, the fat around her neck wobbling rhythmically. "She always was a flatterer," she returned. "You look like her, you know. Not so much that any would mistake you for her, but I see enough of her in you. Do take a seat, dear, and Hoki will bring us some tea." "Thank you," Cassiopeia offered, sitting in a chair not too close to the fire. The room was already quite stifling, and she wondered how Hepzibah could bear it. "She would visit quite often, your mother," the large woman informed her. "She would sit in that very same seat and tell me how proud she was of all of her children, and I can see why. You have grown into a fine young lady." Cassiopeia smirked. "I think it is you that is the flatterer, Miss Smith." The woman giggled again, her cheeks reddening from the effort. "Oh, stop. I speak only the truth of what I see, and what I see is a lady that your mother would be very proud of still." Cassiopeia had her doubts. Her mother would not support what she was doing. If anything, she would be disappointed by the choices she had made. She shook her head of those thoughts as the elf returned, levitating a tray laden with a teapot and a selection of cakes. "She would not be happy with how the family has fallen apart, though," Cassiopeia pointed out. "Things have not been the same without her." "I don't suppose they would be," Hepzibah sympathized. "My own family has their own issues. I have not seen any of them for many years, not unless they want something from me." Cassiopeia nodded interestedly. "Oddly enough, I met a relative of yours recently. Gordon, I think his name is." "Gordon?" Hepzibah questioned with a frown. "No, I believe you are mistaken, my dear. There is no Gordon that has been born to my family." "That is strange," Cassiopeia mused aloud. "Indeed, but just in case I am wrong, why don't you consult the book over there, the one by the fireplace on the left? It is updated with all the births in the family," Hepzibah explained, pointing a chubby finger towards the book in question. Cassie did so, checking the births in the family from the last 50 years, and found no sign of a Gordon Smith. "You are quite right," she revealed. "He must have been a mud-muggle born then." "Then check the book next to it," Hepzibah urged. "Smith is a common name, and after the incident in 1612, we were granted knowledge of all Smiths that entered the wizarding world." "The incident of 1612?" Cassiopeia asked curiously. Hepzibah's expression darkened. "A commoner tried to usurp our claim to our family titles, and it was difficult to prove that he was a fraud. Since then, the ministry records have been connected to our own, so whenever a Smith that is not one of ours is registered at the ministry, our book is updated." "A smart move," Cassiopeia acknowledged as she thumbed through the records again, finding no sign of Gordon Smith. "Well, he must have given a false name," she sighed. "Ah, well, if he plans to usurp us, he will fail miserably in his efforts. Might I assume that you found home interesting?" "I did," Cassiopeia answered as she took her seat once more, her mind wandering to Gellert's own thoughts on the matter. "He was very interesting." "Then I'm sure you will find him," Hepzibah comforted. "I will catch up to him eventually." She would have given the choice, but she suspected Gellert would beat her to it. When he learned that Gordon Smith did in fact not exist, he would be most displeased and would reach the conclusion that Cassiopeia had. Gordon Smith was indeed the serpent, and Gellert would be furious that he had not realized it in time. "That's the spirit, dear," Hepzibah encouraged, breaking into her thoughts. "Now, whilst you are here, would you like to see my most treasured possessions? Your mother, rest her soul, only ever saw one of these before she died, but she would have certainly appreciated my newest acquisition more." Cassiopeia did not know what the woman was referring to, but the twinkling of her beady eyes was enough to garner her attention. "I would be honored to see anything you'd like to show me," she replied, eliciting a beaming smile from Hepzibah. "Hoki, do be a dear and fetch our special objects from the vault," she instructed the elf. "Miss Black is the daughter of an old friend and is certainly trustworthy." Now Cassiopeia was curious. With all the wealth on display, What more was there to be seen that she already hadn't? Break. Harry exited his pensive, a deep frown marring his features. It wasn't that he'd had to part with a significant sum of gold to acquire the stone basin, but how similar each of the memories he'd been studying were. All showed the goblins of each bank disabling the protections on the vaults, and entering to find the stacks of galleons usually housed within missing. He had thought that perhaps the wards had been deactivated, but they had not. Apparently, the goblins did not make such mistakes, but if that was the case, then how were they all being robbed? With a huff of frustration, he delved once more into the memories of the first and second robberies, and then the third and fourth with nothing becoming obvious. It was when he revisited the sixth that he caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye that piqued his curiosity. "Surely not," he muttered disbelievingly before quickly changing back to the first, and then cycling through each respectively, the same pattern emerging. He shook his head and chuckled humorlessly. "You clever bastard," he snorted. "Well, you certainly had a good run." With his suspicions all but confirmed, he knew he had little time to act and needed to speak with as many branch managers as he could before the crook struck again. When he did, Harry would be ready for him, and the cost of the pensive would become negligible compared to reward he would soon claim. "Clever bastard," he reiterated amusedly, though he felt little of that emotion. Harry had spent months pursuing this man, and though it could take just as long to capture him, he had no doubt that he would now that he knew how the thief was getting away with it.